This is a leisurely narrative set by the seaside, depicting the daily life of individuals as they ascend the mountains and descend to the sea. There is no pretentiousness or ostentation, only the simplicity of life by the shore. Set in a bygone era, it revolves around the themes of daily existence, gathering seafood, farming, raising children, and familial matters. Those who are not inclined towards such tales are advised to refrain from entering or expressing discontent. Yi Yaodong, unable to find slumber, decided to step onto the deck for a breath of fresh air and relieve himself. Unexpectedly, he fell into the sea and found himself transported back to the year 1982. The quaint fishing village remained the same, yet he was no longer the youthful version of himself. Having squandered much of his life, he now yearned for a fresh start, though he was perplexed as to why no one seemed to believe him. In his previous life, he had achieved little, and in this current existence, he harbored no grand ambitions. All he desired was to amend past regrets, to live harmoniously with his beloved wife, and to ensure the safety and happiness of his family. Chapter 1. A Shameless Intrusion. Yi Yaodong stood in the corner of the room, his head throbbing. Lacking cigarettes, he could only chew on a stalk of straw as he observed his uncles arguing heatedly with his father and two brothers, their voices rising in intensity and the table shaking with the force of their disputes. He couldn't fathom how he had gone from being invited to work as a crew member on a large vessel to finding himself in this predicament. After all, it was merely a whim that led him to the deck for a moment of relief only to be swept overboard and meet his demise. Now, awakening to the year 1982, he was utterly astonished. The sheer incredibility of his rebirth at the age of 25 left him in disbelief. Even his father's catch of a net full of large yellow croakers could not elicit a reaction from him. The surprise of returning to his youth was simply too overwhelming. At 65 years of age, he had inexplicably reverted to a quarter of a century. What an extraordinary twist of fate. However, he lamented the financial burden his death would impose on the boat's owner, who would surely have to compensate a substantial sum, leaving his two younger brothers with an unexpected windfall. He wondered how they would react upon receiving the news. Would they weep or rejoice? Third brother, you must remember that the boat was left to us by our father. Our mother chose to live with you in her old age, so it was entrusted to you. Each of us originally had a share, and now that you've caught a net full of large yellow croakers, you cannot disregard our brotherly bonds and keep it all for yourself, one uncle insisted. Indeed, third brother, your recent success has made you rather self-assured, has it not? The boat is a relic of our father, and we all deserve a share. You must not neglect the ties of brotherhood, the second uncle added. Their voices echoed in the room, inciting frustration in Yi Yaodong's father, who glared at them in disbelief. Nonsense. While it is true that the boat belonged to our father, it was nearly obsolete by the time it was passed on to me. The machinery was broken and you all refused it, opting instead for cash. You left me with that dilapidated vessel. You claim it had 3,000 nails and could be sold for a decent sum. But it was my mother and I who endured the hardship. I am the youngest, and I have suffered in silence. Now that I have put in the effort to repair the boat over the past 2 years, you suddenly feel entitled to a share? Not a chance. I have invested every last penny into this vessel, and now you come knocking for a piece of the pie. Where's your sense of dignity? The second uncle frowned. Third brother, it is true that you benefited when we divided our father's estate. This boat is a keepsake from our father. We chose to leave it with you for our mother's sake, so she would have a memory. Would it not be better to sell it and divide the cash instead? Such sweet words about nostalgia. Do you think a pile of scrap metal is worth much? The wooden planks are practically worthless, and iron is only a few cents per pound. You handed me the boat to avoid dividing the estate. Uncles, when our grandfather passed, we all agreed that you would divide the estate while my father took the broken boat. It was a decision made together. My father saw our grandmother in tears, unwilling to part with the boat, which is why he didn't insist on selling it for cash. Yi Yaodong's elder brother, Yi Yaopeng, interjected, but was immediately silenced by their uncle. Mind your place, young one. This is a matter for adults. Yi Yaodong, listening from the corner, felt a headache coming on. He spat out the straw and leaned on his uncle's shoulder, who was short enough for it to be convenient. Uncle, that is quite unreasonable. This is our family. How can you disregard my elder brother's input? The large yellow croaker was caught in my father's net. Did you or my second uncle join us at sea? What audacity do you have to demand share? Let us step outside to discuss this with the villagers and even invite the village chief to weigh in. Let us see if you deserve a portion. If the consensus is that our family should share, my father is a man of principle and would not contest it. Yi Yaodong pulled his uncle towards the door, realizing that his father, concerned with maintaining harmony among brothers, had allowed this argument to drag on for far too long. Yet, despite his past indiscretions and mischief, he could not resort to violence against his uncles. He could only engage in verbal exchanges. His uncle, who stood at just over 160 centimeters, found himself easily maneuvered by Yi Yaodong, who towered at 180 centimeters. Let go. Is it customary for you to choke your own uncle? I am your elder. Elder? Those who seek to extort money from my family are my adversaries. Let us discuss this outside. Yi Yaodong vividly recalled his youth as a ne'er-do-well, spending his days idling with friends and engaging in brawls. However, after marriage, he had settled down. Dragging an elder and speaking disrespectfully was deemed quite normal in their community. Yet, Yi Yaodong recognized that despite their familial ties, it was not fitting to treat his uncle this way. He released his grip and instead guided him gently towards the entrance. Yi Yaopeng sighed in relief. It seemed that it's nothing much. Catching a large yellow croaker is indeed a fortunate occurrence. We were merely curious about how it was caught, which prompted us to come over and inquire, to engage in a conversation. Yaodong mentioned that it was too warm inside, suggesting we step outside for a cooler discussion. Uncle Yi interrupted him, responding cheerfully to his neighbor. Uncle Yi awkwardly chuckled. We said all we needed to. Mother has gone to the fields and is not at home. Brother, we shall take our leave now. Yes, let's head back. Chapter 2. How much did the yellow croaker sell for? This matter is indeed delicate to discuss. 2 years ago, during the old man's funeral, neighbors came to assist. But they were all aware of how the inheritance was divided. It has been 2 years since the distribution, and there have been no disputes. But now, upon seeing that Father Yi has made a substantial profit, they suddenly emerge, which does not bode well. If Father Yi and Mother Yi are willing to share a portion of their earnings with them, then others have no say. However, if they are unwilling, it would be quite inappropriate for them to demand a share in front of outsiders. Uncle Yi and second Uncle Yi attempted to leave, and Yi Yaodong did not obstruct them, allowing them to depart freely. Whether they choose to return is of no concern to him. Without his father's approval, how could they extract anything from their family? Even if his father consented, the 3 brothers would surely resist. Why should they? As the neighbors, seeing the lack of excitement, gradually dispersed, Yi Yaodong clapped his hands towards his father and the entire family, announcing, "All right, let's head back inside." Just as he lifted his leg to enter, a small child wobbled towards him, wrapping his arms around his thigh, revealing 2 tiny, pearly teeth as he sweetly called out, "Dad, hug." When the adults were arguing earlier, the women had taken the smaller children indoors to shield them from the commotion. Now, as the noise shifted to the entrance, they brought the children out. Upon seeing such an adorable and fair-skinned little one, Yi Yaodong did not associate him with his dark-skinned second son from his past life. He pinched the child's cheek and effortlessly lifted him into his arms, heading back inside. He had not even had breakfast yet. He had slept in until late morning. And aside from him, there was no one else at home. The entire family had grown accustomed to this. Yi Yaodong was spoiled by the old lady. Hence he could not lift a finger, engaging only in leisurely pursuits. It was fortunate that he remained idle, as his delicate skin and tender flesh made him appear nothing like a coastal dweller, allowing him to secure a marriage solely based on his appearance. Otherwise, such laziness would render him a good-for-nothing, and no woman would consider marrying him. As he stepped over the threshold, Yi Yaodong spotted a short-haired woman of striking beauty approaching him. "Give me the child. You should go eat. The food is warm in the pot." Her tone was mild and her demeanor not particularly warm, leaving him with an uneasy feeling. This was his wife, Lin Xiuqing, of the same age, hailing from the neighboring town. Because it was well known that he was a ne'er-do-well, his parents, fearing he would struggle to find a wife locally at the age of 20, had asked someone to introduce a woman from farther away. When they met during their matchmaking, his wife indeed took a liking to his looks and readily agreed. However, shortly after their marriage, she discovered his true nature, a slothful good-for-nothing. Initially, Lin Xiuqing had been filled with joy upon their marriage, but gradually, her disappointment in him grew. Yet, she did not seek a divorce, as divorce was considered shameful in those times. Some women endured abuse from their husbands without contemplating separation. In households where women were disobedient, Punishment was deemed customary. Fortunately, he never struck his wife. He was merely lazy and did not engage in any serious work. With her diligence, they managed to get by, and thus, his wife devotedly supported him for 30 years. At the age of 50, she succumbed to colon cancer, unable to afford treatment, and passed away at a young age. When she lay helpless in the hospital, he felt a deep sense of panic. Once she was gone, he was left in a daze. Realizing that his entire household had relied on her, her absence cast a shadow over his world. Nevertheless, life had to go on. Consequently, at 50, he finally began working to earn a living. Although he had never held any job, being a native of the coast meant that his family was involved in fishing. So he could find work as a deckhand on fishing boats. Little did he know that just over a decade later, he would also meet an untimely fate. Yet, perhaps due to the merits accumulated in a past life, he had been granted a second chance. So much time had passed that he had nearly forgotten what his wife looked like. Hearing her speak in that calm manner now stirred something within him, prompting him to gaze at her for a long while. She furrowed her brow and urged, "What are you dawdling for? Hand me the child." "Ah, it's fine. I'll hold him. Have you all eaten?" Lin Shouqing appeared surprised. Since their eldest son had once soiled himself in his arms, he had never held a child since. Today was an exception, but she did not stop him. "I've eaten." Yi Yaodong, cradling the child, followed her into the house, where she served a bowl of sweet potato porridge and a small dish of pickled vegetables. Just as he set the child down and picked up his chopsticks, he heard his father remark, "Your uncles must be envious. The principle of keeping wealth concealed holds true." Yi Yaodong's brother, Yi Yaopeng, frowned as he sat beside Yi Yaodong. "We can't help but reveal it. The boat has docked, and everyone has seen the golden yellow croakers. Moreover, the purchasing agent offered us stacks of cash, which the villagers witnessed. What is there to fear? Why worry? The money is in our pockets. How could they possibly take it from us?" Yi Yaodong nonchalantly replied, crunching on a piece of pickled vegetable. "Father is likely concerned that if this escalates, it may harm the brotherly bond with the uncles, right?" The speaker was the second brother, Yi Yaohua, who appeared somewhat simple-minded. Father Yi did not respond, instead pinching a small handful of tobacco, pressing it into the bowl of the water pipe. He then took a matchbox, extracted a match, and struck it against the side. A small flame ignited, and he held the lit match close to the tobacco, slowly inhaling, the water pipe producing a bubbling sound. Only after smoke billowed from his mouth and nose did he survey the surroundings and inquire, "Where's your grandmother?" At that moment, Mother Yi spoke up, "Your grandmother left early this morning. She probably went to the roadside by the village to check if the corn and cucumbers she planted are ripe. Last night, she was murmuring about the corn and cucumbers being ready to eat, just in time to satisfy the cravings of the little ones." At 80 years old, she still could not sit idle. Yi Yaodong scooped a small bowl of sweet potato porridge, set down his utensils, wiped his mouth, and instructed several of his nieces and nephews, who looked to be around 5 to 8 years old, "You lot, hurry to the village entrance and see if your grandmother is in the field and bring her back." It had been decades since he last saw her, and he missed his grandmother, who had been so kind to him. "All right, third uncle." The children eagerly dashed out, unfazed by the scorching sun. Rural children were remarkably resilient, running about all day without the need for adult supervision, especially now that summer vacation had begun, giving them a chance to play to their heart's content. In those days, adults were preoccupied with earning a living, leaving little time to monitor the children, who ran freely throughout the village. After directing the children, he noticed his wife coming over to collect the bowls and chopsticks. He smiled at her and then turned his attention back to his father. "Father, how much did that net of yellow croakers sell for yesterday?" Father Yi cast a sidelong glance at his inattentive third son, remaining silent. They had already discussed it yesterday. Why was he asking again? Yi Yaodong. He truly did not remember. Chapter 3. Heartache. In his previous life, he had only indulged in merriment with friends, never caring about what transpired at home. He would wake up and rush out to hang out with friends, only returning home drunk at dinner time. Vaguely remembering catching a net full of yellow croakers, but unable to recall the price before drunkenly falling asleep. Although yellow croakers were indeed rare, the living standards of the common people were limited, so they were not overly expensive, merely a few times more than ordinary fish. Unlike in later years, when prices soared to astronomical heights. In 2022, the price for wild yellow croakers weighing around 1 pound was approximately 600 yuan per pound. Wild yellow croakers weighing 1.3 pounds were priced around 800 yuan per pound. Those weighing 1.5 pounds would exceed 1,000 yuan per pound. for fish weighing around 2 pounds. The price ranged from 1,500 to 1,600 yuan per pound. Fish exceeding 2 pounds typically fetch prices above 3,000 yuan per pound. This was the direct price offered by the fresh catch boats at sea. It was estimated that once they entered port, the price for 12 pounds would double. Prices would fluctuate with larger quantities. Though he had never aspired for more and had meandered through life, he was still a native fisherman and could discern quality. Upon reaching this thought, he could not help but slap his thigh, cursing under his breath, if only this catch could sustain me decades hence. What a loss, several 100,000. The entire Yi family frowned, observing his peculiar display of frustration. What nonsense is the third brother up to now? Yi mother could not restrain her curiosity, asking, "What are you doing, third brother? Why the vigorous thigh slapping? Have you lost your senses? Mother, how much did we sell that net full of yellow croaker for yesterday? I didn't catch it clearly before I went to sleep." Yi mother exchanged a glance with Yi father, knowing well that the whole family was aware of the matter. Rather than leaving it to his wife to explain, she stated directly, 1,200 yuan. It was 5 yuan per jean, and since it was slightly underweight, the boss generously rounded it off. Such a blatant loss, and you still commend him for his generosity? Yi Yaodong lamented, striking his chest in anguish. Mother, don't you realize how much you lost? A catastrophic loss. The room, filled with both young and old, wore expressions of concern. And the eldest brother could no longer contain his anxiety, inquiring, "Third brother, how do you know we sold at a loss? I've been out in the world. How could I not know how valuable yellow croaker is?" He might have been a bit unruly, but he was undoubtedly the most knowledgeable among them. Spending his days mingling with diverse people in the city must have honed his insight. Yi mother felt a pang of worry. What was the market price per jean outside? In their village, fish were traditionally sold to the dock, and it was only because of the substantial amount they had yesterday that a boss was summoned directly. If you had procured some ice and arranged for a tractor to transport it to the county, you could have doubled your profits. The thought of lost opportunities pierced Yi Yaodong's heart. Indeed, if the value had doubled, it would equate to several 100,000 in the future. As he spoke, regret enveloped the family. They had acted hastily. Doubling the price. It meant a direct loss of 1,200 yuan. Such pain. Yi father's heart ached. Even his hand holding the pipe trembled. 1,200 yuan. A typical worker earns only 40 to 50 a month. It truly infuriates. His chest heaved. And he scolded, "You fool, wandering about without engaging in proper work. If you had accompanied us to sea, we wouldn't have sold for only 5 yuan per jean. How is that my fault? I had no inkling you would catch yellow croaker. Had I known, I would have been waiting at the dock ahead of time. No, I would have sought out a wealthy boss to wait for." The anger was palpable. Over 200 jean of wild yellow croaker. If it had perished a day earlier, would it not have given him another chance at life? Ugh, cursing oneself. Yi father, exasperated, finally sighed. Well, it's sold now. There's no point in regretting. Perhaps our family's fortunes are merely this much for now. In the future, we'll know better and won't act so rashly. Indeed, what's done is done. Regret serves no purpose now. The family's good mood abruptly dissipated due to Yi Yaodong's outburst. Originally, Uncle Yi and second uncle had come to share in the joy, but now they merely felt a tinge of disappointment. After a moment of shared heartbreak, they resigned themselves to the reality. After all, they had made a small fortune. Yet, it was Yi Yaodong who felt the deepest frustration. "Father, do you think yellow croaker is as common as cabbage? You think we can just catch more next time? Don't you understand that due to repeated gill net fishing, their numbers have plummeted to near extinction?" In 1954, this fishing method spread from Guangdong to Fujian. Due to its high efficiency and yield, leading to a rapid decline in yellow croaker populations. In 1974, an extensive fishing spree in Zhoushan nearly led to their extinction. Wild yellow croaker has become exceedingly rare in the market. "Father, do you truly believe you will have such luck again in your lifetime? This is harder than winning the lottery." The small boat left by his grandfather could only venture close to shore. To catch such a haul of yellow croaker was nothing short of miraculous. The family listened, stunned by his impassioned speech. When did the third brother become so knowledgeable? The mention of gill net fishing caught the attention of all present. Only Yi father had heard of it, as their family had no large vessel to operate at sea. They relied on small-scale fishing to survive, oblivious to broader developments. Now, with Yi Yaodong articulating these ideas with confidence, the family regarded him with newfound respect. Perhaps he was not as useless as they had thought. Lin Xiuqing stared. realizing for the first time that her husband appeared quite compelling when he spoke earnestly. The spark in his eyes, shining with confidence when discussing familiar topics, revealed he might not be entirely without merit after all. Ye father, setting aside his previous disdain, earnestly asked, "How do you know about gill net fishing? How do you know about the significant events in 1954 and 1974? Ye father had only heard of gill net fishing and was unaware of the major fishing incidents that transpired over those 2 decades, given the lack of access to information. Yi Yaodong, however, had learned of these events while working on a larger boat in the future, overhearing other crew members discuss them. Otherwise, considering his previous life of indulgence, he would have paid no mind to such matters. Yet, he could not reveal his ignorance. Observing their expressions, he realized he had salvaged a bit of his image, which was a positive turn. He straightened his posture slightly. After drifting aimlessly for half his life, he had only recently matured and taken on some responsibilities. If given another chance, he did not wish to be a burden, though he still lacked many skills. He could at least work hard and earn a living for his wife and children. He no longer wished to rely on his wife for sustenance. However, change required time. Otherwise, he feared being branded a ghost of his former self. Chapter 4. A mother's love. Upon hearing his father's question, Yi Yaodong cast a sidelong glance, casually shaking his leg and responding, "Just because you don't know doesn't mean I don't. I'm not wasting my days idly." You father, initially intending to ask more earnestly, became incensed at this retort. You spend your days idly, and now you're flaunting it? You're married and still refuse to stay home, lounging around, doing nothing. Who do you expect to support you? Fuming, Yi father began to remove his shoes, ready to strike him. Having already felt the sting of selling the yellow croaker at a loss, he seized this opportunity to vent his frustrations. Hey, why the sudden change in tone? Weren't we having a calm conversation? What have I said? Father, let us talk this out. In the sweltering summer, the odor emanating from his liberation shoes assaulted Yi Yaodong's senses, leaving his face pale. His own foot odor was bad enough. He could hardly bear another's. In a panic, he quickly rose to evade the impending blow. Father, what are you doing? At least use a stick. What's with the shoes? If you dare to avoid me, I'll be infuriated. Even the grandson behaves better than you. Instead of enjoying a good life, you waste your time with a bunch of miscreants. How did I end up with such a disgrace? The two of them danced around the small living room, now crowded, as Yi Yaodong darted behind his mother. Mother, look. Early in the morning, my father is throwing a tantrum. What have I said? Do not let him drink today. Who would have thought that Ye's mother, in her anger, turned around and smacked him a few times? Your father is not wrong. Day after day, you neglect home. Unaware of what transpires within these walls, you lead a life of idleness, with no thought of how you will provide for your wife and children in the future. With both parents chastising him, Yi Yaodong found it difficult to withstand. He quickly raised a nearby wooden stool to shield himself. Stop hitting. Who beats their son first thing in the morning? Can't we discuss this civilly? There are so many people in the house. Could they not spare him a little face? He has his pride too. Fortunately, the younger generation had already been sent away, or it would have been quite embarrassing. In truth, the family had grown accustomed to the sight of Yi Yaodong being scolded and beaten. It was a regular occurrence. However, having returned from 40 years in the future, he found himself somewhat unaccustomed to the scolding and beatings from his parents. As he brandished the stool to defend himself, he noticed his mother had picked up a broom, the kind made from bamboo. He hastily set down the stool and dashed outside. If not now, then when? He needed to avoid the storm, returning only after his parents had calmed down. To his surprise, as he rushed outside, he collided with several nephews and nieces. The children, unprepared, fell to the ground, and even his grandmother was pulled down in the commotion. Alarmed, he hurried to help her up. Grandma, are you all right? Did you hurt yourself? Though he often acted foolishly, he still had a sense of conscience. The elderly lady loved him dearly, and seeing her fall made him forget about evading punishment. His parents soon followed him out, and upon seeing the scene, their wrath did not diminish. The soles of their shoes and the broom came down upon his backside and thighs as they scolded him. You fool, can't you watch where you're going? I'll break your legs. Let's see how you run away. Yes, father, not satisfied with merely using the shoe, snatched the broom from Ye's mother and struck down several times with great force. His father's strength was not to be compared to that of his mother, who, despite her anger, still held some restraint. Ye's father was truly furious. A blow to his leg made him grunt in pain. The old lady could not bear to see her beloved grandson suffer. She quickly shielded him. What are you doing? Do you intend to strike me? How dare you lay a hand on your mother? Have you lost your mind, attacking your own mother first thing in the morning? Yes, father, pained by the sight, looked at the old lady. I haven't even touched you, mother. I am aiming at this good-for-nothing who causes nothing but trouble and even knocked you down. Dongzi merely made a mistake. I didn't blame him. Who are you to hit him? Quickly put that broom away and return inside. How shameful. Though the old lady was 80, she still appeared quite robust, her hearing sharp and her eyesight keen, her voice filled with strength as she reprimanded. Yes, father, being dutiful, realized that with his mother back, he would not be able to continue punishing his son today. He shot Yi Yaodong a fierce glare, tossed the broom into a corner, and retreated indoors. Do not worry. I am here, the old lady reassured him. Did you hurt anywhere? Let me see. As she spoke, she reached to lift his pant leg, but he gently stopped her, holding her arm and smiling. I am fine. Are you sure you didn't hurt yourself when you fell? Is there anything discomforting? No, I am well. The old lady replied. Dongzi is already 25, no longer a child, and a father of 2. You cannot coddle him like this. He never learns anything, never works, and is such a disappointment. What has he not learned? Is he not dutiful? What more do you want from him? We are just a rural family. As long as the children are healthy and safe, that is enough. Besides, Dongzi has never engaged in any wrongdoing, so how could he bring you shame? Yi Yaodong felt a wave of embarrassment in the old lady's eyes. Even his lack of mischief had become a virtue. Her expectations were so modest. After so many years of pleading, Ye's mother felt exhausted. In her eyes, her third son could do no wrong. He was truly spoiled by her. The first and second sons were diligent, which made her furious, and she shot a glare at her third son but remained silent. After all these years, their complaints had been in vain. The children gathered the scattered corn and green cucumbers and placed them into a bamboo basket. Seeing that the old lady had not sustained any injuries and was still able to protect him, his mother took the basket, removed the corn to peel it, and returned the cucumbers to the basket. Take these inside. Let your mother wash and cut them for you to eat. Leave one for your third uncle. You are not allowed to eat them all. The old lady exclaimed, fearing that her great-grandchildren would devour all the sweet melons and leave none for her beloved grandson. Yi Yaodong's heart swelled with the love of his grandmother, and he felt a surge of emotion. It had been decades since he had felt this warmth. It was delightful. Everyone else found fault with him. Even his parents were often displeased, but only his grandmother had always cherished him, always keeping a portion of food for him. His heart was filled with mixed feelings. Let me help you inside. At your age, you should not be working in the fields. What if you fall? The old lady chuckled, her face wrinkled with joy. It is not so easy for me to fall. I am quite well. If I cannot work, I can always direct your father to handle the hoeing and watering. Yi Yaodong smiled. Chapter 5. Green cucumbers. The family witnessed the earlier commotion from start to finish. Yi Yaopeng and Yi Yaohua would be lying if they said they were not envious. Even their younger sister, Yi Haimei, felt a twinge of jealousy. Although their grandmother treated all the younger generation well, none could compare to Yi Yaodong, for he was the apple of her eye. Among the 4 siblings and the many cousins, he was the only one whom the old lady had delivered herself, nearly giving birth on the beach. From the moment he was born and placed in her arms, he smiled at her, winning her affection instantly, and she had doted on him ever since. Upon entering the house, Ye's father still seethed with anger, smoking his water pipe while glaring at him. To be honest, he still did not understand what he had said wrong to provoke both parents' ire. Was it his attitude? Or perhaps the accumulated disappointment? He pondered these possibilities, concluding that it must be one of those two. Otherwise, why would his parents be angry? Where are the cucumbers? Did you leave one for Dongzi? As soon as the old lady settled down, she noticed a group of children gnawing on cucumbers and quickly asked, fearing Yi Yaodong had not received any. Yi Yaodong's younger sister, Yi Haimei, replied while munching, we saved one on the stove. Third brother can take it himself. Everyone else had cut and shared. Yet he remained solitary. Moreover, no one seemed surprised. Even the children accepted it without complaint. His status as the third uncle was special. Yi Yaodong gazed at the green cucumbers on the stove, oval-shaped and only slightly longer than an adult's palm. He had seen some large ones, resembling clubs, that had likely been cut and divided, leaving him the smallest. This was his favorite type of melon, plentiful and inexpensive at this time, but in the years to come, this variety would become rare, replaced by round white sweet melons. He had not tasted it in many years. Approaching the earthen stove, he found the cucumbers already washed and glistening with droplets of water. Observing the cutting board and knife stained with juice and seeds, he placed the cucumber atop, slicing it into sizable pieces. He casually took a dish to serve them and walked over to his grandmother. "Grandma, you should have one too." The old lady smiled and waved her hand. "I have no teeth. I cannot chew." "You eat. You eat. Why did you bother to cut it?" Though he truly wished to enjoy it, he did not intend to indulge alone, considering the limited quantity and the large family. Seeing that his grandmother genuinely could not chew, he handed a piece to each of his 2 children and another to his wife. This action caught Lin Xiuqing's attention. In the past, he would have simply taken one for himself without hesitation. Why was he now cutting and sharing? Once Lin Xiuqing received her piece, he finally took one for himself and left the remaining pieces on the table for others to take. "Third brother, have you changed your ways? Is there nothing that can silence your appetite?" Yi Haimei pouted, refraining from speaking further. Yi Yaodong turned to the elderly lady with a smile, saying, "There is now a type of removable denture that one can wear while eating, allowing you to bite into meat and other foods. After dining, you can simply clean it and use it again next time. Whenever I go to the city, I will inquire at the hospital to get you a set, so you can enjoy meat and anything else you desire." "Oh, there's no need to waste that money. I am nearing the end of my days. A simple meal of congee and fermented tofu is sufficient for me. Besides, I spend half of each month eating vegetarian," she replied. "But on the days you can eat meat, you should indulge," he insisted. "At my age, what more can I wish for? Fish is far tastier than meat anyway. As coastal folk, we should stick to fish." The elderly lady's face brightened with joy, secretly pleased by his words. Each has its merits, fish and meat alike, and we should relish both. The family observed their interaction, thinking that the third son still possessed some sense of gratitude towards the elderly lady who had cared for him so dearly. At that moment, Ye's mother entered after finishing peeling corn. Ye's sister-in-law approached her, saying, "Mother, allow me to cook." "No need, I can manage. You go look after the children," she replied. The elderly lady looked at Ye's father and remarked, "The corn silks have turned black. They are nearly ripe. In a couple of days, you should help me harvest the corn cobs before they sit too long in the field and become tough." Ye's father, holding a water pipe, squinted. "When would I have time? The boat has just been repaired and with new hands available. I must take the eldest and second sons out to sea more often to see if we can catch a big haul. The third son is always idle. Let him take a few of the younger ones to help. Once the corn is harvested, he can bring it back," he suggested. "It would be a miracle if he could manage that. He rarely shows his face." "I will take the children along to help you with the harvest," Ye's father declared. Ye's mother grabbed a handful of straw, struck a match, and tossed it into the stove, continuing the conversation. When the topic of the third son's inability to carry anything arose, Ye's father recalled a few years back when the commune assigned him to carry grain, and he ended up dropping it into the ditch, causing much frustration. What good is he? He's a grown man, yet he can't even carry grain or corn. He embarrasses himself. Yi Yaodong thought to himself that it's an old incident, yet his father remembers it so well. Though he was indeed rather useless in his youth. Yet, having returned to life, he resolved to turn over a new leaf and live honorably. Lin Xiuqing felt it was inappropriate for her husband to be criticized in front of so many, so she quickly changed the subject to rescue him. "Mother, in a few days, it will be the 1st of the month, and the tide has been going out quite far. Shouldn't we be going to the beach to collect?" "That's fine. It won't take long. With so many children around, let the third son take them to gather corn. Once it's done, he can let me know, and I will go collect it," she replied. Yi Yaodong remained silent, as everything was already arranged for him. He wanted to assert that he could manage, but he held back, knowing he shouldn't rush to prove himself lest it seem out of character. They had not divided the family due to their poverty, living together as a single household. Each branch worked independently, earning money from fishing and selling nets, benefiting from the bountiful sea without incurring significant expenses, which kept major conflicts at bay. His father invested all earnings into repairing the boat, a legacy from his grandfather. Fixing a boat was far more economical than building or purchasing a new one. Those living by the sea dreamt of owning a boat to fish and improve their living conditions. Ye's father shared this desire, which is why he had been working hard to restore the vessel over the past 2 years. Now that the boat was ready to set sail, he needed to be diligent and take his 2 younger sons out for fishing, while the third son remained beyond hope. Once conditions improved, they could assist him as well. Seeing the entire family busy, even the third son was assigned a task. The elderly lady remarked, "There's no rush with the corn harvest. A few days delay won't matter. It's better to gather a basket each day to satisfy our cravings. If we collect it all at once, it won't feel fresh." Ye's mother, not turning her gaze from the flames in the stove, added, "As long as you're not in a hurry, it's fine. It's not worth much anyway, so let us not bother selling it. We can gather a little each day to eat, and if it's too old, we can save it for seed. Once we have time, we'll turn the soil for planting." Chapter 6. Building houses. The elderly lady was always particularly attentive to the crops she had grown. If ignored, she could repeat her concerns multiple times a day. She felt pity for the third son, which is why she spoke as she did. Her intent in collecting the corn was also to sell a bit for extra funds, hoping to save some money for her grandchildren while she was still alive. Ye's father, having emptied the ashes from the water pipe, looked at the bustling room filled with his children and grandchildren. He initially intended to share the plans he had discussed with Ye's mother the previous night, but was interrupted. "Grandma, not long after you left this morning, uncle and second uncle came demanding their share of the money. Of course, there would be complaints. The notorious troublemaker, Yi Huimei, was at it again. It was rare for the family to earn a substantial sum, yet uncle and second uncle had the audacity to demand a portion. They couldn't voice their grievances outside, so they certainly came to complain to Grandma. The children chimed in, "Yes, Grandma." Uncle and second uncle were quite fierce. They even slammed the table and glared. They scolded our father, forbidding him from speaking. The cacophony was enough to give anyone a headache. Yi Yaodong waved his hand at the children. "Go, go. This is none of your concern. Run along and play outside. Don't linger here and be in the way." The children stuck out their tongues and made faces before scampering off, eager to leave the adults behind. Before exiting, they called out to Ye's mother, "Grandma, call us when the corn is ready." The elderly lady did not lift her eyelids. A sudden influx of money would stir envy in anyone. "What's yours is yours. What's mine is mine. Let each family live their own lives without envy," she stated calmly. Ye's father nodded in agreement, not wishing to elaborate further, as he didn't want to trouble the elderly lady. After all, the money was in his hands, and no one could take it away. Glancing around at his sons and daughters-in-law, he spoke seriously. "Last night, your mother and I discussed that since we have some money now, we plan to build houses for you brothers and divide the family so that each can live independently." The house they currently resided in was inherited from their grandfather. Since Ye's eldest and second brothers married first, their grandfather had built a house for each of them after their weddings, allowing them to move out and start their own lives. Ye's father, being the youngest and marrying last, had not received a new house, as their grandfather intended to leave the empty house for him and the elderly lady after his passing. Instead, a small room of less than 10 square meters was constructed next to the vegetable garden with a simple earthen stove for the elderly couple's retirement. The larger house, although having 4 rooms, had aged considerably due to years of wear and tear, and thus, both Ye's eldest and second brothers had no objections. Now that the family had grown, the house was insufficient for their needs. With 4 rooms, the 3 brothers crowded into one each, while Yi Huimei shared a room with her parents. The other 2 brothers had families of 5, sharing a room and sleeping on a traditional wooden bed. This arrangement demonstrated just how cramped it was. Meals required a large round table, and the women often had to stand to eat, not out of discrimination, but simply because there wasn't enough seating. The women would only sit down to eat after all the children had been fed. Ye's parents were well aware of the situation and had long desired to divide the family so that their sons could lead their own lives. However, they lacked the funds to build new houses, meaning even if they divided, they would still have to live together, sharing a stove and meals, rendering the division meaningless. This time, having caught a significant quantity of fish, they saw this as an opportunity for separation. Otherwise, with such a sudden influx of money, everyone's thoughts might drift. Indeed, when Ye's sister-in-law and second sister-in-law heard about the division, their eyes lit up. Yi Yaodong was momentarily taken aback, but then recalled that in his previous life, his father also built a house after catching a large yellow croaker. At that time, he was preoccupied with socializing with friends, showing little interest or offering any assistance. He had been lamenting that he had traversed to this world too late, missing the opportunity to catch the yellow croaker, and had forgotten about the matter of building a house and dividing the family. It was only upon hearing his father speak that he remembered. Yi Laodao expressed surprise, but said nothing further. It was natural for a tree to branch out. However, Yi Lao seemed somewhat flustered. "Father, why? Why are we dividing the family when things are going well?" Before he could finish, his wife elbowed him, and he fell silent, casting a glance at her. Yi Yaodong rolled his eyes. Among the family, his second brother was the most honest, while his sister-in-law was the most cunning and interestingly complementary pair. His second sister-in-law was the one he found most disagreeable. Thankfully, his parents allowed everyone to keep their own earnings, relying on the produce from the fields and the sea for daily sustenance, which helped maintain a fragile harmony in the household. Otherwise, it would have been a different story. The reason for this, of course, was that he was a hindrance. Ye father glanced at his second son, opened a small circular tin box filled with tobacco, and leisurely began to roll a cigarette while saying, "If we have money and still don't divide, do you expect the whole family to squeeze together? How delightful." At this, no one dared to speak up, fearing repercussions. Yi Yaodong, sitting on a stool with his legs crossed, observed the others who were clearly yearning for change, yet remained silent. He boldly declared, "Well, father, we are all starting our own families now. It is indeed time to divide. A new house would allow for more spacious living. I fear you might starve." Yi father shot him an annoyed glare. "Ah, come now? That won't happen. After the division, I shall certainly be diligent." "Diligent in what way?" Whatever eldest brother and second brother do, I will follow suit. I believe that when pigs fly." Yi Yaodong was earnest, but alas, no one believed him. The elderly matriarch patted Yi Yaodong soothingly, adding, "Dividing the family and living our own lives is indeed for the best. The distant fragrance is preferred over the nearby stench." It was time for this division long ago. Yi mother, seated by the hearth, continued, "The money from selling the yellow croaker can be used to build the house, alleviating any lingering thoughts. If it's insufficient, we can add the earnings from future fishing trips. After all, it is ultimately for your benefit." She had intended to bring this up after breakfast when everyone was present, but time had slipped away. She then turned to Yi father, saying, "You should go to the commune soon and finalize the purchase of the foundation. Let us hasten to hire someone to build the house." Yi father raised his eyes to glance at his sons and daughters-in-law, stating, "This money will be used for the house, and any earnings from future trips will be added to it. Once the house is built, we will divide the family. Do you all have any objections?" Yi Laoda shook his head. "Father, you and mother decide. We have no objections." Yi Laer echoed, "Father, do as you see fit. We have no objections." The wives had often whispered in their ears about the prospect of dividing the family to lead their own lives, so they naturally had no objections. Yi Huimei, still unmarried, would undoubtedly remain with her parents. As a daughter, she had no stake in the division and merely observed. The decision to use the money for building the house and dividing the family was thus temporarily settled. After a few more puffs on his water pipe, Yi father stepped out. Chapter 7. To the beach. Once Yi father left, Yi Laoda and Yi Laer headed to the dock to check on the boats. With the Lunar New Year approaching, the tides had recently receded significantly. If the boats were stranded, they would be unable to go out to sea that night. They needed to ensure the boats were anchored further out and also planned to buy a barrel of diesel to keep on board, as they hoped to take advantage of favorable conditions that evening. The previous day's catch of yellow croaker had been exhilarating, and they were eager to set out immediately. However, time was limited, and a brief outing would only waste fuel. Meanwhile, the women at home were busy mending fishing nets at the doorstep. Today, they seemed particularly motivated, as the prospect of building a new house and dividing the family brought joy. Lin Xiuqing was also in high spirits, even as her lips and teeth occasionally clashed. She too yearned for her own little home among her sisters-in-law, and her hands worked faster as she wove the net. Their fishing village, Baisha Village, was quite distant from the county seat, requiring over an hour of mountain road to traverse. The women, needing to care for their families, could not seek work elsewhere, leaving net weaving as their sole means of income. Although the pay was modest, it was a light task that could be done at home. The women by the sea all knew how to weave and mend nets, while the men typically sought odd jobs or tended to farming. Only a few owned boats and went fishing. Lin Xiuqing had learned to weave nets over the years since marrying, as her husband was quite unhelpful, leaving her to save money on her own. Everyone had work to do, and Yi Yaodong found himself the most idle of all. Even as the elderly matriarch helped the women thread the net needles, he moved closer to his wife, squatting beside her, and curiously inquired, "How many nets can you weave in a day?" Lin Xiuqing looked at him, puzzled. 5 or 6, but with the baby crying and so many chores. "I can't manage more. The elder and second sisters-in-law can do a bit more." "And how much do you earn in a day?" "A few dimes, just under $1. Yi Yaodong grimaced at the net, pouting, "Labor is truly undervalued." Just then, his second son, Yi Qingyang, approached, stuffing a saliva-soaked vegetable into his mouth, startling him into sitting down abruptly, eager to spit it out. "Ugh, how disgusting. You can eat it yourself, don't shove it in my mouth." Yi mother shot him a glance. "Your son is being filial, and you still complain?" "Mother, if you don't mind." I'll take a piece and feed it to you. Your own son. Don't be so picky. Don't be disgusting. How old are you? And how old is he? A baby's saliva is still clean. He's always grabbing at everything and putting it in his mouth. How clean can that be? Yi Yaodong dusted himself off, noticing his son was about to stomp on the fishing net, and quickly pulled him aside, admonishing, "Don't be naughty. If you are, I'll have to spank you. Don't scare him. He's just a little one. He doesn't understand. It's rare for you to stay home today. Just keep an eye on the child while your wife weaves more. Li Xiang, the tide is out. Let us go to the beach." Yi mother, whose real name was Chun Li Xiang, was interrupted mid-sentence by her older sister calling her to go. She belonged to a family that married within the village. And given the current trend of large families, almost half of Baisha village's 400 or 500 households were related. The day after tomorrow is the new year. "Is there anything to dig up today?" she asked, though she was already inserting the needle into the net, preparing to stand. "We'll find out when we go check. It won't take long. I heard someone has already gone. Hurry up, I'll go first to see." All right, Yi mother responded, turning to the others in the yard. "Let us put the nets away first and take tools and buckets to have a look." At this point, most people referred to it as Dahai, while fewer called it Ganhai. Yi Yaodong, having nothing better to do, decided to follow along. Since his rebirth, he had yet to explore their small fishing village. Lin Xiuqing, holding their son, looked at him quizzically, sensing he was acting strangely today. "Aren't you going out? Where to? Are you eager for me to leave?" She turned her head away. Who would want their husband to fritter away the day? "I was just asking. I don't feel like going out today. I want to accompany you all to the beach and see if there's anything to catch. It has been a while since I strolled along the shore." Indeed, it had been quite some time since he leisurely walked on the beach. In his previous life, he would only take his grandson there during the fishing moratorium. Lin Xiuqing studied him for a moment before looking up at the sun hanging in the sky. "Is it coming from the west? How rare." Yi Yaodong observed her actions with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. What was the matter with joining them to dig for clams by the sea? Trying to improve oneself, yet exhibiting such an attitude, was infuriating. He turned his head away, falling silent as he curiously surveyed the dilapidated surroundings. After 40 years, he could barely recall what the village looked like in the 1980s, but now, his memories were rekindled. The ground beneath him was a gravel road, difficult to traverse. A careless stumble could leave one's palms and knees bloodied. Weeds thrived on either side of the path, alongside a narrow drainage ditch. Scattered around were uniform rows of low stone cottages and two-story brick houses. The latter had been constructed in recent years. Before, they had favored building with stones. After 2020, stone houses had become increasingly rare, often coated with a layer of cement and paint. Alas, Yi Yaodong was distracted by his surroundings and inadvertently stepped on his wife's heel. She stumbled forward, nearly sending their child tumbling out. He quickly reached out to steady her, cradling both her and the child in his arms. "Are you all right? What are you doing? You need to watch where you're going. I can handle a fall, but what if the child gets hurt?" Lin Xiuqing, still shaken, gently patted the child's back. The child, surprisingly bold, did not cry or seem frightened, which eased her worries. "I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. This gravel path is tricky. Here, let me carry the child." It was truly a remarkable twist of fate. He was apologizing and even volunteering to hold the child. Lin Xiuqing eyed him suspiciously. "What's wrong with you today?" Yi Yaodong felt a pang of apprehension. Indeed, one's closest companion knows them best. Perhaps it was best to take things slowly. He shoved his hands in his pockets and casually replied, "Nothing much, just had a chat with my parents." "Let's go," Lin Xiuqing urged. "What are you looking at?" "Hurry up, they're getting far ahead." "Oh right." Chapter 8. Digging for clams by the sea. Their home was not far from the beach. A mere 10-minute walk brought them there. However, upon arrival, they did not immediately head to the sandy shore, but continued along the water's edge toward the dock. There were clams to be found beneath the sand, but one had to search for them. The beach was expansive, and clams were not evenly distributed. One could not simply shovel a few times and expect to find them. Sand clams, a variety of clam also known as flower clams, were what the villagers commonly referred to them as, owing to their origin beneath the sandy beach. Despite being dug out from the sand, most were not sandy at all. Only in rare instances did they come back with sand, which could be washed off overnight before consumption. They were delightful in soups or when added to noodles, far superior to the clams sold in stores, which lacked the freshness of those harvested from the sea. The sand clams from their beach differed from the flower clams available in the market. They varied in size, with the smallest being as tiny as a fingernail and the larger ones comparable to flower clams. Nevertheless, even the smallest were quite meaty. The tides rose and fell twice a day, and during the ebbing tide, children would often playfully dig in the sand. Yet, during the full and new moons, when the tide receded significantly, many more people would come out. Villagers were accustomed to digging outside the dock, as it was only during these times that the tide would pull back far enough to expose the beach, which otherwise remained submerged. When the sand was revealed, many sand clams could be unearthed, and the rocks along the shore would become visible as well, revealing sea cucumbers, oysters, and spicy snails to be collected. Living by the mountains meant feasting on what the mountains offered, while living by the sea meant thriving on its bounty. Upon reaching the dock, they slowly descended the steep stone slope. At this moment, the tide had receded, revealing a small patch of beach where several women were already crouched, digging in the sand. Typically, it was the women and girls of the household who engaged in clam digging. Since his marriage, Yi Yaodong had not visited the beach, and as he was no longer a child, the novelty had long faded. However, having been reborn, perhaps due to a sense of nostalgia, he found his perspective altered. Viewing the beach with newfound curiosity, he approached the women alongside their buckets, inquiring if they had found anything. To his surprise, they indeed had. "How long have you been digging?" he wondered aloud. The women, engrossed in their task, offered him no response. A man idling about might as well contribute to the work rather than engaging in idle chatter, he thought. Not perturbed by their indifference, Yi Yaodong returned to his wife, who had already gathered 6 or 7 sand clams in her basin in just a short time. As he listened to the satisfying clinks of clams dropping into the bowl, he crouched down beside her. "You're quite fast at this," he remarked. The shovel was the most practical tool for digging up clams, without question. Some women, lacking proper handles, resorted to using just the shovel blade to dig. Lin Xiuqing, wielding her shovel, replied without looking up, "Practice makes perfect. Besides, it doesn't require much skill, just dig in the sand." Indeed, he had spent many childhood hours engaging in such activities. Children raised by the sea often found joy in digging in the sand. Since he was there, he could not merely stand by. Lacking a shovel, he resorted to using his hands. Each tiny bubble hole in the sand yielded a clam with ease. He was quite adept at it. Hearing the continuous clinking sound of clams dropping into the basin, Lin Xiuqing glanced over, surprised by his efficiency. Noticing her gaze, he raised an eyebrow and teased, "What is up? Do you think I'm impressive? Want me to teach you?" With that, he demonstrated his technique, effortlessly uncovering another clam and tossing it into her basin. "This is easy to dig. I did it often as a child. How do you manage to find one every time?" she asked, genuinely intrigued. Though her family resided in a nearby town, it was inland, away from the sea. Since marrying into this coastal community, she had merely followed her mother-in-law and sisters-in-law, doing as they did. Whenever they clam dug, they all used shovels, never quite as proficient as he was. Yi Yaodong pointed to the small holes in the sand. "Do you see these? Sand clams need to breathe, and they create these little holes for that purpose. Where there are holes, there are clams beneath." He continued to demonstrate, unearthing 2 more clams with ease. It was only due to the proximity of the full moon that the sand was so easily dug, as the central part of the beach was far more challenging. Lin Xiuqing, intrigued, followed suit and dug into the sand with her hands. To her delight, she found one. Who needs a shovel? It's much easier just to dig. Using a shovel is still advisable. It makes the task more convenient. "I'm using my hands simply because I don't have a shovel," he explained. "Some clams are close to the surface and don't need air holes to breathe. Once the sand gets trampled, the holes will disappear. It's only because the tide has just gone out that we can see the air holes now." Lin Xiuqing listened intently as he spoke. Over the years, they had rarely engaged in meaningful conversation, apart from the initial period of their marriage. He was often elusive, only appearing during mealtimes or bedtime, exchanging little more than a few routine inquiries. His suddenly earnest demeanor, as he taught her, left her somewhat unsettled. "What are you waiting for? Dig." Right. Before long, more clam diggers arrived, showcasing the industrious nature of the people in that era, Yi Yaodong excluded. After only a short while, he felt his legs growing numb from crouching, so he stood up to stretch his back and neck, gazing out at the vast sea. A little digging here and there was sufficient. He couldn't let on that he was too eager to work. At this moment, the tide is still receding, and many small boats are docked near the pier. Due to the ebbing tide, numerous vessels have run aground on the beach and can only wait for the next high tide to return to the sea. The time is 9:30. Today's tide is expected to recede completely by 10:30 and then begin to rise again, reaching its peak around 4:30 in the evening. By 11:30 at night, it will recede once more and then rise again around 7 in the morning. Each day, the tides are delayed by an hour compared to the previous day. Although Yi Yaodong has just been reborn today, a glance at the tide reveals to him the exact times for tomorrow's high and low tides. It is no wonder his elder brothers wish to observe the tide and set sail. As the new moon approaches, the tide will recede even further at midnight. They probably plan to head out to sea around midnight when the tide will not have risen significantly. If the tide is insufficient, the boats cannot depart. Chapter 9. Unexpected harvest. Yi Yaodong's gaze shifted back from the boats to the surrounding rocks, which were densely populated with tiny mussels, small clams, and oyster shells stripped of their flesh. The rocks here had been frequented by people too often, and the larger mussels and clams had long been harvested, leaving only very small ones, about the size of a fingernail, still growing on the rocks. These minuscule shells contain hardly any meat, likely less than the size of a booger, rendering them inedible. Yet, each time the tide recedes, there are inevitably some that have grown larger. At this moment, someone is using tools to search the rock face, and his mother is among them. He approaches to take a look, seeing her holding a ladle with a small basket hanging from her wrist. The ladle already contains a few small oysters, while the basket holds some larger clams and small spicy snails. Mother, this dense patch is blinding. Why not dig for sand clams instead? Yi Yaodong remarks. His mother, prying open the oyster shells with a screwdriver, replies, with so many people at home, I'll just gather a few oysters to make oyster pancakes for the children, who haven't had any for quite some time. But this is hardly enough. Isn't our boat repaired? Let father take you to the deserted island to dig instead. It's still better to dig for sand clams right now. In 2 hours, the tide will cover this beach again. Easy for you to say. The rocks on the deserted island are quite slippery, and standing there is no easy feat if a wave hits. I might just be swept back into the sea to meet Mazu. That won't happen. Just choose a calm day when the tide is low. His mother lifts her eyelids and gives him a sidelong glance. Then tell me when exactly that will be. What day will the tide be low and calm when your father and brothers are free? How would I know such things? The winds and waves at sea are far beyond my understanding. Moreover, how could he possibly know when his father and brothers would be free? His mother rolls her eyes at him and says, if you can't help, then just keep quiet and stay out of my way. Yi Yaodong rubs his nose, feeling somewhat unwanted. How about I help you dig? You? Digging for sand clams? After squatting for a while, his legs feeling sore, he considers that digging for oysters on the rock face is manageable, as he does not have a fear of crowds. Yes, I'll do it. Opening oysters and digging for clams is no trouble for me. Not that you can't do it. These are skills I learned as a child, and I won't forget them. His mother sizes him up, recalling how he had just declared he would learn from his elder brothers to become more diligent after their family split. Could he really be serious about it? Then let us see you do it. When we get back, if you haven't filled a bowl for me, I'll make you regret it. I'll gather as much as I can, but it's all up to luck. How can I guarantee I'll fill a bowl before we leave? These oysters are so small. Without further ado, his mother places the basket on his wrist and hands him the ladle and screwdriver. You need to dig carefully. I want a bowl of oysters, a bowl of clams, and a bowl of snails. Yi Yaodong stares wide-eyed. How is he expected to manage all that? Didn't you go out to play today? Why are you here on the beach? His aunt, also searching the rock face with a ladle, asks curiously upon seeing him. It's too hot outside. I didn't want to go. What? Coming to the beach isn't hot? The sun is blazing. Caught off guard. Yi Yaodong feels embarrassed. I just came out to look around. Well, hurry and search. Don't chat. Dig for a bit before the tide comes in, and we can go home for lunch. Oysters, also known as mussels, cling to the rocks and are a type of plankton. During the breeding season, the mature oysters release sperm and eggs into the water, where they fertilize. After some time as plankton, they attach to objects, solidify into juvenile shells, and gradually grow into oysters. When boats remain in the water for extended periods, juvenile shells can grow on the hull. Typically, people will lift the boat and pry off the juvenile shells from the bottom to lighten the boat and collect the shells in baskets to harvest oysters from them. The juvenile shells on the rock face are too small, yielding oysters no larger than a pea, a yellow-green color resembling mucus, with only the larger ones exhibiting a white belly. How can I fill a bowl with such tiny oysters? Yi Yaodong can't help but murmur as he pries one open. With so many mouths to feed at home, any little bit helps. These R&T sand clams. They can't be harvested every day. His aunt chimes in, her tone serious. Dongzi, you are a father of two now. You can't be idle all day. It's time to find a proper job. You must provide for your wife and children. Your parents can't support you forever. I am working. Why does everyone feel the need to lecture him? It's quite disheartening. Working is good, but you must earn money. You can't just work one day. Supporting a family requires continuous effort. You are a man. You must have responsibility and a sense of duty. The relentless lecture continues. And Yi Yaodong begins to regret speaking up. If he had stayed silent, his aunt likely wouldn't have felt compelled to talk to him. He can't retort. After all, she is an elder, and her words ring true, being for his own good, yet it feels suffocating. It would be better to dig for sand clams. How did he not know his aunt could be so preachy? Turning away, he decides to distance himself. Just then, the tide has receded a bit more, and he starts searching from the farthest rocks. However, his luck seems to be on the rise. As he approaches the rocky area closest to where the tide is receding, he spots two small green crabs in a shallow water zone among the pile of stones. His eyes light up. This is a delightful discovery. Quickly placing the ladle and basket aside, he strides towards the rocky pile. The two crabs, unaware of the impending danger, are busy fighting with their pincers. Yi Yaodong grabs each by the back shell, carefully separating them to prevent their large pincers from getting entangled and breaking. A crab with a broken leg loses much of its value, though it matters little if he intends to eat it himself. The separated crabs continue to wave their pincers about wildly, and if he gets pinched, it would be quite painful, likely breaking a nail. Chapter 10. A woman's scolding gazing at their abdomens. Yi Yaodong beams, two males, weighing over a pound together. Today's haul is quite good. I'll stew them up for the children at home. He glances around and casually finds a piece of hemp rope washed ashore among the rocks. He swiftly ties the two crabs together and hangs them from the basket, feeling quite pleased as he resumes prying open oysters and digging for clams. He must fulfill his mother's task, or he'll have to endure her nagging. Tomorrow, with the tide receding even further, he can come out to gather more from the sea. As one approaches the rocks beyond the tide, the clams atop them grow increasingly larger. Yi Yaodong pried open several, glanced at the position of the tide, and decisively rolled up his pant legs to his thighs, intending to venture further out where he hoped to find even more. Most of those out today were searching for sand clams, leaving relatively few people scouring the rocky walls. The yield was low, and during the new and full moons, many had already dug these areas, resulting in only a half-month growth period, yielding scant returns compared to the abundance of sand clams. Yi Yaodong walked along the rocks until the water reached above his knees. Then he paused, patiently prying open oysters from the stone walls. The oysters he pried here were indeed a bit larger, with the spicy snails and clusters of clams also considerably bigger. Only the mussels grew densely, but they were no larger than a fingernail, making them unharvestable. Everyone was engrossed in their work, and no one noticed how far he had wandered, allowing him to enjoy a moment of solitude while he dug. As the tide gradually receded, he too moved outward, his interest rekindled after decades of not foraging at sea. The thrill of such a harvest captivated him. Though the sun beat down mercilessly, he had forgotten to wear a straw hat. At this moment, his skin remained fair, lacking the sun-kissed bronze of seasoned beachgoers. Yet prolonged exposure to the sun had turned his complexion a shade of crimson, and sweat poured down him. Only when his lower half was submerged in the cool sea did he find some relief. When the tide finally receded completely around 10:30, it began to rise slowly again. He could distinctly feel the water creeping up from his knees as the waves rolled in. When it reached his thighs, he moved forward cautiously, glancing at his bucket, which was 1/3 full, a promising haul, enough for 2 bowls of oyster pancakes, with a half basket of snails and clams as well. Lin Shoqing, having squatted for quite some time, felt a bit weary. She stood, stretched her waist, and rubbed her back, casting a glance at her youngest son, who was gleefully playing in the sand. He was covered head to toe in sand, saliva soaking his chest, yet he remained content, engrossed in his play, without crying or fussing for his mother. She scanned the surroundings, but did not catch sight of her husband, furrowing her brow in irritation. Clearly, one could not place trust in him. Seeing her stand, Yimu also felt fatigued and straightened up to rest. However, upon glancing toward the rocks, she could not find Yi Yaodong, which ignited her anger. Where had he disappeared to? He had promised to dig for oysters, yet now he was nowhere in sight. Oh, how can we trust what Yaodong says? After all these years, when have you seen him work seriously? Each time he just pretends to labor, then slips away, Yu Urseo remarked disdainfully. Yimu felt a pang of frustration, resolving to ask his father to discipline him. His lack of seriousness was intolerable. With Grandma here, don't even think about it, she sighed. Yimu was exasperated. How had she raised a son so lazy? What would happen to him when they were no longer around? Yi Daxiao added, Mother, we cannot allow Yao Dong to continue in this idle manner. Who can support him for a lifetime? Xiuqing? Yi Urseo continued, he is a grown man. Yet he relies on his wife for everything. How can he not feel ashamed? It takes immense effort for Xiuqing to support the family. Only she has the patience to endure this. Which other woman could tolerate a husband like this? Nearby, several women digging for sand clams chimed in, agreeing that Dongzi was indeed being unreasonable. After all these years of marriage, he was no longer a child. It was time to have a serious talk. Yi Yaodong returned to the beach laden with his bounty, only to overhear a group of women gossiping about him, causing his face to darken with anger. These meddling ants. How they fussed. His wife had yet to say a word, yet they were so quick to judge. What do they mean? Where did I go? I've been right here all along. Everyone turned in surprise, having assumed he had left shortly after arriving. The gossipers suddenly felt sheepish, caught red-handed in their chatter. Yet some, feeling justified, spoke up. Dongzi, we only say this for your own good. A man should provide for his family. If you continue to lounge about, do you expect your parents to support you and your wife and children forever? Yi Yaodong shot a cold glare at the speaker. Aunt Juhua, are you overly concerned? Which of your eyes saw me idling? Am I not working? Are you speaking with your eyes closed? No wonder your family is poor, having grown accustomed to confrontation. He retorted without hesitation. What nonsense. Your eyes are the ones that are faulty. Your family is the one that is impoverished. You can't even afford to build a house, yet you dare to speak of my family as poverty. Aunt Juhua was incensed, rising with one hand on her hip and the other brandishing a spatula at him. It was now Yi Mu's turn to be angry. What are you pointing at? Does my son deserve your scorn? So what if we are poor? Are we eating your rice? If your family is not poor, what are you doing here digging for clams? This sea does not belong to you. You can't dictate who can forage. It may not be mine, but it is part of our village. You, from the neighboring village, have the audacity to speak. Yi Yaodong had said little, letting his mother handle the altercation. After all, it was more fitting for her to engage in such disputes. With half the village related, his mother was never one to lose in a verbal battle. With a crowd gathering, their quarrel attracted the attention of mediators who urged them to settle down, suggesting each say less, as it was merely a trivial matter of gossip. With some effort, they exchanged glares before ceasing their bickering. Aunt Juhua, feeling the situation had grown tedious, decided to leave as the tide was rising. The atmosphere began to ease. Chapter 11. Selling the blue crabs, seeking support. At this moment, the Yi family noticed Yi Yaodong's haul. Yimu exclaimed in surprise. You caught 2 blue crabs? As she spoke, she reached out to inspect them, joyfully noting, they are quite firm. Together, they should weigh over a pound, worth a couple of coins. What are you talking about? We'll eat them at home. All you think about is eating. You spendthrift. Your wife earns less than a coin for a day's work, and you want to consume these crabs? Yimu glared at him, delivering several playful slaps. Yi Yaodong stepped back to avoid his mother's hands, knowing that her years of labor had toughened her palms. Mother, I wasn't thinking of eating them myself. It's rare to catch 2 blue crabs. I intended to stew them for the children at home. Yi Mu's expression softened, her tone lightening. It was commendable that he thought of the children, but with so many to feed, would 2 crabs suffice? Each could have a leg of soup. But with so many children, it might lead to squabbles. These crabs are valuable, better to sell them. Your father saved a few swimming crabs yesterday and a pound of small prawns. We can eat those instead. Yi Yaodong frowned. These 2 blue crabs weighed just over a pound. At current prices, they would fetch only a couple of coins. Compared to modern times, where wild blue crabs fetched as much as 150 a pound, this was a mere pittance. The cultivated varieties also commanded a similar price. Seeing her son frown and display an unwilling demeanor, Mother Yi quickly exchanged glances with him, snatched the rope away, and said, I will take this to the dock to sell. You wait here and dig for some sand clams. The tide is about to rise. How foolish of him, she thought, as he was preoccupied with the meager earnings from 2 blue crabs while she tirelessly worked to provide for their family. Instead of considering the money he could bring home to contribute to their household, he absurdly contemplated sharing it. Yi Yaodong watched as his mother hastily made her way to the shore, ultimately conceding that a few coins were better than nothing, especially since money had value at present. Lin Xiuqing observed her mother-in-law swiftly carrying the crabs to sell, feeling reassured. Those 2 crabs could equate to several days' worth of her fishing nets. Everyone harbors a sense of selfishness. Her husband was inherently lazy and could not compare to his elder brothers who earned well. Unexpectedly, she found herself reluctant to share any additional income with the family. Seeing Mother Ye's actions, Sister Ye's lips pursed slightly, yet she said nothing, acknowledging that she too needed to sell her catch. Sister Ye, however, was curious. Yao Dong, where did you catch those crabs? No wonder I didn't see you earlier. Over there, he replied with a casual toss of his head, feeling no desire to engage in conversation after the earlier incident. He walked towards his wife, glancing at the basin beside her, nearly full with their bounty. Not bad. You've gathered quite a bit, he remarked. Lin Xiuqing smiled faintly. It's decent. But the tide is rising. We'll have to return tomorrow after the tide goes out. She eyed his rolled-up trousers and then looked towards the rocks. Did you find these outside the tide line? At least he managed to smile, and Yi Yaodong nodded. Yes, there's nothing on the nearby rocky wall. The clams and snails were only tiny, so I ventured a bit further out. I suspect the peculiar shapes of the large rocks concealed me from your view. Have you truly become more diligent? You actually dug for so long? She teased, realizing he had ventured out to the tide line. These sea clams and spicy snails are still a bit small. She rummaged through the basket. I've gathered everything edible I could find. The sea clams are fine. They open when cooked. Though they're small, they should have some meat. The snails are a bit small too. We can take them home and let the kids smash them with stones to steam with scallions. What? Scallions? You need oil to cook snails? You can just boil them in water and eat the meat directly. Where did you learn that? You need oil to eat snails? Lin Xiuqing frowned, incredulous. You wouldn't understand how expensive tea, rice, oil, and salt are when you're not in charge of the household. I've heard that. Let us just blanch them then. Yi Yaodong chuckled awkwardly, having momentarily forgotten that their current culinary resources were limited. Fresh seafood was best blanched. They typically did so to avoid spending on condiments. Lin Xiuqing shot him a puzzled glance before resuming her digging. Mother hasn't come yet. I'll dig a bit more. You should take our son to the shore to wait. All right. He was eager to stop working. Being in the water for too long was uncomfortable. Yi Qingyang was buried in the sand, laughing heartily. Yi Yaodong picked him up and tucked him under his arm, taking his gathered catches back to shore. The moment the child was lifted, he began to cry, flailing his limbs, shouting for playtime, and resisting going home. The tide is rising. Everyone must return home. No, I want to play. Next time, we can come back. There's corn at home. Do you want some? If we return late, your siblings will eat it all. At the mention of food, the boy ceased his struggles, responding eagerly, I want to eat. I want to eat. Once they reached the shore, Yi Yaodong placed him on a rock, instructing, sit still and wait for your mother to finish before we head home together. I'm hungry. You weren't saying that while you were playing? Just wait. Yi Yaodong was accustomed to his son's complaints and occasional backtalk, feeling rather unaccustomed to the innocent, petulant mannerisms of his younger son. Yi Qingyang, with a pout and a hint of tears, was spotted by Mother Yi, who was accompanied by Yi Yaopeng and Yi Yaohua, who had just docked their boat. What's wrong, Yaoyang? Who bullied you? Tell Grandma, and I'll take care of it. With a newfound ally. Yi Qingyang opened his mouth wide and cried, Dad, it's Dad. Mother Yi pretended to scold Yi Yaodong, claiming, Grandma has already taken care of your father. Stop crying now. Instantly, the boy ceased his wailing, his tears receding, leaving only a slight dampness on his eyelashes to reveal he had been crying. Yi Yaodong couldn't help but grimace at the sight. What a mischievous child. No wonder he wasn't well liked, even as he grew older. Grandma, I'm hungry. Corn. All right, we'll head home to cook soon. After soothing her grandson, Mother Yi called out to her daughters-in-law on the beach. Time to go home. Stop digging. It's getting late, and we need to eat. The 3 daughters-in-law, already feeling the pangs of hunger, gathered their basins and buckets and made their way ashore. As the tide was rising swiftly. Chapter 12. So displeased with me, Yi Yaodong observed his elder brothers, drenched from head to toe, and curiously inquired, Aren't you supposed to be out sailing? Why do you look like you've just come back from a swim? Yi Yaopeng glanced down at his clinging clothes, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, and shook the hem of his shirt. When we set out, the tide was shallow, making it difficult to sail. We called a few friends to help push us out, which delayed us until now. Oh, what time are you heading out tonight? 1 or 2 o'clock. Are you coming? Father said 3 people aren't needed for the dragnet. 2 will suffice, allowing us to take turns with him, so we can rest. Yi Yaohua added sincerely, Third brother, you should join us and learn how to sail and navigate with the compass so you won't get lost at sea. We, as sea folk, must know how to navigate. Well, as long as you manage. How could he not know how to sail? He was skilled at reading the compass and had captained large ships for years. There was no way he would lose his way at sea. However, having just recovered from falling into deep water, he felt unprepared for another venture. Mother Yi interjected, "This morning, you mentioned you wanted to learn from your elder brothers about being diligent and hardworking. Yet now you're saying you won't go anywhere. You'll stay home and help out. Even if you're not going to sea, you'll help with the nets, or I'll break your legs." "Mother, one cannot become a plump child in one bite. You must allow me to take my time. You don't want to work at all, yet you want to take your time? How long do you think that will take? Until your son grows up and takes over your work to support you? Hey, that is not a bad idea." Mother Yi shot him a glare, raising her hand as if to slap him for his laziness. Yet, Yi Yaodong had anticipated her reaction. And as he spoke, he slipped away, leaving behind his hard-earned catch and ignoring his son. He dashed a few steps away and called out to them, "It's too hot. I'm heading back." After all, his wife had already made it ashore, trailing closely behind him. Upon his return home, he was drenched in sweat. His face flushed from the sun, which made the elderly lady watching him feel pity. "Why didn't you wear a hat while you were out? You've gotten so sunburned. Where are your mother and the others? They're walking behind and will be home soon." The elderly woman handed him a basket of boiled corn. "It's late. You must be starving. Eat some corn to tide you over. The porridge is ready, and we'll eat as soon as your mother returns." "All right." The corn grown at home is exceptionally tender, sweet, and utterly delightful, never tiring of its taste. This morning, a bowl of sweet potato shreds porridge accompanied by pickled vegetables was consumed, leaving no remnants. With the sweat pouring down, every drop of moisture had evaporated. Hunger had long since set in, and now it was past noon. Where are the children? It was mealtime, yet they had not returned. One child had come back briefly to grab an ear of corn before dashing off again to frolic. Who knows where they had gone? After a while, one of them would return, shouting boisterously, "I'll go call them." After devouring the corn in a few bites, he tossed the cob into a corner and headed outside. As he stepped out of the house, he collided with his mother, who was balancing a basin full of sand clams. The seawater splashed all over him. "What are you doing? You're a grown man and still so reckless. You deserve it." Yi Yaodong took a step back, feeling helpless, apparently. His mother had been discontent with him all morning. He had resolved to be a better person. How frustrating. It was Lin Shouqing who intervened, saying, "You should go change your clothes. I'll wash the ones you have on later. It's a sunny afternoon, and they'll dry quickly. Otherwise, if you sweat again, you won't have anything to wear tonight." Perhaps it was because he had performed well at the beach earlier, coupled with the 2 crabs he had caught, that his wife viewed him more favorably today, speaking to him in such a gentle manner. After returning to the room, Yi Yaodong rummaged through drawers. But he couldn't find his clothes in the closet where he thought they were stored. He assumed that too much time had passed, and he had forgotten. So he searched everywhere. Lin Shouqing, having finished bathing the children, intended to come in to fetch an outfit for them, but was infuriated to see the disarray. "Do you think I'm too idle and want to find something for me to do? Or do you want money? Where did you get that idea?" "I'm just looking for my clothes." So she thought he hadn't gone out this morning because he had no money in his pockets? Was he that irresponsible? Perhaps he might have been when he was younger, but hadn't he returned to his senses now? This was exhausting. Was it really necessary to turn the house upside down just to find clothes? There were only 2 sets of clothing and 2 pairs of shorts to rotate. The rest were hanging out to dry in the backyard. What was he rummaging through? Only 2 sets? How many do you want? "I don't know. Just 2 sets of clothes. I'll fold them up for you." Looking at the chaotic mess on the bed, he felt a twinge of guilt. Thankfully, he had lived alone for most of his later years and could manage everything. He quickly folded the clothes for the family of 4. Observing his actions, Lin Shouqing's anger dissipated somewhat. Perhaps he truly didn't know where the clothes were. She usually handled these matters, folding the clothes after washing and placing them on the bed for him. Maybe she had wrongly accused him this time. Her tone softened. "I'll go outside and gather your clothes." Dressed in fresh attire, Yi Yaodong sat at the edge of the bed, not rushing to go out, but instead reflecting on himself. Just a single morning had made him acutely aware of his family's dissatisfaction with him. It struck him how he had failed over the years, a realization he hadn't felt so clearly in decades. After Lin Shouqing dressed their son, she returned to separate the clothes he had folded and put them away in the cabinet. Seeing him still sitting there, she couldn't help but frown. "Are you coming out to eat? Why are you just sitting there?" "I'm waiting for you. Without you, how could I eat?" Initially, Yi Yaodong had merely been joking, but he was taken aback when his wife's face turned crimson and she shyly turned her head. What nonsense. He was intrigued. She could actually blush. Indeed. Women enjoy sweet words. Let us go eat. We'll miss out on the food. Look at that. Even her tone softened, his spirits lifted, and the earlier frustration vanished without a trace. He straightened his back and leisurely followed her outside. The large round table in the main room was filled with children, while his wife stood next to their eldest son, Yi Qinghu, preparing to serve him. She had left an empty seat beside him, while their youngest son sat on her lap, being fed. The youngest generation comprised 5 boys and 3 girls. His elder brother had 2 sons and 1 daughter. His second brother had 1 son and 2 daughters, and he had 2 sons. The 4 boys were named after bodies of water in descending order: sea, river, lake. And the youngest was whimsically named Yang. Taking his seat, he gazed at the table brimming with seafood and couldn't help but reflect on how those living by the sea were so impoverished that seafood became their staple. Chapter 13. Who will provide care in old age? Lunch consisted of sweet potato shreds porridge. With so many mouths to feed at home, they could hardly afford a proper meal. Even the porridge required a generous handful of sweet potato shreds. The reason it wasn't simply sweet potato rice was that shredded sweet potato lasts longer when dried, allowing them to consume it for months. Mixing it with rice also permitted a reduction in the quantity of rice used, and it tasted pleasantly sweet. Of course, this sweetness was merely Yi Yaodong's perception. The family had grown weary of sweet potato rice and were simply grateful for something to fill their stomachs, due to not having separated from the family. With so many people around, the portions were ample. The vegetables were homegrown from their backyard, while the seafood was left over from the previous afternoon's fishing. A pile of small fish was of little value. They had been dried to make fish jerky, leaving only a few larger fish for braising. The 3-eyed crabs were not even worth selling, as they could cause allergies and rashes. Thus, no one would buy them. However, they couldn't waste them by tossing them back into the sea, as there were too many for the family to consume, and they would spoil if left too long. When they returned yesterday, they had distributed some to relatives, friends, and neighbors. Adults could eat 2 or 3 without issue, but it was best for the elderly and children to avoid them. They had also set aside a dozen or so swimming crabs, which were suitable for the children. Additionally, there was a bowl of small shrimp and a bowl of clams dug up that morning. These were to be boiled and tossed with some seasoning and a hint of chili. They were delicious and oil-saving. And then there was the family favorite, oyster pancakes. He adored them, for he had toiled for quite some time to pry them out of the rocky wall. This was also known as hunting oysters. As soon as he sat down, before even taking a bite of rice, he reached for the oyster pancakes. If he didn't grab some now, there wouldn't be any left. After all, he had worked hard to dig them up, and they were perfect for replenishing energy. Hey, third uncle, take a smaller piece. Leave me a piece. Haven't you had enough? I see you keep reaching for the oyster pancakes. Yi Yaodong helped himself to a portion, also placing some in his wife's bowl. She hadn't even sat down yet. By the time she settled in, there wouldn't be any decent food left. Lin Xiuqing, seeing his rare gesture, softened her gaze, but she refrained from eating, instead passing that piece of pancake to their eldest son, feeding him. Harvesting oysters was no easy task. It took considerable effort to gather a bowl's worth, and they weren't available every day. Third uncle, you've had your fair share too. Yi Yaodong shot a glance at his nephew Yi Chunghai. The oysters I dug up, can I eat them? Why are we talking about food? Yi mother rapped on the plate, and they all fell silent. Today's meal was exceptionally lavish, and no one wanted to break the silence. Everyone was engrossed in their food. Unlike usual, when they would only have a bowl or 2 of shellfish or fish with a few vegetables, today was a feast of crabs, shrimp, fish, and shellfish in abundance. After all, they now had a boat, and having earned a considerable sum yesterday, it was only right to indulge a bit today. Yi father waited until everyone was seated before announcing, I just went to the commune to apply for land to build a house. They agreed to allocate a plot at the entrance to the road leading to the beach. There is an empty space there that can't be farmed. Perfect for building a house. Their village was coastal, with little arable land. The allocated farmland was located at the boundary with the nearby Dongqiao village. The 2 villages were very close, but Dongqiao was slightly smaller, with just over 100 households. Moreover, their village was not directly by the sea but rather situated along the highway. Therefore, whenever the tide receded, they would head to Baisha village to gather seafood. The villagers of Baisha village were well acquainted with those from Dongqiao, and intermarriage was quite common. Yi Yaodong's grandmother came from Dongqiao village. After listening to Father Yi Yaodong remained unresponsive, continuing to eat his meal. In his previous life, he had purchased this plot of land, and the three brothers had their houses built closely together. He lived there until his death. His indifference did not reflect the sentiments of others. Many were excited to have their own little homes. Second sister-in-law Yi exclaimed, "That piece of land is great, close to the beach. Just walk straight down. Are we building 3 houses, father?" Big sister-in-law Yi frowned, her expression tinged with worry. Logically, 2 houses should suffice, one for a son to live with his parents, responsible for their care. However, who wouldn't want to live in a new house and enjoy their own life? Big sister-in-law Yi had her own motives. If only 2 houses were built, the old residence would surely belong to the eldest brother's family. Yi Yaopeng looked at his wife with confusion, questioning the need for 3 houses when 2 would be enough. Men's nerves tend to be coarser, and Yi Yaopeng felt it was natural for his parents to live with him, rather than with the erratic third brother. Observing the reactions of his 2 sisters-in-law, Yi Yaodong smirked. While his brothers were decent, their wives each had their own selfish interests, lacking the generosity of his own wife. In his previous life, he had finished his meal and left without knowing the developments, only to return in the evening to learn that 3 houses were to be built, one for each brother. Now, he could observe the situation unfold. Big sister-in-law Yi, upon hearing Yi Yaopeng's words, hesitated to discuss how the 2 houses would be divided, fearing an argument with him. Yi Yaohua, rather simple-minded, chuckled and said, "Father, whoever you plan to live with, will stay behind to take care of you." Ouch! Why are you pinching me? Second sister-in-law Yi glared at him. "If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. The houses aren't even built yet, and you're already eager to divide the family." Though her words were eloquent, everyone present could see through her intentions. It was clear she was reluctant to live in the old residence with her in-laws. Father Yi, noticing the subtle thoughts of his daughters-in-law, decided to be straightforward and asked, "Which of you plans to stay behind to care for us?" "Father, depending on who you want to live with, as the eldest, logically, you and mother should live with us." Yi Laoer nodded in agreement. "Yes, father, if you and mother want to live with us, that's fine too." Second sister-in-law Yi, forcing a smile, replied, "But father and mother are only in their 50s. They hardly need care." Big sister-in-law Yi quickly added, "Indeed, father and mother are still quite vigorous. They can work for another 10 or 20 years before thinking of retirement." "So, you are all unwilling then?" Father Yi's expression darkened. "Of course not. How could that be?" Before the 2 sisters-in-law could retort, Yi Yaodong casually propped one leg on the chair and said, "Father, while the 2 sisters-in-law may not wish to, my wife and I are more than willing to stay and live with you, mother and grandma." At this moment, Lin Xiuqing also supported her husband, sincerely stating, "Father and mother, please live with us." The elderly lady joyfully agreed. "All right, Dongzi can stay with us." "Hold on." Yi Yaodong shrugged. "If I stay with you, will I be the one supporting you, or will you be supporting me?" In an instant, Father Yi envisioned a life of toil alongside the 3rd son, preferring solitude instead. "Father, I'm sincere. If you trust me, I'll work until I'm 80. If you don't, you'll have to work until 82. Grandma is 80 and still gardening." Father Yi retorted, "Living with you will shorten my life. I'll be driven to an early grave and may not even reach 80. Fine, I guess I have no choice then. I'll move out to ensure you live a long life. Choose one of the elder brothers to stay with you." Knowing full well that his father intended to build 3 houses, he mischievously said this. Big sister-in-law Yi and second sister-in-law Yi immediately wore displeased expressions but dared not openly express their reluctance. Father Yi was not oblivious to their thoughts. He simply chose not to confront them. Mother Yi, busy feeding her grandson, remained silent but felt somewhat disheartened. She reasoned that she had treated all 3 daughters-in-law well, caring for them during their postpartum period and assisting with the grandchildren. Yet, in the end, only the 3rd son's wife was willing to live with them. In fact, the night before, she had discussed with Father Yi the idea of building 3 houses. Their old residence was quite dilapidated, and being only in their 50s. If they lived another 20 years, it was doubtful that the house would remain habitable. Once they passed away, the land could simply be sold and divided among the 3 brothers, eliminating the need to decide which son to live with. They were still capable of managing on their own, and their sons could honor them without the need for support. Who would have thought that Father Yi's sudden inquiry would reveal the true feelings of the 2 daughters-in-law? Fortunately, both sons were decent, and the 3rd son's wife was also a good person. The children at the table, hearing the adults converse, dared not interrupt, focusing instead on their meals and quickly leaving the table to play, oblivious to the adults' concerns. The 3 daughters-in-law finally sat down, yet none felt inclined to eat, eagerly awaiting Father Yi's next words. Father Yi was also quite displeased but refrained from expressing anger towards his daughters-in-law, glaring at his 3 sons, clearly stating, "I've already agreed with the commune to build 3 houses, one for each of you. Your mother and I do not require your support. We are still capable." Truly, he was creating unnecessary trouble for himself. Had he simply stated they would each receive 1 house, it would have sufficed. Upon hearing this, big sister-in-law Yi and second sister-in-law Yi both sighed in relief, their faces breaking into smiles. At that moment, Yi Laoda and Yi Laer understood their wives' hidden motives and shot them displeased looks. "All right, let us eat quickly. Afterward, the eldest and second will accompany me to hire workers and buy sand." Mother Yi added, "I'll find someone to choose a good day for the construction." With that, the atmosphere at the table lightened, thanks to Yi Yaodong and the elderly lady, who remained unaffected, smiling as Yi Yaodong served her fish. She could only eat fish due to her lack of teeth. "Grandma, once I earn money, I'll buy you dentures, and then you can eat anything." The elderly lady chuckled at his words. Everyone's minds briefly wandered to the phrase, "when pigs fly." However, the table's atmosphere transformed into one of ease due to his antics. After finishing his meal, Yi Yaodong moved his bowl aside to reach for the sunflower seeds. These were more suitable as a snack than a meal, requiring one hand to shell them, which was rather tedious. He typically reserved them for after meals to enjoy with a drink. Unfortunately, there was no alcohol at home, and even if there were, he wouldn't be allowed to drink. Thus, he wisely refrained from asking, knowing it would lead to reprimand. Yet, despite his caution, he still faced scolding. After only a few seeds, when he reached for more, his mother swatted his hand away. "You finished eating. Why are you still reaching for more? Can't you leave a little to enjoy later? You can't eat everything at once." Suddenly finding himself shifted from a grandfatherly role to that of a grandson felt quite jarring. Yi Yaodong bit the tip of his chopsticks, grumbling, "This morning, I dug up a whole basket. It's enough to last until tomorrow. I can still go digging in the sea tomorrow, right? There is no shortage of them." "You're going digging? I can go too. I went this morning, didn't I?" Just as Mother Yi was about to say something, the elderly lady interjected with concern. "In this scorching heat, you'll get sunburned. Remember to wear a hat tomorrow, and I'll prepare a pot of tea for you to quench your thirst." Father Yi, dissatisfied, remarked, "It's just a trip to the beach. How much sun can you get? We've been on the boat from dawn till dusk without complaint. Yet you make such a fuss." Yi Yaodong felt wronged, thinking, "I didn't say anything, did I? You're used to hard labor, but Dongzi is still tender-skinned. Can't he enjoy a few more bites? It doesn't cost anything." Father Yi, facing the elderly lady, felt utterly helpless. Just indulge him. To be able to eat is a blessing. As long as our child is healthy and safe, that is enough. "Dongzi, if you enjoy it, eat a bit more. Once you're done, we can go dig some more tomorrow." Alas, his parents look at him with disapproval. How could he have been so brazen before? Ignoring their gaze and continuing his ways? Now, however, he cannot manage it. After just a couple of bites, he left the table. After rinsing his mouth with a gurgle, he tossed the water ladle aside and noticed 2 large bowls of clams on the stove, their mouths agape and tentacles reaching out, while half a bucket on the floor also displayed the same. Many hands make light work. The harvest has indeed been considerable, but with so many people at home, it cannot last long, likely only enough for 2 or 3 days. "Mother, did you specifically bring back seawater to keep them alive? What else could it be?" He wisely kept his mouth shut. If he mentioned mixing salt with tap water, he would surely face reprimand. They are currently using coarse salt, which has been selected for sale and is not cheap. There is no way his mother would dilute seawater with salt. She would prefer to walk 10 minutes to the seaside to fetch a bucket of seawater instead. "Step aside. I need to find a cloth." Yi Yaodong was tugged by his wife and chose not to linger inside, opting instead to move the rocking chair to the shade by the door. Just as he settled in, his uncles, Yi Dabo and Yi Erbo, arrived once more. Were they not dissuaded? "What brings you 2 back?" he exclaimed, "this cursed southeast wind. Have you eaten enough?" Yi Erbo quipped, "The northwest wind has filled us. We do not require the southeast wind." Yi Yaohua, rinsing his mouth at the door, was caught off guard and began coughing. Truly, what a way to respond. Yi Yaodong was equally astonished by his uncle's quick wit. Chapter 15. A streak of bad luck. Yi Dabo shot Yi Yaodong a fierce glare before stepping across the threshold, reminding him of the morning's incident. Once inside, Yi Yaodong and Yi Yaohua followed closely. The women in the house were busy clearing the table and washing dishes, while Yi Fu held a water pipe, intending to enjoy a few puffs after the meal, only to see his 2 brothers had returned. Upon entering, Yi Dabo and Yi Erbwa immediately approached the elderly matriarch, calling out in unison, "Mother, have you eaten?" "Yes, and you have as well, right?" Yi Yaodong rolled his eyes at their predictable exchange. Knowing full well that their customary greeting revolves around inquiries about meals, a peculiar trait that persists through the ages, Yi Erbwa exchanged a glance with Yi Dabo, who then cleared his throat and said, "Mother, we came by this morning, but you were not home. We thought to visit again." "You came specifically to see me?" The matriarch feigned ignorance. No. Before he could finish, he faltered, causing Yi Erbwa to take over. "It's like this, Mother. Didn't he, the third brother, just catch a net full of big yellow croaker and sell it for over 1,000? That boat was left by Father. It was allocated to the third brother, and he repaired it himself. Though he has benefited, we did not feel right asking him to share it. However, all the children at home have grown, and the house is insufficient. We were hoping to borrow 300 from the third brother to build 2 rooms for the children." The elderly lady frowned, leaning in closer. "What did you say? I can't hear well. Speak up." Yi Yaodong could not suppress a chuckle. The matriarch was quite amusing. Normally sharp of hearing, yet feigning deafness now. She shot him a reproachful glance. Yi Erbwa felt embarrassed by Yi Yaodong's laughter, aware that they knew her hearing well. Yi Fu sighed, setting down the water pipe. "You came this morning asking for money, and now you're discussing borrowing. How can you not give up? I have 3 sons of my own, all crammed into one room, 5 of us sharing a bed. Where would I find the money to lend you? Then borrow a little less. We'll add some of our own. The third brother has far more grandchildren than you. Do my grandchildren not grow? You have a boat now. Fishing for yourself is better than working for others. Relying on the whims of the sea is hardly stable. Your sons have all split off. Why should you concern yourselves with where our grandchildren live? Just ensure you have your own place." Yi Fu's words left Yi Erbwa speechless. Yet Yi Dabo persisted, addressing the matriarch. "Mother, could we rent the boat from the third brother for 30 days? Each of us could take it for 10 days. What do you think?" "I can't hear you. Go discuss it with your third brother." Yi Dabo fell silent. Yi Yaodong, grinning, put his arm around the matriarch's shoulder. "Grandmother is getting on in years. Do not trouble her. Renting the boat is out of the question. If it breaks, who would be responsible? Though it is an old boat, it remains a treasure of ours. Do not entertain such notions, as we have just begun venturing out." Hearing this, Yi Erbwa's imagination began to wander, and he hesitated. Indeed, it is an old boat. Once repaired, who knows how long it would hold up? If it broke near the dock, they could return, but if it failed further out at sea, the thought alone sent shivers down his spine. He pulled at Yi Dabo, who was about to speak again. "Forget the rental. If times are tough, we'll think of other solutions. We are family. We will take good care of it. No, the boat is old. Who knows if it will break again once repaired? It's safer near the shore. What if?" Seeing Yi Dabo refuse to heed reason, Yi Erbwa subtly voiced his concerns, but Yi Dabo, without a hint of thought, blurted out, "What if it breaks out at sea? We won't be able to." "Enough, you foul-mouthed jinx." Yi Fu exploded, nearly throwing the water pipe in anger. Yi Mu also chimed in. "How dare you curse our family just because we won't lend you money?" Yi Yaopeng's fury boiled over. He no longer addressed them as uncles, pointing and demanding, "What have we done to deserve this? Why do you wish us ill and curse us?" "No, I didn't." Yi Dabo realized too late the implications of his words, hurriedly slapping his own face in an attempt to explain. Yi Erbwa quickly added, "We didn't mean it. We're family. How could we curse you?" Yi Yaodong's expression darkened. He had just fallen into the sea, and now these two were cursing his family. "Enough. We will surely thrive and prosper. You two should leave. You are not welcome here. If you do not depart, I will chase you away with a broom." We truly did not mean it. The daughters-in-law were equally incensed, all voicing their indignation. "Do you wish to see us fail? Just because we want to lend you money or rent you a boat, you resort to curses? We are family. How can you be so malicious and vile? What have we done to deserve your curses? One should not lose their conscience in such matters." Yi Dabo and Yi Erbwa found themselves in a hornet's nest, surrounded by accusations, unable to defend themselves, and could only apologize profusely. "Enough. At your age? How can you speak so thoughtlessly? We are coastal people. Such ill-omened words should not be uttered, especially among brothers." The matriarch banged on the table, glaring sternly at the two brothers. Immediately thereafter, the elderly man muttered a few phrases, invoking blessings from the Bodhisattva and Mazu, expressing a desire to avoid misfortune. The elder was deeply superstitious and could not bear to hear his family utter such ominous words, especially regarding his own brother. Both Uncle Yi and second Uncle Yi were equally flustered, exclaiming, "Mother, we never intended such thoughts. How could we curse our own brother? We are indeed blood brothers. And even in the face of the gravest disputes, we would never utter such a curse. It was merely a conversation that took a wrong turn. We truly did not mean it. I understand that you lack wisdom, but your petty schemes must be tempered. One must not be overly greedy or calculating. Only with a benevolent heart can one receive blessings. Now, return home and do not covet what is not yours." With a sense of relief akin to a pardon, Uncle Yi and second Uncle Yi hastily departed, too frightened to linger any longer. Chapter 16. Reflecting on regrets from years past watching the two men flee in disarray. The occupants of the house remained seething with anger, continuing to hurl insults. Those from the seaside were particularly averse to speaking such ill-fated words. If a family member were to venture out to sea, they would not even flip a fish while eating, as they held these superstitions in high regard. The dangers of the sea were immense. Every year, there were those who vanished into its depths, and no one wished for misfortune to befall their loved ones. Well, let us return to our tasks. They will no longer entertain thoughts of taking to the sea. Before you set sail, ensure that the boat is meticulously inspected. Only embark once you are certain it is seaworthy. Safety must always be prioritized. No amount of money is worth more than life. I am aware, Mother. I have conducted checks. For my first voyage, I even invited an experienced elder to inspect the boat before we set out, Ye father asserted. Never one to jest about the safety of himself or his sons. Just as long as you are aware, Ye father nodded. Then led his two sons out to procure bricks and sand. Once Ye mother determined an auspicious day, they would seek laborers to commence the construction of their house. Yi Yaodong was left behind, cast aside by his father. He rarely engaged in any meaningful work. Who would dare to summon him? Standing to the side, he raised an eyebrow as he watched his father and brothers depart, reveling in the silence. The midday heat of June was stifling, and being left behind meant he could indulge in an afternoon nap, reminiscing about the events that had transpired within the household over the past 40 years, a span too lengthy to recall in detail. Having just awakened that morning in a daze, he was roused by the commotion of his uncle's arrival, leaving him little time to ponder the situation before he ventured out to investigate. After the three sisters-in-law tidied up both indoors and outdoors, they resumed their work at the cool entrance, crafting fishing nets while simultaneously berating Uncle Yi and second Uncle Yi for their ill intentions. The heat indoors was suffocating, prompting Yi Yaodong to recline on a chair at the entrance, attempting to cool off and perhaps doze off briefly. However, from the moment he lay down, his ears were assaulted by the incessant chatter. The three sisters-in-law, while weaving their nets, began gossiping with the neighboring women, their conversation growing increasingly animated. Yet their nimble fingers never ceased in their task. Yi Yaodong found it remarkable how these women could talk endlessly. Merely making a fishing net turned into a subject of endless discourse. He could no longer lie still. A single woman could rival the noise of 500 ducks, and a group of women could chatter without pause. Even his attempts to rest on the chair were thwarted. Frustrated, he scratched his head and decided to retreat indoors, reasoning that the breeze flowing through the open windows would provide some solace. However, upon stepping inside, he discovered his youngest son playing by the water bucket, splashing and digging for clams, nearly toppling into the bucket, completely soaked. "Goodness, you little rascal. I turned my back for just a moment, and you're causing mischief." Sneaking off to play in the water, he quickly scooped his son up and called out to Lin Xiuqing at the doorway. "Ah-ching, your son has been playing in the water again and is drenched." Lin Xiuqing, hearing this, furrowed her brow and rushed in, only to see her son's innocent, water-smeared face looking back at her with wide, dark eyes. Her irritation dissipated instantly, and she gently swatted his backside. "Why can't you be a little more obedient? You've already played in the sand all morning. Is that not enough? You'll have no clean clothes left to wear. How many outfits do you need in a day?" Yi Qingyang, thinking his mother was merely playing, grinned, revealing his two small teeth, and clung to her neck. Lin Xiuqing, with an expression of helplessness, scooped him up, his wet body sticking to her. "Go change your clothes in the room." Yi Yaodong followed them inside at a leisurely pace, then lay back on the wooden bed, propping his hands behind his head as he watched his wife change their child's clothes. For decades, in his memories, she had always appeared weary, marked by the burdens of labor, and he had long forgotten that she had once possessed such youthful vitality. Sensing his unwavering gaze upon her, Lin Xiuqing felt a tinge of discomfort, her ears flushing slightly. After dressing their child, she shot him a glare, what as with that look in broad daylight. Then she hastily carried the child outside. Yi Yaodong was left feeling perplexed. Was it so wrong to admire his wife? He merely thought she had been quite lovely in her youth. Did she truly believe he had ulterior motives? He had intended to offer to watch their child for a moment. Resolving to find some peace, he lay back down, propping his feet up. He gazed at the mosquito netting above, reflecting that life in his household had generally been quite tranquil. Aside from the construction of their new home and the subsequent division of the family, nothing of great consequence had transpired in the following decades. And everyone had remained safe and sound. Suddenly, he recalled a significant event that had slipped his memory for years. His wife had seemingly become pregnant with their third child. But due to policy restrictions, she had retreated to her family home. Tragically, while foraging for tea with a belly swollen for 7 or 8 months, she slipped and fell, giving birth before reaching the hospital. The child, a girl, had breathed her last within half an hour of birth. His wife had mourned and blamed herself for days on end. As for why he only heard about it, it was because he had been absent from his father-in-law's home. It was only the day after the child's passing that his wife returned home to recuperate. And it was then that he learned of the tragedy. Although he felt a sense of loss, the child had not yet been born. And his frequent absences had prevented him from forming a bond. Over time, he had nearly forgotten, and it was only now, in earnest reflection, that he recalled the incident. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he shot upright. What year had his wife conceived their third child? He vaguely remembered that it was only after moving into their new home that her pregnancy became evident. When was that? Tea picking occurred in March. If she was 7 or 8 months along, that would place conception in July or August. Was it this year, next year, or the year after? Damn it. How could I forget such an important detail? Yi Yaodong lamented, struggling to recall. He only remembered that her pregnancy had become undeniable after they moved into their new home. To evade the policy, she had returned to her family after the new year to await childbirth. After much contemplation, he shook his head, reasoning that whenever she did conceive would become apparent in due time. Ideally, it would be best if she did not become pregnant at all. For who knew if it would result in a successful birth? Having settled his thoughts, he reclined once more. Aside from this matter, the only significant event that came to mind was the passing of his grandmother. He still vividly remembered the sorrow he felt when she had died. She had fallen while watering her vegetable garden, refusing to go to the hospital, insisting she was fine, only to succumb after a few days of lying down. If he could turn back time, he would wish for her to live a few more years. Had it not been for that unfortunate fall, her health had remained robust. He regretted not having honored her properly during her lifetime. Lost in these reflections, lulled by the sound of cicadas outside, Yi Yaodong unknowingly drifted off to sleep. Chapter 17. Who doesn't have a few unruly friends? He was awakened once more by the sound of the door creaking open. As soon as the wooden door was pushed ajar, it emitted a distinct squeak. The only ones who would enter his room were his grandmother, his mother, or his wife. Yi Yaodong kept his eyes closed, intending to snatch a few more moments of slumber, for one often feels drowsy in spring, weary in autumn, and lacking in energy during winter. Summer is simply ideal for napping. A faint sound of footsteps approached, and then someone climbed onto the bed beside him, causing the wooden frame to creak. As he opened his eyes, he saw his youngest son nestled in the embrace of his wife, peacefully asleep. Asleep? Indeed. Lin Xiaoqing cautiously placed the child beside him and slowly withdrew her arm from behind his head. Casting a hesitant glance at him, she said, "Since you're not going out, could you watch the child for a moment? Just make sure he doesn't fall off the bed." "All right." His agreeable response relieved Lin Xiaoqing. She sighed in relief, adding, "If he wakes up, just call for me, and I'll come to hold him. Aren't you going to take a nap?" "No, I'm not tired." Watching her tuck their son under a green blanket adorned with red peonies, she then tiptoed down from the foot of the bed. Yi Yaodong paid her no mind. If she wished to work and earn money, he could not hinder her. "Where's Yichenghu?" he inquired. "Haven't seen him since lunch, with this blazing sun. Who knows where he's gone to play?" Lin Xiaoqing lowered the mosquito net and replied, "I don't know. At 7, he tends to run off. He'll come back in time for dinner." With that, she slipped out the door, gently closing it behind her. The moment she left, their son kicked off the blanket with his legs. Yi Yaodong quickly covered him again, only for the child to kick it off once more within 10 minutes. Each time he covered him, the boy would kick again, twisting onto his side, leaving Yi Yaodong frustrated. This little rascal had never shown him any gratitude as he grew up. Feeling justified, he closed his eyes again, hoping to steal a few more moments of rest. However, just as he was drifting off, a foot landed squarely on his face, abruptly banishing his slumber. Yi Yaodong glared at his son, who remained blissfully asleep. Was this a signal that he was not meant to rest? In the brief moment he spent glaring, the boy shifted positions again, now lying on his stomach, bottom in the air. How was he supposed to sleep with that? What if he let out a fart in his sleep? Yi Yaodong lost all desire to sleep and decided to head outside to see what was happening. Upon opening the door, he overheard his wife speaking rather curtly to someone, with his two sisters-in-law chiming in. He's sleeping. Go find someone else to play with, and stop dragging him out every day. Lin Xiaoqing was exasperated with those who constantly urged her husband to go out, making it seem as though he was never home. It was rare for him to stay in today, yet this group of friends still came knocking, infuriating her. Indeed, you all have wives and children. Can't you tend to your homes and help with chores instead of gallivanting about all day? Why don't you all just live together? What's the point of marrying? Came a male voice, laughing. I would, but they can't cook or bear children. They're utterly useless. If I lived with them, my parents would disown me. Hearing the voice, Lin Xiaoqing recognized it as Ajin. So you know you're useless? Yu Erseo retorted without reservation. Oh, come on, sister-in-law, when the time calls for it, we're quite diligent. Yu Erseo rolled her eyes, declaring, being diligent doesn't pay the bills. Thankfully, you married the second son. Go home. A dong isn't going out today, Lin Xiaoqing said impatiently. I'm here. Yi Yaodong exclaimed, fearing that if he didn't speak up soon, his wife would throw everyone out. Life is about having a few friends to converse with. Although he may have faltered as a son, husband, and father, he had succeeded in the realm of friendship. These companions were loyal, albeit lacking ambition. Birds of a feather flocked together, though he intended to be a better man. He saw no reason to sever ties with his friends. Dongzi, why didn't you come out today? I went to your house this morning but didn't see you. When I asked your dad, he almost kicked me out. I went to the beach to gather oysters and pick up shells. Why are there only the two of you? What's so fun about that? We got tired of working as kids. Come on, Wang caught a cobra this morning. We've already prepared it and are just waiting for you to start cooking. The speaker was Lin Jianyao, nicknamed Xiao Xiao, who often teased Yu Yaodong about being childish. It's been ages since I've had cobra. Where did you find it? How heavy was it? We should kill a chicken to make a delicious soup. Where else? We caught it behind the mountain. When we couldn't find you this morning, we didn't go to town but thought to check if the watermelons were ripe. Instead, we stumbled upon a cobra. Tonight will be a feast. Not big enough, though. After we cut off its head, it weighed about 1 pound and 3 ounces. That's sufficient. Over 1 pound is just right for killing a chicken. A pot of soup will be enough for us all. As he spoke, Yi Yaodong felt a pang of hunger. It had been years since he had feasted on cobra. Let's go. If we're making soup, we need to kill a chicken as well. I'll go home and catch one. Ajing, excited, nudged Yi Yaodong and Xiao Xiao towards home. Are you not afraid of your mother scolding you? Those were the eggs I bought last year with my pocket money, and I asked her to help me hatch them. We agreed that the chicks would be mine. I usually feed them, so what's the big deal in catching one? I also gathered a basket of sea clams this morning and a few pots of sand clams. I'll package some to fry a couple of bowls. Then hurry up. The trio excitedly chatted, and as soon as Yi Yaodong stepped out of the house, they linked arms and began to leave. Yi Yaodong pulled them back, glancing at Lin Xiaoqing, who wore an annoyed expression. Aching. I'm going out with my friends for a bit. Don't wait for me for dinner. I'll be back early tonight. Also, the child is still asleep, so please keep an eye on him. As he spoke, he felt a twinge of guilt. He had just agreed to help watch the child, but now he was leaving at the call of his friends. He felt he was betraying her trust. Yet these were friends he had known for decades, like Ajing and Xiao Xiao, who had gone off to work in other cities for years without returning. Having just returned to his previous life, he yearned to reconnect with them. Lin Xiaoqing, feeling irritated, didn't even glance at him and turned to check on the child. She had hoped he would be more responsible, having shown some promise in the morning, but as soon as his friends arrived, his true nature returned. She told herself there was no point in getting angry. After all these years, she had grown accustomed to his antics. Chapter 18. Catching chickens. The women weaving nets around them couldn't help but shake their heads. These boys seemed perpetually idle, like children who had never matured, only knowing how to play. Now they planned to kill a chicken in their home? Truly, they were wastrels. Perhaps they should be dealt with harshly. Yet, they had witnessed enough of their mischief over the years that it hardly surprised them. As long as they didn't wreak havoc on others, it was a small consolation. Yi Yaodong rubbed his nose awkwardly, feeling somewhat guilty at the sight of his wife's displeasure. Xiao Xiao chuckled. Dongzi, are you feeling guilty for your wife? No worries. Just make it up to her tonight. Yes, just make it up to her tonight. Come on. Let's hurry. It's already past 2, and we need to stew the chicken for a long time. If we wait too late, we'll starve. Yi Yaodong was pulled along by his friends, realizing it was too late to turn back now. He decided to wait until he returned in the evening to make amends with Lin Xiuqing and planned to join her at the beach for some shelling tomorrow, hoping to redeem himself. With that thought, he cast aside his worries and joyfully accompanied his friends. Baisha village was neither too large nor too small. Ajing's home was relatively close to Donxiao village, with fields right behind their door. Although he spoke boldly about catching a chicken, he felt a twinge of nervousness at the thought of his mother potentially seeing him from the back door while weaving nets. He intentionally led them on a longer route to avoid her, aiming to sneak through the fields and jump over the fence. Little did he know, his mother was indeed sitting at the back door weaving nets. Upon raising his eyes, he immediately spotted the trio by the roadside. "What are you up to this time?" Zheng chuckled awkwardly, stepping forward. "Mother, I wish to discuss something with you, if you would be so kind." "No." The trio reacted instantly, silenced before they could utter a word. Zheng's mother lifted her eyelids, scratching her head with a net needle, and after alleviating her itch, resumed weaving her net. She then remarked, "Whenever you lot gather, it surely bodes ill. Spare me your discussions. Even inquiries will be met with refusal." "Mother, hasn't my father been lamenting his lack of strength in his limbs recently? What, do you intend to buy a blue crab to nourish him?" As residents by the sea often feel weak, they typically opt for blue crabs as a remedy. "Not quite." Yi Yaodong, observing from the side, found the situation amusing. Just moments ago, Zheng had been so assertive at his doorstep, yet now, faced with his mother, he seemed to shrink. How long had it been since he witnessed Zheng in such a state? Contemplating the risks of speaking up, Zheng decided to be forthright. "This morning, a guang caught a cobra, and I thought to kill a chicken to stew with it, bringing back a bowl for you and father to nourish yourselves. After all, hasn't he been complaining about his lack of strength?" His mother raised an eyebrow, initially ready to scold him, but upon hearing the latter part of his statement, she swallowed her words, recognizing his filial concern for his father. Seeing his mother refrain from an immediate reprimand, Zheng sensed an opportunity and pressed on. "Mother, I bought the eggs to hatch this chicken, and I have mostly been the one feeding it. If you grant me just one, it seems you would suffer no loss. Would you? Do you take me for a fool? You still eat my food, wear my clothes, and live under my roof. Yet you dare claim that the chicken is yours? Ha ha, if it's yours, then you wouldn't oppose my catching it, would you?" Zheng's mother glared at him, about to unleash a scolding, but he was already eagerly beckoning Yi Yaodong and Xiao Xiao to catch the chicken. No opposition, no scolding. Wasn't he that tantamount to consent? "Go on, catch it and then scram, but you can only catch a rooster." Having given birth to 4 daughters and only 1 son, how could she not dote on him? "Which one?" "That fat rooster over there." "Xiao Xiao, you go first." Yi Yaodong pointed to a splendid rooster leisurely strutting in the corner. After a flurry of chaos, punctuated by the clucking of the rooster, they failed to catch it. "Damn it, why is it so agile? You all go that way, I'll go this way, let us encircle it." Yi Yaodong quickly intervened. Wait, Zheng. Grab some rice bran. We'll stand in the corner, and when it comes to eat, it'll be easier to catch." "All right." Zheng's mother watched in exasperation as these rascals ran about. Fortunately, she had swiftly moved the fishing net indoors. Otherwise, it would have been a complete mess. After scattering some rice bran, the chickens remained cautious, circling around the area, hesitant to approach. After some time, feeling safe, they cautiously pecked at the food. "Go on, Dongzi. You go." As Dongzi advanced quietly, he zeroed in on his target and pounced. Caught it. His face lit up with joy as he firmly grasped its wings. "Let me tie it up, otherwise, it'll escape again." As he walked and tied, he planned to take it to a guang's house for slaughter. The rooster, full of energy, continued to struggle and squawk as Yi Yaodong secured it, then handed it over while noticing chicken droppings on his shoes. He casually grabbed some straw to wipe them off, then stomped on the ground to clean his soles before joyfully following them to a guang's home. A guang's mother had passed away, and his father was away at sea for months. Thus, with no one to manage the household and no daughters to marry, he remained unmarried, living with his 2 younger sisters. Consequently, they often gathered at a guang's residence. The group congregated there, eagerly waiting for the 3 of them to arrive to begin cooking. "Hey, a guang, don't you know your own name? You dared to join the card game this afternoon? Haha, pay guang, you'll go broke." Yi Yaodong chuckled heartily, recalling the bad luck associated with the guang's name. And he too hadn't seen a guang in many years. In a previous lifetime, a guang's father had saved enough to buy a boat, moving the family to Zhoushan for shrimp fishing, resulting in infrequent visits home. A guang looked at them disdainfully. "Today, I happen to not be losing." "Who lost? Who won?" The one with the most wins gets to buy some seafood at the dock. A Zheng brought a chicken for dinner. Let us make a sumptuous dragon and phoenix soup. A Guang waved a handful of cash, boasting, I won against 3 families, an unprecedented first. I'll check the dock to see what's available. You all kill the chicken first. They often played cards, indulging in small bets among friends, with winnings pooled for food, allowing everyone to enjoy a meal together. Although they lacked ambition, their camaraderie was strong. Yi Yaodong, brimming with enthusiasm, volunteered. You all play. I'll handle the chicken. All right, it's yours then. I'll play a bit longer and call you when I'm ready. Xiao Xiao, feeling relieved, handed the chicken over and joined the card table. Holding the chicken, Yi Yaodong gazed at his childhood friends encircling the table, a smile spreading across his face. Whether rich or poor, joy was paramount. He silently counted heads, Xiao Xiao. A Zheng, Fatty, Mouse, Chen Wei, and including a Guang at the dock, they formed the complete group of 7 mischief makers. At that moment, he felt closest to Xiao Xiao, a Zheng, and a Guang. But in a few years, the 3 would part ways, leaving the village with only a few remaining. With rare returns in the years to come, he asked a Guang's sister to boil water, took a bowl to prepare for the chicken blood, and sharpened a kitchen knife. Swiftly, he grasped the rooster's comb, plucking a few feathers from its neck. Then, with a sharp knife, swiftly ended its life. The rooster flailed desperately, blood splattering. Yet most fell into the bowl. Soon, he would mix in some salt water, letting it sit for 20 minutes to form blood clots, which would be delightful when stir-fried with chicken entrails later. As the water had yet to boil, Yi Yaodong carelessly tossed the still-twitching rooster aside and leaned in to watch the card game. Oh, not playing 50k? Switching to Pai Gao? With 5 players. They couldn't play 50k and had to use poker instead. Do you want to place a bet? This round is about to start, if you want to bet. Wait for the next round. He shook his head, uninterested in playing, knowing that this game was far different from cards. If he could avoid it, he would. Xiao Xiao. Clutching his 2 cards, casually remarked, then pressed his thumb on the top left corner of each card, slowly inching it. His excitement palpable, he exclaimed, Hearts. Hearts. Yes, yes. No edge. No edge. It's coming. Yi Yaodong leaned forward, catching a glimpse of Xiao Xiao's first card being the big joker and the second card partially revealed as a heart. As he pulled it out a bit more, it became evident there was no edge. Whoa, no edge. Is it a 2 or a 3? Are we about to unleash the supreme treasure? They used playing cards as substitutes for Pai Gao, with the big joker representing a 6 and the heart 3 representing a 3. This combination signified the supreme treasure. The Monkey King pair. Xiao Xiao was equally thrilled, having not seen any edges or numbers, so his card must be a 2 or 3. He pulled the slightly revealed cards apart and melded them together again, calling out to the others. Did you catch a 3? The others urged him on. Don't dawdle. We've all seen our cards, just waiting for you to reveal yours. Hurry up, don't waste time. Yes, hurry up. Is it the supreme treasure? We'll help you. No, I'll do it myself. Xiao Xiao twisted his body to evade them. Hurry up, you've ruined the cards. What's the rush, man? With his little pinky pressed firmly on the upper left corner of the numbers, he already deduced that the cards below were either a 2 or a 3. Instead of pulling to the right, he slowly dragged down the first card. Upon revealing the first heart, he exclaimed with exhilaration, 3, 3, 3. A heart, good heavens. It's the supreme treasure. He excitedly tossed the 2 cards onto the table, truly revealing the supreme treasure, a king of monkeys. Quickly, bring the money, bring the money. The 2 cards were already been in his grip, and the others clearly saw a big joker and a heart 3. Erupting in exclamations, damn, it really is the supreme treasure. Just then, a Guang returned, hearing the commotion about the supreme treasure from afar. Intrigued, he rushed over. What is the supreme treasure? Who has it? How impressive. Xiao Xiao. Damn, his luck is incredible and he is the dealer. He is sweeping everything. What nonsense luck is this? I've got the trump card paired with a mediocre 9. What is this? I even had a pair of red 8s. Thought I would win, but it turns out I faced the supreme treasure. What a waste of such good cards. At least I held a 4 and a 6. So I'm not entirely out of it. A Zheng chuckled. Same here. I got a 5 and a 6, no hope. Amidst the grumbling, Xiao Xiao gleefully collected the small bills from in front of them, slightly regretful. The stakes were too low, just a few dimes. My supreme treasure was wasted. Be content. You swept them all. We've been playing for so long and haven't even seen the supreme treasure. A Guang felt fortunate to have returned late. Otherwise, he would have also wagered on the supreme treasure. He narrowly escaped a calamity. It seemed today, luck was on his side. He wished he had made an exception to let Dongzi bet too, so there could be more heads to count. Yi Yaodong rolled his eyes. Do you want to bet 2 cents? Of course. Even a mosquito's leg is still meat. All right then, while your luck is high. Let us play a few more rounds. Yes, yes, let us go again. Xiao Xiao prepared to shuffle the cards for another round, but the plump guy was unwilling. I'm done. After finally drawing a pair of red eights, I still ran into the supreme treasure. What bad luck. Oh come on, you've got money to spare. We Haven Tea even played for much. A little gambling for pleasure, let us keep going. In these times, being a plump person signifies decent family circumstances, especially since his family consisted entirely of cooks. As the saying goes, cooks don't steal, grains want tea be collected. Hence his household always enjoyed the finest meals in the village. The plump fellow's ample physique clearly indicated he had tea missed out on food. If I were the dealer, I wouldn't tea have come back. All right. We Haven Tea played for much anyway. It's mostly been the same few of us. And the winnings have mostly gone towards food, so no one is losing. After Guang returned, he casually handed the crabs and shrimp he bought to his sister, joining in the fun. In the countryside, adult entertainment options were scant. They weren't children anymore. And the joys of climbing mountains and swimming in the sea had been experienced in childhood. On a scorching day, they didn't wish to go out and bake in the sun, so they settled for playing cards at home. Yi Yaodong watched with keen interest. In fact, he still had $2 from yesterday's card games, though he wasn't sure, as he had no clear memory. Observing them play, he instinctively reached into his pocket several times, but he restrained himself. This was all his wealth. Pai Gao was a game of luck. While he could play cards well, he rarely lost. After watching for a while, Guang's sister called him, saying the water was boiling, so he reluctantly withdrew his gaze to get to work. Damn, this is boiling hot. Yi Yaodong trembled as he plucked the feathers from the rooster. The chicken must be scalded with boiling water to facilitate feather removal. Yet it was truly burning him. Why had he ever taken on this task? Wasn't the card game more appealing? Really, upon seeing his young friends, he had become so elated that he lost his composure. After much effort, Yi Yaodong finally plucked all the feathers and cleaned the chicken. All right, I've dealt with the chicken. Who is cooking? Xiao Xiao. Plump guy? Xiao Xiao, not lifting his head, replied, let the plump guy do it. He is better at cooking than I am. My luck is good right now. I'll clean up after we eat. Fine. Dongzi, you'll take over. Yi Yaodong shook his head, uninterested in cooking. Card games were preferable. How can 6 people play? Should we go crab fishing? Guang suggested. Not fun. It's all luck, no skill involved. You all play. I'll just watch. You've changed? Not playing Pai Gao, not going crab fishing? Someone needs to work. Otherwise, what will we eat later? You all enjoy yourselves. I'll help the plump guy. Did you take the wrong medicine today? You're unusually diligent. One after another. They questioned his newfound eagerness. Yi Yaodong retorted, I'm in a good mood today. Is it so strange to have a conscience? Then hurry up. Call us when it's done. The plump guy was already in the house chopping the chicken, the sound echoing. Upon seeing him enter, he remarked, Thank goodness Zheng brought a chicken. Otherwise, a mere pound of snake wouldn't suffice. Not even enough to fill the gaps between our teeth. I also brought back 2 ribs, thinking of stewing them with the snake. They can be mixed together. Let us cook the other things first before stewing the dragon and phoenix soup. Make sure to prepare more soup for Zheng, so he can take a bowl of meat back home. No problem. With a large rooster weighing 5 to 6 pounds, over a pound of snake, and 2 ribs. They prepared a full pot. As the fragrant aroma wafted out, the others could no longer sit still. After finishing a round, they tossed their cards aside and gathered around the stove. Is it ready? It smells amazing. It's been a while since I had snake. I've really missed it. Can we eat yet? I'm starving. 3 bowls of porridge a day and 2 bathroom trips have drained me. Yi Yaodong fetched a soup bowl. Wait a moment. I'll ladle a bowl for Zheng first, so he can take it back hot for his parents. Oh yes. Let us ladle a bowl for Zheng first. Zheng felt a bit embarrassed. A small bowl is fine. We're so many. It's a big pot. Plenty to go around, and there are other dishes too. We made extra soup. All the essence is in the broth. After ladling for Zheng, everyone finally filled their bowls and sat at the table to eat. They didn't add any tonics to the dragon and phoenix soup. Just ginger and rice wine for a clear stew. After each had a bowl, they began to tackle the seafood on the table. Guang fiddled with the clams in his plate, picking one up. Did you dig these clams and sand clams today? Did you dig them yourself, Dongzi? No wonder Xiao Xiao was looking for you this morning. You weren't home. This small one is quite plump. I spent all morning digging. It was scorching hot. Tomorrow, the tide will go even lower. Do you want to join me for some fun at the beach? Guang readily agreed. Sure, I'm free anyway. I can't go. My wife asked me to go back to her family tomorrow. Her mother isn't well. The usually quiet mouse chimed in. Chen Wei, however, was quite enthusiastic. I'll go. It's been a while since I visited the beach. The tides are just right these days. I'll bring a hook and see if there's anything to collect. There will definitely be. Today, I was at the rocks digging for oysters and found 2 crabs weighing 5 or 6 tails. Tomorrow, when the tide recedes, we'll go and explore. All right, you found crabs, worth a couple of bucks, enough for a day's wage. Quite lucky. Zheng and Xiao Xiao also agreed to head to the beach together tomorrow. Their group had spent more time together than with their own wives at home, often preferring to gather for activities. Today, how much is this shrimp per pound? It's small but quite plump, and it even is red roe. Yi Yaodong asked Guang while biting into it. 35 cents. Huh. He recalled that this seemed to be the price in this era. Last September, September 2021, these 57-centimeter shrimp were only 3 yuan at the dock. The larger ones were just 30 yuan. However, the market price was never like that. The disparity between purchasing and selling prices was quite significant. Considering this price, it seemed reasonable. Selecting the good ones cost 35 cents, while those that were not selected are 30 cents. I have picked all the ones with red roe. Others casually broke the necks of their shrimp, and indeed, each had red roe. They have quite the keen eyes. Guang was unfazed, saying, "What's the big deal?" I originally wanted to select more, but a Kai at the dock saw how accurately I was picking and then changed his mind, only allowing me to take the unselected ones. Otherwise, he wouldn't sell them. If he won't sell, then he won't sell. I think this is enough. They were all just appetizers, but too bad there is no wine. The chubby one lamented while peeling the shells. He hadn't had enough to drink yesterday and was scolded by his wife when he got home. She pinched his arms until they turned blue, nearly preventing him from sleeping in bed. If your wife won't let you in bed, you could always find a mistress to sleep with. Let us see where she would cry then. Mistress? My wife nearly didn't marry me, and I'm constantly hanging out with you guys, ruining my reputation. Thankfully, I already have a wife and children. Zheng mischievously remarked, damn, no wonder neither I nor Guang can get married. It's all your fault. Hurry up and compensate us with 2 wives. Guang chimed in, indeed, while you 2 sleep soundly with your wives. Poor Zheng and I are left tossing and turning, unable to rest. Well, you 2 could just cuddle, after all. When the lights are out and the blanket is pulled over your heads, what is the difference in the dark? There is a huge difference, Zheng shamelessly retorted. In front and behind, I'm larger, without a doubt. Just be mindful, my sister is still here. Seeing his 2 sisters awkwardly holding bowls and retreating to their room, Guang quickly intervened to prevent the conversation from escalating. Eat. Less talk of lewdness. Save that for when you get home to your wives. Dongzi, I heard your father caught a net full of cucumber fish yesterday and sold it for over 1,000. He must have struck it rich. Are you planning to go out to sea with him next? Chen Wei asked curiously. Do I seem like someone who would go out to sea? Not at all. You look more like a kept man. The chubby one laughed heartily. Well, soft rice does taste quite good and fragrant. Chapter 21. Restless desire to sleep with wives. Zheng pinched Yi Yaodong's cheeks, inspecting him from left to right. Why is it that you, living by the sea, don't get tanned at all? If I had your fair complexion, I wouldn't be single. Do you really think being fair is all it takes? Yi Yaodong teased, placing his hand on Zheng's head and then gesturing to his shoulder. I'm 170 centimeters tall. 169 rounds up to 170? That is still 170. Laughter ensued as everyone chimed in with playful banter, creating a lively atmosphere. It had been a long time since Yi Yaodong had enjoyed such light-hearted conversation with friends. He had spent most of his life busy with work, embodying the saying, if you don't work hard in your youth, you'll regret it in your old age. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, the sky began to darken, and the table was left in disarray. Yi Yaodong let out a satisfied burp. You all clean up. The chubby one and I have been busy all afternoon. No worries, just leave it for me to tidy up. Nonsense. You'll just make your sisters do it. We haven't even drunk today. It's still not completely dark. Let us clean up. Yi Yaodong's mindset had matured considerably compared to his younger days. They weren't dining out, and in a civilized society, everyone should clean their own mess. All right. Let us all pitch in. It'll be quick. With that reminder, the others began to move as well. It was just a few bowls and chopsticks. Simple. There is still some dragon and phoenix soup in the pot. Do you want any? It's a bit cold, though. Yi Yaodong leaned over to take a look. There wasn't much meat left, but there was plenty of soup. Pack me a bowl to take home. I want my wife and son to have a taste. It's rare to have leftovers. Pack me a bowl of soup too. One of the younger ones requested. The others didn't ask for any. Either they had no wives or children or, like the chubby one, were well off and didn't have to worry about food. They had all grown up together. What difference did it make if one ate a bit more or less? Yi Yaodong packed a large bowl of soup along with a few scattered pieces of meat and set off home. Guang's house was at the foot of the mountain, not far from theirs. It took about 10 minutes to walk. However, carrying the soup. He was cautious not to spill it, so he didn't dare walk too quickly. By the time he reached home, the sky was completely dark. The nearby neighbors had gone to bed early to save on electricity, and the lights in their homes were off. He pushed the front door. Damn, it's locked? Who locked it? He muttered under his breath and walked around to the side of the house, where his window was ajar, though there was no sound inside. He gently knocked twice and softly called, "Aching, Aching, are you asleep? Open the door for me. It's locked, and I can't get in." "Dad, Dad." The two children, with their eyes closed, had not yet fallen asleep. Upon hearing the noise at the window, they hurriedly got up. Lin Xiuqing was furious. Nearly losing her temper, she had just gotten both children to sleep, and now they were awakened by this troublemaker. "Aren't you all asleep? Perfect timing. I've brought you some delicious food. Hurry and call your mother to let me in." The elder son perked up at the mention of food. "Mother. Hurry and open the door. Dad can't get in." "Got it. Keep it down. Don't disturb others' rest. I'll go open the door. You two wait inside." Lin Xiuqing put on her slippers, opened the door quietly, and tried to make as little noise as possible, not wanting to wake anyone. Yi's father and Yi Yaopong had to go out to sea at night, so they were surely asleep by now. Yi Yaodong walked to the front door and watched as his wife opened it with a dark expression. He patiently coaxed, "Don't be angry. I'll definitely come back earlier next time. I brought dragon and phoenix soup for you to heat and eat." "What dragon and phoenix soup?" "Cobra stewed with chicken and added ribs. It's good for clearing heat and detoxifying. I made sure to pack extra soup, but it's already cold. You'll need to heat it." "Who locked the door? Was it intentional?" Lin Xiuqing took the soup and gave him a knowing look, indicating he should figure it out himself. "Was it my mother?" "Yes, she told me not to open the door. She wants you to sleep at the entrance tonight to wake you up." "Damn it. Heat the soup. I'll take a quick shower out back. In the hot weather." He didn't need hot water. A bucket of well water from the back was refreshing enough. When he returned inside, only a small ember flickered in the stove, casting a dim light in the hall, and light spilled from the gap in his bedroom door, stark against the darkness. He pushed open the door, and Lin Xiuqing was sitting on the edge of the bed, feeding the two children, who were taking turns opening their mouths for a bite. "You heated it so quickly?" "Yes. In this heat, there's no need to eat it too hot. Just warm it up a bit without oil." "Dad, what kind of meat is this?" "It's all bones. It's not tasty." The elder son complained while eating. "Not tasty? Yet you keep taking bite after bite. Once you finish, go pee before sleeping." If you wet the knot long after finishing dinner, the two children were not particularly hungry. They drank a few sips of soup and ate a couple of pieces of meat before losing interest. "You've eaten well, haven't you?" "I already had my fill outside." The two children, having finished their meal, began to jump on the bed, laughing and playing. In their exuberance, they accidentally stepped on Yi Yaodong's foot and tumbled onto him. He let out a muffled grunt, relieved that his hands were covering his vital areas, thus escaping any unintended pressure from them. With a playful slap on their smooth little bottoms, he declared, "No more noise. Time to lie down and sleep." "But I can't sleep," they protested. After a day of wild play, they claimed to be unable to sleep. "Even if you can't sleep, you still need to lie down properly, in your places." Yielding to his authoritative tone, the two children obediently nestled into their spots. Lin Xiuqing finished the remaining soup and meat, then turned off the light, lowered the mosquito net, and lay down next to Yi Yaodong. Gently, she patted the two children on their chests, soothing them to sleep, although they insisted they weren't tired. It wasn't long before they succumbed to slumber after just a few pats. Under the moonlight, Yi Yaodong gazed at his wife, who lay beside him with her back turned, clad only in a tank top and shorts. He felt a stir of desire, yet hesitated to reach out. Just as he turned, ready to make his move, she sat up and looked at him, puzzled. "What are you doing?" "I'm going to sleep," Lin Xiuqing replied, turning away to lie at his feet. Yi Yaodong recalled that since their second child was born, his wife often shifted to the far end of the bed to avoid crowding four people. Frustrated, he had no choice but to crawl to the other end himself. Chapter 22. The man's pride is hurt. Lin Xiaoqing noticed his movements and understood his intentions, promptly turning her back to him. Yi Yaodong placed his hand on her waist and softly called out, "Ah-Ching? It's still early. It's just past 7. Early? I have to get up early for work tomorrow. You sleep." She was his own wife. How could she deny him the pleasure of her company? Yi Yaodong took matters into his own hands. Tempted by her soft lips, Lin Xiaoqing bit her lip, torn between refusing and yielding. Had she known, she would have abstained from eating earlier. After teasing her for a while, Yi Yaodong finally turned her body to face him and leaned down. "You, hurry up." "I know." They engaged in a flurry of activity, but just as they began to delve deeper, Yi Yaodong furrowed his brow, an expression of both pain and pleasure crossing his face. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. "Damn, are you done yet?" Her incredulous gaze met his, and embarrassment washed over him. "You told me to hurry." Lin Xiaoqing sighed. "All right, just get off me and go back to your spot." Feeling the need to explain, he muttered, "I've been a bit tired lately. Let me rest a moment, and I'll come back. Every day is a feast for you." "And you dare say you're tired?" She refused to engage further and pushed him away. Yi Yaodong felt his pride wounded. After years of abstinence, returning to such passion was only natural, wasn't it? Still lost in his feelings of inadequacy, he noticed his wife had already tidied herself up and lay beside their 2 sons. "What are you doing over there? Come here, let us sleep together." "Come over? It's been a while since we slept together. Did you hear me? Come here. Is it because I didn't perform well?" Lin Xiaoqing felt a headache coming on. "What nonsense are you spouting? Be quiet and sleep." "I can't sleep." "You come here. Let us talk. Let us talk in the daytime. You'll be busy then, either with the kids or making fishing nets. Tomorrow we're going to the sea. Come on." It was as if she were to blame for his absence. "Who was never home? Come here. Come on. If you want tea, come. I'll just crawl over." Seeing her silent and unresponsive, Yi Yaodong had no choice but to crawl over to her. "What are you doing? Aren't you annoying? You could just sleep over there." She glared at him impatiently. "Why are you so bothersome? Why can't you let me have a moment of peace?" Yi Yaodong lay beside her, wrapping his arms around her, inhaling her faint scent of soap, feeling a sense of tranquility wash over him. "Are you hot? Is it cramped? It's such a hot night. I could lie at the other end." "No, it's quite cool with the window open." At that time, they had no air conditioning or even a fan in their home, but the countryside remained pleasantly cool, with the occasional use of a hand fan. Lin Xiaoqing smacked his hand away from her waist, but Yi Yaodong refused to let go, even draping a leg over her, effectively trapping her. "What is wrong with you? Can't you let anyone sleep? Let us sleep a little later. I have work to do. I need to get up early. I'll help you with the kids tomorrow. How about that? Trust you? You left this afternoon without even watching them for a moment. Where are you touching? Stop messing around." Lin Xiaoqing grasped his wandering hand, knowing he wasn't merely seeking conversation. "Be good and don't wake the kids. If they wake, you'll have to soothe them back to sleep." With that, she dared not struggle further, having just managed to lull them to sleep. If they woke again, it would be a catastrophe. She resigned herself to his whims. Yi Yaodong, quite satisfied with her reluctance, suggested, "Let us switch places. We can lie at the other end to avoid waking the kids." She was reluctant to move, but if she didn't tea, he would pull her up himself. Lin Xiaoqing swatted his hand away, casting a glance at their son, who was stirring. She could only glare at him and reluctantly shift to the foot of the bed. Once again, he had the upper hand. However, the old bed creaked annoyingly. Rolling over was fine, but the rhythmic creaking was becoming exasperating. "Keep it down," she whispered, biting her lip. "I'm trying my best to be quiet." This old bed was prone to creaking with the slightest movement. Normally, a little noise was acceptable, but now it was driving him to the brink. He could only hastily conclude their activities. "Damn it, I need to earn money for a new bed." He felt that if this continued, it would impair his abilities. "Come on, hurry up, the kids will wake." Lin Xiaoqing, seeing him struggle, couldn't he help but mutter, "It's you who complains about me being quick, you who complains about noise, and you who complains about duration. You are truly hard to please," Yi Yaodong teased, grabbing her playfully. "Just sleep on that side. I'll sleep with the 2 kids. Let us sleep together." Trapped in his embrace, Lin Xiaoqing was furious, wanting to scold him, yet silenced by his plea not to wake the children. With a heart full of reluctance, she had no choice but to lie beside him. Yi Yaodong, however, was filled with satisfaction. After his wife had passed away, he had realized the value of companionship. At 50, with little in his pocket and no plans to remarry, he had spent over a decade alone. He drifted at sea, returning to the village only during the 3-month fishing ban. Living without a spouse seemed acceptable at that age. Now, He felt a sense of fulfillment akin to recovering something lost. Aching, after we divide the family assets, let us live well together. Lin Xiaoqing rolled her eyes. So, you want to plan to live well until we divide the assets. Don't make excuses for your laziness. No, I'm speaking sincerely. She closed her eyes, unwilling to engage in this conversation. After all these years, she was thoroughly disappointed. Good or bad, her life had already taken this course. She would just make do. Yi Yaodong noticed her reluctance to converse and chose not to press her. Over time, he believed that life could not possibly worsen for him. Gently caressing her face, he said, "Sleep now." After closing his eyes, he felt he had not slept for long when he was roused by the sound of a child crying for their mother. The person in his arms immediately got up. Before long, his wife tossed the children's blankets onto the side table and took the blanket from him to cover the two children. Did they wet the bed? Ah, that little rascal will get an earful tomorrow. His desire to hold his wife throughout the night and greet the dawn together was dashed on the first evening. Chapter 23. The big-headed green fly. The following morning, with some commotion beside him, Yi Yaodong awoke, his eyes sluggish and reluctant to open. He squinted one eye open to see Lin Xiaoqing dressing the two children. What time is it? Why are they awake so early? It's 6 o'clock. Yu Qinghu, now dressed, crawled over in curiosity. Dad, why are you awake so early today? Is that a problem? Early to bed, early to rise is good for one's health. But you usually sleep until the sun shines on your backside. Yi Yaodong shot a glance at his eldest son, falling silent and shutting his eyes again. It was too early for anything productive, so he decided to catch a few more moments of sleep. Hee, Grandma says Dad is a big lazy bug. His youngest son chimed in with excitement. Lazy bug. Lazy bug. He opened his eyes and glared at the two boys, finding them quite irksome. What are you making noise about so early in the morning? Go outside and play. With that, the elder son made a face at him and slipped off the bed, while the younger son, anxious, called after him, Brother, what is the rush? Lin Xiaoqing, having helped him with his pants, set him on the ground, cautioning him to be careful not to fall. As she spoke, she carried the bowls and spoons from last night along with the wet blankets. My shorts from last night are on the stool in the corner, and the clothes are thrown in the backyard. Got it. Once the door was shut, the house returned to tranquility. However, Yi Yaodong found sleep elusive, resting his hands behind his head with his eyes closed. He feared that his early rising might provoke surprise among the others. Before long, he heard his second sister-in-law loudly gossiping in the main room. As if to ensure he heard her, Mother, the house will begin renovations in a couple of days. Ahua and the eldest brother will take turns going out to sea with Dad, leaving only one at home. Since Yaodong isn't going out to sea, shouldn't he help lift a few things? He is not doing anything anyway. Otherwise, we do need to hire someone else and pay extra. When he gets up, I'll have a word with him. The three brothers each had their own room. Since he was going out to sea, he ought to lend a hand. Especially after the division of the family. It's only right that he assumes some responsibility now. Yudasa echoed, Indeed, we can't expect him to do much. But at least he can help. While Yudasa's voice was softer than that of Yi Yaodong could still catch snippets. He frowned. His elder sister-in-law was agreeable enough, but this second sister-in-law had a knack for finding fault, was excessively talkative, and harbored a petty mindset. Fortunately, his wife was not like that. In fact, given such a husband, Lin Xiaoqing garnered a measure of sympathy. Even his mother tended to favor her a bit. Whenever they visited her family, his mother would secretly give her some money to buy fish to bring back. His elder and second sister-in-law did not enjoy such privileges, as both his elder and second brothers were industrious. Reflecting on it, aside from accompanying his wife to her family on the second day of the new year, it seemed he hadn't visited her family in the past 6 months. Although he might have been somewhat unaccomplished, his father-in-law had treated him decently at first, perhaps out of concern for his daughter. However, that goodwill had waned over time, and he might have been scolded behind his back daily. He thought he could accompany his wife back for the Mid-Autumn Festival. Lying in bed, contemplating for a while, he noticed the sunlight streaming in was rather glaring. Glancing at the time, he decided it was about time to rise. Upon opening the door, his grandmother was astonished. Why are you up so early, Dongzi? Don't you want to sleep a bit longer? It's not early. Dad and the eldest brother went out to sea at 1 o'clock. Ahua got up at 6 to weed in the fields, and the kids have finished breakfast and gone out to play. Who else is still comfortably sleeping at this hour? Yu saw, sitting at the door, couldn't he help but glance up at the glaring sunlight upon hearing the elderly woman speak, and she bluntly remarked from inside. Yi Yaodong pretended not to hear, having grown accustomed to such remarks in his previous life. I'm awake now. Have you had breakfast? Yes, yes. Hurry and brush your teeth and wash your face at the back door. All right. After brushing his teeth, he felt an urgent need to relieve himself. Just as he turned to take a couple of steps, he noticed the makeshift toilet in the corner of the backyard, covered with bricks and straw, with a broken wooden board serving as a door. He suddenly recalled that it contained a large toilet, and that it was quite unsanitary. At that moment, he also heard the buzzing of a large green fly passing by. Yi Yaodong's leg, which he had extended, abruptly retreated. He opted to head to the vegetable patch instead to relieve himself. Yesterday morning, while scavenging at the beach, he had urinated by the seaside, and in the afternoon, he had done so in the grass at Ah Wang's house. He hadn't considered using the toilet at home. Ugh, I shouldn't think about it. I still need to eat breakfast. Feeling a renewed motivation to live well, he realized he not only needed to buy a bed, but also had to work hard to create a proper restroom. After finishing, he shook himself and returned indoors. On the table, a bowl of porridge and 2 dried fish awaited him. The porridge was still made from sweet potato strands, but surprisingly, instead of pickled vegetables, there were dried fish, instantly whetting his appetite. Grandma, is this dried fish from yesterday? The elderly woman smiled broadly, revealing her toothless grin. Yes. They were too small to be worth much. Your father brought back dozens of pounds the day before yesterday, and after drying them all day yesterday, I steamed a bowl for you this morning, leaving you 2 pieces. Hurry and eat. The dried fish, known as Water Valley fish, were slightly longer than his middle finger after removing the head. Though small and not suitable for braising, they were perfect for drying, making them an ideal accompaniment for meals by the seaside. They smell quite fragrant. If you like them, I'll steam more for lunch. When your father returns in the evening, there will certainly be more, and we'll continue drying them tomorrow. Are you going to pick corn today? I could go help you in the fields. The elderly woman waved her hands repeatedly. No need, no need. If you're busy, don't worry about it. I'll take a few of the little ones with me to gather a basketful. I have time. I'm quite idle. The tide will arrive half an hour to an hour later than yesterday, so we don't need to rush to the beach. After eating, I'll go pick some for you. Are you not going out to play today? It's too hot. I don't feel like going out. I've arranged to go scavenging at low tide with a few friends. All right, then you pick some for me. Yi Yaodong scooped a small bowl of porridge. As the elderly woman reached for a cloth to collect the bowl, he preemptively took the cloth from her hand, sweeping the fish bones from the table into the bowl before heading to the back door. The elderly woman's face lit up with joy, saying, just leave it there for a while and let your wife wash it later. All right, let us go. Seeing his youngest son playing with a seashell by the door, he scooped him up. Do you want to come play? Yes, yes. Yi Qingyang exclaimed excitedly, clinging to his neck. Being the youngest at home, he found himself alone as his older siblings had already run off before he could finish his breakfast, leaving him to stay with his mother. Chapter 24. Picking corn. Lin Shouqing, observing his actions, quickly asked, where are you taking our son? Nowhere. Just going to help Grandma pick corn. Will you bring back enough? Or just a little? I'll go help too. Yi Yaodong glanced back at the elderly woman, who was only holding a basket. Just a little. Didn't we agree yesterday to leave some for ourselves? Tell Grandma not to sell them. We'll just pick a few and come back. You carry on with your work. Yes, mother, noticing for once his diligent demeanor, spoke with warmth, suggesting he gather more today. Bring back a few more. Leave the skins on, and in the evening, we can cook them with the skins for your father and the others to enjoy as a snack at sea. Then take a sack to carry them. Aim for about 20, added Sister Yi. Understood. Once the elder lady prepared the sack, Yi Yaodong cradled his son and walked with her towards the village entrance, which diverged from the path to the sea. The elder lady moved slowly, and he adjusted his pace to match hers, leisurely glancing around. Along the way, he observed women weaving nets at their doorsteps and children frolicking about. Their 7 children were also racing down the adjacent dirt slope. The youngest, spotting everyone, gleefully shouted, Sister, brother, father, what are you doing here? Where are you all going? Yi Qinghu, noticing his father and younger brother, quickly called out, but in his haste, he stumbled, landing at his father's feet. Yet, he did not cry. After a brief exclamation, he stood up, dusted off his rear, and remarked, oh, that hurt. Thankfully, it was my backside. Yi Yaodong couldn't help but smile at his resilience. The elder lady approached and patted his backside, advising him to be mindful of his surroundings. Oh dear, you've torn a hole. Hurry back and have your mother mend it. Ah, no need. My mother will scold me. I'll ask Grandma to fix it. Where are you and Grandma headed? To gather corn and vegetables. Me too. I want to go. The children chimed in, excitement bubbling over. With your backside hanging out, shouldn't you head home first to fix your pants? No, I want to gather corn and vegetables first, then I'll fix it when I get back. He dashed towards the village entrance, unconcerned about the hole in his pants. The others followed suit, racing ahead with joyous shouts. Slow down. Be careful not to fall. The elder lady called after them, worry evident in her voice. Yi Yaodong was indifferent. He thought it best to let them be, as long as she was cautious. Father, hurry. Brother is running ahead. Yi Yaodong gave his youngest son a gentle pat, amused at his eagerness to join. Across the road from the village entrance lay a sloped plot of land, once overgrown with weeds, which had been cultivated bit by bit during his grandfather's time. After his grandfather's passing, his father assisted the elder lady in tending to it. She, too, could not sit idle, making frequent trips to ensure nothing was stolen. Be careful not to pick the unripe corn. Yi Yaodong cautioned as he saw several children already reaching for the ears. We know how to pick them. The silk at the end must be black first, right? We know, replied the eldest, Yu Chahai, now 12. The children darted through the corn rows, with the youngest, Yu Chingyang, struggling to keep up. Yi Yaodong set him down to play, taking the sack from the elder lady to collect the corn. Enough. Let's start with 20 ears. Each of you can take 3. Don't gather too much. Come back tomorrow morning for more. Can't we pick a few extra? Yu Chahai lamented, glancing at the 2 ears in his hands. Wishing for just one more. Just a few for today. If you take them all, Grandma will sell them, and you won't have any left to eat. All right. Then just a few each. With a flurry of excitement, they quickly gathered the corn, while the elder lady filled a basket with vegetables of all sizes. Some as small as a fist and others resembling mallets, all ripe and ready. Yi Yaodong hoisted a small sack of corn onto his shoulder and took the basket from the elder lady's hands. Allow me to carry this. You take your time. He looked around at the group of children. Is everyone here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Where's the 7th? Who? Yu Chinku. Yu Chinku, he called, raising his voice towards the corn rows. I'm here, father. Yi Chinghu replied, holding up an ear of corn as he descended the slope, clutching it tightly. Yi Yaodong observed the corn he had picked from above. What are you doing picking from someone else's field? The elder lady glanced at the road and whispered, Ah, isn't all the corn ours? Only this part belongs to us. Yi Chinghu scratched his head. I thought all the corn here was ours. Yi Yaodong chuckled, tossing the corn into the sack. No harm done, as long as no one saw you. When I was young, I thought the entire hillside belonged to us. The elder lady admonished softly, next time, don't pick from others. If caught, you'll be scolded. Not just scolded, chased all over the mountain. Father, have you ever been chased? From the mountains to the sea, your father has played every game imaginable. Now let's head home. Yi Yaodong readjusted the sack on his shoulder. Wait, what about Yang Yang? The elder lady stopped him as he was about to leave. Oh yes, I almost forgot about him. He looked around but didn't see his youngest son. So he asked the children to help find him before setting down his load. Where could he be? Such tiny legs, yet they can run so fast. Over here, uncle. Yang Ang is sitting on the ground eating a vegetable. Yi Yaodong followed the voice to find his youngest son seated on the ground, holding a vegetable larger than his face. Looking innocently at everyone. The vegetable was still attached to the vine, and he had managed to gnaw through its skin without picking it. Why are you hiding here? Sneaking a bite? Father. Yi Qingyang lifted the vegetable to offer it to his father, but lacking the strength, it slipped from his grasp, and the dangling vegetable swung back, hitting him on the forehead. He lost his balance and tumbled over. Ha ha. Silly boy. The other children erupted in laughter at his misfortune. Yi Yaodong, both amused and exasperated, watched as his son, undeterred, rolled over and began to crawl back up, covered in dirt. Look at you, filthy. You and your brother will both be in trouble when we get home. Chapter 25. Lending a hand, father. Vegetable. Vegetable. Yu Chunyang called, clinging to his father's leg. What about the frog? Still croaking, I presume? Just know how to eat. Yi Yaodong grimaced at the muddy marks left on his leg, then removed the bitten vegetable, reminding him they had to wash it before eating, or they might find worms inside. After confirming everyone was present, he finally returned home, surrounded by the children. Upon reaching the doorstep, their neighbor, Aunt Chen, looked at him curiously. Dongzi, did you not go out to play today? Helping your grandmother gather corn? Indeed, he replied. Knowing she had seen him leave, her gaze lingered on him until he was out of sight. How did you all return so soon? Is it because you caught a whiff of food? Ye's mother laughed, observing the group of children. We went to gather corn with uncle. At that moment, Lin Shouqing noticed her youngest son, covered in dirt and dust. She quickly stood up. What happened to you? You're a mess. Did you roll in the dirt? Haha, mother. He was sneaking a bite of a vegetable and got hit, then fell over. Don't laugh at him. Turn around and show your mother your backside. Yi Yaodong set down the sack and basket, turning his eldest son around. Yi Qinghu hurriedly covered his backside with his hands. No, father. Lin Shouqing frowned. What trouble have you gotten into this time? A hole has appeared on your backside. What have you been up to, running about all day? Just look at your knees and legs. There isn't a single patch of unscathed flesh left. As she spoke, she gave him a few firm slaps on his rear. He could only wriggle free from his father's grip. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stood there obediently enduring the punishment. It hurts, mother. It was an accident. Father, let me go. When have you ever fallen without it being an accident? With your constant jumping and frolicking, your trousers have a hole here, another there. Just look at the hole above your knee. It was just mended, and now it's fraying again, more wasteful than your grandfather at work. Seeing the child hang his head in shame, Yi Yaodong finally relaxed his grip. He didn't know how to discipline the mischievous child, so he left it to the mother to teach him. Fortunately, decades later, both children turned out to be quite filial, though. It seems they were only filial towards their mother, which he chose not to mention. The elderly lady interjected, "Stop scolding him. It's normal for children to run and fall. They grow quickly from such tumbles. Go inside and change your trousers. Come out for some melon later." With the elderly lady's pardon, Yi Qinghu dashed into the house like the wind, while Lin Shouqing led their dirty younger son inside as well. Both boys needed to change clothes. As they walked, she grumbled, "Every day, I wonder how many outfits you'll wear out. Thankfully, you have older siblings. They can lend you their clothes when yours get too short." Yi's mother chimed in with a few complaints about the noise. They're off running without a trace, leaving no peace at all. If they sat quietly all day without running or jumping, you'd worry they were simpletons. Yi's mother was silenced by Yi Yaodong's retort and shot him a glare. "Come, have some melon. We can continue later." The elderly lady brought out a large basin of melon to share, even distributing it to the neighbors. Yi Yaodong took a piece and said, "I'm heading over to second brother's. You can't just ignore your own home as in previous lives. You must lend a hand now and then to avoid gossip." Just a few steps away, he overheard the women behind him gossiping about him. "Has Dongzi made some progress these days? He's even helping Ahua now." "Forget it. He disappeared yesterday afternoon and came back late last night. I locked the door." "Ah Qing, what time did Dongzi come back yesterday?" "Pretty early, around 7. At his age, he should have a sense of responsibility." Yi Yaodong quickened his pace, his ears growing callous to the chatter. He walked a little further, pretending he hadn't heard, as he was content knowing he wouldn't revert to his former ways. Upon reaching the homestead, he found Yuhua had already cleared most of the weeds, drenched in sweat with a flushed face. He couldn't help but reflect on the truth that hard work leads to prosperity for the villagers. Those who toiled diligently in the past decades now lived quite affluently, each having replaced their old homes with charming villas, living blissfully. He dared not aspire for more. He simply wished for his life to align with theirs, and for his family to be healthy and safe. "Ahua," he called out to his second brother, who was only 2 years his junior, and therefore he never referred to him as second brother, just by his name, while the elder brother did. Yawa stood up upon hearing his name, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Dongzi, what brings you here?" "Just thought I'd check in. Are we starting work the day after tomorrow? Have the materials and labor been arranged?" "Yes, I ran around with father all day yesterday, and everything will be delivered tomorrow. Too bad we can't use saltwater sand. Otherwise, we could transport the beach sand directly for the house, saving quite a bit." "Huh, if saltwater sand were suitable for building, it would have been cleared away long ago. How much longer do you need to weed?" "Just a bit more. Once I finish, I'll gather the weeds to burn them on the empty land. After that, I'll take the ash back to scatter on the vegetable garden." Yi Yaodong marveled at the thoroughness of the process, even utilizing the weeds, which explained why they were piled onto the cart. "Are we burning them by the beach? Can I help push the cart over?" Yi Yuhua looked at him in surprise. It was unprecedented for him to come over to chat, let alone offer assistance. "What's going on? I want a share of this house too. If I don't help, what if father changes his mind? Even if he doesn't I can't bear the scolding from him and mother." "Exactly, this cart is full. Push it to the empty spot by the beach, and I'll burn it after I finish weeding." "All right." Yi Yaodong pushed the cart under the blazing sun towards the beach, while some women nearby weaving nets cast curious glances at him, which he chose to ignore. Once Yi Yuhua finished weeding and burning the weeds, Yi Yaodong clapped his hands and left, knowing it would take a while for the fire to finish. He didn't want to linger in the sun any longer. It was nearly 10 o'clock, and the tide had receded significantly. He could already see people digging on the beach ahead. He figured the sand at the dock must be exposed by now, and he needed to return for his hook and bucket. Chapter 26. Beach Harvest in Recent Years. Many families have seen an increase in their living standards, and not every household is keen on beach digging, especially under such a scorching sun. Isn't it more appealing to weave fishing nets at home for profit? Moreover, beach digging doesn't yield much profit, it merely provides a meal. As Yi Yaodong walked home, he only spotted a few individuals carrying tools and buckets. Upon reaching the corner, he saw several women from his family with children. A large group making their way. Are you heading to the dock or the beach? Lin Xiuqing, cradling her younger son, paused to respond. Mother said we're still going to the dock. Your friends are waiting for you to join them. Got it. You go ahead. I'll be there shortly. Yi Yaodong jogged home, where a few friends were lounging in the shade at his doorstep, teasing him as he approached. Look at our Dongzi, becoming diligent. Helping to weed in this heat? Breathless, he stood in the shade and fanned himself. I must contribute to my new home, right? Ah Zheng, with a sense of camaraderie, chimed in. When are we starting the construction? Let us know if you need help. We're here for you. You're not even doing your own chores at home and coming over to help me? Wouldn't your mother scold you? Not at all. My mother would praise my diligence. Besides, we're all brothers. If something's south up at my place, you'd help too. Yi Yaodong rolled his eyes, inwardly thinking. A doting mother spoils her child. He momentarily forgot he was also spoiled. All right, I'll let you know if I need anything. You've brought your tools, right? Wait for me. I'll grab my hook and bucket and a hat. It's too sunny. Be quick. If you take too long, someone else will grab all the good stuff. Coming right up, he dashed inside, unable to locate his hook. So he hastily grabbed a fire tongs instead and rushed back out. The elderly lady called after him with a bamboo tube in hand. Dongzi, don't forget the tea. He turned back to accept the bamboo tube from her. Thank you, Grandma. You head back now. Just sit inside or at the door to cool off. Don't go to the backyard. It's wet and slippery. All right, I'm off. The five of them, each carrying a bucket and tools, excitedly headed toward the dock. Little Xiao remarked, it feels like we haven't gone beach digging in 2 years. Ah Zheng reminded him, more than that, right? Ever since you all started getting married. We haven't gone much. That's all right. We'll relive the old days today. Let us hurry. At that moment, Yi Yaodong was filled with boundless hope for this new life, exuding a sense of positivity. Seeing him so spirited, the others quickened their pace to keep up. Upon reaching the dock, they found quite a crowd on the beach, both young and old, but it was clear that his family was the largest group. The adults were distractedly shouting, forbidding the children from venturing too far into the tide, allowing them only to play on the sand. As Yi Yaodong's two sons spotted him approaching, they called out exuberantly, Father! Father! Mother! Father is here too. Lin Xiuqing glanced up at the tardy figure, reflecting on how last night he had not deceived her. She was aware that they could play nearby, but they were not to wander off. Sister Yu could not help but comment. Yaodong has been quite diligent these past few days. How long can he maintain this? Perhaps it's just the novelty of returning to the beach after a long absence. Sister Yu pursed her lips, skeptical of Yi Yaodong's sudden transformation. For it is said that a leopard cannot change its spots. At least he seemed to be more present now, unlike before when he was often nowhere to be found. If he did not become more responsible, who would care for him once they divided the family assets? As Yi Yaodong drew closer, he overheard the chatter of the two sisters-in-law, and he could not help but frown. Women do tend to talk excessively. Father, where are you going? One of the children asked. Mother said not to go near the tide. I'm off to catch fish and crabs. You all stay here and help dig for clams. Do not follow me. The children halted in their tracks, their eagerness to swim thwarted by the absence of an adult to accompany them. They would have loved to plunge into the water. But alas, they would have to part ways for now and see who could catch more. All right. The thrill of searching for crabs and shrimp could not compare to the efficiency with which their mothers dug for clams. Hence, few would waste their time looking for them. But as they had nothing better to do, they joined in the fun, having tasted the sweetness of catching 2 blue crabs the previous day. Yi Yaodong made his way toward the rocky areas. He used a pair of tongs to move a large stone aside, and to his delight, he uncovered a sizable mantis shrimp. Eureka! I found a mantis shrimp, he exclaimed, promptly grasping the wriggling creature and holding it up for others to see. They gathered around him, impressed by their good fortune. What a splendid catch right at the start. The mantis shrimp was large and strikingly beautiful, adorned with alternating dark and light stripes and a patterned tail. Once cooked, its flesh displayed distinct white markings and was known for its refreshing taste and springy texture. Much to Yi Yaodong's delight. Feeling invigorated, he kicked a nearby stone absent-mindedly, and to his surprise, a little fish leapt out. Oh, you all have had some luck too. We cannot fall behind. Let us split up and search. Initially, they had approached this outing with a casual spirit, merely seeking amusement, But now their interest was piqued. As the tide receded, small fish and shrimp often found themselves ensnared by rocks, unable to return to the sea, and instead frolicked in the shallow pools around the reefs until the next tide brought them back. Everyone was well aware to look for them in the rocky, low-lying areas. Yi Yaodong felt fortunate. After taking just a few steps, he spotted 2 stone crabs hiding beneath a large rock. He caught them as well. Though they were not blue crabs, they were better than nothing. The stone crabs had a reddish-brown carapace with mottled red spots, and their claws were bright red. They resembled stones, with thick shells, often residing near the low tide line, or among lush seagrass. He captured the 2 stone crabs with his tongs and continued his exploration. In the present day of the 1980s, the beach in their village remained unspoiled, rich in marine resources. A casual stroll along the shore during low tide would seldom yield an empty hand. The amount one could gather depended on the tides and a bit of luck. Before long, Yaodong had collected 5 stone crabs, 6 or 7 mannish shrimps, and a few little fish, with the prized catch being the large mannish shrimp. As he wandered through the shallow waters, he suddenly spotted a cluster of snow clams. My goodness, what a treasure! In this era, few people wore glasses. And especially for someone like him who had never studied, his eyesight was keen. From a distance, he spotted several snow clams with their shells open, revealing their antennae. He hurried over, heart racing with excitement. What's all the fuss about? Xiao Xiao, nearby, asked curiously. It's a cluster of snow clams. Look, they're all out playing. Yi Yaodong crouched down and picked one up, and as soon as he did, its shell snapped shut. Examining it, he grinned widely. It was quite a sizable one. What a bounty! What a bounty! With a thud, he tossed it into his bucket. Xiao Xiao rushed over to see and exclaimed, What luck you have! You found such big snow clams, and a whole cluster at that. Ajing joined them, glancing enviously at Yi Yaodong's haul. What kind of luck is this? Look at my catch, just 2 mannish shrimps and 2 little fish, nothing else. I've only got 2 little fish too, Chen Wei added from a distance, shaking his empty bucket in frustration. It's just that your luck is lacking. Yi Yaodong gleefully gathered the snow clams, their rhythmic thuds echoing in the bucket, eliciting envy from his companions. How many do you think there are? They're all massive. This will be a feast. He shook his bucket, estimating that there were definitely more than a pound, perhaps 18 or 19, some over a pound. What luck! Go find your own spot. I'm staking claim here. A guang, enviously waving his long hook, tried to edge Yi Yaodong away, eager to dominate the area he had discovered. Yi Yaodong chuckled as he moved aside, teasing. Is that why you've been so quiet? Your bucket is empty, giving you no courage to speak. Scram. This side is mine now. Go find somewhere else. A guang sneered at his friends. Or how about you change your name to Pei Shan? Everything will go smoothly for you. Yi Yaodong laughed, recalling how in his past life, he had indeed changed his name to Pei Shan. Hey, Pei Shan is a good name, easy to say with a good meaning. A guang pondered, intrigued. The art of naming is indeed profound, often believed to influence one's fate, fortune, and prospects. In contemporary times, when a child is born, fortune tellers often rely on the principles of the I Ching and the 8 trigrams to calculate one's birth chart. I possess a copy of the I Ching at home. Should I bring it back for you to peruse? It is better to believe in its existence than to dismiss it entirely. A guang gazed at a zheng in astonishment, inquiring, What is the I Ching? You possess such a tome? Are you planning to self-study and change your career to become a diviner? Humph. I merely stumbled upon it while rummaging through my house, alongside a manual on acupressure techniques, possibly a relic from my ancestors. Would you care to practice it? It is ancestral. Perhaps it could lead to mastering martial arts. Good grief. So your forebears might not only be diviners, but also legendary heroes of the martial world? Do you possess the Sunflower Manual or the Sword Classic of Exorcism? Are you interested in practicing? I could transcribe it for you. To master this skill, one must first undergo castration. I wouldn't mind assisting you with that. Perhaps a dull hatchet? It might allow your little bird to linger a while longer. Have you already undergone castration? Is that why you remain unmarried? Goodness, your father has only you as a son. You are rather ruthless to forsake your little bird. What little bird? You are the one who speaks of castration. Mine is a mighty bird. As they jested, Yi Yaodong suddenly noticed a fish with a black and gray spotted tail peeking out from beneath a large rock. He interrupted their banter, exclaiming, Hey, come quickly and see if this fish peeking out from under the rock is a grouper. Where? Where? A guang excitedly dashed over to peer beneath the stone, exclaiming, Indeed. It's a tiger grouper. I just wandered around this rock and saw nothing. I told you, your luck is simply poor. Step aside. Let me poke it with the fire tongs to see if I can coax it out. It's impossible to catch it beneath the rock. Yi Yaodong was thrilled. A tiger grouper is a prized catch. Others gathered around, unable to suppress their sarcasm. How is it that all the good finds are yours? A guang just circled this spot and saw nothing. Perhaps my fortunes have turned? Or maybe it's a case of extremes meeting. One's misfortune could lead to a fortunate rebirth, shedding all bad luck and embracing a bountiful fate. Awei patted a guang on the shoulder, suggesting, when your father returns, you should change your name swiftly. A guang felt quite vexed. He had indeed searched thoroughly under that large rock, expecting to find something, but alas, nothing appeared. Upon hearing Yi Yaodong mention a cluster of snow frogs nearby, he hurried over. Wow, this fish is quite slippery. Yi Yaodong exclaimed as he finally managed to poke it out, only for it to dart away and retreat back under the rock. The stone was too massive to move. So he continued to use the fire tongs to stir beneath it, hoping to entice the fish out again. A guang crouched down, holding his empty bucket. Since mine is empty, I might as well use it to catch this fish. Yi Yaodong chuckled at a guang's empty bucket, while everyone else had something. His remained devoid of any catch. All right, let me fill it. A zheng's eyes crinkled with mirth. A guang, though undoubtedly frustrated, still forced a smile, appearing rather pitiful. As they continued to tease a guang, Yi Yaodong, with a smirk, stirred beneath the stone for quite some time, only to realize that the tiger grouper had yet to emerge. You all check the other side. Perhaps it has swum over there. Here. It has swum out this way. Pass me the bucket. It's quite sizable, should weigh about 1 to 2 pounds. Indeed, Yi Yaodong had struck gold. Xiao Xiao took the bucket a guang offered, skillfully scooping the lively grouper into it. Success. We have caught it. Several heads leaned in to admire the lively fish, faces brimming with envy. Buy it? None of us are incapable of purchasing it. The joy and satisfaction derived from catching our own seafood is what we seek. And this is no ordinary fish. It's a tiger grouper. All of us can't help but jest about Yi Yaodong's fortunate catch. The water in this bucket is too scant. We should add more to keep it alive. Awei suggested, I'll toss in 2 jumping fish. You can use my bucket to fetch water. Well, then I've gained 2 fish. Xiao Xiao replied cheerfully, after filling the bucket with water. Xiao Xiao handed it back to Yi Yaodong, asking, are you planning to keep it for yourself or sell it? Sell it, of course. If I take it home to eat, my mother would scold me mercilessly. Yesterday, I caught 2 small crabs intending to keep them, but she berated me, insisting they were for the children, though I ultimately sold them. This tiger grouper is far more valuable than those crabs. If I stew it, not only would my mother be angry, but my wife would also be upset for a few days. Selling it for a few bucks is better. It saves her a day's effort to earn a mere $1. He knew not how much his wife had saved, but he was certain it was not much. It must be sold. Our forebears were frugal with food and clothing. This one weighs over 1 pound, likely fetching $3, equivalent to 3 to 4 days' worth of work. It would be such a waste to consume it in one go. Indeed, trivial seafood can be consumed without hesitation. But this should be sold. While it's still alive, you should take it to the dock for sale. This also allows us to scout for more good finds. Otherwise, if all the goods end up in your bucket, I'll return empty-handed. Everyone echoed this sentiment, and Yi Yaodong nodded. All right, you all stay here. I'll return shortly. A zheng laughed. No worries. Take your time. If you don't come back, it won't matter. We got each other here. He jested. Ha. Jealous of my good fortune, aren't you? Without me, you surely won't find anything worthwhile. He merrily carried the bucket towards the group digging for clams, and, upon finding Lin Xiuqing, placed the bucket before her. I caught a grouper, a tiger grouper. You should take it to the buyer. Ah, a tiger grouper. Lin Xiuqing's eyes sparkled with delight as she peered into the bucket. It's quite large. What tiger grouper? Did you really catch one, old 3? Yimu also approached in astonishment. A tiger grouper? Upon hearing this, others gathered around, chattering excitedly. It truly is a tiger grouper. Where did you catch it? Such luck. And there are a few stone crabs too? Oh, and some snow frogs. Where did you find all this? We only managed to gather a few jumping fish and stone crabs. Yi Yaodong paid no heed to their astonishment and said to Lin Xiuqing, please clear a bucket to place the fish, then take this tiger grouper to the buyer. This bucket belongs to a guang. I need to return it and see if there are more finds. All right, I'll pour the sand clams into my bucket. Just wait a moment, Lin Xiuqing replied brightly, promptly clearing out the bucket. Yi Yaodong estimated he could only sell the grouper for about $3 and didn't bother to follow her to the buyer. After transferring the fish into his wife's bucket, he continued down the beach with his empty bucket. Wait, Yimu called out. Don't forget you have snow frogs in your bucket. How many are there? If there are many, take them out and let a Ching sell them too. Why keep them in there? We're selling the snow frogs too? Certainly, valuable items should be sold. Mother Yi took his bucket, gave it a shake, and remarked, the things you've gathered are almost as big as fish balls, weighing over a pound. They could fetch a couple of coins. Why not sell them together instead of keeping them for meals? Fine then. Let us sell them all. Lin Xiuqing had intended to say this earlier, but hesitated, fearing it might upset him, especially since he had already contributed a tiger grouper. With Mother Yi's encouragement, she cheerfully prepared to dig through the bucket. Be careful. Those stone crabs have powerful pincers, Yi Yaodong cautioned, stopping his wife from reaching in. He reached into the bucket himself, extracting several stone crabs, pinning them down with his foot to prevent them from escaping, before tossing the snow frog into the bucket containing the tiger grouper. Is that satisfactory? Just a few worthless stone crabs, sword shrimp, and a single jumping fish. The 9-segment shrimp is only one and won't be worth much. Mother Yi nodded in satisfaction. You've been quite lucky these past few days. It's rare for anyone to find a tiger grouper after searching the beach for years. Go look around some more. If you find anything good, bring it back for your wife to sell. It's not so easy to come by. Do you think they grow on trees? Only these past few days, with the tide, have there been things to collect. Finding anything is a matter of luck. Do you think a Guang has been wandering with an empty bucket for nothing? He noticed the nearby women were quite interested and quickly added, otherwise, they wouldn't be down there chasing the tide. Lately, I have indeed been a bit fortunate. I mention it casually if I don't remind you. You might just squander it all away. Mother Yi shot him a disapproving look. Who doesn't he know it's all about luck? How much can there really be on this beach? I'm not oblivious to that. Didn't I bring them in? Enough. Go look around some more, she urged. I've already handed everything over. Now you're nagging me. Changing the family's perception of me is not easy, but it doesn't matter. Given that I lived to 65 in my past life, I have decades ahead of me. I can take my time to gradually assimilate. Chapter 29. A bountiful return. Yi Yaodong headed towards the shallows with his bucket, calling out to his friends, any luck? Is finding a cat I shall considered luck? A Guang replied, looking quite dejected. Better than nothing, Yi Yaodong said as he approached him to return the bucket. I feel embarrassed to carry such a large empty bucket. Ha, it's amusing, but no worries, just change the name when you get home. Let us not dwell on it. Burning wood for a single shell is wasteful. Here, let me toss it in for you. He tossed the shell into Yi Yaodong's bucket with a delightful clink. Let us search a bit more. The tide has just receded, and it hasn't risen too quickly yet. There might still be treasures to find. Whatever, you all continue. I'll check the rocky wall and see if there is anything there. A Guang shrugged and made his way to the farthest rocky wall. I just visited this rocky wall yesterday. I picked up all the larger clams and shells, and I've already opened all the oysters. If you go over there now, you probably won't find anything. It doesn't matter. I'll just wander around. If I don't find anything, I'll head back for a meal. Fine. It's up to you. It's blazing hot. If there is nothing to gather, it's wise to return early and rest. Yi Yaodong surveyed the area, noticing it had likely been scoured by his friends, so he decided to approach the rocks closer to shore. To his surprise, just a few steps in, he felt something hard beneath his foot. Crouching down, he discovered a cat's eye shell peeking out from the sand. He picked it up, using his thumb to scrape and pinch the exposed end, causing several streams of seawater to gush out as the soft flesh attempted to retract. With a light chuckle, he called out to a Guang ahead, Look, a Guang, I found a cat's eye shell, and it's quite large. Damn. A Guang turned around, cursing. I just walked past there. Yi Yaodong tossed the shell into the bucket, grinning. I must be having a stroke of luck these past few days. I shouldn't have come out today. Staying home to sleep is far more comfortable. I really overindulged and ended up out here in the sun. As he spoke, he continued towards the rocky area. Under the scorching sun, Yi Yaodong resumed his treasure hunt along the beach, but found little of value. The pursuit of treasures by the tide was truly a gamble of fate. 40 years later, even with a high tide, the beach would yield little more than a few jumping fish and stone crabs, along with some large clams. The decline in marine catch, possibly due to overfishing or pollution, meant that only some uninhabited islands would still offer a decent haul. As the tide began to rise, everyone started to consider heading back. It was already past 1, and hunger was setting in. Let us go back. There is probably nothing left to find with the tide coming in, someone called out, shaking their empty bucket. All right. Let us head back. It's sweltering. There is hardly anything left. All the good finds have been picked clean by Dongzi. Yi Yaodong glanced at his half-full bucket, feeling quite satisfied. I didn't find much either, just some stone crabs and jumping fish. But that should be enough for a bowl. Just having that tiger grouper is sufficient. It's already worth the effort. Today's outing was not in vain. And don't forget about that nest of snow frogs. The scattered seafood will add up to 2 or 3 bowls. He smiled, feeling pleased with his haul for the day, with the promise of a big tide tomorrow. He could return and see if his luck held. Let us go back. I'm starving. As he kicked a large stone at his feet, he turned to head back, only to see a tentacle emerging from beneath the rock. His eyes widened in surprise. An octopus? What? You found an octopus again? A Zheng, who was not far away, rushed over eagerly. It was hiding well. If I hadn't kicked that stone, I doubt its tentacle would have shown itself. Let us pull it out and see if it's a red, black, or white octopus. The tentacle looks rather small. It shouldn't be too big. 3 types of octopus are common in these waters. The white octopus, known as the tidal octopus, is small but the most expensive and flavorful. The red octopus comes next, while the black octopus is the cheapest with inferior meat that is often tough. Yi Yaodong reached for the tentacle, pulling it up firmly. It was tightly coiled. It was a black octopus. Disappointing. Well, it's better than having none at all. Dongzi, you've had quite the luck today. You're leaving with an octopus too. Looking at your bucket, your haul is not insignificant. Yi Yaodong struggled to toss the tightly coiled octopus into his bucket, finally using his other hand to detach it and drop it in, only for its tentacles to cling to the side, attempting to escape. Damn, it can really climb. Just hold it for a moment. Can you help me move that rock and see if there's anything underneath? You think there might be another nest? Despite the skepticism, they worked together to shift the rock. Wow, there really is. Yi Yaodong exclaimed, thrilled, though it was smaller than expected. Another black octopus, but that's all right. A catch is still a catch. Xiao Xiao crouched nearby, helping him retrieve it and placing it in Yi Yaodong's hands. All right, we can head back now. You truly are returning laden with treasures today. He grinned broadly, knowing there would be an extra meal tonight. Today had indeed been fruitful, with both food and profit. You all look all right too. Although there are no prime finds, the small things can still add up to a bowl or 2. A Zheng shook the bucket in his hand. It's decent, better than nothing. By the way, where's Guang? I was going to tease him, but I don't see him around. Upon his reminder, everyone noticed that a Guang seemed to have vanished. A Guang had meandered around the rocks without any fortune and, feeling disgruntled, decided to return early. It was not surprising he found nothing. After all, he had already scoured the area yesterday, and any expectation of success would have been unfounded. He merely stepped out to bask in the sun. Away, somewhat gleeful at a Guang's misfortune, suggested, no worries. Let us gather our provisions and head over to his place tonight for a drink. Among friends, sharing meals is commonplace, especially since he had already enjoyed a free meal yesterday. Sure, if we all pitch in, we can create quite a spread, someone chimed in. Let us call the fatty over. If the rat isn't home, it doesn't matter. The lazy fatty will surely come for drinks. It would be splendid if he brought along a couple of gin of his homemade rice wine. Everyone enthusiastically discussed the evening's feast. Chapter 30. A brief stint as a caregiver. As a few men made their way back, the women on the beach continued their digging, and the children remained engrossed in play, seemingly oblivious to hunger, their bodies and faces smeared with sand and sweat, yet laughter echoed all around. The children of the Yi family had even dug a large pit, seating the youngest, Yu Qingyang, inside, leaving only his shoulders above the surface. Had Yi Yaodong arrived any later, only Qingyang's head might have remained visible. Frowning, he admonished, you rascals are playing too dangerously. What if someone trips and falls on your little brother or steps on him? Hurry, dig him out. Oh, all right, third uncle, we'll get him out right away. Ah. It's perfectly normal. We all played like this when we were young. It's quite fun. A Zheng chuckled as he squatted down to observe Yi Cheng'ang. Is it fun? Cheng'ang replied, it is. You silly. With a hint of annoyance, he called out to his wife, Qing, look at how foolish your son is. Lin Shouqing turned to see her youngest son buried and frowned, quickly making her way over, despite her tired legs. What nonsense is this? How can you bury Cheng'ang? What if he can't breathe? Hurry and dig him out. You all are far too mischievous. Observing the children's flushed faces, caked in dirt, Yi Yaodong shook his head. Let's all head home. You've played long enough, and look at the state you're in. Quickly, follow me back for a wash. Are we going home now? Are my mother and the others back too? You all come with me to wash up first. Don't cause a fuss here. You've played long enough. Seeing him take the initiative to lead the children home, Lin Shouqing felt relieved. The noise from so many children was overwhelming. Listen up. You all head back to wash and eat. We will return shortly. All right then, Yu Dahai, The eldest agreed, and the rest followed suit. It was already past 1. And everyone was undoubtedly hungry. Yi Yaodong instructed Xiao Xiao to catch some octopus, handing a bucket to a Zheng. Put it in your bucket. I'll head directly to a Guang S in the evening. Just pour it into my bucket, so you don't forget to return it. That works. A few of them moved ahead, and after the youngest son was dug out, he lifted the little rascal and headed home. Lin Xiuqing noticed that his bucket was emptied. Yet she said nothing. At least they had turned in some goods, and today's haul was quite satisfactory. Third uncle, what made you decide to forage at sea today? My mother said the sun must have risen in the west. Yi Chunghai inquired, walking beside Yi Yaodong with an air of maturity. Yi Yaodong glanced down at him. I have no dishes left for drinking and no money in my pocket. I had to forage for some free seafood to accompany the drinks, didn't I? Of course. How could third uncle change his ways? Yi Chunghai remarked knowingly, a teasing expression on his face. He playfully flicked his elder cousin's forehead. What do you know, little one? Have you finished your summer homework? Oh, it's only been a few days since break. What is the rush? There are still months to go. I hate when people ask me about homework or grades. He turned his head away and hurried ahead, distancing himself from his uncle. Yi Yaodong rolled his eyes. Not a single one in their family excelled academically. Despite the college entrance exams being open for several years, not a single student had emerged from their village. In the Baisha village of his generation, those born in the 50s and 60s could barely read a few characters. Walk properly, no running or roughhousing. If you trip on this dirt road, your knees will bleed. And you, what are you catching in the grass? Hurry back. He scolded them as he herded the mischievous children home, his voice hoarse from the effort. Taking care of kids wasn't an easy task, especially with such a rowdy bunch. Upon entering the house, he grabbed the water jug and drank deeply, only to be tugged at by the children. Third uncle, have you finished drinking? Third uncle, hurry up. Don't drink so much. Save some for us. We're thirsty too. Dad, I want some too. All right. Here you go. As they pulled at him, he nearly choked on his drink. These little rascals. The elderly lady washed with a smile. Once you've had your fill, go take a shower out back. I've already boiled 2 buckets of water, and there is still a large pot on the stove. Dongzi. Take the boiling water to the back door and draw 2 buckets of well water to mix for their baths. Understood. Please sit and rest. Don't tire yourself out. Yi Yaodong helped the elderly lady to a nearby table. Oh, I've just boiled some hot water, nothing too laborious. Your mother mentioned cooking sweet potato noodles for lunch. So I didn't even prepare rice. Ah, then you just rest. I'll take them to wash up. He was relatively clean, only slightly sweaty. But the children were indeed filthy, covered in sand and grime. He would have to assist them in washing up. The 3 nieces fetched water to wash in the house, while the 5 boys stood naked in the backyard. The older ones could manage on their own, but the 2 youngest, his sons, still required his help. Stop, Dad. You got water in my eyes. Can you even do this? Just rinse your hair. It'll be fine. Hurry over. Mom always makes me lie on her lap to wash my hair. Ugh, move aside. I can do it myself. You wash Chingong. Yu Qinghu complained, trying to sidestep to wash himself. Wash yourself if you want. I don't care. You think I'm eager to play the role of a caregiver? I'd rather not. Seeing his little son waiting patiently, he felt a pang of responsibility. Fine. I'll leave your hair for your mother to handle when she returns. Just sit in the basin. I'll wash your body. Hee. It tickles, Dad. The playful voice made Yi Yaodong smile. He had never noticed how adorable his youngest son could be. Your neck is clean. Now let us wash your armpits. Quickly. Don't, it tickles. You little rascal. You splashed water all over me. Yi Qingyang gleefully splashed water from the basin, discovering a fun game, slapping the surface with both hands, splattering Yi Yaodong's face. The eldest cousin finished washing, and, with the remaining water, poured it over his younger brother, drenching him completely. Wiping his face, he turned in exasperation. Yi Chahai. Was that intentional? What? Haha no. Who told you to squat there? Third uncle. Chapter 31. Sweet potato noodles. Upon hearing the commotion from the back door, Lin Xiuqing hurried out, concerned about her husband's reliability. However, upon stepping outside, she was met with his disheveled appearance and, fearing he might be angry enough to scold the eldest nephew, she quickly interjected, "Let me wash our son. You take care of yourself. At long last, you have returned." I was nearly driven to despair. Yi Yaodong, feeling quite vexed, stood up and removed his shirt to dry his still dripping hair. Seeing that he was not angry, Lin Xiuqing felt a sense of relief. Mother has already started cooking noodles. Once you finish your shower, you can eat. Understood. I'll wash my hair first. You lot. Once you're done, make haste and clear the basin for me." The children giggled as they playfully shoved each other into the room, leaving the youngest, Yi Qingyang, still sitting in the basin. In a hurry, he stood up. "Brother, brother, you little tail, always calling out for your brother. Hurry and wash so you can join me." Yi Yaodong, opting for cold water, fetched a bucket of well water and poured it into the basin. With only a pair of shorts on, he splashed water over himself. After spending 2 days at the beach, a stark contrast was evident between the darkened skin of his face and neck and the rest of his body. Nonetheless, he was still fair compared to his older brothers. His 2 sons were also quite fair but had tanned as they grew older. His family, though not unattractive, shared the common flaw of being short, a typical trait among many from the southern regions. In truth, their family's modest means had led to a lack of nutrition. His height of 6 feet was largely due to his grandmother's indulgence. From a young age, he had always enjoyed a plentiful supply of eggs, and during family feasts, he was guaranteed a chicken leg. In his youth, when the commune raised sheep, his grandmother would secretly bring home a bowl of sheep's milk, brewed with tea leaves for him to enjoy, while his older brothers and cousins could only watch. His younger sister occasionally tasted her mother's milk, but he benefited from a genetic anomaly, growing to be the tallest in the family and among his friends. In their rural community, individuals standing 6 feet tall were a rarity. After a long day, aside from a bit of sweat, he was not particularly dirty, so he did not bother with soap, merely rinsing off before entering the house to grab a towel. Upon opening his wardrobe, he suddenly remembered that he only had 1 set of summer clothes to change into, which were likely still hanging outside to dry. The door swung open suddenly, startling him, and he quickly dashed to the bedside to wrap a sheet around his lower half. "I thought someone else was coming in. Why didn't you knock?" "Father, how embarrassing. Go away. You're still bare yourself. How dare you mock me?" Lin Xiuqing shot a glance at the shorts thrown over the chair. "It's my own room. Why should I knock? You're standing there without pants and feel no shame. I was about to look for them when you barged in. Didn't you say you only had 2 sets? They're outside drying. What should I wear? Besides, you've seen me like this before. Why should I feel embarrassed?" Yi Yaodong grinned mischievously as he sidled up to her, winking. "Stop the banter. There are only 2 shirts, but I have 4 pairs of shorts. They're not in the wardrobe. They're in the drawer." Annoyed, she pushed him aside, placed the child on the bed, and went to the drawer to retrieve a pair of shorts, tossing them into his arms. "Hurry and put these on. I'll go outside and fetch you some clothes." His ears flushed red as he thought, "As if I haven't seen it all after several years of marriage. How shameless you are." Lin Xiuqing shot him a glare before shutting the door behind her. He chuckled to himself as he grabbed the shorts and moved to the side of the bunk bed to change, only to see his youngest son peering at him over the railing. "What are you staring at? When you grow up, you'll have your father's stature." With that, he lifted the mosquito net and playfully tossed the sheet over Yi Qingyang's head, enveloping him completely. "Ah, ha ha, father." A loud thud followed as the child's head collided with the bed frame, leading to a burst of cries. Yi Yaodong quickly slipped into his shorts and leaned over to check. "You silly boy." At that moment, Lin Xiuqing entered with clothes in hand. "What now? Why is he crying again?" She rushed over, only to see her youngest struggling to free himself from the sheet, calling out for his mother. She shot Yi Yaodong an exasperated look. "How old is he already? Why are you bullying him? Mother has finished cooking the noodles. Hurry and get dressed to eat." Yi Yaodong rubbed his nose sheepishly. He was merely playing with the child. Listening to her comfort their son, he quickly dressed, his stomach growling with hunger. For lunch, they had sweet potato noodles made from their own homegrown sweet potatoes, which were ground into a paste, then dried for storage. When ready to eat, they would scoop out a couple of bowls, mix with water, and fry them in a pan like pancakes. After cooking both sides, they would be cut into strips and served with some vegetables and a broth made from clams dug up the day before, a delightful treat. Yi Yaodong devoured a generous bowl. This dish required only sweet potatoes and labor, so it was cost-effective. His family cultivated a substantial amount of sweet potatoes each year, ensuring they always had plenty of starch on hand. As he finished eating, his mother was still preparing more noodles, as their family was large. "I'm off now. No need to cook for me tonight." Not long after, he intended to leave, but was called back by his mother. "Wait. We noticed the wind picked up on our way back, and the waves at sea are a bit rough. Your father and the others will likely return soon. So don't wander off. In about an hour, go to the dock to help with the cargo." Noticing that he had been more industrious these past few days, his mother thought to send him out for assistance. What about Ahua? He wondered, thinking he could finish up at home and then socialize with friends. His mother replied that he had eaten noodles for lunch, scattered wood ash in the vegetable garden, and then gone to work in the fields. So he probably wouldn't return soon. Do you think everyone is like you, idling around all day? Oh, don't scold me. I've been working hard alongside you today, haven't I? In an hour, I'll definitely head to the dock to help. Remember, if you don't go, don't come back tonight. Don't worry, I'll remember. Though he had plenty of places to sleep, he intended to help out. After all, he had caught a large yellow croaker yesterday and wondered what today's catch would be. The time felt distant, and with no special cargo, he couldn't recall exactly. If possible, he would love to have a boat of his own, to live off the land and sea. Chapter 32. Borrowing a boat. The afternoon sun, at 2 or 3 o'clock, was still mercilessly hot. Yaodong endeavored to tread along the shaded areas. Fortunately, Guang's home was nestled in the back mountains, surrounded by trees, providing a cool respite. Upon his arrival, he found several friends playing cards beneath the trees, while only Guang reclined on a lounge chair to enjoy the shade. Why are you lying there alone? Why not join the game? Today's luck has been dismal. What is the point in playing? Then don't play. Save some money. What has been bothering you lately? I'm broke. Constantly asking my wife for money feels so humiliating. That's true, but don't you have a boat now? You could go out to sea with your father and earn some money, which would spare you the embarrassment of asking your wife. He wished it were that simple. But the thought of being stranded at sea, overwhelmed and drowning, made him uneasy, his heart racing at the mere idea. He fabricated an excuse. I've never been out to sea before. I'm afraid of seasickness. If I go out and get sick, my father would have to bring me back, and that would be quite embarrassing. He mused that if he had a small boat, he could explore the nearby islands. That's not difficult. My uncle accidentally broke his hand a few days ago and can't take the boat out. I'll ask him tomorrow to borrow it. We can buy our own diesel. I'll take you out to sea, just around the nearby waters. Yi Yaodong's eyes lit up with excitement. This was an excellent opportunity to explore the islands and perhaps collect some treasures from the sea. Hey, you seem quite eager to scavenge the sea lately. Guang chuckled, watching him. Of course. My luck has been fantastic these past few days. Yesterday, I caught 2 blue crabs, and today, astonishingly, I stumbled upon a tiger grouper and a nest of snow frogs. Having tasted the sweetness of fortune, I must seize the opportunity while it lasts. Indeed, if I possessed your good luck, I would venture out daily. It is far superior to toiling at the fishing dock for a meager wage of merely 1 or 2 coins a day. The fishing dock in Shanghai town, situated by the sea, serves as a major harbor where large vessels are moored. Many villagers earn their living by doing odd jobs at the dock, which is strategically located near the Bay Strait. Besides fishing boats, numerous cargo ships frequent the area, hence the presence of many Taiwanese merchandise shops in the town. In this era, our town has gained more fame than the county itself, bustling with activity. Many outsiders know of our town but are oblivious to the county. When my friends go out for leisure, it is invariably to the town, rarely venturing into the county. With hands tucked into his pockets and 1 foot propped against a tree trunk, he leaned there, acknowledging that sea foraging is a matter of luck, not something one can do every day. Perhaps you could inquire if a boat is available for borrowing? He suggested. Ask tomorrow morning. If it's confirmed, we can buy diesel to set sail. It's sweltering now, and I'm too lazy to walk. Besides, I plan to drink tonight. Sure. If you manage to borrow a boat, let me know. Tomorrow is the first day of the lunar month, and if the winds are calm and the waves gentle, it would be perfect for a jaunt to the deserted island. All right, I'd like to see if fortune favors me as well, he replied. Yi Yaodong smiled, quipping that perhaps a name change might prove more effective. When will your father return? I don't know. He just left a month ago. So I'm uncertain how many more months he will be away. Although the fisheries resource breeding and protection regulations were enacted in February 1979, establishing fishing moratoriums for various fish species and fishing gear, they did not restrict vessels in our waters. There were no routine inspections by fishery authorities. So fishing continued as usual. It wasn't until 1995 that the seasonal fishing moratorium was fully enforced. The regulations here dictate a fishing ban from May 1st to July 31st, with the sea opening again on August 1st. However, where there are policies, there are countermeasures. Small boats here often venture out to fish clandestinely. Even if caught by the fisheries authorities, they merely toss the seafood back into the sea, a loss they can bear, considering inspections are not daily occurrences. In this day and age, our waters remain open for casual fishing. Large boats typically stay out for months at a time. Then you shall wait for your father to return, he concluded. I shall indulge for a couple more days. Soon, I too will seek work at the fishing dock. If I don't get a job soon, I'll be out of money. You're fortunate to have a diligent wife. I haven't even found a spouse yet. With wealth, who fears not finding a wife? If you gamble less and work harder, you will be fine. A man cannot depend on his wife for a lifetime. That would be quite disgraceful. A Guang, with his hands laced behind his head, chuckled at him. Why do you seem more industrious these days? I see my wife earning less than a coin a day, and I've had a change of heart. Besides, once our house is completed, we'll be separating. And I must start supporting my family. I can no longer rely on the shade of a big tree. Indeed, once separated, life 1TB is easy. Would you care to join me at the dock for some work? He had somehow found a straw to chew on, startling his family, who threatened to summon a Taoist priest to exorcise him. This is the truth. At least we all have some odd jobs to do. You've always been known as the third young master of the Yi family. Stop mocking me. Do you have a cigarette? I haven't tea smoked in 2 days. And my mouth is itching. Have you truly fallen to such depths? Didn't you sell something for over 10 coins recently? I handed it over to my wife. I am a good man. A Guang rolled his eyes. Who doesn't know whom? Yi Yaodong took a puff of his cigarette, feeling a sense of relief. He had contemplated quitting smoking these past few days, but found it difficult after decades of addiction. He reasoned it was best not to force himself, as being a good man had no correlation with smoking or not. Hey, tomorrow A Guang said he would borrow a boat to take us out to sea. Do you all wish to join? The 4 players, engrossed in their cards, turned to glance at them. What is there to see? Haven't we seen enough of the sea since childhood? Haven't we had enough sun today? Why would we want to venture out to get more sun? The chubby one declined, declaring that sunbathing was an indulgence he could forego. I'm all in for drinking and playing cards. Yi Yaodong retorted. You'd be better off dead than being lazier than I am. Tomorrow is the first day of the lunar month, with high tides. Let us see if we can find something good on the deserted island. But you've never been there. How do you know? Awei inquired curiously. You can take my word for it. My experience is trustworthy. While the bounty from the sea remains uncertain, there will undoubtedly be plenty of shells and snails. Whether we can borrow a boat is still a matter to be seen. I'll check tomorrow. If we can, let us all go together for companionship. Otherwise, in a few days, I may be too busy. A Guang replied earnestly. All right then, let us go together. The 4 players, excluding the chubby one, agreed. While Awei expressed his disinterest, stating he did not wish to partake in the excitement after yesterday's meager haul. Chapter 33. At the dock collecting goods after chatting with everyone for a while, Yi Yaodong finally stood up around 4 o'clock. I must head to the dock to help sort the goods. You all handle the seafood. Once I finish distributing the goods, I'll return. A Guang looked at him in surprise. You've really matured, haven't you? Scram. He quickened his pace towards the dock. By this time, the tide had risen, and the fishing boats should be nearing the harbor. Upon reaching the dock, he found many villagers already gathered, waiting for their family members who had gone to sea to return and assist with the unloading. Yi's mother was also there, and upon seeing her son approach, she felt satisfied. She had been waiting anxiously, fearing he might ignore his responsibilities again. Why do you doubt me? He asked. Isn't your father and brother capable of handling things? Why can't you trust me? Do you deserve my trust? Villagers nearby chuckled. Adong has come to help today. It's about time. When the family is busy, everyone should lend a hand. Young people need to be a bit more industrious and observant. He nodded absent-mindedly, his gaze fixated on the vessels at sea. Not many families in their village owned boats. Aside from a few moored along the shore, most had ventured out. That boat coming back, could it be your father's? I believe it is. Let us wait a moment. It will dock soon. As the small boat slowed down, they could discern the blue paint on its hull, confirming it was indeed their family's vessel. Yi Yaodong and his mother hurried down the stone steps, ready to receive the goods. Upon docking, Yi's father noticed his son had come to help, but he said nothing. After securing the boat, he and Yi Yaoping began to unload the cargo, allowing them to lift it ashore. The first item brought down was a basket of swimming crabs, followed by a basket of mantis shrimp, and a few pounds of assorted seafood. The large prawns weighed only 2 or 3 pounds, while the smaller ones added up to about 10 pounds. There were also 2 pounds of squid, and the water fish varied in size, requiring sorting. They likely had around 10 pounds. Additionally, there were 4 or 5 pounds of small yellow croakers and some less valuable small fish. Although today's catch was substantial, it appeared quite promising. After all the goods were unloaded from the boat, Yi's father maneuvered the vessel to dock at a different spot, clearing the area for incoming boats. Yi Yaodong and the others busied themselves transporting the cargo to the purchasing point. The sizes of the hairy crabs varied, and so did their prices. Thus, They needed to sort them out, binding the crab legs together with rubber bands. While on the boat, Ye's father and Yu Yaoping had already managed to tie up a considerable number of crabs during their free time, yet a portion remained unbound. Once the crabs were poured out, their legs flailed about energetically, displaying their freshness. Yu Yaodong casually grabbed a few. Their shells were hard, and they were quite plump. Even the smaller ones were firm and meaty. Recently, the crabs had been particularly fat, and the mannish shrimps were also well-fed, their flesh abundant. With some even possessing a rich roe, the three swiftly tied up the crab legs and sorted them by size. Observing Yi Yaodong's nimble movements, Ye's mother and Yi Laodao were taken aback. When had he ever done this work? He could tie them so efficiently, his speed rivaling theirs. You're quite fast, third brother. Who would have thought? What's the big deal? Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean I can't do it. You rascal, you don't do chores at home. But you're out helping others, aren't you? Always so irresponsible. Listening to his mother's incessant nagging, he refrained from retorting. Alas, it was his burden to bear. After sorting the crabs, they emptied a small basket of mannish shrimps. The sorting of the mannish shrimps was much simpler. It was merely a matter of separating them by size. The sword shrimps and water eels required similar sorting. The larger ones fetched a better price, while the smaller ones were of little value. They placed the less valuable small fish and shrimps into a separate bucket, along with some slender eels and assorted small fish, intending to dry them later. Once all the goods were weighed, Ye's father went to tally the accounts, while they took the fish back home in advance. Mother, how much do you think we can sell today? The combined weight of the crabs exceeded 30 pounds, the mannish shrimps over 20 pounds. And they had several pounds of shrimp, along with other fish, all looking quite good. Today's catch is promising. The large crabs are sold at 30 cents each, the smaller ones at 20 cents. The large mantis shrimps fetch 35 cents, while the smaller ones are 26 cents. The shrimp are a bit pricier at 50 cents. Adding in the assorted items, we should make around $30, though we still have to deduct $2 for diesel and the costs of the machinery, which often breaks down and requires repairs. Overall, it's quite good. We can save a decent amount in a month. Ye's mother shot him a sidelong glance. Do you think we can go out every day and make this much? We rely on the weather for our livelihood. It's unpredictable out at sea. Just yesterday, some people only made a few dollars. Still better than working odd jobs. Yi Yaoping earnestly suggested, why don't you join us on the sea, third brother? We should learn from father about living off the ocean. Huh, you and second brother can go first. Once you've learned, I'll join in. Ye's mother, hearing his evasion, opened her mouth to reprimand him but caught herself. Considering his diligent performance today, she decided to hold her tongue for now. After they divided the household, she intended to have him accompany them to sea. Currently, any money earned could be pooled for communal use to build houses. After the division, would the elder and second brother not take their share? The third brother would be left to idleness, waiting to starve or rely on their support. What kind of situation was that? Other families raised sons to support them in old age, but they had raised a burden. Yi Yaodong, oblivious to his mother's inner thoughts, slipped away as soon as they reached home, casually stating that he would not be having dinner at home, having already helped out with the day's tasks. Ye's mother felt both helpless and accepted this normal behavior of the third son. Today he had been to the homestead, scavenged from the sea, and helped at the dock. So industrious, it was almost unrecognizable. Yi Erseo pursed her lips. He seemed somewhat responsible. But look, he's off again. Let him be. If he's willing to help, that's already a blessing. Make sure to set aside a bowl of fish and shrimp for your maternal family. And prepare to kill the rest. The larger ones we'll braise, and the smaller ones we'll dry. The small shrimp, too, boil a bowl. And the rest can be shelled and dried for shrimp paste. This weather won't allow us to keep it until tomorrow. The three daughters-in-law agreed. Lin Xiuqing, whose maternal home was farther away, had no chance to send fish home and could only watch as her two sisters-in-law took fish back, while she remained to prepare the fish. After the two left, Ye's mother turned to Lin Xiuqing. When do you plan to visit your family? I'll save some good catch for you to take back. All right, mother, no rush. I'll wait until the mid-autumn festival to return. Ye's mother always tried to be fair with her three sons. As for the prices of seafood, I recently inquired about them from my father. My grandparents were seafood wholesalers in that era, and my father, at 18 or 19, accompanied them to surrounding ports to purchase seafood. Price discrepancies were minimal. The only notable difference was with yellow croaker, which was not as valuable back then. A wild yellow croaker weighing 1 to 2 pounds sold for only 60 cents per pound. The daily wage for a laborer was over $2, while a helper earned just over $1. Even at that price, yellow croaker was considered a luxury. Only the wealthy could afford to eat it. Seafood in general was priced at a few dimes per pound, and most people hesitated to buy it, as daily wages were only $1 or $2. Back then, the price for dragon head fish, tofu fish, was only 6 cents per pound. The price of yellow croaker mentioned at the beginning of this book is somewhat inflated. But this is to set the stage for the story. Please view it as such and do not compare it to the actual prices of that time. Only the price of cucumber fish is exaggerated. The book will continue to maintain the inflated price of yellow croaker, and this note serves as a clarification. I also modified the price of mantis shrimp. Next time I will ensure to ascertain the correct prices before writing. This is a side note to share the actual situation. The family is unaware that I am writing a novel, and I feel somewhat embarrassed to ask my father about it. Yet my family constantly inquires about my humble work. Awkward. Here, I take the liberty to request your support in terms of subscriptions and follow-ups. Any rewards would be greatly appreciated, as during the initial period of a new book, without being on the shelf, there are no royalties, purely fueled by passion. Thank you for your support. About Chapter 34. Who's difficult to talk to. Yi Yaodong hurriedly made his way to Guang's house, having already caught the enticing aroma of steamed crabs from afar. As he stepped through the threshold, everyone exclaimed, "You finally made it. If you were any later, you'd have to wash the dishes. Come, sit down. We saved you that special 9-segment shrimp. Arriving so late, you owe yourself 3 cups. To hell with that. There is hardly any wine left. Don't let him trick you out of it." Amidst the lively atmosphere, the guests swiftly consumed all the wine brought by Fatty, and once the seafood on the table was devoured, they dispersed. Yi Yaodong returned home, slightly tipsy. Today, the door had not been locked, and he secured it behind him before retreating to his room. Bathed in the moonlight streaming through the windows, he could only see his 2 children sleeping in disarray, while his wife, turned away, lay still. Stripped of his clothes save for his shorts, he climbed into bed, wrapping his arms around his wife and pressing against her back, only to be met with her firm hand on his waist. "Lie down on your side. Don't you feel cramped? It's hot, and you're sticking so close, reeking of alcohol," Lin Shoqing murmured softly. Yi Yaodong turned her to face him, silencing her with a kiss. "Enough already. Yesterday was yesterday, today is today. Cooperate a little, my dear. Then you can come with me to the sea tomorrow." Yi Yaodong glared, astonished that she would use this moment to negotiate. When had she grown so astute? She had clearly gauged his eagerness to agree. Men are never unreasonable in bed. Especially when he had intended to explore the solitary island the next day and confront his inner fears. "All right, I'll do whatever you ask. Let's switch places. Why don't you take a shower first?" Yi Yaodong exclaimed, feeling the tension. "The arrows are already drawn. Dealing with women is such a hassle," Lin Shoqing whispered. "You reek of alcohol and seafood. It's too overwhelming. There is so much to manage, this and that. I washed up this afternoon. But you've been drinking." "The smell of alcohol is quite strong," he retorted, muttering under his breath, seemingly contemplating the implications of their bed situation. Feeling a surge of heat, he said, "I can take a shower, but let's do it on the floor. This creaky bed is too bothersome." "The floor?" Lin Shoqing hesitated, her cheeks flushed. Why not enjoy the comfort of the bed? Suddenly, they were discussing the floor. "Am I still expected to go to the beach tomorrow? If you want the cow to run, you must first feed it, right? Give me a little sweetness, and I'll comply with your wishes." Noticing her wavering resolve, he pressed on. "Today at the beach, I caught a tiger grouper and a nest of snow frog eggs. My luck has been quite good recently. You've made a decent sum these past days, haven't you? That's worth several days of net fishing. Tomorrow is the first day of the month with a big tide. Who knows, I might catch even more. Fine, you take your shower, and afterward, I shall comply." With a positive response, Yi Yaodong leaped up, filled with excitement, and hurried to the back door to wash up. After years of stagnation, he was determined to regain his vigor. Once utterly exhausted, he collapsed onto the bed, feeling too drained to move. Yet, his wife was still able to dress and fetch water to wash up. It seemed he was serving her while simultaneously working for her benefit. "Come over. Let us sleep together. Legs are weak. Haven't we had enough of this?" Yi Yaodong sighed. "Who am I doing all this for if not to ensure your satisfaction? Stop your nonsense." Lin Shoqing shot him a glare, a mix of anger and affection. It's my folly. Let me tell you something," he said, pulling her closer as they lay down. "I want to go with you to the dock tomorrow." "Hey, don't glare at me. Let me finish. Guang is borrowing a boat tomorrow. If he manages to get it, we can explore the deserted island. The surrounding isles are untouched, and there is bound to be more bounty on the reefs than at the dock. Who are you borrowing from? Will anyone lend it to you? She inquired. I'll ask my uncle. If it doesn't work out, then so be it. All right, you do as you see fit. If you can borrow it, be careful out there. Just trust that I won't go back on my word. He felt it essential to inform her beforehand. Otherwise, if she didn't see him the next day, she might think he was deceiving her, leading to an unpleasant encounter. Seeing a hint of ambition in him, Lin Xiaoqing was inclined to converse further. Now that the family boat is repaired and harvests have been good, shouldn't you join your brothers to go out to sea? Not this again. He groaned. Everyone insists I should go out to sea. It's quite a headache. But unless I follow the path of the previous generation and let my wife support me, I can't escape this duty. I've never been out to sea. I'm unsure if I'll get seasick. If I manage to borrow a boat tomorrow, I will at least take a few spins out there. Okay, let us sleep. He pondered. How could a person by the sea fear drifting upon it? This was a challenge he must conquer. If he couldn't borrow a boat, he intended to invite a couple of friends to swim from the beach to the dock at high tide, testing the waters. After all, he had faced death once already. There was little to fear now. The next morning, Lin Xiaoqing rose early, and hearing the commotion, he too woke up, deciding against lounging longer in bed. The family noticed him rising earlier each day. While they were curious, they didn't make a fuss since he had indeed been more diligent recently. After breakfast, as everyone busied themselves, Yi Yaodong prepared to head out when the elderly matriarch stealthily tugged at his sleeve. Puzzled, he turned to see her quietly pulling a boiled egg from her pocket, whispering, "Here, take this and eat it outside. Don't let your mother know." Surprised, he glanced behind him, feeling a twinge of guilt. No wonder my mother mentioned fewer eggs today. You must have taken one. Seeing he didn't reach for it, the old lady tucked it into his pocket, her face filled with wrinkles as she smiled, revealing her toothless grin. You've been going to the beach every day. You must be exhausted. I boiled this for you to replenish your strength. Don't let your mother find out, or she'll scold you. He attempted to retrieve the egg, but she pressed his hand down, leaving him in a state of helplessness. In his youth, she often did such things, but it had been rare since he grew older. Now, she was secretly giving him an egg again, leaving him unsure whether to feel touched or amused. Chapter 35. Borrowing a boat. Yi Yaodong looked at his grandmother helplessly. Grandma, I'm grown up now, not a child anymore. Please don't sneak eggs next time. My mother will surely scold me. It's all right. She won't know if you don't tell her. Just go out and play for a bit. Eat it and come back. In her eyes, he would always be a child. Go on, go play, don't linger at the door. With her urging, he had no choice but to step outside, initially intending to visit Guang, now filled with an urgent desire to earn money, hoping to buy his grandmother some dentures. He was determined to make his words a reality. Given her age, even without accidents, she didn't have many years left. Having gotten up early, he arrived at Guang's house only to find him still asleep. What time is it? Guang mumbled, still wrapped in his blanket. I left at 6:30. It should be around 6:40 now. What? Guang opened one eye in disbelief. Are you crazy? It's still early, and we don't have any work today. Why are you here so early? I came to wake you up so you could relieve yourself. Do you want it hot? Go away. He pulled the blanket over his head. Yi Yaodong tugged at a corner of the blanket. Get up. The sun is already high. At this rate, you won't make it to the dock tomorrow. Stop annoying me. Tomorrow is tomorrow. Have you taken some kind of stimulant? Why are you up so early? Early to bed. Early to rise. It's good for your health. Hurry up and let us go borrow that boat. Why the rush? It's still early. And the tide won't recede until noon. Just leave me alone. If you keep bothering me, I want to go borrow it. Guang snatched the blanket from him and pressed it under him, keeping his legs tightly wrapped in it, closing his eyes again. Why the blanket? It's not like you're a woman. What does being a man have to do with it? You wouldn't understand. Guang, overwhelmed by the noise, rubbed his messy hair and sat up. Damn it, I don't want to know. Can't you let me sleep? Isn't it better to stay home with your wife? My wife is awake. My whole family is awake. And I'm supposed to wake up too? Yi Yaodong gazed at him with a look of sorrow, playfully draping his arm over his shoulder. We're good brothers. Shouldn't you share my urgency? Guang shot him a sidelong glance and, taking advantage of his momentary distraction, exhaled directly in his face. Yi Yaodong's pupils constricted, his features contorting in disgust as he swiftly covered his mouth and nose, leaping aside. Goodness, you've gone too far, he exclaimed. This breath of yours could extend a life by 10 years. No need for thanks. You've undoubtedly shortened my life by 20 years. Guang, feeling a sense of triumph, casually avenged an early morning grievance, relishing the moment. Who told you to wake me so early? I, too, have my moments of morning irritability. That's not mere irritability. It's foul air, toxic fumes. I'm suffocating. Yi Yaodong muttered a string of curses before heading to the door to wait. Who knew what other noxious gases might be released? After waiting for quite some time, without seeing Guang, he reluctantly ventured back inside only to find him at the back door, pulling up his trousers and fastening his belt. Just finished, I presume? Took you long enough. Just in time for breakfast, Yi Yaodong remarked. Guang shot him a glare. Could you at least add the word meal? Just in time to eat. His eyes twinkled with mischief, suggesting that the food was still warm and ready to be devoured. Well, I'll eat when I return. Guang grumbled, storming out. Yi Yaodong was well aware of his friend's antics. It was merely a ploy to hasten him along to borrow a boat, all while uttering such distasteful remarks. Leaning back in his chair, Yi Yaodong waited patiently. Guang's aunt lived nearby, both families being from the same village. Since he was already up, he figured it prudent to inquire early, feeling certain that there would be more supplies on the island than at the dock. His recent streak of good fortune had him a bit elated. After about half an hour of waiting, Guang returned. My aunt and uncle agreed to lend us the boat, but the elders were reluctant. I suggested we rent it for $2 for half a day, and we'll cover the fuel costs ourselves. Only then did they relent. Typically, a worker's daily wage barely amounted to $2. Yet renting for half a day while covering fuel seemed quite reasonable. That's fine. Brothers should be clear about finances. It's only right that the elders want to discuss money. This is on me. I happen to have $2 on hand, Yi Yaodong replied, recalling that he had found $2 in his pocket the day before. Although he had hesitated to spend it on cigarettes, Guang pushed the money back towards him. What is the fuss? It's just $2. I can cover it. It's no big deal. I won a few bucks playing cards yesterday. That's separate. I asked you to borrow the boat. So it's only fair it comes from me. Just take it. It's merely $2. I've already covered it, so it's settled. Use these $2 for diesel. All right then. It was indeed a small sum, hardly worth the back and forth. Guang propped one foot on the chair and picked up his bowl and chopsticks. Now can I eat my breakfast in peace? Go ahead. I'm not stopping you. You're the one in a rush. Yi Yaodong chuckled from his chair, shaking his foot. Guang rolled his eyes at him. The tide should recede by noon. Make sure you head to the dock around 10:30 to buy diesel, and I'll join you to set out. Fine, no problem. I have nothing pressing right now, so I'll head back. If Zheng and the others come by later, let them know. It's ridiculous. This could be been done in minutes. Yet you insist on waking me so early. Guang grumbled. He rarely woke up this early unless there was a pressing matter. I thought I was helping you get used to it. What if you can't rise when it's time to work at the dock? If you're really bored, why not go back to bed? Get lost. Sure thing. Once Yi Yaodong secured the boat, he felt at ease as he strolled home. However, halfway there, he remembered that construction on the house would commence tomorrow, prompting him to change direction and head to the homestead. Today, it was his second brother and father who would go out to sea, while his eldest brother remained home. After breakfast, he had mentioned wanting to fetch yellow earth from the mountain. He felt a twinge of guilt. Others were thriving due to their hard work. Yet, with the tide being rare today and the boat borrowed, he could only hope his eldest brother would bear the burden a little longer. With this thought, he quickened his pace. Upon arriving at the homestead, he found piles of yellow earth stacked around, but his eldest brother was nowhere to be seen. Only a large pot of tea rested in the shade of a tree, suggesting he had gone off to gather more earth. Leaning against the tree, Yi Yaodong decided he would lend a hand later. Having been reborn, his mindset was resolute. After a few minutes, he spotted his eldest brother pushing a two-wheeled cart towards him. Eldest brother. Yi Yaoping looked up and smiled. What brings you here? Just came to check. Why are you gathering yellow earth so early when we don't start work until tomorrow? Wiping the sweat from his brow and taking a hearty gulp of tea, he replied, I didn't go out to sea today, and there is not much to do at home. I thought I'd gather some yellow earth while I can. We'll need it anyway. Tomorrow, we'll be working on this homestead, so it's not like I'm starting early. Since we'll need workers anyway, it's wise to do some lighter tasks, Yi Yaodong acknowledged. This is indeed a lighter task. Tomorrow, when we start, laborers will have to dig pits, chisel stones from the mountain, and carry them down for the master to smooth out. Gathering yellow earth is quite manageable. Yi Yaodong furrowed his brow and nodded. All right. I'll accompany you to the mountain and lend a hand. Yi Yaopeng looked at him in surprise. You want to help? Don't you want my help? Feeling somewhat dejected, he had merely wished to assist with a little task, and everyone seemed astonished. All right, then, let us head up the mountain together. We can push a few more carts today. It was rare for the third brother to volunteer assistance, so Yi Yaoping couldn't very well refuse. I'll only help for a bit. I'll return by 10, as I have other matters to attend to this afternoon. Yi Yaoping's smile faltered slightly. He realized his assumption was misguided. The third brother was merely stopping by to observe, and with it being 8 a.m., he clearly wasn't too serious about working. However, it was good that he was willing to drop by and help out a bit, indicating he was invested in the house construction. This was a far cry from his previous absence. All right, then. Come help out, but once construction starts tomorrow, don't wander off. It'll just be me and our father going out to sea while the second brother stays home. Mother and the others will be busy preparing meals for the workers. I know. Unaware of his brother's true sentiments, Yi Yaodong wouldn't have given them much thought even if he did. After all, this was the change he desired. Transformation shouldn't be too abrupt. After Yi Yaoping unloaded the yellow earth from the cart, Yi Yaodong took the handle. I'll push. You lead the way. Okay. Though the gravel road was rough, pushing an empty cart was still relatively easy. In the past few years, when building houses, everyone had to shoulder loads of yellow earth and stones from the mountain. These materials were free. All that was needed was manpower to fetch them. At that time, houses were constructed without cement, merely mixing the yellow earth and sand before applying it to stones to create sturdy walls. Not many people utilized bricks, as stones were free and built durable homes. Only for taller structures did they use bricks, as stones were too heavy and difficult to stack. In truth, when comparing the two, the price difference is negligible. Although bricks must be purchased, stones also incur costs for transportation and the labor of skilled workers, whose wages are considerably higher. Despite the morning sun, which is unrelenting, after only a short distance, Yi Yaodong was already drenched in sweat. Upon reaching their destination, Yi Yaoping immediately picked up a hoe. Conveniently, I had brought 2 dustpans. I would hoe, and once full, you could dump it into the cart. Excellent. With one dustpan filled, Yi Yaodong lifted it to pour, while Yi Yaoping continued to fill the other. Working in tandem, their pace was indeed swifter than when working alone. Before long, one cart was brimming. I suggested, why not you dig a bit more yellow earth to save time walking back and forth? This task can easily be managed by one person. Yi Yaoping nodded, agreeing to alternate. Next time, he would push. Sure. Let him take the lead. He didn't mind, as he would only have to push for an hour or 2 before heading back, thus not making many trips. However, unexpectedly, he overturned the cart. After only a short distance and upon turning a corner, a stone caught the wheel, and he lost his balance, resulting in a spill. Yi Yaoping approached, offering a sympathetic look at his frowning face, patting him on the shoulder, saying, It's all right. Just refill it. The path is difficult after a few pushes. You want to tip over again. Yi Yaodong felt a bit disheartened. He had indeed never pushed this cart before and could only console himself with such words. Thankfully, it was he who witnessed it. Had their father seen, he would surely be scolded for not living up to expectations. If you help out more, Father won't scold you. Just refill the earth. He scoffed, as if that would change anything. My elder and second brother are just as diligent, yet they still get reprimanded if the work isn't done well. After refilling, Yi Yaoping insisted on pushing to avoid further accidents, while Yi Yaodong should gather more yellow earth. All right, he was more adept at coastal activities than at this labor. After helping on the hill for a while, judging the time to be appropriate, he decided to head back early. Having wielded a hoe for so long, his stomach was growling, and he hurried home for a quick bite to eat and to prepare his tools for sea gathering. Seeing him return, drenched in sweat and flushed, Lin Shouqing curiously asked, Weren't you off to borrow a boat? You look like you've been laboring. I was indeed working. After leaving Guang's place and noticing it was still early, I want to help my elder brother. Everyone looked at him in astonishment. He had voluntarily helped transport yellow soil? Was this real? Observing their skeptical expressions, Yi Yaodong rolled his eyes. I have a share in the house, don't I? If I don't lend a hand, wouldn't father break my legs? That was indeed the case. With their father out to sea for a few days, otherwise, the house would have been filled with his scolding voice directed at Yi Yaodong. Chapter 37. The panic adrift in the sea. Once the astonishment faded, he headed indoors to take a quick shower and tidy up his tools. Aching. Could you cook me a bowl of noodles? I need to head out early. Of course. Lin Shouqing immediately set aside her work to prepare the noodles. She had already been informed of his plans to explore the isolated island for gathering seafood and was eager to support him. The other 2 sisters-in-law, unaware of his early meal's purpose, exchanged eye rolls, assuming he had finally matured and learned to help with chores, only to hear him say he needed to eat before heading out. His mother had initially thought to scold him, but seeing the couple engaged in their own dynamics, and realizing her son had already dashed into the house, she decided against it, merely muttering a few words. After finishing his noodles, Yi Yaodong grabbed a bucket, packed his tools, and hastily stuffed the sack into his pocket, making his way to the dock. The women of the Yi family began their chores, washing rice and picking vegetables as they aimed for an early lunch before heading to gather seafood. Tomorrow, the house construction was scheduled to commence. And with the daily food consumption set to increase significantly, they needed to dig up more clams to help offset expenses. Everyone was busy with their tasks, and no one noticed Yi Yaodong as he left with his gathering tools. When he arrived at the dock, Xiao Xiao and Zheng were already there. "How did you get here so quickly?" Yi Yaodong inquired. "A man never admits to being fast. We just arrived a short while ago." "A Guang went to start the boat." "Then you wait here. I need to go buy diesel." "Do we need diesel?" "A Guang didn't mention it. And I didn't bring any money." A Zheng patted his pocket, confirming he too had no cash. Yi Yaodong chuckled. "No worries, I've got it covered. Just leave the bucket here and watch it for me while I go buy some." A Guang was quite considerate, not mentioning that Yi Yaodong would be using his own money to rent the boat. Otherwise, they would have surely brought some cash. Near the dock, there was a small shed that repaired boat engines and sold diesel. He purchased just 1 yuan worth, enough for his needs, and any leftover could serve as a tip. Just as he finished buying the diesel, Xiao Xiao rushed over. "Are we ready yet?" "A Guang has brought the boat to the shore. Once you're done, we can board." "All right, let us go." He carried a small jug of oil and followed them aboard. As soon as his foot touched the deck, he felt a peculiar sense of calm wash over him, despite the slight rocking of the boat, which was nothing compared to what he had anticipated. He handed the diesel to a Guang, saying, "Pour it in. It only takes about 10 minutes to reach the island, so I only bought a jug. That should suffice for several trips." "Yes, it's sufficient. Let us set sail." Before long, the engine roared to life, and the boat began to glide away from the shore. Everyone chatted casually on their small benches, but as the vessel ventured further into the ocean, Yi Yaodong's complexion grew increasingly pale. Surrounded by water, with only a small boat bobbing in the vast sea, he couldn't help but recall the moments when his strength had waned, and he had succumbed to the encroaching seawater filling his nostrils. The suffocating sensation haunted him. He thought that by not dwelling on it, he would be fine, yet now, adrift in the ocean, it was difficult to suppress those thoughts. Just a couple of days prior, while harvesting oysters by the rocky shore, he had focused solely on the task at hand, feeling no fear even with his legs submerged in the water. Yet now, floating in the middle of the sea, a sense of anxiety began to overwhelm him. As everyone engaged in light-hearted conversation, Zheng noticed Yi Yaodong sitting quietly, his visage lacking color. He approached, surprised. "Dongzi, what's wrong?" "Goodness, you aren't seasick." "Are you? Could it be? You're actually seasick? How long have we even been out?" "This is rather exaggerated, isn't it?" The others expressed their disbelief, astonished that someone from a seaside town could succumb to seasickness so quickly. Yi Yaodong wiped the sweat from his brow. "I only rowed my grandfather's boat when I was a child. It's been years since then. Please don't laugh at me. How much longer until we reach shore?" A Guang shook his head in amusement. "No wonder you were hesitant to go out with your father. It should take about 10 minutes to reach the island. Just hang in there. It won't be long." He nodded, though he felt an intense wave of anxiety. The boat sped across the water, creating ripples that spread outward. Yet he dared not look at the horizon or close his eyes, instead fixing his gaze on the distant peaks, though it did little to alleviate his pallor. Frustrated, Yi Yaodong wished for a different fate, anything but drowning in the sea, for how would a person who made a living from the ocean continue to survive? As they neared the isolated island, his discomfort showed no signs of abating. Gritting his teeth, he resolved, "What are you doing? Why are you taking off your clothes?" A Guang looked on in confusion. "Are you planning to swim? Are you really going to dive in for a few laps?" Xiao Xiao's eyes lit up at the prospect. "That sounds delightful. On a hot day like this, being in the water is refreshing. I'll join you." A Zheng chimed in eagerly. "I want to jump in too. Let us race to see who reaches the other shore first." As they spoke, both began to shed their clothes, leaving only a Guang regrettably at the helm of the boat. Once they reached the island, he too wished to plunge into the water for a few laps. Yi Yaodong observed their actions, feeling reassured. With their company, he was certain he would not drown. Here, he intended to confront his fear of the sea with a bold act. "Don't swim too fast. Wait for me. If I cramp and drown, I'll come to haunt you at midnight." A Zheng rolled his eyes, muttering that the pretty boy was all looks and no substance. "You wouldn't want to be a pretty boy either," he retorted. After exchanging words, Yi Yaodong, noticing they were close to shore, leapt into the sea first. The moment he submerged, the familiar sensation of suffocation engulfed him, and he suddenly forgot how to swim. His mind went blank. limbs flailing chaotically as he sank to the ocean floor. Xiao Xiao and Zheng, who were about to jump in, were taken aback by his erratic movements and descending body. Isn't Dongzi supposed to be able to swim? What is going on? Go pull him up. The two plunged into the water like dumplings, swiftly converging on Yi Yaodong, who was struggling with his eyes shut, yet showed no signs of choking. They quickly brought him to the surface. The sudden rush of fresh air allowed him to breathe, and the sensation of being saved was indescribably refreshing. He opened his eyes, buoyed by their support, and after a brief moment, regained his composure, his panic gradually dissipating. What is going on? Why are you sinking again? Are you really trying to meet Mazu? I cramped up. The moment I jumped in, my legs ceased. Everyone, what a coincidence. How prophetic. Preordained? Chapter 38. Encounter with the mackerel. Yi Yaodong swam through the water, gradually acclimating to the pressure of the sea. It was only at the moment of his initial leap that panic had engulfed him, but thankfully, he had informed his friends beforehand, preventing him from sinking. Reclaiming the joy of swimming, his fear subsided somewhat, and he felt more at ease, paddling toward the shore. Initially, they had intended to race to see who could reach the opposite bank first, but Yi Yaodong's actions startled them, and none dared to stray too far from him. They swam slowly towards the shore, only wading towards the rocks once their feet touched land, as the tide was still receding. Guang gradually maneuvered the boat behind them. And when they were nearly there, he jumped into the water, secured the vessel, and called out to Yi Yaodong. Dongzi, what was that all about? You nearly scared me to death. Aren't you supposed to be able to swim? I jumped in too forcefully, and my leg cramped. That's why I sank. But I'm fine now, see? That leap had indeed yielded a considerable thrill, albeit with a few scares. Guang, feeling somewhat speechless, said, Do you think you're still growing? Last night's overexertion can leave anyone weak. You single fellows wouldn't understand. Xiao Xiao giggled in agreement. Indeed. Guang rolled his eyes. Who are you trying to fool? Having a wife makes you special? Let us go. Get the tools from the boat. The rocks are half exposed. Let us see what we can dig up. As they disembarked, scarcely having had a moment to rest, they plunged back into the water, heading toward the boat. Just as they climbed aboard, Yi Yaodong's eyes widened. Over there. Look. It was a school of mackerel leaping to catch their prey. The others turned their gaze to see a group of mackerel hunting in the shallow waters to their east, their elongated, flattened bodies streamlined for speed. Sharp teeth reminiscent of a cheetah pursuing its quarry, as terrified smaller fish darted in every direction. Excitement erupted among them. It was a mackerel feeding frenzy. It's the Spanish mackerel. Mackerel, fierce by nature, often swim inshore from June to October to hunt. As the saying goes, in the mountains, one eats partridges and deer. By the sea, one feasts on mackerel and pomfret. In this era, the marine resources were plentiful, and their eyes beheld thousands of mackerel in pursuit of their prey. Such a spectacular sight was unprecedented. They were momentarily awestruck. Do we have a fishing net? Yi Yaodong exclaimed, filled with excitement. That's thousands of mackerel. Based on current prices, that's worth a fortune. Knowing that Spanish mackerel typically measure over 40 to 50 centimeters in length, each weighing over 67 pounds. What would that yield? Alas, we don't have a net. We only brought tools for beachcombing. Who would think to bring a fishing net? Their exhilaration quickly turned to frustration, as though cold water had been splashed on their enthusiasm. They were witnessing a windfall yet unable to seize it. Let us check the boat's cabin. Maybe there's a net. Guang's uncle is a trawler. Surely there's a net on board. At his prompting, they snapped back to reality, eagerly rummaging through the cabin. Yes, here it is. The fishing net. Guang exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement. Yi Yaodong was overjoyed. With a net, they could cast and catch. Quick, lower the rope. Let us set sail while casting the net, heading straight for that school of mackerel. Without needing further instruction, everyone understood their roles. Some untied ropes, while others readied the machinery. Guang expertly steered the boat towards the mackerel. They had approached from a different angle earlier, nearly missing the school altogether. The four of them, whether excited or elated, watched intently as they drew nearer. Yi Yaodong's gaze burned with intensity. He had initially come to the deserted island to see if he could gather some seafood. But now he had stumbled upon a stroke of luck. Perhaps his previous misfortunes had been washed away with his death. And now he was enjoying an auspicious turn of fate. As they neared the school, the mackerel scattered in fright. But they could not escape the net that had been cast in advance. The boat did not pause. They continued forward for a distance before raising the net, revealing a lively throng of mackerel, and the faces of all lit up with joy. Wow, this catch must weigh several hundred pounds. Zheng exclaimed, eyes wide. Incredible! So many. Each was astonished. Hurry up. Don't waste time. Toss them into the live well and continue casting. They're still nearby. The excitement was palpable, as they expressed their exhilaration with exclamations of disbelief. Yi Yaodong joined in, urging, keep going. Pour them into the live well and cast again. Once the first net was emptied into the live well, it quickly filled to capacity, with fish flopping all over the deck. They paid no mind to this, immediately preparing to cast a second net. This time, they let the net linger in the water, circling the area twice before pulling it up. The mackerel that had fled could not have gone far, and this catch proved bountiful as well. A guang shouted in excitement, damn, another few 100 pounds. Hurry, help out. The live well can't hold anymore. Toss them into the cabin. Fresh fish sell just as well, dead or alive. They aimed to cast several nets, hoping for thousands of pounds. After this, who needed to work tomorrow? Mackerel are coastal fish that thrive in warm waters, and from June to October, they actively feed on fish and shrimp. Their outing coincided perfectly with the mackerel's feeding frenzy. Keep going, keep going. The boat was filled with their excited shouts, each one bare-chested, clad only in shorts, unbothered by the sun, their faces radiant with joy. After casting 5 or 6 nets, each net remained in the water longer than the last, while the number of mackerel dwindled. Nevertheless, they were all content. Such fortune was a rare gift. As they gazed upon the brimming live well and hold filled with mackerel, excitement sparkled in their eyes. Apart from the fishing port, I had never encountered such an abundance of mackerel. Indeed, accompanying Dongzi proved to be a wise decision. His luck has been remarkably favorable these past few days, and we have certainly benefited from it. Luckily, we went out yesterday. If Fatty and Away had joined, they would have missed out significantly. A guang exclaimed, fully aware of his own misfortune, recognizing that his luck had always been poor, while Dongzi seemed to be riding a wave of fortune. Indeed, Dongzi's luck appears to be exceptional these days. Today, thanks to him, we have struck it rich. Did you perhaps pray to Mazu before setting out? Chapter 39. Adding flourish. Yi Yaodong was equally exhilarated, having initially ventured out merely to confront his fear of the sea, yet unexpectedly reaping such rewards. Was he truly blessed by the koi spirit? He chuckled, not just prayed. I have wholly devoted myself to Mazu in exchange for this good fortune. Zheng widened his eyes in disbelief. Ah, I had no idea a sacrifice was necessary. Had I known, I would have let you drown. Could we have caught even more? Get lost. Maybe if I sacrifice you, we could catch even more. A guang interrupted their banter. Should we cast the net again? After all this time, any remaining fish might have swum far away, escaping in every direction. Yi Yaodong replied, we should have enough fuel, right? Let's cast one last net. The last haul netted us a dozen fish. We can't let any escape. Let's make several more rounds nearby. Even if there are no mackerel, we might catch other seafood. And we can celebrate with a good meal tonight. We have enough fuel, so let's make one final cast. If there are no mackerel, we can still catch some rock crabs or small yellow croakers to enjoy with our drinks, eliminating the need to purchase seafood at the port. They had already sorted through their previous catches, placing the mackerel and a few assorted seafood items into buckets. For the final cast, they did not expect much and proceeded directly to the cabin, where the sight of the hold brimming with mackerel filled them with exhilaration. Today, they had truly struck gold. Ever since discovering the mackerel, Yi Yaodong's focus had been solely on them. As the boat glided across the waves, casting nets, he felt no trepidation. Only now did he realize he had bravely faced his fears and triumphed. How wonderful! He stroked his chin, pondering. This hold must be filled with thousands of pounds of fish, right? Certainly. Look at the size of them, nearly half a meter long, each weighing at least 4 or 5 pounds. We've cast the net 7 or 8 times, capturing at least half of that. I just saw one in the live well that was nearly a meter long. That one must weigh over 8 pounds. I noticed that one too. By heavens. This trip has truly been worth it. Laughter echoed among them as they exchanged excited words, having not felt such exhilaration in ages. Who would be delighted by a windfall? A Zheng kicked the water bucket at his feet, glancing at their fishing tools, and quickly asked, are we still going to sift through the catch? What's there to sift through? After this net, we need to head back quickly. We must sell this entire hold of mackerel for cash. I can't believe you'd even ask such a foolish question. Yi Yaodong replied, bemused. Of course, I'm anxious. I was just asking casually. What if you all thought it might be nice to sift through the catch a bit? Are you out of your mind? Selling the fish for cash is the priority. We can have a guang ask his aunt to rent the boat for another day. And we can return to sift through the catch tomorrow. The tides will still be rising, and the rocks should still be exposed. A guang nodded in agreement. Yes. We can rent the boat again tomorrow and try our luck. The boat is rented, not borrowed. Why didn't anyone mention this sooner? After so long. Only Xiao Xiao had noticed this detail. Oh, what difference does it make whether it's rented or borrowed? It's just a small amount of money. We all pay equally. Besides, we made a fortune today. Why worry about a little cash? A Guang responded nonchalantly. Yi Yaodong smiled sincerely. Exactly, it's just a trivial sum. Once we sell these mackerels, splitting the profits is what truly matters. Yes. Let's quickly return after this haul. We don't even know how long we've been out. As they spoke, they began to don their clothes, having previously been too focused on the mackerel to consider anything else. The final cast took a bit longer than expected. As they prepared to haul it in, a Guang decided to head directly to the port. They made a circle in the middle of the sea before hauling the net. Initially, they held little hope for the final catch, but unexpectedly, a surprise awaited them. A massive 56-pound sea bass emerged as the net was raised. Ah, a sea bass. A big sea bass. Oh my, there's even a big catch. What a delightful addition. Just as they were about to return to shore, they had not anticipated catching a large bass. Haha, there are plenty of small fish and shrimp too. We have our side dishes. Had they encountered this sea bass before discovering the mackerel, they would have been elated, but now, overshadowed by the bounty of mackerel, the bass merely brought them mild joy. After sorting through the catch, aside from the one large bass, they found several mackerel, with the rest being some insignificant small fish, shrimp, and crabs, filling 2 large buckets. They wouldn't fetch much at sale, but they would make for a delightful meal. Let us sell the bass too. It should still fetch several dimes per pound. Upon hearing Xiao Zhao's words, Yi Yaodong couldn't help but twitch his mouth. The buying price for sea bass had been around 35 to 40 yuan per pound, now being discussed as several dimes. Returning to 1982, he noted the stark contrast in prices, constantly drawn to compare with 2022. Each comparison tugged at his heart. How wonderful it would be if he had a golden finger, allowing him to traverse between 1982 and 2022, selling the seafood caught in 1982 for a fortune in 2022. Ah, such thoughts were delightful, yet he possessed nothing but a stroke of luck. No golden finger graced him. He reflected that merely having the chance to start over was the greatest boon. He should treasure it. Perhaps his good fortune itself was his golden finger. After all, who else could boast such luck? A Guang? Xiao Xiao? A Zheng? He could hardly believe it, being a reincarnated being. He was more inclined to trust that his luck was self-bestowed. As his thoughts wandered, a Zheng's voice brought him back to reality. Shall we sell it? Since we only have one base, why not keep it for a clear soup tonight? We have plenty of mackerel already. I think that's a good idea. Let's keep the base. We can also save a couple of mackerel for braising, or perhaps make mackerel dumplings. Then we shall keep it. With so many fish, we can spare a few. It's been quite a while since I've enjoyed base or mackerel dumplings. Yi Yaodong seemed to hear the sound of everyone salivating. Indeed, they were a bunch of spendthrifts. Rather than thinking of selling everything for cash, they were tempted to hold back a few for themselves. However, he found himself thinking the same way. Chapter 40. Astonishing everyone. Yi Yaodong smiled at the group. I'd like to keep 2 or 3 mackerel to take home. Tomorrow, my house will start renovations, and I need to provide food for the workers. It would be perfect to save a few for making mackerel balls. As for the assorted seafood, we can't finish it all in one meal. I'd like to keep some for tomorrow's dishes. We shall evenly divide what we have caught. As for what I wish to keep, I will deduct some from the total once we sell it. Oh. But why talk about deductions? We are all good brothers here. If you want to keep a few, just take them. Indeed, if you wish to keep a few, feel free to do so. Why mention deductions? Is that necessary? Given that we have hundreds of mackerel, does it really matter if you keep a few? Since your house is set to start construction tomorrow, you might as well keep a few more, perhaps cut them into pieces for preservation. In this hot weather, fresh fish won't last long, but salted fish can be kept for a few extra days. After all, we caught them ourselves, so it doesn't cost anything. What is the harm in keeping a few extra? Their warm words made him feel grateful. These friends were worth having. He chuckled and shook his head, remarking that the fish had some value, and taking so many to eat felt a bit extravagant. 2 would suffice. His father goes out to sea every day and always brings back some less valuable fish, which he cooks for the workers the next day without any issue. Let us also share these 2 buckets of seafood. We can reserve some for tonight's drinks. And everyone can take a bit home to add a couple of dishes to their family's meals. As for the mackerel, you should all take a couple home for your families as well. Making mackerel dumplings or fish balls would be delightful. Although he was fond of mackerel dumplings, he did enjoy fish balls. Since everyone was unwilling to deduct from him, it was better to divide it evenly, allowing each to take a bit home for their families. As they listened to his arrangements, they sensed something different about him. He seemed to be considering his family, showing that he cared for them. Guang patted his shoulder and said, "Dongzi, you seem to have matured a bit suddenly. Is it because you're about to split from your family? Of course, I will soon be the head of my own household. Once I no longer live with my parents, I will surely become even more mature. Is it because you're getting less scolded now?" Zheng teased him. "Oh, go away. You're always trying to undermine me. Let us do as Dong suggests then. Each person takes home 2 mackerel, and as for the smaller fish and shrimp, everyone can choose what they want. Whatever is left, we can take for drinks tonight." Guang shook his head. "I don't need any. It's just me and my 2 sisters at home, and we can't eat much. As long as there is something for drinking tonight, that's enough." Zheng added, "All my 4 sisters have married off. It's just me and my parents at home. I can't eat much either, so I'll just take 1 mackerel and a bowl of shrimp. You all can see for yourselves. Whatever is left, I'll take a bit more," Yi Yaodong said nonchalantly. As the 4 of them approached the dock, they picked out the seafood they wanted to keep, reserving a couple of mackerel each. At this moment, the tide had not yet fully risen, and some were still digging for clams. The water was too shallow for the boats to come in, so they had to stop at the nearby rocks and disembark from there. One person stayed on the boat while the others rushed to the purchasing point to grab baskets. They had never anticipated catching so many fish and had come unprepared, without even a basket. The purchasing point S.A. Kai, upon seeing them enter, was taken aback. As they rushed in like bandits, carrying away the towering stacks of bamboo baskets without a word. "What are you doing? Where are you taking my baskets? There is so much. We've caught a few thousand pounds of mackerel. Come help us carry it," Yi Yaodong exclaimed, tugging at a kai as they hurried to move the remaining baskets. "A few thousand pounds of mackerel? Where did you catch that? Is this for real? Don't fool me." A kai stumbled as he was pulled along, finally shaking off Yi Yaodong's grip. "Oh, stop the chatter and hurry. You'll see when we get there." With the tide being so shallow and no boats entering the dock, Akai had nothing better to do and, albeit skeptically, followed them to the boat. The moment he stepped aboard, he was greeted by a hold brimming with mackerel. His eyes lit up. It truly was mackerel. "Did you catch all this in one net?" "Not just one net. There's even more in the hold. Hurry and help us load it," Yi Yaodong said. "How much are you selling the mackerel for?" He was quite curious. 2 dimes. "Can you give a little more?" "That's already high. I'll only make a few cents on the resale." "I don't believe you. Just help me carry it down first. There's so much in the hold." Akai was astonished, seeing the hold was packed with mackerel. "Why are you asking so many questions? Hurry up and help." Basket after basket of mackerel was carried off the boat, and the people around the dock were left in astonishment. This dock, a small one, usually only handled catches from small boats using drag nets or traps, with each boat bringing in little. They had never seen such a pile of mackerel before, and the onlookers began to murmur among themselves. "Goodness, so many mackerel. Whose boat caught this? How could there be so many? Did a large ship dock here? Certainly not. We haven't seen any large ships. Wow, another fortune. Just a few days ago, Yi Laosan caught a net full of big yellow croaker. And now someone has caught a few thousand pounds of mackerel. Whose family is it? I think I just saw a Dong-S group. A Dong, a Guang, and the others? No way. Can they really do something serious?" Baskets of mackerel piled high at the purchasing point caught the attention of those digging for clams on the sandy beach. They heard about the few thousand pounds of mackerel being caught, with Yi Yaodong among them. The Yi family was astonished. "Dongzi caught a few thousand pounds of mackerel? Is that true? When did he go to sea? Let us go ashore to take a look. The tide is rising soon." Yi mother was anxious and stood up. "When did our 3rd son become so reliable?" Lin Xiuqing, holding her son, was both surprised and delighted. She knew her husband had gone to sea, but wasn't he supposed to be searching for seafood on a deserted island? How could he catch so many mackerel? The Yi family, filled with doubts, walked to the purchasing point, witnessing the baskets of mackerel piled on the ground. Yi Yaodong and a Guang approached, each carrying a basket, and their mouths dropped open in astonishment. It was Lin Xiuqing who first regained her composure. Once he set down the basket, she tugged at his arm. "A Dong. Did you catch all these mackerel?" "Not just me. A Guang, Xiao Xiao, and a Zheng all contributed." "You really caught them?" Yi mother still found it hard to believe. Her 3rd son, who couldn't carry a load or handle anything, when had he done something serious? Indeed, it should weigh several thousand pounds, right? These fish are quite substantial. Amidst the envious gazes of onlookers, Yi Yaodong and his companions finally unloaded all the mackerel from the boat, each of them drenched in sweat, their shirts clinging to their backs. Yi Yaodong handed a bucket to his mother, saying, "This is for you. 2 mackerel and some seafood. You can make fish balls with the mackerel tonight. Why leave it behind? These 2 could sell for several dollars. We can just eat the miscellaneous fish," she replied. Having endured a life of hardship, she could hardly part with anything of value for mere consumption. Oh dear, after catching so many, we ought to treat ourselves. Besides, with so many already, what is the harm in keeping these 2? Take them home and make fish balls. I want to eat some. Eat, eat, eat. All you think about is eating. We haven't even earned any money yet, and you're already planning how to spend it. This one alone could fetch $1. Lin Xiaoqing interjected, stopping the incessant chatter of Yi's mother. It doesn't matter if we leave these 2 behind. Dongzi's other friends might have kept some as well. Let us take them home to make fish balls. The kids haven't had any for a while. At this, Yi's mother fell silent. If everyone else was keeping theirs, she couldn't very well return empty-handed. Akai watched them with a grin. Have you all finished moving them? Can we weigh them now? Let us agree on a price first. If it's too low, I want to sell them to you. We'll take a tractor to the fishery dock. Yi Yaodong was no fool. With so many fish, he could easily turn a profit without lifting a finger. 20 cents is reasonable. I'll only make a dime off you at most. And that's only because your father's big yellow fish introduced me to a few fishmongers. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to handle such a bounty of mackerel. The profit margin is indeed slim. Everyone needs to earn a living. You must leave some earnings for others. His reasoning held merit. Transactions often pass through several hands, and one must allow others to profit as well. Without earnings, who would be willing to work? Ah Zheng, grinning, clasped Kai's shoulder. Brother Kai, your connections make earning money much easier than for us. We're all working for our livelihood. Just add a few cents for us. Are you the ones working hard? I heard you returned after just a few hours. No one is as relaxed as you. Little Xiao, growing impatient with their banter, exclaimed, Forget how many hours we spent. Just tell us if you'll raise the price. Yi's mother chimed in. Yes, yes. Just add a little more. With so many mackerel, earning just a penny per pound would still amount to a significant sum. Akai pondered for a moment, hesitating before finally declaring, I can add another penny at most. And that's from my own profit. Guang frowned, that's a bit stingy. Isn't it? Just 1 penny? Honestly, that is quite generous. 22 cents then? Normally, we don't negotiate, but since you have such a large catch, I'll add a penny. If you take it to the fishery dock, you want to even get 21 cents, especially with the shipping costs. If you don't sell to me, I want to lend you my basket. How will you carry all those fish? Fine, 21 cents it is. Let us avoid any further fuss. Typically, prices at the dock are fixed, with the attitude being one of indifference, buy or don't buy. Yi Yaodong didn't wish to complicate matters. Mackerel isn't particularly valuable, and the profit margin was indeed minimal. At 21 cents, it was a fair deal in this context. All right, if Dongzi says it's acceptable, then it's settled. Let us weigh them. Excellent. Please take note with paper and pen. As the spectators eagerly pointed and discussed, they weighed all the mackerel. How many pounds? Where's the abacus? With so many numbers, it's impossible to calculate. Brother Kai, can you use the abacus? None of them could work the abacus. Yi Yaodong knew how to use a calculator, but none were available. Everyone relied on the abacus. All watched patiently as Akai manipulated the beads with a series of clicks. All right, a total of 628 pounds at 21 cents per pound, that amounts to $601.88. The villagers erupted with excitement. Wow, 600. That's more than the big yellow fish we caught a few days ago. Not comparable. How much did the yellow fish weigh? This mackerel weighs so much. Yellow fish are worth much more. If only this were yellow fish, that would be something else. Who doesn't know yellow fish are valuable? But luck plays a part. Catching so many mackerel is no small feat with all this money. Each person could get around 400. That's equivalent to dragging nets for 2 months. That could cover 4 months of a worker's salary. Why is the Yi family so fortunate lately? I'll go pay respects to Mazu tomorrow. In contrast to the villagers' reactions, Yi Yaodong was bewildered. How is it only 600? I thought we'd sell for several thousand. Perhaps he hadn't yet reconciled with the prices of the previous generation. 600 seemed so little to him. Are you sure your calculations are correct? Akai rolled his eyes. You doubt my calculations? Then you do it. I can't. I'll do it. At that moment, Lin Xiaoqing stepped forward. Having completed elementary school, she could read and had learned to use the abacus. Albeit with limited proficiency, she cautiously worked the abacus, fearing she might err. Yi Yaodong dared not interrupt her, mentally calculating again, and concluded she was likely correct. A worker's daily wage is just over $1. 600 would equate to nearly 3 years of their wages, so perhaps it wasn't so little after all. After a moment of patience, Lin Xiuqing set down the abacus and confirmed, "It's 628 pounds, totaling $601.88. There's no mistake. I knew there wouldn't be an error. We're all from the same village. I wouldn't be so shameless as to shortchange you." Yi Yaodong smiled. "I never suggested Brother Kai would cheat on the weight. I just worried the amount was too large. A single calculation could easily lead to mistakes. It's fine. No one can guarantee they won't make mistakes. Since there's no issue, I'll issue you a receipt." "Ah, we can't get the money right away?" Guang exclaimed. "Do I have that much cash?" "This mackerel isn't like the big yellow fish, which requires finding buyers first. This sells easily. I'll issue you a receipt now, and you can come back with it to settle payment in a day or two. It's just over 1,000. Do you think I'd run off? I have plenty of goods to collect in a month." "All right then, let us go with the receipt." The group knew that purchase points typically don't provide immediate cash. They had to wait until the funds were collected before settling. And they didn't mind waiting a day or two. Guang was simply overly excited and a bit impatient. "Dongzi, keep the receipt. Have your wife hold on to it. Once it's time to settle, let us know." "Sure." After the commotion, the villagers lingered, reluctant to leave, continuing to gather around the purchasing point, whispering about the mackerel. Little Xiao, Zhang, and Guang excitedly followed Yi Yaodong home, boasting about their prowess, wit, and luck during the journey. Their laughter and chatter filled the air. Upon reaching the Yi residence, they all returned to their respective homes. Yi's mother smiled broadly. "Dongzi, will you go again tomorrow?" "I'll check with Guang when he gets back to see if we can rent the boat for another day. Today was supposed to be spent gathering seafood on the deserted island, and we just happened to encounter the mackerel school." Lin Xiuqing, looking regretful, added, "We have to help at home tomorrow as the house is being worked on. Otherwise, I could have joined you to gather seafood. Don't worry, I can go alone. You all should tend to your own tasks." Seeing him so diligent and considerate was a source of comfort for Yi's mother. It was good that he couldn't contribute much help. Going to gather seafood to provide for the workers would suffice. With so many workers, meals would require considerable provisions. As long as your elder brother is there, it'll be fine. Who knows if they'll be willing to rent the boat tomorrow? Unwilling to rent? Why not go to the mountain to haul yellow earth? Or dig stones from the river in Dongqiao village, adding another laborer to the household? Yi Yaodong rolled his eyes. If he told his mother about the mishap this morning while transporting earth, she would likely glare at him again. He truly hadn't done much work in his past life. A mere burden. Perhaps tomorrow would be better. He went directly to the backyard to take a shower, indifferent to the damp clothes he had changed out of that morning. After washing, he donned a pair of shorts and swaggered back into the house, then immediately lay down. He anticipated that by evening, his clothes would be dry, allowing him to visit Guang for a drink, thus saving the family some grain. Lin Xiuqing followed him inside and whispered, "Did you notice that second sister-in-law hesitated to speak several times just now? Why should I care?" He replied, "No. I think she might have wanted to ask about the money from the sale of the mackerel." Yi Yaodong looked at her in confusion. Why should she be concerned about the money I earned? In this household, each branch earns and keeps its own. Perhaps she feels that since the eldest brother and second brother go to sea with father and their earnings are pooled for building the house, while you do not take turns but instead rent a boat to earn for yourself, she might have some thoughts about it. Women are indeed full of schemes and worries. So troublesome. The boat belongs to father, and what's wrong with the sons helping the family a bit? True, I have been somewhat lazy. But haven't I helped with the sea for the past few days, saving the family some money on vegetables? Everyone is contributing. Why shouldn't I keep the money I earned? Shoo, keep your voice down. Lin Xiuqing glanced at the door, clearly worried they might be overheard. What is there to fear? I am simply stating the truth. He retorted. It is my money after all, if I indulge my second sister-in-law. She will surely reach for it, but that is out of the question. Lin Xiuqing fell silent, knowing he might impulsively confront them. As long as the second sister-in-law remained quiet, they could pretend to be oblivious for the time being. Seeing her silent, Yi Yaodong reassured her, don't mind her. In a few months, when the house is built, we will divide the families, and each will manage their own. She softly replied, When Ye's father returned from fishing, Yi Yaodong's clothes were still damp, leaving him without anything to wear. He stayed home, content to do so. When his father arrived, he surprisingly smiled at him, having caught over 7,000 jin of mackerel. In truth, it wasn't much. Divided among 4 people, Each would get only 400 coins. Still, it was reasonable. If he had gone alone, it would have been even better. Yi Yaodong remarked, if I had gone alone, you would have lost a son to treat your relatives. Finally, after holding back for an entire afternoon, Yi Erseo had her chance to speak. Father, the eldest and second brothers go out to sea with you, and their earnings go towards building the house. Should Yi Yaodong's fish money also contribute to that? U.S. father frowned, about to speak. But Yi Yaodong immediately recounted his conversation with Lin Shouqing from earlier. But it's different. They all contribute labor, yet their earnings are pooled, while Yi Yaodong, who doesn't go to sea, keeps his earnings for himself. This seems somewhat unfair. We bear the brunt of the work. Yi's father frowned. Who said that? How can you calculate like this? If I give you my money to build, wouldn't I be losing out? The boat is mine, not public property. I've spent years repairing it little by little. Have I ever taken money from you? The eldest and second sons go to sea for the family, and the third son helps with the sea as well. Besides, I heard from the second son that the third has also been helping with some work at the homestead recently. To put it differently, if the eldest and second sons went out with me, should their labor be counted as enough to cover the cost of building your houses? Why should the money you earn go to him for building? Clearly, I am subsidizing your house. The third son's catch also saves a bit on vegetables. That is money too, and he contributes in his own way. He clearly understood the third son's perspective. One earns and keeps what one makes, which is reasonable. Moreover, considering the financial status of the three sons, the third son is the least well off, and parents always worry more for the weaker child. Though they may be frustrated, there is still a hint of favoritism. Seeing her discontented expression, Yi's father continued, if he doesn't help with the sea tomorrow, I will break his leg and carry him to the homestead. Surely, that would be a reasonable expectation? Do you think going to sea is harder than hauling stones in earth? You earn so little, and already there are complaints about unequal labor distribution. What would happen if we started making significant money? The second daughter-in-law is simply too calculating. Over the years, they kept their earnings to themselves, with no expenses from the household, while the third son rarely earns money, and she jumped at the chance to demand a share. Yi's father understood the personalities of his family members all too well and had long desired to divide the family, letting each manage their own lives. The offspring will find their own fortunes. I shall not concern myself with how they live. Chapter 43. They all want to go. Yi Erseo was silenced by Yi's father's words, while Yi Yaohua shot her a glare, causing her to simmer down. She felt that her husband worked hard while Yi Yaodong did nothing but enjoyed the fruits of others' labor. For a long time, she had harbored resentment. Now that their earnings were pooled for the family while he kept his for himself, it was a source of discomfort, making her feel as though she was doing more than her share. Seeing the second daughter-in-law quieted, Yi's father turned his glare to Yi Yaodong. Did you hear that? Stop gallivanting around. The family is busy with the house building. You need to help at the homestead every day. If I come back and find you missing again, I will break your legs. Got it. Enough already, Yi Yaodong replied, feeling exasperated. Every day, I tell you this for your own good. You're in your 20s now, not a child. You need to help with the family work. Guang remarked that his aunt and uncle were quite amiable, though the elderly lady was somewhat difficult to deal with. She mentioned that she could rent us the boat tomorrow, but for 5 yuan, which would total 10 yuan for 2 days. She insisted that we give her an additional 8 yuan, or else she would not rent it to us. Surprised, she sat up and exclaimed, 5 yuan? Why not just rob someone instead? Others go out to sea and drag nets for a day, only earning a few dozen yuan, and they still need to cover fuel costs. Wouldn't renting a boat for a month cost at least 150 yuan? How much do workers earn in a month? They lay around doing nothing. Besides, you're just going to forage at sea. Today was merely fortunate as you stumbled upon a school of mackerel. It's madness to spend 5 yuan to rent a boat for such a gamble, especially when fuel costs are several dimes to a yuan. He found it challenging to explain that he rented the boat to confront his own fears. After all, who in their right mind would spend money to rent a boat for foraging at sea? Especially if luck was not on their side and they couldn't even cover the boat fare and fuel costs. People nowadays are exceedingly frugal, reluctant to spend even on vegetables. Yi Yaodong observed 2 children tossing and turning due to the commotion and quietly remarked, we are indeed at a disadvantage. We only mentioned renting a boat and did not specify the net. That elderly lady is quite assertive, and it wouldn't be wise to argue with her. In any case, we've made a decent profit, so let us just cover it from the sales. Each of us can chip in a little. Having tasted success, everyone was eager to return tomorrow, with even Chen Wei and Pongzi enthusiastically indicating their intention to join them. They felt reluctant to refuse, as they were all friends. Are more people coming tomorrow? Her attention immediately shifted, and her brow furrowed deeper. The issue of money could be set aside for now. Given they had already earned 1,600 yuan, contributing 10 yuan was acceptable. However, with more people, what if they encountered a substantial catch? Wouldn't their share diminish even further? Sighing, she recounted how others lamented missing out on the 7,000 gene of mackerel caught today, vowing to join them tomorrow. In truth, they were not particularly keen on sharing the spoils with 2 additional people, but having been friends for years, they found it hard to outright refuse. Moreover, their luck today was exceptional, which could not be expected every day. Since everyone wanted to go, they felt compelled to take them along. After all, it would be unwise to sever ties over uncertain matters. It was still a lingering thought that having their own boat would be ideal. How presumptuous of them. Just because we made some money, they want to join us, she lamented. Oh, just let them come if they wish. The nearby waters yield little in the way of valuable seafood. We must venture further out to sea. With so many people, it will be challenging to net anything substantial nearby, barely enough to cover fuel costs. We could at least gather some seafood to eat. Let us head to the isolated island and see if we might encounter another windfall. However, such opportunities are rare and often elusive. He did not harbor high hopes but would be content with any finds. You men are always so concerned with notions of friendship and loyalty, she remarked. Women tend to fret over matters that haven't even happened yet. If I had a golden touch, I would secretly earn money and quietly amass wealth without informing anyone. Seeing his wife's incessant chatter, Yi Yaodong decided to silence her with action. Enough of this. You were trembling just yesterday. Who do you look down upon? She retorted. Youth is an asset, and a man's pride does not allow retreat. Although the tide would not recede until the afternoon, they had paid a premium to rent the boat. And enthusiasm was high. They certainly could not afford to wait until the tide went out like they did yesterday. Early in the morning, Yi Yaodong had barely risen when everyone arrived at his home, eagerly waiting. Amid the urging of the group, he hastily consumed a few spoonfuls of porridge, poured the rest down without letting it cool, then took the tools Lin Shouqing had prepared for him and excitedly headed to the dock with the others. Pongzi was also proactive, immediately purchasing diesel upon arrival at the dock, insisting that he would help cover the fuel costs. They planned to drag a few nets in the surrounding waters in the morning, hoping to be as fortunate as yesterday and encounter a substantial catch. They intended to head to the isolated island to forage at low tide in the afternoon. They did not plan to venture too far out to sea, as serious net dragging typically begins in the early morning hours. It takes over an hour to reach the intended fishing grounds and another hour to haul in a net. If they traveled too far, they wouldn't be able to drag many nets throughout the day, wasting fuel for the round trip. They simply wished to replicate yesterday's luck, hoping to strike it rich. If not, they could still gather some seafood at the isolated island. With so many of them, each would surely find enough to not leave empty-handed. As the boat departed from the shore, Yi Yaodong felt no fear today. His demeanor was remarkably relaxed, and upon reaching the center of the sea, he shouted into the ocean, "The sea, I Yi Yaodong have returned." Ha ha, Dongzi is too excited. I'm excited too. The sea, I Pei Guang have returned, so bring forth a bounty of seafood. Don't say your name. The sea god might not send us seafood if he hears it. Be quiet. Hurry up and cast the net. How do I do it? I'm clueless. Pongzi urged eagerly. Don't rush. This is shallow water, too close to shore. There's not much to catch. Let us head out a bit, Guang advised. Drawing from his extensive experience, his father operated a large boat, and his aunt owned a smaller vessel. In previous years, when his cousins were too young, his aunt would often summon him to help at sea, making him quite familiar with the practice. Yi Yaodong was also well acquainted, though he chose to keep a low profile for the moment. Let us see how luck treats us today. If we have a great catch, we can all share joyfully. If not, we can still manage some snacks to enjoy. Let us just hope I don't come back empty-handed. If they couldn't catch anything with the net, they would surely find something among the rocks. In their village, those without boats could not reach the isolated island, and those with boats were busy dragging nets. Who would waste time setting out just to forage? The isolated island was likely to have plenty of shells and similar treasures. Those with boats in the village longed for calm weather to go out and earn money. Guang steered the boat close to the isolated island, hopeful that they might encounter another big catch, given the abundance of mackerel caught in the area yesterday. Let us work here. Let me help. Let me help. Everyone eagerly clamored to assist in casting the net. As the boat sailed, the fishing net sank beneath the waves, and Pongzi impatiently inquired, "How long do we have to wait before we can haul it back?" He was the only novice among them, The others had some knowledge. Let us wait about an hour. I'll circle around to see if we can catch more, a Guang replied. Let me steer the boat. I want to give it a try, Yi Yaodong said enthusiastically. A Guang eyed him skeptically. Can you handle it? A man must never claim he cannot. You underestimate me. A Zheng chimed in with a grin. Ha ha ha, Dongzi has 2 sons. You all can't compare to him. 2 sons? What is so remarkable about that? At least I'm not still unmarried like you. Curse it. I've been struck down again, a Guang replied, looking dejected. In this era, rural areas still emphasized having sons to carry on the family name, so indeed having 2 sons was noteworthy. Moreover, the policy now forbids having more than 1 child unless the firstborn is a girl, allowing a second child after a 5-year wait. Unless one secretly gives birth, they would face fines during registration. Amidst the light-hearted banter, they waited on the boat for a while. When Yi Yaodong felt enough time had passed, he called for a Guang to haul in the net. As expected, there was no overflowing catch, after all. Substantial yields weren't an everyday occurrence and relied heavily on luck. The net yielded only a modest catch of shrimp, crabs, and various small fish, leaving everyone somewhat disheartened. Yi Yaodong offered a comforting remark, noting that the proximity of the fishing grounds to the shore justified the meager haul. Even a small catch to take home would suffice. The plump fellow, however, expressed his dissatisfaction, suggesting they venture further out. Why not? We can drag the net one more time before the tide recedes, he proposed, suggesting a loop back after a brief excursion into deeper waters. As the engine of the boat belted out its rhythmic clatter, a few crew members sat listlessly on the deck. Had I known, I would have brought a deck of cards, Awei lamented. You play cards every day. Aren't you tired of it? Besides, under such a blazing sun, how can you enjoy it? Yi Yaodong rolled his eyes. Well, it's certainly better than just sitting here baking in the sun. A pot would have been more useful. After disembarking, we could cook our own meals fresh. Zheng perked up at this notion, realizing the merit in it. Had I known, I would have brought a pot too. It's a pity gas canisters aren't yet common. Otherwise, we could have enjoyed a fresh catch right here on the boat. The time dragged on for over an hour, and with no sense of direction at sea. They only discovered upon pulling up the net again that they had merely circled back. The catch remained unimpressive, just a larger quantity of the same small finds. Alas, I came out here with such high hopes, yet today seems to be devoid of fortune, the plump fellow sighed. Yi Yaodong reassured him, it's to be expected. If there were abundant fish in these shallow waters, who would venture further out? It's not exactly economical, is it? Having been satisfied with the previous day's bounty of mackerel, Yi Yaodong and his companions did not hold high expectations for today, merely wishing for a stroke of luck. If they were fortunate, wonderful. If not, it was still enough to earn a meal and enjoy the sea. Eventually, with the tide starting to ebb, he decided to head back to shore. As the boat docked against the rocks, they jumped off one by one, akin to dumplings being dropped into a pot, each carrying their tools and buckets, securing the boat to the rocks. Wow, look at all the bounty on these rocks, Dongzi exclaimed, realizing the isolation of this island had preserved a wealth of resources. Yi Yaodong smiled, of course. The rocks outside the harbor see visitors frequently. How much could we expect to find? Here, however, on this uninhabited island, it's brimming with treasures. Before him lay a plethora of mussels and clams, each one larger than the last, alongside numerous juvenile shellfish and various snails clinging to the rocks. This area is a veritable treasure trove, he mused. Seeing the abundance of shellfish, the group's earlier disappointment vanished. Yi Yaodong's spirits lifted as he noticed that the tide had just begun to recede, promising even more treasures once it fell completely. They dispersed to collect their finds. Without haste, he began by inspecting the surroundings until he spotted a rock teeming with wild abalone. He crouched down, using a screwdriver to pry them loose. These wild specimens differed significantly from the market variety, being notably smaller, roughly the size of a 1 yuan coin and oval-shaped with delicate shells. They were a personal favorite of his, perfect for steaming with enoki mushrooms. With a gentle flick of the screwdriver, he dislodged a whole cluster, gleefully collecting them in his bucket before continuing his search. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a cluster of Buddha's hand fruit nestled in the crevices. A find that would fetch a decent price. After donning gloves to protect his hands from the sharp edges, he carefully pried them free, ensuring he gathered the entire cluster before moving on to hunt for larger snails. Among the rocks, the most prevalent types of snails he encountered were spicy snails, horsehoof snails, green shrimp snails, sesame snails, and flower snails. He welcomed any sizable specimens he found, prioritizing those that could be sold for a profit while leaving the less valuable mussels and clams untouched for later. He continued his foraging, eventually bumping into Ah Guang, who glanced into his nearly overflowing bucket. Why not transfer some to a bag? Ah Guang innocently replied, I only brought one bucket. Yi Yaodong couldn't help but laugh. Well, now that it's full, you're left just watching. I'll just keep filling it. I'm only collecting abalone and the larger snails. I got a bit carried away at first, but now I'll have to be selective. Ajing raised his head nearby, adding, my bucket is nearly full too. The plump fellow sighed, mine filled ages ago. I've been resting for a while. Who knew this island would yield so much to dig? Yi Yaodong shook his head in disbelief. They had seen him prepare with burlap sacks yesterday, yet today they had come unprepared. He couldn't help but feel a sense of glee for having brought 2 sacks, having noticed the potential bounty upon landing the previous day. Didn't I see you had a large bamboo basket in your bucket this morning? He asked. Yes, there are 2 sacks in it. I made sure to bring extras. Dongzi replied. I told you all that this island would have plenty of goods, yet you didn't prepare accordingly. Now, you can just sit back while I continue to dig. We simply didn't expect this. After stepping onto the shore, we rushed to grab our tools, they lamented, wishing they had been more prudent. Once their buckets were filled, they could only watch as Yi Yaodong continued his diligent work, reveling in the bounty that this isolated island offered, in stark contrast to the meager finds at the harbor. The wild mussels here came in 2 varieties, one a vibrant green and the other a blackish green, each about the size of an egg. Once his bucket was full, he set it aside and retrieved a burlap sack to fill with mussels, as they grew in clusters, making them easy to collect. Afterward, he gathered cow eyes, mixing them into the same sack for later sorting. They referred to these cow eyes in their local dialect, but the official name eluded him. Unfarmed and seldom seen in markets, these shellfish resembled scallops but were smaller in size, with round, stone-colored shells that made for a delightful soup when cooked with ginger and garlic. As he collected mussels and cow eyes, he also gathered clams and snails, taking whatever he found, using the burlap sack instead of the bucket, foregoing the earlier need for selectivity. Once the sack was nearly full, he dragged it to the beach, shaking out another sack from the bamboo basket. Are you not tired, Dongzi? You really came prepared with 2 sacks. Shouldn't you take a break? Xiao Xiao remarked, lighting a cigarette while observing Yi Yaodong's industriousness. One must not be lazy. Constructing a house requires a substantial sum of money. My elder brothers accompany my father to sea, and all their earnings are devoted to the house's construction. I must also contribute, perhaps by gathering more seafood to provide for the workers, thereby alleviating some of the household expenses. Otherwise, I might find myself laboring to haul stones or transport sand. And should I remain idle, my father may very well break my legs. Ajing chuckled lightly. Oh, your father is merely speaking out of frustration. He knows full well your limitations. You have endured your share of beatings. What is the harm? However, one cannot dismiss the matter so lightly. My eldest son is already 5 years old. Do I not deserve some dignity as a father? Moreover, building a house is a significant undertaking. One cannot afford to be indifferent. I must assist in some capacity, especially since I will have a family to support once the property is divided. Little Xiao nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Ajing then eagerly suggested, since we have nothing else to do, why don't we lend a hand tomorrow? In this sweltering heat? No worries. We can just help a little. Yi Yaodong pondered. Perhaps I should return and check if we have enough workers. If not, you can come back to assist. Should we have enough, we can certainly help out. After all, there is no need to calculate wages. Just provide us with a meal. Of course, meals will be provided. You can come as you please. If you're busy, then don't worry about it. While they spoke, he pried open a small portion of the clam bag. At that moment, he had no time to open the oysters directly. Instead, he would harvest the clams and place them in a sack to be opened slowly by the women at home. Could you help me lift that sack onto the boat? Sure. However, as soon as they hoisted the sack onto the boat, they realized they had committed a foolish error. Chapter 46. Sea Centipede. Little Xiao slapped his forehead. What were we thinking? We could have simply poured the contents from the bucket onto the boat, freeing up space to continue loading. Ajing suddenly grasped the realization, right? Just pour it onto the boat, and we can separate them in the corners. We can always transfer them to a sack later. Goodness, how dim-witted we've been. They lamented, having watched Dongzi work alone for so long. Let us go. Let's gather more. The boat and fuel costs are high. We mustn't waste this trip. When they returned to inform Fatty and Chun Wei, the two quickly understood and hurried to pour the contents of the buckets onto the boat to make space for more. Yi Yaodong observed them in silence. As long as he filled 2 sacks, he would be content. As long as he didn't wash them and kept them in a cool place, these shellfish should last 2 or 3 days. If it weren't for needing to feed the workers, he wouldn't have collected so many. After all, without a refrigerator, too much would spoil before they could consume it, and what he had gathered was already sufficient. Once the sack of clams was filled, he took a moment to rest and watch them work. The deserted island, untouched by human hands, was abundant with shellfish clinging to the rocks. He could not possibly pry everything back alone. They would still find plenty upon returning. After sunbathing for a while and consuming 2 ears of corn he had brought, he noticed that the tide had receded, revealing most of the surrounding rocks. He called out to his companions bent over the rocks, "Comrades, the tide has gone out. I'm off to search for treasures. You may continue your digging." "Goodness, there's no time to waste. I'll dig a little longer. If I find something good, I'll call out." "All right, once I've finished gathering the larger items, I'll let you know." Yi Yaodong chuckled and rolled up his trousers, heading into the shallow waters. "Darn it, I'm joining you," Zhang exclaimed, jumping in without bothering to empty his bucket, fearing he would miss out again. After all, the shellfish on the rocks wouldn't escape. As he leaped in, he heard Yi Yaodong's excited voice. "Look, a sea centipede." "What? Where? Where is it? Are there really sea centipedes?" The group rushed to Yi Yaodong's side, where they beheld the exposed mud flats teeming with innumerable sea centipedes. The sea centipede, scientifically known as a sandworm, is a creature found in the shallow coastal mudflats of the southeast. Its most frightening aspect is its resemblance to a centipede. However, it is non-venomous and harmless, possessing short legs. Its diet mainly consists of algae and seagrass, supplemented by small shrimp and fish. Goodness, this is utterly revolting. So many of them, I have goosebumps. A vast expanse of sea centipedes writhed before them. Anyone with a fear of clusters would surely faint from the sight. Fortunately, Yi Yaodong was unperturbed. This was a prized find. "Let us all get in there, but be quiet when you catch them. Don't let them burrow into the mud." "Oh no, that is too disgusting. So many of them, it gives me chills. I can't." "Neither can I. I didn't bring gloves. My eyes are about to go blind. I'll go look elsewhere to cleanse my sight." Indeed, it was somewhat nauseating. "You discovered them, so you should be the one to catch them." One by one, they shook their heads and hurried away. Yi Yaodong rolled his eyes. Everyone was eager to eat, yet no one wished to take action. Let us not be so hasty. Once cooked, they look vastly different from their living form. The mass of writhing creatures made him feel sick, but since he had gloves on, he could manage. He quickly grabbed a handful, watching them squirm, feeling a wave of disgust wash over him as he swiftly placed them into the bucket. The remaining sea centipedes around him, startled, began to burrow into the ground. No, they must not escape. Yi Yaodong hurriedly gathered the centipedes that were still visible, while those that had evaded capture burrowed into the mud. Observing the multitude of small holes in the mudflat, he attempted to probe one, feeling something, then gently tugging. Patience was required. He needed to be meticulous. When pulling, he would pause to allow the sea centipede's body to contract before lifting it again. Moving too quickly could result in breaking it. After probing a few holes, he grew impatient. It was too time-consuming. With his bucket already half full, he estimated he had around 4 to 5 pounds. He decided to continue searching the tide pool for other treasures, intending to return later for more centipedes. After all, they would remain there. Setting the bucket in a shady spot, he grabbed his bamboo basket and fire tongs and hurried toward a guang. "Have you found anything? What do you think?" If there were good finds, I would have shouted. True, it seems no one has found anything significant. He casually glanced at a guang's bucket, which held a few rock crabs and some small fish. "You might want to dig for shellfish on the rocks. Perhaps you'll have better luck." A guang nodded earnestly. "I think so too." Yi Yaodong patted his shoulder reassuringly, then glanced at the positions of the others before deciding to venture further along the rocky edge of the deserted island. During the brief time he spent gathering sea centipedes, the tide had receded even further. Since he had experienced a successful start on the mudflats today, he specifically sought areas where the tide had revealed sandbanks. The exposed regions of the deserted island, after the tide had receded, featured patches of sand and mudflats that looked rather unclean, sinking beneath his feet with each step. After only a few paces, he found himself splattered with mud. Holding a pair of tongs and wandering about, he chanced upon a large mud-covered blue crab, motionless on the sunlit mudflat. The crab's disguise was rather effective. Its shell caked in mud made it almost easy to overlook. Li Yaodong pinched it lightly with the tongs, causing its formidable claws to flail in a display of defiance. It turned out to be a female, quite hefty, likely containing rich roe, weighing perhaps 1.5 pounds. What luck! He felt certain that the mudflats harbored treasures, and his casual stroll had indeed borne fruit. Chapter 47. Bounty of the Deserted Island. Continuing his exploration, he soon spotted another blue crab partially buried in the earth, with only its two eyes peeking out. This one was even more adept at concealment. Thankfully, his keen eyesight allowed him to seize it, though slightly smaller. It still tipped the scales at just over a pound and was male as well, quite a find. He placed this crab into his bamboo basket and proceeded with greater diligence. Wary of missing any that might be obscured by the mud, he carefully shifted stones, hoping to uncover hidden treasures beneath, yet in this stretch of mudflat, devoid of water. His efforts yielded no stranded fish or shrimp. Undeterred, he maintained his patience, relishing the ample time afforded by the receding tide. After moving several stones, he was rewarded with the sight of two large blue crabs stacked atop one another. Astonishing! He managed to capture one, only to find the other ensnared in the same predicament. A quick glance confirmed they were indeed a male and a female. Leaf Yaodong mused that the isolation of the island, with no threats or human presence, allowed these crabs to bask in the sun upon the mudflats, waiting for the next tide to return to the sea. Excited, he secured both crabs and noticed a flat expanse of mudflat nearby dotted with numerous small holes. He approached swiftly and crouched down. Unlike the sand holes that housed clams, these, based on his experience, were likely to contain razor clams. These soft-bodied invertebrates thrived in the intertidal zone, their elongated, razor-like shells enabling rapid movement within their burrows, quickly retreating when startled. He murmured to himself, lamenting the lack of salt. If only he could sprinkle some at the entrances, the clams would emerge on their own. Alas, he had to dig them out manually, which was somewhat bothersome. Setting the tongs aside, he began to excavate each hole by hand, relieved to find they were not deeply buried. After extracting several, he spotted a stone nearby and casually moved it aside, revealing two lively shrimp, which he promptly tossed into his basket. Even the smallest catch counts as a reward. With nimble hands and feet, he toiled for a good 10 minutes, clearing out the holes and estimating a haul of 3 to 4 pounds. Satisfied, he rose, though the prolonged crouching had left his neck somewhat stiff, and his muddy hands made it inconvenient to rub it. He twisted his neck and glanced around at his companions, who seemed scattered about. He wondered how they fared in their foraging. Lifting his gaze to the sun, he noted its relentless brightness. The tide was still a ways from rising, allowing him to continue his search, occasionally collecting more shrimp. As he moved further outward, he transitioned into shallower waters. Upon stepping into the sea, Leaf Yaodong settled on a large stone, intending to wash the mud from his legs, which had dried in the sun, taut and uncomfortable against his skin. Just as he finished rinsing, he spotted an antenna protruding from a crevice in the rocks. Aha! He donned his gloves and reached in, discovering a small octopus. After tossing it into his basket, he continued to explore beneath the stones, and to his delight, found 2 more small octopuses. In Fujian, there's a saying, 3 small octopuses are worth 1 sheep. Unlike other octopuses sold by weight, these are priced individually. A veritable feast awaited him. The island's bounty indeed surpassed that of the dockside. After circling the stone, he spotted a few whelks, not many, just 7 or 8. With the meat firmly affixed to the rocks, he pried them off one by one, knowing that only those attached to the stones contained meat, while those submerged in seawater often housed hermit crabs, devoid of substance. Since he had ventured into the shallows, he decided to explore the surrounding area. Suddenly, he noticed a red figure darting among the pile of stones. He hurried over to discover it was a stone crab. These crabs typically dwell among rocky crevices, seemingly unable to stray far from their rocky homes, regardless of water depth. Leaf Yaodong carefully set aside his basket and tongs, using both hands to encircle the crab, taking care to avoid its venomous spines. The vibrant red of the stone crab was quite a sight, far more appealing than ordinary fish. Leaf Yaodong felt elated. Regardless of market value, the thrill of the catch was joyous. His subsequent finds were sparse, and as the tide began to rise, he managed to catch just 3 stone crabs, enough for a decent meal, along with several shrimp, a few rock crabs, assorted fish, and 3 large blue crabs. Wading through the water, he headed toward the rocky area where he had disembarked, while the others remained engrossed in their foraging. Leaf Yaodong called out, "The tide is coming in." Everyone looked up briefly at the sound before returning to their tasks. The tide had indeed begun to rise, but not significantly enough to cause alarm, as the boat remained grounded on the sand. As he approached, he shouted again, "Aren't you all hungry?" "Who would tea be?" "We're starving," came the chorus. "I've already eaten several raw shrimp." It dawned on him, then, that he hadn't caught any shrimp that day. "What did you find?" 3 small octopuses, 3 stone crabs, a handful of assorted whelks, 3 to 4 pounds of clams, and 7 large blue crabs. Good heavens. You found 7 large blue crabs? How big were they? The incredulous tone of his closest companion was evident. All over a pound, with the largest nearly 2. He replied. The biggest one was discovered just as he was about to walk over, nestled beneath a stone in the shallow water. Had he not spotted it, it would have slipped back into the sea with the rising tide. Zhang exclaimed in envy. What luck! 3 to 4 pounds of clams is one thing. But 7 large blue crabs? I only found 1. I found 1 too. A decent size, perhaps around 1.25 pounds. Chen Wei chimed in. It seems this area is teeming with blue crabs. I wonder if it's due to the island's isolation and the absence of fishing nets here, he mused. I suspect that's the case. It's likely no one has fished here, Xiao Xiao remarked, glancing at Li Yaodong's filled basket. You've got quite a haul. Dongzi, you've indeed had remarkable fortune these past few days. In Chapter 48, a boat full of shellfish, addendum, please continue reading. He acknowledged his good fortune, admitting that several crabs had evaded his notice, hidden in the mudflats. He conceded that while luck played a role, experience also contributed. Initially thrilled with a single crab, the comparison to his companion's catches diminished his joy. Oh well, the tide hasn't fully risen yet. Let us continue exploring the mudflats. Hey, where are Fatty and Iguan? Xiao Xiao pointed toward the sandy beach by the rocks. There's Fatty, taking a nap. Li Yaodong turned to follow the direction of his finger, spotting Fatty reclining on the sand, hands behind his head, hat pulled over his face. Can he really sleep like that? Is he a pig? Isn't he just a pig? It's quite perplexing. Under such a blazing sun, he can actually use the sky as a blanket and the ground as a bed. I am utterly amazed by him. Guang has gone to collect small abalone, believing that the goods on the rocks are more suited to him. Oh, he also spotted a figure bent over on the rocks. Well, you all continue your search. The tide will not rise for a while. I will take a short break first. With that, he headed towards the sandy area where he had previously caught sea centipedes, where there was still a half bucket of them left, perfect for a brief rest before continuing his catch. Although they may seem repulsive, for gourmets, they are a delicacy. Our village's beach lacks such treasures, so while the tide is still low, he can dig a few more. He wonders whether the dock will accept them. If not, it doesn't matter. As long as they are not killed, they can be kept for 2 or 3 days. Since his family is numerous, he estimates they won't last more than 2 days at most. The sea centipedes, measuring between 20 to 30 centimeters long, and some only a few centimeters, were gradually pulled from their burrows. Are you still catching them? Aren't you disgusted? Hearing the voice, Yi Yaodong knew it was a Guang and replied without looking up. Catching them one by one is fine. Aren't they just sea centipedes? It's not like I've never seen them before. Are you planning to sell them or keep them for yourself? Let's see if Akai will buy them. After all, our dock doesn't usually deal in these. If not, just keep them for yourself, a Guang suggested. He glanced at the bamboo basket beside him, noting the sizable green crabs he had caught, feeling pleased with his haul. You'd be envious if I told you. I caught 7, 2 females and 5 males, all quite meaty. Yi Yaodong was quite pleased, having not expected such an abundance of resources on this isolated island. What? 7? What incredible luck you have! A Guang exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief as he shook the basket, revealing several large claws from the bottom. Zhang and Chen Wei each caught one as well. Do you want to go look for more? The tide hasn't come in yet. Yes, let's go now. Just tell me where to catch them. Yi Yaodong pointed him in the right direction, assuring him that he had already explored most of the area but that he could venture further afield where he had not been. Got it. A Guang dashed towards the indicated spot, knowing that once the tide starts to rise, it will come in quickly, especially since it was already past the first day of the month and the water level had not receded much today. Yi Yaodong did not foresee that his mere suggestion would lead a Guang to catch 2 green crabs, one of which was enormous, slightly larger than his own biggest catch. Upon his return, he drew envious glances from others. Master Dongzi, when will you guide me too? Someone joked. Indeed, had I known, I would have asked where you caught them. Perhaps I could have snagged a couple too. Zhang lamented, regretting the missed opportunity while he had been chatting with Dongzi. A Guang, savoring his good fortune, sighed. Alas, I arrived too late. I only found 2 before the tide came in. The second one nearly got swept away, but thankfully I was quick. Nevertheless, 2 green crabs is quite a catch. Neither Fatty nor Xiao Xiao has any. Had I known there were crabs over there, I would have gone myself. Yi Yaodong chuckled before reminding everyone. The tide is coming in. Let's gather our things and board the boat. Let's go home. I'm starving. Me too. My stomach is flat with hunger. Wake that lazy Fatty up. Just leave him here as a wild man, shouting so loud. Do you think I'm deaf? Didn't you hear me? They exchanged playful banter as they each carried their buckets and tools onto the boat. And then Aguang untied the ropes, using a bamboo pole to create some distance from the shore before starting the engine. It was already 3 o'clock. They had been out since early morning, and everyone was exhausted. Once aboard, they sprawled in various positions, either sitting or leaning. This shellfishing was indeed quite laborious. But thankfully today's yield was satisfying, making the effort worthwhile. Chen Dahai stretched his neck and remarked, "This shellfishing is tough work, but at least we had a good haul." His demeanor was less lively than the others. He usually spoke little, only chiming in occasionally. Fatty rolled his eyes. "Why do I feel like you are mocking me?" "Haha. Be more confident. Just drop the word feel." Yi Yaodong laughed heartily. The others joined in the laughter. "Fatty, you might as well not have come. Look at your plump face. All sunburned. What is wrong with a man being tanned? It's just too hot and sunny. I want to come again. Tomorrow, helping at Dongzi's homestead will be just as sunny." Yi Yaodong quickly interjected, "Hey, no pressure. In this heat, who wants to work under the sun? I won't force anyone. It's entirely up to you." Fatty, slightly embarrassed, replied, "I'll come to help if I can. No worries. Building a house isn't a 1 or 2 day affair. We've hired workers, so feel free to come as you like." Everyone nodded in agreement, understanding that helping out as they could was sufficient. After sailing for several minutes, they reached the dock, securing the boat before disembarking. They all rushed back to fetch sacks for their catch, leaving Yi Yaodong alone on the boat to keep watch. He waited as fishing boats gradually arrived. It was already afternoon, and the trawlers were due back. Being from the same village, everyone greeted him warmly. Upon seeing the deck piled with shellfish, they curiously inquired. But he brushed them off. After all, they were common finds on the rocks, so no one was particularly surprised, merely astonished at the sheer quantity. Noticing Yi Yaodong's reluctance to elaborate, they stopped asking, though they couldn't help but steal glances. These shellfish weren't worth much. Few families in the village owned boats. Mostly small rowboats, and everyone needed their boats to fish for a living. Otherwise, the surrounding islands would have little left. After a short wait, he spotted his mother on the shore, clearly waiting for his father. She soon noticed him and called out, jogging towards him, "Why are you back so late? Did you really catch so much?" Before she could finish, her eyes widened in astonishment at the boat overflowing with shellfish. "These aren't all mine. I brought some sacks. These 2 bags are mine, and there's a small pile here." The others didn't bring sacks, so they piled everything onto the boat. Now they're all running back to get bags. After explaining, Yi Yaodong handed his mother the bamboo basket and bucket. "This is what I caught. You should ask Akai if he by the sea centipedes. There are 7 green crabs in this basket." His mother was taken aback by his remarkable haul, marveling at the abundance of green crabs. So much to catch on this isolated island, and sea centipedes too? This bucket is quite heavy. She looked at the wriggling sea centipedes with delight rather than disgust, her eyes sparkling. These sea centipedes were a prized catch, and in their area, such finds were rare. The rocks were teeming with life. Just look at these mussels and clams, all impressively large. Others had also caught a few green crabs, making for a noteworthy bounty. If I weren't worried about having too many shellfish and not being able to eat them all, I could have dug up a bit more. That's enough. If we can't finish them all, they'll spoil, and that would be wasteful. I'll take these to sell, his mother said cheerfully, balancing the bucket and basket. It was rare to see her 3rd son so reliable. She was happier than if she had earned the money herself. Yi Yaodong kicked the small pile by his feet. There's more that needs sorting. Some of these snails are quite large and can be sold, and there are Buddha's hand citrons. As for the mussels, they aren't worth much. Let's leave them for the workers building the house. Sure, I will sell these first and will return later to sort through the shells." Just as others arrived with sacks to collect the goods, Father Ye's fishing boat came in. It was mentioned that Mother Yi remarked on the good catch of the 3rd son today, who had caught half a bucket of sea centipedes and 7 blue crabs, selling them for over $10. He also brought back 2 sacks of shellfish. Father Yi appeared much more amiable, though the day's catch was not as plentiful as yesterday, amounting to just over $20 in total. For the 3rd son to return with such a haul after leaving in the morning was commendable. After the family helped transport the shellfish home, Mother Yi began sorting through some mussels to prepare a pot of noodle soup to send to the workers as a snack. She had intended to cook it earlier, but had been delayed by coming out to meet Father Yi and the others. Upon returning home, Yi Yaodong quickly drank half a pot of tea before resting in the living room, waiting for dinner. Father Yi, bare-chested and enjoying his cherished water pipe, asked Yi Yaodong if others had fared better. "Not more than I did," he replied. After a long day, he was not inclined to converse much. eager instead for a meal and a good rest. There would be no tide tomorrow, but perhaps they could rent a boat again when the tide returned on the 15th. That old lady is asking for too much. It's not worth it. We'll see when the time comes, Father Yi nodded. What if we can't even recoup our expenses? That would mean a day wasted. He agreed to reassess later and suggested that after dinner, he and his wife go to Akai's house to collect the over $1,000 from yesterday's sales and divide it as necessary. After Mother Yi delivered the snacks, Lin Xiuqing realized Yi Yaodong was back. She accepted the money for the goods that Mother Yi discreetly handed her, and without pausing for a bite, hurried home. When she arrived, Yi Yaodong had just finished his meal, setting down the bowl and chopsticks. Have you had any snacks? There is still some left in the pot. Good. After Father Yi and Yi Yaohua had their fill, they headed back to the yard, leaving the couple to converse. While eating, Lin Xiuqing asked, there were many people around just now. Mother didn't say much, but secretly slipped me some cash, saying it was from your sales. Yi Yaodong shared details of the day's catch and pointed to the back door, indicating there was still a pile of shellfish. Finish your meal and sort through them to see if there is anything else to sell. You can take it to Akai later and settle yesterday's accounts. With a smile in her eyes, Lin Xiuqing nodded. Nothing pleased her more than her husband earning money. Observing the noticeable shift in his wife's demeanor over the past few days, Yi Yaodong felt that a bit of fatigue was worth it. It seems Mother has sold the 3 small white octopuses. Otherwise, she could have made some soup for you. What can we eat? Anything valuable has been sold. Recently, Father has been dragging the nets, leaving behind a pile of small fish and shrimp. We have more than enough food at home. And you've dug so many shellfish that we can't possibly eat it all. But it's not the same. She suffered from colon cancer in her past life. It must be related to her diet. He felt a lingering sense of guilt and wanted to ensure she had better meals now that they had returned. Let us discuss it after we split the family assets. Living together as a family, it wouldn't be right for them to indulge alone. Especially since he had previously been deemed unproductive. If he started cooking separately, his 2 sisters-in-law would surely have something to say. Lin Xiuqing quickly finished her meal and washed the dishes before heading to the backyard to sort through the shellfish, gathering all she deemed valuable into a separate bucket. She picked out large conchs, pen shells, and wild abalone, leaving behind the smaller ones that wouldn't fetch a good price for their own consumption. To be honest, he had also focused on larger specimens when harvesting, so there wasn't much left after her selection. Fortunately, she was fond of mussels and clams, allowing her to keep 2 bags. Should we open the oysters for sale? Let us not. That is too much for you to handle alone tonight. We'll keep it for ourselves and enjoy it together. All right. Lin Xiuqing expressed slight regret. Such a large bag of baby clams could yield several pounds of oysters. Seeing her avarice, Yi Yaodong smiled. Let us take the receipt from yesterday. I'll go call Guang and the others, and we'll head to Akai to settle the accounts. With a substantial sum from Akai, Yi Yaodong gazed at the distant sea, the treasure trove of the entire village. He had heard that his grandfather was not originally from this village but had come here during a famine, surviving by begging until he settled by the sea. This vast ocean had nurtured countless lives. Returning his gaze, he cheerfully exclaimed, let us go to Guang's house and divide the spoils. 1601. 88 yuan was a significant amount for the current day, equivalent to 2 years' wages for a worker. After deducting boat rental and fuel costs, each person would receive about 397 yuan. My wife calculated it. Each person gets around 397. Count your own money. Then we'll see how much is left over and check if it adds up. Yi Yaodong laid the stack of cash on the table for everyone to count. The other sales money had already been set aside by Lin Xiuqing, separate from this pile. Everyone cheerfully counted their earnings, and after stowing it away, 188 yuan remained on the table. Yi Yaodong asked with a grin, there is over a yuan left. Shall we divide it, or? No need to split it. A few dimes for each is pointless. Let us use it to buy some wine. Yes, let us buy some wine. After a long day, we should celebrate tonight. We have plenty of shellfish and fish to serve as side dishes. All right, let us call everyone else. They'll be envious. Chapter 50. Working together, Lin Xiuqing, clutching the substantial sum, headed home first. Having earned money, she felt it was only right to celebrate with friends. She was not a petty person. Upon arriving home, all the members of the Yi family had returned from the fields. Qing, I heard Yi Yaodong had a good haul on the deserted island today. How much did he sell for? Sister Yi inquired curiously, her eyes sparkling. Sister Yi also looked at her eagerly. Lin Xiuqing smiled. Not much, mostly shellfish piled in the backyard. I'll need your help to open some oysters later. We're adding to the meals for tomorrow. With that, she turned and entered the house. Wealth should not be flaunted. How could she be so indiscreet as to provoke envy? Just yesterday, Sister Yier had complained about unfairness. Sister Yier pouted. Fine, don't say anything then. Once inside, Lin Xiuqing counted the cash on the bed again to ensure there were no mistakes. She then took out the money from selling the shellfish. Aside from a few valuable abalone, the conchs and pin shells were relatively cheap, but their quantity added up, totaling over $8. Combined with the money Mother Yi had given her earlier from Yi Dong's sales, they had over 400 yuan today, a significant sum for their family, exceeding what she earned from weaving nets in an entire year. Additionally, from the previous day's beachcombing, she had made another 6 or 7 yuan. Clutching the money tightly, Lin Xiuqing felt a sense of optimism returning to their lives, and her heart swelled with hope for Yi Yaodong, who seemed to be improving in recent days. After securing the money, she went out to help open the oysters and sort the other shellfish for tomorrow's cooking. The next day, having celebrated a bit too much the night before, Yi Yaodong woke up late. By the time he got out of bed, the house was empty, save for the elderly lady watering the vegetable garden in the backyard. Grandma, did everyone go help at the house? The elderly lady smiled, her face crinkling with joy. Yes. There's porridge and dried fish warming in the pot. You should eat. You must be exhausted from yesterday's work. You're quite tan now. It's fine. A little tan is healthy. Grandma, I earned some money these past few days. Today is Saturday, and I'll take you to the county hospital on Monday to get you a set of dentures. No. The elderly lady quickly waved her hands. What a waste of money at my age. I'm fine with fish. I don't need meat. I refused to go. Just a couple of days ago. We were discussing this amicably. You ought to listen to me. I absolutely will not go. You've earned a few coins yourself. So keep them and don't buy anything for me. I heard it's quite inexpensive. Well, then I shall not go either. Hurry and have your meal. The elderly woman said this while gently nudging him along. Yi Yaodong chuckled and decided to take the old lady with him on Monday. After a simple breakfast, he headed straight to the homestead. Before reaching the site, he noticed workers carrying stones, hauling gravel, and pushing soil, as his mother had informed him that a dozen laborers had been hired. Upon arriving at the homestead, he saw his second brother lifting stones alongside the workers to place them into the excavated pit. Nearby, an experienced craftsman was chipping away at the stones. This pit was likely dug yesterday. In the countryside, when building houses, there is no piling. They merely excavate 3 to 4 decimeters deep and fill it with stones, which serves as a foundation. Ye's mother happened to be carrying a load of stones when she spotted him and hurriedly said, "You didn't go to the sea to sift for shells today, and you're not allowed to wander off. Just stay here and help out, or I will inform your father upon his return." Yi Yaodong cast a helpless glance at his mother. He had indeed come to assist. Understood. The gloves are over there by the stones. Oh. Where is Qing with the children? She's up on the hill helping to shovel the soil. That task is a bit easier. The children are by the creek, playing while picking up stones. He nodded and, under his mother's watchful gaze, joined his brother in moving stones. After observing for a while, Ye's mother was satisfied and continued to gather stones with her shoulder pole and bamboo basket. As for his group of friends, they gradually arrived to help with the lifting after he had worked for a while. The laborers were all villagers, somewhat older, and seeing these youngsters being industrious and willing to help, they praised them, saying they had improved, which made them feel somewhat awkward. Accustomed to being scorned, suddenly receiving compliments made them feel rather uncomfortable. Zheng muttered to himself, "Damn, always despised, yet hearing them praise me makes me feel like I've made it." Xiao Xiao nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, I brought home a sack full of shells yesterday, and my wife's face blossomed with joy. After I brought her the share of the money, she was exceedingly warm towards me. My mother, too, praised me profusely, saying next time she craves chicken, I should catch one. What a treatment you all have. Poor me, a solitary soul, receiving no praise. I can only keep my earnings to myself." This remark made everyone turn their gazes sharply towards Guang. How about a few rounds tonight? After each of them contributed their money, their pockets were empty again. And with Fatty and Chun Wei still lacking their share, Guang's words made them feel he ought to win a few rounds, or they would feel remiss. Guang glared, instinctively clutching his pocket, declaring, "I'm not playing. I'm quitting gambling." "How can you say that? You usually shout louder than anyone." From today onward, everyone rolled their eyes in unison. What was initially dull and laborious work became more enjoyable with this group of companions joining in. When evening came and work ended, Ye's mother quietly asked Yi Yaodong if he wanted to calculate half a day's wages for his friends. "No need. Just providing meals is sufficient. They can't work for many days, and one tea come every day. All right, then I one tea keep a record. After 2 days of work, Yi Yaodong did not go on Monday, and neither did his friends. He had discussed it the night before with Lin Xiuqing, agreeing to take the elderly lady to the county hospital for dental fittings on Monday, and he would not go to work the next day. Asking her to inform his mother, Lin Xiuqing, biting her lip, unlocked the drawer and counted out 50 yuan for him, saying, "Here, take this. It should be enough, right? It's money you earned over the past few days. The pain of parting with it will last only a moment, and besides, the elderly lady truly cares for you." Yi Yaodong embraced her, kissing her cheek, knowing his wife was sensible and would not begrudge spending money to support the elderly lady. "We won't need this much. If there is any left, I'll return it to you." On Monday morning, the elderly lady firmly refused to go, insisting that she wouldn't live much longer and saw no need to waste money. Yi Yaodong persisted, stating, "If you don't accompany me, I shall go alone for the dental fitting. If it doesn't fit, I would have to spend more to adjust it." The elderly lady, exasperated, smacked him several times before reluctantly following him out. She too feared spending too much. Chapter 51. Fitting dentures for the elderly lady to travel from their village to the county town, they needed to wait by the roadside for a passing bus, which costs 15 fen per person, though it could take a while to find one. "Grandma, you don't get motion sickness, do you?" "Not at all. I never feel queasy wherever I go." "That is good." After waiting by the roadside for over an hour, they finally spotted a bus coming. After paying and purchasing tickets, they took their seats. The journey from the village to the county town involved winding mountain roads. At that time, there were no highways, and the dusty paths kicked up clouds of dirt, making it difficult to see outside the window. Yi Yaodong was too hot to even dare open the window. The road twisted and turned, causing the passengers to sway side to side, gripping the armrests tightly. After nearly an hour, they finally reached the main road. In later years, highways would make the trip from their village to the county town in just 15 minutes, but transportation was not well developed then. Fortunately, the elderly lady did not suffer from motion sickness and was still quite robust. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare take her out at her age. Throughout the journey, he could hear someone in the back seat retching. Once they reached the main road, another 10 minutes took them to the bus station. He held the elderly lady back as she attempted to get up, saying, "No need to rush. Let others disembark first." The elderly lady smiled, saying, "All right." The elderly lady moved slowly, so he was concerned she might get jostled by others. They weren't in a hurry and preferred to be the last to exit. The county town at that time was not as large as in later years. The surrounding villages were not incorporated into the town, but it was still a county, so it wasn't too small. There was quite a distance from the bus station to the county hospital. At the entrance of the station, there were rickshaws soliciting business. Given the elderly lady's age, he worried she would tire from walking too long, so he decided to hail one. Do we really have to take this vehicle? Let us walk and save some money. We don't want to waste it. I can manage." "It's all right. I'll help you up. We're not short of a few coins, and if you tire yourself out, Father will surely scold me upon our return." Along the way, the elderly lady fussed. "Why go through all this trouble and expense? At my age, how many more days can I eat? You earn money with difficulty. Just keep it for yourself. It's precisely because I want to be around much longer that I want to show you proper filial piety. Are you thirsty? Would you like some water before we continue talking?" The elderly lady, both amused and exasperated, swatted him lightly, saying, "I'm speaking to you, and you're still being silly. I know you're filial, but Grandma really doesn't have many years left. Oh dear, let us not speak of such ominous things. We'll be at the hospital soon, and it won't cost much." With no choice, she acquiesced, feeling quite pleased that her little grandson was not ungrateful. After leaving the hospital, it was already noon, and the elderly lady's dentures had been fitted. Yi Yaodong felt a weight lift from his shoulders, and his mood brightened as he reminded her, "Remember what the doctor said? Wear them when eating, and rinse them after meals. They fit well, right?" I know, I will, but this denture is quite a hassle when I have my natural teeth. I only brushed once a day, but now I have to take them out to brush after every meal. I told you not to have them fitted, yet you insisted. Well, now you can eat anything. You can even bite into corn. You love peanuts, and when your small plot of peanuts is ready in August, you'll be able to enjoy them with your own teeth." The elderly lady beamed with joy, her smile so wide that her teeth were nearly hidden from view. The delight of savoring her favorite foods was indeed a cause for celebration. However, she candidly inquired about the cost of her dentures. Upon questioning the doctor, She cast a subtle glance, signaling him to withhold the information. I still have a little pocket money. Consider this as my personal expense, she added. Oh no. It truly wasn't too expensive. He quickly shifted the topic. It's past noon. Are you hungry? Shall we grab some noodles? Why would we eat noodles? You must refrain from unnecessary spending. The prices outside are exorbitant. Let us return home. It's only an hour away. I'm not hungry. Let us hurry back. Very well, let us return at once. The county town appeared shabby, lacking the vibrancy of their own town, with little to entice them for a stroll. Accompanying the elderly lady made it awkward for him to roam about, especially as he didn't want her to witness his expenditures, which would surely cause her distress. He waved his hand and hailed a rickshaw to the station. The elderly lady understood her protests were futile. Dongzi would not allow her to traverse such a distance. So she remained silent, mindful of her dwindling water supply in the bamboo tube. The journey back was fraught with winding mountain roads. Despite not covering much distance on foot throughout the day, the continuous jostling in the vehicle took its toll, leaving her fatigued. Upon finally stepping onto solid ground, she sighed with relief. Home at last. Our village is the best. Wait a moment. I'll just pick a few ears of corn from the field across the road. We can boil them, and you can enjoy a snack. All right. All right, the elderly lady patiently awaited him, watching as he plucked and husked the corn, pulling his shirt open to gather them in his embrace. He also snatched a couple of cucumbers from the nearby patch, running back with a full load. You can munch on these too. Ah, yes, home at last. By the time they returned, it was past mealtime. Mother Yi was unaware of their return time and hadn't prepared any food. Yi Yaodong, unfamiliar with the wood stove, left it to the elderly lady to prepare a soup with dumplings. It had been many years since he last enjoyed such a dish, after his wife passed. No one had cooked for him. The elderly lady had generously added a few clams, oysters, and dried shrimp, making the broth exceptionally flavorful. He was indeed hungry and consumed every last drop, leaving no trace of the soup. Observing the elderly lady relishing her meal, even managing to chew the clams, he smiled and remarked, "Your dentures work well, don't they?" "Indeed, they work splendidly," she replied joyfully. "Now I can eat anything. You don't think I wasted money, do you? I want to have many years left, oh dear. Why do you say that again? Just eat. Afterward, rest at home. It's been tiring in the vehicle all morning. I'll check on the house. All right, I'll just stay home and recite some scriptures. I haven't done so today. May the Bodhisattva bless me, may Ma Zu bless me." These phrases were the elderly lady's habitual utterances. Once Yi Yaodong stepped outside, she ceased her chanting and donned her dentures to stroll by the door, showcasing her new teeth to the neighbors with a wide grin, her eyes narrowing with delight. She boasted that Dongzi had taken her to the city hospital for them. Then, feigning indignation, she lamented how she was nearing the end of her life. Yet this foolish child insisted on spending money on dentures. Only when she heard others complimenting Yi Yaodong's filial piety and how fortunate she was did she beam with satisfaction. By the afternoon, nearly all the elderly villagers were aware of her newfound dental pride. As mealtime approached, the middle-aged villagers also learned about it, noting that the third son of the Yi family, busy building a house, was not entirely lacking in merit. He was quite dutiful. Yi Yaodong remained oblivious to the charming antics of the elderly lady. Had he known, he would have felt rather embarrassed. Upon returning home from work, he encountered numerous elderly folk who greeted him with smiles, leaving him perplexed. When he met Xiao Xiao at his doorstep, he inquired about the cost of the elderly lady's dentures. It was then he learned that the entire village's elderly population was aware of his kindness. He felt somewhat stunned. Really, this old lady is just so full of herself. I tell her to rest at home, and yet she flaunts herself around. His face flushed with embarrassment, recalling yesterday's sentiment. Being accustomed to being scrutinized, suddenly receiving compliments can be quite disconcerting. Hey, I'm asking you a question. My grandma is just over 70 and has no teeth. My father asked me to inquire if it's not too expensive. He'll take her to get a set as well. If it's pricey, then forget it. It's not expensive, just over 12 yuan, including the round-trip fare, totaling under 13. Had I known, I would have taken my grandma years ago, saving her from only being able to eat mushy foods. He genuinely expected it to be costly, surprised it was so affordable. Had he known, he would have taken her sooner. You see, our rural area is quite isolated. We had no idea about such things. Now that I know the price is reasonable, my father will likely take my grandma to get a pair. Go on then. I'm exhausted. I want to take a bath and rest. Xiao Xiao tugged at him. Are you going to play cards at a Guang's house later? I'm not going. I've worked all day and feel spent. You all enjoy yourselves. All right then. After a refreshing shower, Yi Yaodong plopped down on the bed, unwilling to move even an inch. His current frail body was ill-equipped to handle such labor. He felt utterly drained. After Lin Xiuqing entered the room with her freshly bathed, slippery little son, she placed him on the bed and turned to fetch him some clothes. The little rascal promptly climbed onto his father's back, giggling, "Daddy, ride." "Oh dear, my poor back. Get off, you little rascal." No. The weight of the child was increasing with each shift, and Yi Yaodong could hardly bear it. He was still young and needed his back for years to come. "Ah, that hurts. You little imp, if you don't get off, I'll spank you." Lin Xiuqing retrieved the clothes and gently lifted the child off her husband's back, giving his small bottom a light pat. "Don't be naughty. If you keep this up, I'll let your father discipline you." With a cheeky grin, Yi Qingyang wrapped his arms around his mother's neck and planted a kiss on her cheek. "Ugh, that's disgusting. Quickly get dressed and go find your siblings." Once Lin Xiuqing sent her little son away, she turned to Yi Yaodong. "You've been working all afternoon, and I didn't get a chance to ask. How much did the elderly lady's dentures cost? Your father and I inquired at the dinner table, but you didn't mention it. Just now. She tried to press a large sum into my hands at the back door, but I hurried inside. I didn't want her to give me money, which is why I didn't disclose the cost." As he spoke, he retrieved several bills from beneath his pillow. Upon returning home at noon, he had placed his pocket money there to avoid losing it while working. It was a substantial amount for the present time, and losing it would incur the wrath of both his mother and wife. The total cost for the dentures and registration was merely 12 yuan and 28 fun. Including the round-trip fare, and considering the elderly lady's age, we took a rickshaw in the city, totaling just under 13. Count it for yourself, aside from the fare. There were no other expenses. As soon as we got the dentures, we returned home. She was reluctant to buy anything to eat outside. Upon hearing his explanation, Lin Xiuqing felt relieved, pleasantly surprised by the affordability. Only 13 yuan. I thought it would be in the dozens. I was prepared for a financial shock. Older folks are thrifty, who would like to spend money on food outside. I'd rather wait until we get home to cook. After counting the money and confirming its accuracy, she was satisfied that he hadn't concealed any private funds. She secured the money safely. Knowing her husband's erratic nature meant he shouldn't have cash on hand. "Have you counted it all?" "Done. Now come over and give my shoulders a rub. They're sore. Just a few days of work, and you're already sore?" "I'm busy. I need to do the laundry." You, my friend, seem to lack any sense of charm. I had hoped to share a few words with her. The following morning, as Yi Yaodong rose from his slumber, he was taken aback to find his father enjoying breakfast. "Are we not going out to sea today?" he inquired. Yi Yuhua, standing nearby, replied. "The wind picked up during the night, and the waves are rather formidable. We ventured out for a short while before returning. A day without fishing translates to a loss. There's nothing we can do. The waves are too high. I heard on the commune's broadcast this morning that a typhoon is expected to pass through our area in the next couple of days. So we cannot go out until it has passed." Yi Yaodong glanced outside, where the sun shone brightly and the weather was fair, making it hard to believe a typhoon was imminent. That's quite serious. A few days without fishing could mean a loss of hundreds. His father shot him a disapproving look. "Are you planning to accompany me? Do you want me to come?" This retort left Yi Yaodong's father momentarily speechless. Although the third son had shown some improvement lately, his past misdeeds raised concerns about whether he could be of any assistance. The eldest and second sons had been handling the boats quite competently, allowing their father some much-needed rest. Taking this young lad along felt risky. He was uncertain about entrusting him with the boat. If he brought him along, Yi Yaodong's father feared he might have to navigate tirelessly, robbing him of precious moments of respite. Yi Yaodong rolled his eyes, realizing that just as he wished to accompany them to sea, it was his father who hesitated. After a moment of contemplation, his father finally said, "Let us discuss it after the typhoon passes." He certainly intended to teach this boy, but it would have to wait until the pressure eased, lest he prove unreliable. Building a home required a substantial amount of money, and there could be no delays. When the time came, the three brothers would take turns accompanying him, sharing the earnings among themselves. Despite the third brother's shortcomings, Yi Yaodong's father still hoped to nurture him, preventing too great a disparity among the siblings. Yi Yaodong's mother chimed in, "Fortunately, we've dried plenty of fish and shrimp recently, which should last us for a few days without needing to buy vegetables, saving quite a bit. Otherwise, with so many workers, just the cost of vegetables would amount to several dollars a day." Lin Xiuqing entered from outside, saying, "Mother, I checked. We can also collect the dried mussels from yesterday. Then let us gather them and stir-fry a bowl this afternoon. Yi Yaodong looked at his wife, puzzled as to why they were still extracting the mussels for drying, which seemed laborious. There's no choice. There are too many shellfish to consume. After 2 days, we hadn't finished, so I decided to cook and dry them, extending their shelf life to prevent spoilage. Around the 15th, I'll venture to the nearby uninhabited islands to gather more and dry them. With this thought, he quickly turned to his father. Father, with the typhoon approaching, should we move our boat to the harbor for safety? Chapter 53. The boat heads to the harbor. Yi Yaodong's father set down his bowl and agreed. They needed to head to the harbor immediately. This boat had just been repaired. It was a prized possession, and they couldn't afford any damage. Although based on past experiences, typhoons in early July were typically not severe, caution was prudent. They could not take such risks. Father, may I accompany you? Are you looking to shirk your duties? Yi Yaodong's father shot him a sideways glance. Not at all. Have you not noticed how diligent I've been these past few days? The harbor is close. Please take me along to see it, and teach me to navigate the boat on the way. The harbor was indeed situated within their town's coastal waters. Not far at all. After a moment's thought, Yi Yaodong's father nodded in agreement. Yi Yaodong followed his father onto the boat, while the others continued their work on the homestead. On land, the weather remained unaffected, with the sun still shining overhead and hardly a breeze. It was only once they were on the boat that Yi Yaodong felt the impending arrival of the typhoon. The waves rolled and surged, creating a frothy spectacle. Numerous small wooden boats drifted upon the sea, reminiscent of ancient skiffs. The boatmen strained against the oars, likely heading toward the harbor for refuge. Yi Yaodong couldn't help but feel anxious for them, fearing that a rogue wave might capsize their vessels. Fortunately, their own boat was larger and equipped with an engine, unlike the manual oars of the smaller wooden boats, which were still quite common in this era. In a few years, these would gradually be phased out, replaced by far superior vessels in the recreational parks of the future. Father, since we're heading to the harbor anyway, why not cast a net? It would be a shame to waste the opportunity. Catching some small fish or shrimp would make a fine addition to our meal. Agreed. To maximize their chances, Yi Yaodong's father spent the journey instructing him on how to steer the boat and cast the net, allowing him to take the helm briefly. Yi Yaodong feigned attentiveness, but couldn't resist interjecting. Father, Aguan taught me a few days ago. So, you mean to say that one lesson has rendered you a master, and you need not learn further? Not exactly. Your experience is more extensive. Please, continue. It was only as they neared the harbor that Yi Yaodong's father pulled in the net. Oh, there's quite a catch. Upon emptying the net, Yi Yaodong eagerly sorted through the haul, identifying various seafood: large crabs, yellow croaker, black croaker, spring fish, water eel, small pomfret, sea eel, and squid, quite plump. Many even filled with roe. Father, we've only been fishing for a short while, and the net is quite full. Perhaps it's due to the typhoon. The waves have driven these creatures closer. After securing their catch, they finally navigated into the harbor. This harbor lacked unloading facilities. Its sole purpose was to offer shelter to boats during storms, providing a refuge from the raging winds and waves. In their town, there were 3 docking points for fishing vessels: Yujing, Yangtu, and Hengshan, with Hengshan being the narrowest. Stretching approximately 3 kilometers from the anchorage to the sea entrance, it featured standard seawalls on the southern shore for support, making it a safer haven for boats during typhoons. Within the narrow confines of the harbor, Yi Yaodong observed various vessels closely lined up. Aside from the small fishing boats powered by wind turbines that spun wildly, the remaining vessels were secured, remaining motionless. After docking securely, Yi Yaodong's father fastened the boat and instructed him to gather the catch before heading ashore together. As Yi Yaodong carried a bucket of fish along the stony path, he noticed a bus passing by and craned his neck to look, unable to suppress a frown. Father, can't we take a bus? It would be so much faster. We could reach home in under 10 minutes, instead of walking for ages. What bus? Is your precious leg too delicate? It's just a short walk. We'll be home in an hour. An hour? He sighed. People nowadays truly had strong legs. Future generations would find their legs to be truly precious, as even a 5-minute walk in the village would warrant an electric scooter ride. Following closely behind his father, Yi Yaodong's legs grew weary by the time they reached home. Yi Yaodong's father sorted through the catch, setting aside the most valuable items in a separate bucket. Go call your mother to help with the fish. She can assist with the work while I take these to sell. Couldn't he at least take a moment to rest? The elderly lady interjected. What's the rush? Have some water first. I just brewed a pot of tea that needs to cool down. It will be perfect for Dongzi to take over. Yi Yaodong's father cast a glance at them, saying little, and promptly left with the bucket. The morning had been bright and sunny, but by afternoon, dark clouds gathered, casting a shadow over the land. Yet, come evening, the sun set beautifully, painting the sky with vibrant hues. Such is the fickle nature of the weather during typhoon season. The period from the formation of a typhoon to its landfall spans several days, and coastal cities experience varying degrees of impact based on its trajectory. With alternating cloudy and sunny spells stretching over 2 days, it wasn't until the third day that thick clouds enveloped the sky, unleashing heavy rains. Construction on their house was halted, and they would have to wait until the typhoon passed before resuming work. Yi Yaodong, having finished his breakfast, found himself idly squatting at the entrance, observing the capricious weather. Just moments ago, rain had been pouring down relentlessly, yet now the sun had emerged unexpectedly. The children at home, unable to contain their excitement, rushed outside to splash in the puddles. Despite his scolding, he found himself too lazy to intervene, knowing that soon enough, they would all face the consequences of their wet escapades. Aching, since the rain has stopped, shall we take a stroll by the seaside? He called to Lin Xiuqing, who was busy weaving nets inside the house. Why go to the beach on a typhoon day? We could get swept away by the waves. She replied, apprehensive. It's merely receding tide, and the sun is out now. Come on, he urged, pulling her up as she complained about the disruption to her work. As they stepped outside, they were greeted by the sight of children playing in the water, which ignited her fury. Big sister, second sister, these little rascals are soaked, she yelled. In no time, 2 figures dashed from the house, and soon the air was filled with the sounds of children wailing. Once Lin Xiuqing had dealt with the kids and changed her clothes, Yi Yaodong insisted they head to the beach again. Why drag me out on a typhoon day? It's going to rain again soon, she grumbled as they walked. Enough with the complaints. Let's take a look and see if there's anything to collect, he replied. What could there possibly be? She questioned skeptically. You won't know until we check, he said with a grin. I brought a sack in my pocket. Upon arriving at the beach, they found the tide had just begun to recede, revealing waves rolling in with impressive force. Lin Xiuqing, who had married into the area 5 years ago, had never ventured to the shore during a typhoon, always preoccupied with pregnancy or caring for children. Isn't it beautiful here? Our beach is quite lovely, Yi Yaodong remarked, noting the slightly murky water due to the storm. We came to look for treasures, so let us hurry before it rains again. As they descended to the beach, he shook his head at her lack of enthusiasm. However, Lin Xiuqing's eyes lit up when she spotted a giant clam at her feet, prompting her to exclaim in delight. See, I told you there would be something, Yi Yaodong said triumphantly. She rolled her eyes. It's not worth much, but if only something valuable could be found. As they continued their search, she found another large clam, her expression glowing with joy. This is much easier than digging for sand clams, she exclaimed, realizing the thrill of simply walking along the shore and discovering treasures. Yi Yaodong bent down to pick up a clam as well. Look, I found one too, though it's not as big as yours. Is this all we're finding? Let us keep looking. Yi Yaodong, drawing from his experience, believed that the tumultuous weather might have washed up more sea treasures along the shore. Suddenly, Lin Xiuqing tugged at his arm. Look over there. Following her gaze, he spotted a fish leaping out of the water, and she hurriedly shoved her clams into his arms as she dashed forward to catch it. However, the slippery creature eluded her grasp, slipping from her hands. Just then, a wave surged towards them, and Yi Yaodong quickly stuffed the clams into his pocket, rushed forward, and kicked the fish onto the sand while shielding Lin Xiuqing from the incoming wave with his back. The wave crashed against him, soaking him to the bone, while Lin Xiuqing remained protected in his embrace, with only the splashes of seawater hitting her face. Are you all right? You're drenched. Let us go back and change, she said, her concern evident. I'm fine. It's just water. You caught the fish, which weighs about 5 or 6 pounds. We can marinate half of it and use the other half for fish soup, he replied nonchalantly. Oh, wonderful, she exclaimed, pleased. The fish, known locally as to fish, was abundant and inexpensive, often found leaping onto fishing boats, much to the delight of local fishermen. Lin Xiuqing struggled to catch the fish, her attempts causing it to slip away repeatedly. You're so clumsy, he teased, pulling out his sack and deftly capturing the fish with a swift kick. Next time, we should bring a bucket instead of a sack. It'll suffocate in there, she remarked. Are you planning to keep it alive? It's not worth much anyway, he replied, urging her to continue walking as the tide receded further. As they strolled along, he noticed a glimmering tail peeking from behind a rock. Look over here, he beckoned, Oh, it's a pomfret. A big one. Lin Xiuqing exclaimed. Indeed, a golden pomfret. It's quite large, over a pound. He noted but lamented that it wasn't the white pomfret, which was preferred for its delicate taste. Regardless, Lin Xiuqing was thrilled with their finds, appreciating that the storm had brought them luck. Had I known, I would have invited my sisters along, she mused. Why? So they could tag along like third wheels? We rarely get to enjoy time alone together, Yi Yaodong replied, eager to continue their adventure. As they prepared to move along the shore, a small pool of water near the stone they had just examined rippled unexpectedly. Wait, let me see what's under this rock, he said, intrigued. What could it be? Lin Xiuqing asked, equally curious. To their surprise, he revealed a small green crab, barely half a pound, but still a delightful find. Dare you to catch it? He teased. I'm scared of its pincers, she exclaimed. Just grab it by the back. It can't bite you there, he advised, demonstrating before teasingly thrusting the crab toward her, causing her to stumble back in surprise. Stop it, she laughed, sitting down on the sand, thoroughly entertained. Lin Xiuqing shot him a glare, patted her backside, stood up, and walked ahead without acknowledging him. Yi Yaodong hurriedly tossed the blue crab into the bag and followed her. Are you angry? He asked. No, let's make the most of our time. The sky is darkening again, it might rain soon. The two of them bent down frequently along the beach with the ebbing tide, collecting clams, each one larger than the last, and the exhilaration of gathering them was palpable. Often, they would pick one up and toss it into the bag, only for the waves to crash forward, rolling more clams onto the sandy shore. If they were a moment too slow, those clams might just tumble back into the sea with the retreating tide. Chapter 55. Bountiful Harvest on Typhoon Day. Hurry, hurry. That clam is about to roll back into the sea. Lin Xiuqing, with a radiant smile, stepped into the waves to retrieve it, her whole face glowing with delight. Yi Yaodong couldn't help but steal a few glances. It had been years since he had seen her smile with such carefree joy. After she scooped the clam from the water, she walked over to him, raising her hand triumphantly. This is the biggest one I found. It's as big as my fist. All right, put it in. Let's head towards the rocky reef while we search. By the time we get there, the tide should have reached the rocks. She nodded with a smile. Just a few steps later, Yi Yaodong couldn't resist stopping, crouching down to poke at a spot in the sand where bubbles were forming, and unearthed a sand clam. You have a keen eye, she exclaimed, quickly targeting another hole and finding one herself. Sand clams are unevenly distributed on the beach, requiring time to seek out. They are easiest to find when the tide has just receded, revealing their air holes. Should we dig here for a while, or keep moving forward? Yi Yaodong asked as he noticed her engrossed in her search. She stood up, still reluctant to leave, and finally said, All right, let's move on and see if we can find anything good by the rocks. They arrived at a small area of gravelly mudflats, and once again they were delighted. There lay a fish, a dead sea bream, stranded on the sand. Yi Yaodong opened its gills to inspect, noting that they had already turned a dark red, likely having died in the sea and washed ashore. It's not fresh, let's not keep it. Toss it back into the sea. Okay, Lin Xiuqing said with a look of regret. It was difficult to come across a fish and have it be less than fresh. The principal distinction between sea bream and freshwater bream lies in their habitats. Sea bream thrive in the ocean, while freshwater bream are found in lakes and marshes. She picked up the fish and walked toward the waves to return it, but as she tossed it back, a wave surged in, and to her surprise, a large blue crab appeared on the beach. Yaodong, Yaodong, come quick. There's a big blue crab. It's going to escape. Upon hearing her call, Yi Yaodong hurried over to find a large blue crab scuttling sideways on the sand, waving its pincers. He quickly stepped on it and caught it, the pincers flailing fiercely. Wow, this one weighs 2 pounds. What luck! Our efforts on a typhoon day were not in vain. Lin Xiuqing's face lit up with joy. Today truly was a fortuitous outing. Earlier, you were so reluctant to come, and this one crab is worth more than 2 days of netting. I had no way of knowing. Let's keep walking, following the waves. Now it was her turn to eagerly tug him along. As they walked with the tide, they collected a variety of fish, shrimp, crabs, and clams. Nothing particularly valuable, but they felt a sense of satisfaction. The beach was extensive, and as they descended from the shore, they ambled along, stopping occasionally to search for stranded seafood. After spending over half an hour, they finally reached the rocky area. Once they paused, Yi Yaodong spotted 2 small pools of water nestled between the rocks, where 2 juvenile fish were swimming. On the rocky ledge, an oyster shell, about the size of a baby's fist, clung tightly. After catching the fish, He left the oyster for Lin Xiuqing to take apart, as per her request. Juvenile fish are often mistaken for yellow croakers by the inexperienced, but they are quite similar in appearance and price. Unfortunately, they had only caught 2 small ones. Lin Xiuqing smiled, looking up. No worries. We can steam them together with the golden pomfret and the small bass we just caught for a delightful mixed fish platter. Let's split up and search a bit more, Yi Yaodong suggested. With the tide receding further, they separated to hasten their search. Yi Yaodong had not walked far when he heard Lin Xiuqing's excited voice. Sea eel. Yaodong, there's a big sea eel here. He hurried over to her. Discovering a large eel, weighing around 3 to 4 pounds, swimming in a shallow area, likely washed up by the waves. This sea eel had fearsome teeth capable of drawing blood with a single bite, so caution was necessary while handling it. Yi Yaodong carefully positioned his foot and stepped on its head, noticing its tail thrashing wildly. Despite its struggles, he swiftly grasped its head and tossed it into the burlap sack. Seeing that he had captured the eel, Lin Xiuqing continued her search around the rocky area. Yaodong, there's a grouper here. Was his wife truly having a lucky day? She had been the one calling out all along. Wow, it's a bass. How did it end up here? Lin Xiuqing didn't recognize all the grouper species, but she knew it was a grouper nonetheless. Yi Yaodong, more familiar with them, immediately identified it. The bass grouper is a kind of grouper with an oval, flattened body that thrives in clear coral reef waters. Juveniles are often found among the reef flats or tidal pools, while adults typically dwell in deeper waters. Who would have thought that a typhoon would wash one ashore? What a bountiful day. We certainly didn't come in vain. I should have brought a bucket. Do you want to run back home and grab one? I can keep an eye on it here. Unlike the common seafood they had previously gathered, this was a rare find. Although it wouldn't fetch a high price in this era, it was still a special catch. Selling a live one to a high-end restaurant for display could yield a good profit. Is this fish valuable? Of course. Just look at its patterns. You can tell it's not commonly seen. This bass grouper is not native to our waters, so I wonder how it ended up here. Hearing his affirmative answer, Lin Xiuqing was thrilled. You stay here and keep an eye on it. Don't let it get washed away by the waves or rain. I'll run home quickly for a bucket. Who could tell if it was his luck or hers today? He had mostly been following her lead. They say beginners in games of chance often have better luck. Could this also apply to beachcombing? The key was that she wasn't a novice. She had simply chosen to venture out on a typhoon day for the first time. With the fish being quite valuable, he was reluctant to let it out of his sight, so he remained there watching. To his surprise, while standing still, a blue crab crawled out from between the rocks. What a stroke of luck. I won't let this opportunity slip by. The waters in their area were rich in blue crabs, but this one was missing a claw, and the other claw was mismatched in size, clearly newly regenerated. Although it weighed a pound, its value had significantly diminished. A blue crab missing a major claw typically loses at least a third of its worth, and this one's claw, having just grown back, was almost worthless. It was perfect for a nourishing stew with Angelica to boost the children's strength. Chapter 56. The enormous conch. Lin Xiuqing dashed back, panting as she handed the bucket to Yi Yaodong. He took the bucket, filled it with seawater, and curiously asked, "Why didn't the others come with you?" She blinked innocently. "I didn't mention it." Yi Yaodong chuckled softly. "Are they not curious why you needed a bucket?" I rushed in to grab the bucket and ran back. They asked behind me, but I didn't have time to respond. Oh, watching the bass grouper settle into the bucket. Lin Xiuqing opened the burlap sack to check their haul, only to find it hadn't increased significantly. Have you not looked around a bit more? Did I gain anything after I left? The goods are right here. How could I bear to wander elsewhere? After all, the tide is still receding, so there's no rush. Let us just leave the bucket here for now. No need to keep moving it around, especially since nobody is out in this typhoon weather. As she was lifting the bucket, she had to put it down again upon hearing this, as half a bucket of water was indeed somewhat heavy. Yi Yaodong had just taken a few steps when he bent down to grab a stone crab, muttering, "If I had known earlier, I would have asked you to bring the tongs. It would have made catching crabs easier." Lin Xiuqing retorted, a bit annoyed, "You didn't mention it sooner." It slipped her mind until she spotted a broken-legged little blue crab. They currently had no mobile phone to call anyone. The couple continued to meander around the rocky area, shifting any active stones they encountered. Their harvest was quite bountiful. Shi Jiugong had caught 5 or 6, and the stone crabs were plentiful, with more than 10 collected in no time. Yi Yaodong kept bending down, feeling the strain in his back. He straightened up and twisted his waist, pondering how. At just 25, he felt so worn out already. Lin Xiuqing shot him a slightly flushed glance, thinking how he could still complain. There was no one else around. Why should he feel embarrassed? These past few days had indeed been a bit too intense. She felt as though her body was being drained. They really needed to rest up at night. Oh look, there's a red crab. Why is everything just one at a time? How are we supposed to cook this back home? It won't even fill a bowl. Having anything is good. Just throw them all in a pot and blanch them. It's simpler that way. Ah, here's another one. We can stir-fry it with green peppers for a dish. As the couple walked and chatted, Lin Xiaoqing transitioned from the initial excitement of discovering the goods to a calm indifference, merely glancing at them. A sea snail washed up with the waves. How enormous it was. Was it just the shell? Lin Xiaoqing watched in awe as a wave pushed up a giant sea snail, nearly the size of her head, unsure if it contained any meat. Curiosity piqued. She gave it a gentle kick, causing the snail to flip over, its flesh contracting slightly. There was indeed meat. She crouched down to pick it up. This was almost bigger than her head. Surely, this snail must be worth something. A dong, what kind of snail is this? It's so large. Yi Yaodong glanced up, initially unconcerned, but his eyes widened in surprise. Coconut snail. It's that big? Coconut snail? It was no wonder that she, a mountain dweller, was unfamiliar with it. Very few people in her village had ever seen one so large. Ignoring the sack in his hands, he hastily tossed it aside and rushed over to take it from her. Wow, this coconut snail must weigh at least 2 pounds. Is it valuable? Lin Xiaoqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Whether it's valuable depends on whether it has treasures inside. If there's no treasure, we can only sell it for a little money. But if there is treasure, we'll strike it rich. She looked perplexed, not quite understanding. What could possibly be inside? Good thing I'm here. If you had found it alone, you would have just sold it without a second thought. What else would I do? She grew increasingly bewildered, wondering what secrets it held. What treasures could be inside? Uncertain, we must extract the meat to find out. If we take out the meat, how can we sell the snail? If we don't extract it, how will we know if there's anything inside? This large snail has shell value as well. It can be crafted into a decorative item. But compared to treasures, what is this snail worth? Fishermen by the sea generally understood that whenever they caught shells, they had to perform a dissection to see if any rare treasures were concealed within, especially if the specimen was large. Lin Xiaoqing was growing impatient, wanting to know what was inside. Is it a pearl? Yi Yaodong chuckled. We haven't opened it yet. Who knows if there's anything? Then hurry up and open it. Yi Yaodong shrugged. I have no tools. If you give me a scale hook, I can open it. Otherwise, we'll just have to take it home and boil it to extract the meat. Let us wait until we get home to open it. He pondered, considering borrowing a scale hook from a nearby shop. If they opened it at home and found treasures, others might get tempted, and right now, he was quite eager to see what was inside. All right, I'll go right now. I'll go. You stay here and watch. I've already run back and forth. It's fine. With that, she dashed off, equally eager to discover what lay within. Yi Yaodong could only stay put, studying it. The exterior didn't reveal anything about its contents. The flesh contracted upon touch, still quite lively. If he weren't worried about smashing the shell and mixing fragments with the meat, he would have broken it open right away for convenience. While waiting, he wandered around with the coconut snail, catching 2 more stone crabs and 3 stone crabs, all tossed into the sack, while he held onto the coconut snail. Unwilling to toss it in, Lin Xiaoqing, feeling uneasy, accidentally tripped and fell while rushing back, scraping her knee. She limped over, and Yi Yaodong spotted her from afar, hurrying to meet her. What happened? Did you fall? Yes. I tripped over a rock. While are more precious than pearls, the coconut snail, if it yields pearls, is referred to as Malay pearls, also known as dragon pearls or flame pearls. Their hues range from tangerine red, tangerine yellow, to near white. Some Malay pearls exhibit flame patterns, taking on irregular, oval, and circular shapes, with the circular form holding the highest value. Our pearl possesses flame patterns. Indeed, Yi Yaodong smiled. This can be considered a top-grade Malay pearl, appearing larger than a 2-cent coin. In this era, a 2-cent coin has a diameter of approximately 21 millimeters. He estimated it to be larger than that, but slightly smaller than a 5-cent coin, which measures 24 millimeters. We have struck it rich. Lin Xiaoqing was overjoyed. We'll compare it with a coin when we return. Today has truly been fortunate. This was the second time she expressed such sentiments, underscoring her happiness. He felt triumphant, now realizing that listening to me was indeed the right choice. Yes. Only you would venture to the beach during a typhoon. Who in the village would dare? Fearing the waves would sweep them away. They are cowards. It is during typhoons that surprises occur, as long as there are large waves. The beach yields more than during high tide. How much can this pearl sell for? Where should we take it to sell? This question stumped him somewhat. He truly had no idea what this pearl was worth at this time. Influenced by our traditional dragon culture, the collection community has long regarded Malay pearls as dragon pearls, ascribing them sacred symbolic significance, classifying them as rare royal jewels. In his knowledge of later generations, these pearls were valued in tens of thousands of dollars, but in the present, he could not be certain. Given that productivity is relatively low and the populace has only recently resolved basic livelihood issues. Furrowing his brow, he replied, I only know this pearl is extraordinarily valuable, but I cannot specify a price. The jewelry stores in our town and county would certainly be unable to appraise it. Even if they could, the valuation would not be high. The city seems unlikely as well. We might have to go to the provincial capital. The provincial capital? That far? Lin Xiaoqing was taken aback. Is this pearl truly that remarkable? Yi Yaodong also found it somewhat troublesome and pondered for a moment before suggesting. We are not in dire need of money at present. Life is still manageable. Perhaps we should keep this pearl, preserving our good fortune? After all, it is a dragon pearl. Keeping it in our home may bless us with smooth sailing and great luck. Lin Xiaoqing considered this and found it reasonable. Their lives were still tolerable. And if it were indeed so valuable, selling it would inevitably lead to relatives and friends seeking loans, disrupting their peace. In their rural area, half the village comprised relatives and friends. When the word spread that one had become wealthy, they would surely come asking for money for school fees or medical expenses. Would you lend or not? If you refuse, they would accuse you of lacking compassion, being relatives and friends in need while you prospered without extending a helping hand. If you lend, those who receive assistance may not express gratitude, and those who do not receive may harbor resentment, leaving one in an uncomfortable position. It is best to keep it for now. After all, it is a dragon pearl, preserving it for the family's safety. If hardship truly befalls us, we can always sell it later. Moreover, she cast a discreet glance at her husband. What if he became worse and more indulgent with wealth? She had heard many rumors about men changing for the worse when they came into money. It was a relief he had shown some improvement lately. Perhaps it was best not to sell it. In just a brief moment, Lin Xiaoqing's thoughts had whirled through a myriad of considerations. Yes, she nodded. Your reasoning is sound. We are still managing well. Finding this dragon pearl is indeed our good fortune. So let us keep this luck and pray for smooth sailing and abundant harvest for our family. This pearl shall remain our secret. Let us not disclose it to others. I understand. Yi Yaodong handed her the Malay pearl, saying, keep it safe and lock it away at home. Lin Xiaoqing accepted the pearl, her face glowing with warmth. Such a valuable treasure was entrusted to her without hesitation, filling her with a sense of fulfillment and trust, prompting her to glance at him again. What is the matter? Suddenly find your husband quite handsome? She teased, playfully pushing him away. Don't be silly. Let us wander around a bit more and see if there is anything else to find. Yi Yaodong pushed onto the sand, chuckled, and got up to follow her. Having acquired a rare jewel, shouldn't you reward me a little? Lin Xiaoqing shot him a sidelong glance. We are one. So what is the issue with me keeping it? Besides, it seems you've forgotten that I found this shell. All right. Don't forget to take the coconut snail shell. We should keep it as a memento. I've got it. The shell is in the sack. And the meat is still on the scale. You should take both the shell and the scale back tonight. We can stir-fry it for dinner and boost our luck. Sure. He shamelessly crept closer. Since you found the snail, how about I reward you? No, I refuse. I am quite pragmatic. Just bring me back some seafood as a reward. Even without your prompting, I will strive to gather seafood. That cannot be considered a reward. Here, let me give you my reward. Go away. Are you annoying? Chapter 58. Soaked to the bone on the way home, Lin Xiaoqing's fingers covered his face, pushing him away. This shameless man could not maintain seriousness for long. Yi Yaodong, however, seized her wrist, frowning. Did you scrape your hand? She withdrew her hand. It's nothing. Just a small scrape. You should wash it when we get back. Don't keep searching. If you touch the seawater, it will hurt more. I'm fine. It doesn't hurt. There is still plenty of time. The tide has just receded, and there are surely more things to find. I want to touch the seawater, and if I discover anything, I'll call you. I've done so before. Haven Ti. Don't be stubborn. Oh, what is the big deal? It's just a fall. Let us continue searching. She shrugged it off and resumed her search, but after just a few steps, she paused. Could you move this rock? I see a blue crab leg. It must be a blue flower crab. In high spirits, Lin Xiuqing continued, while Yi Yaodong had no choice but to indulge her. The two began to explore the rocky area again. Just then, a few large raindrops fell. As they prepared to head back, the rain ceased, prompting them to keep searching. After another 2 hours of exploration, Yi Yaodong finally said, "It's south, getting close to noon. Let us return." "Aren't we going to search a little longer?" Lin Xiuqing said reluctantly. Yi Yaodong chuckled. "What's this? Are you addicted to treasure hunting at the beach?" "A bit, yes. It feels like today's search was unusually easy. We've found so much in just one morning, during the new moon and full moon tides. It's rare to find this much. In fact, the new moon and full moon tides can yield plenty, but our beach has been frequented by villagers too often, which makes it seem less fruitful. The isolated islands have much more. All right, let us go home. I'm getting quite hungry. And the sky is starting to cloud over again. Fine, let us wait until the tide recedes tomorrow before returning." "Haha, you really are addicted," he chuckled, shaking his head. "Let us see how tomorrow's typhoon affects our waters. If the storm is fierce, the tide will surely not recede and will rise significantly, along with a high likelihood of heavy rain." "That's true. Then let us wait for a time when the tide recedes and the rain stops before coming back." Yes, they had gathered quite a bit this morning, with 8 blue crabs of varying sizes, numerous rock crabs, 3 blue flower crabs, also quite sturdy, and a good number of stone 9 crabs, sea eels, golden pomfret, mullet, spring fish, along with some small fish and shrimp, and the most abundant were clams. It was estimated that pouring them out of the sack would fill a large bucket. Certainly, the most remarkable treasure was that beautiful pearl. But that must remain a secret for now. The barramundi in the bucket was quite splendid, though. Yi Yaodong grasped the bucket in one hand while holding a sack in the other, with Lin Xiuqing joyfully trailing beside him. Their steps light as they made their way home. However, before they could reach their destination, a torrential downpour descended upon them, forcing the couple to hasten back through the rain. By the time they arrived home, they were completely soaked. Yet they paid no heed to changing clothes or taking a shower. Instead, they immediately grabbed a large basin to empty the contents of the sack. Upon seeing the drenched couple, Ye's mother couldn't help but scold them lightly. "Where have you two been?" "Out in this typhoon," Yi Daisao exclaimed in surprise. "Ah, you went to the sea? How daring of you to venture out in a typhoon." Yi Erseo, setting aside her chores, joined in, noticing the bounty. "Wow, so many goods. And look at all those crabs." The children gathered around, and the eldest son, Yi Qinghu, protested. "You went to the beach without us. You little rascal. Would you want to be swept away by the waves? If you can go, why can't I?" "Humph. Because sea monsters only collect young boys and girls." "Are you scared?" "Not scared." Yi Yaodong chuckled and scolded lightly before turning to his mother. "Where's my father? We caught a barramundi. He should take a look at its value." "Oh, I didn't notice the bucket by your feet. It really is a barramundi, though I'm not familiar with the species. Such fish are better understood by the men of the household. He is lying down inside. Let me go fetch him." Yi Daisao and Yi Erseo began sorting through the catch, enviously commenting on their substantial haul, surprised that they found such treasures on a stormy day. Indeed, some of these crabs are quite large and robust. They could fetch a good price. The barramundi should be even more valuable. You rushed back with just a bucket, and I couldn't get a word out of you. Turns out you were after the barramundi. How inconsiderate not to call us." Lin Xiuqing felt a bit embarrassed at Yi Erseo's remarks. She had acted out of urgency, fearing for the fish's survival. "I was just anxious. Worried the fish would die. I didn't think it through," she replied, playfully swatting her hands. "You all behave yourselves. Don't let the crabs bite you, or you'll be crying." Suddenly, the large eel in the bucket thrashed its tail, splashing water and startling the children, who quickly retreated. "That fish looks fierce." Yi Yaodong waved his hand, shooing them away. "Go play elsewhere. Don't be a nuisance." The little ones made silly faces before scampering outside to play as the rain let up. Ye's father was called out by Ye's mother to witness the barramundi. His mouth agape in astonishment. "Where did you find this?" "We have barramundi here. Seems like our third son has had some good fortune lately, catching such a rare fish. It's worth much more than a tiger grouper, which is merely a common variant among barramundi. I found it near the rocky area close to Donxiao village. I had gone to the beach to check the waves and noticed the tide receding, so I took a stroll. The waves were quite high, likely swept in by the storm. That makes sense. Generally, barramundi inhabit the bay areas, given our proximity to the islands near the bay. It's plausible this fish was washed in by the waves. It's certainly more valuable than a tiger grouper, To ascertain its exact worth, we should consult Akai. And look at this basin. Let us sort through it for anything else we can sell. Whatever isn't worth anything, we'll keep for ourselves. I wonder if he'll be buying during the typhoon? He will. His family has oxygen supplies to keep the fish alive. He can sell them after the storm passes. Indeed, if it weren't for the lack of transport during the storm, I would have taken the bucket myself to the town's hotel to inquire about selling, instead of letting someone else profit. Chapter 59. More profits. Why is this coconut snail just a shell? Where's the meat? Ye's mother assisted in sorting. Check again. We could slice it up and stir-fry it for lunch. I've opened it, but there's nothing inside. Ye's mother asked casually, knowing the odds were slim. She didn't truly believe that merely opening one would yield a beautiful pearl. He spoke without a script, while Lin Xiuqing felt a twinge of guilt and glanced at him. He raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "You should wash up now to avoid catching a cold. I'll manage here with the others." Understanding his intent, she nodded and returned inside to hide the pearl, fearing it might fall out. She left behind a crab with a small claw and another with little flesh, along with some miscellaneous fish and shrimp. The rest of the valuable items were sorted by Ye's mother into a bucket for him. While the rain is light, you should hurry back. And don't forget your raincoat. Yi Yaodong noticed the old raincoat hanging in the corridor and didn't mind using it. It was far more convenient than an umbrella, which could easily be blown inside out. As he stepped outside with 2 buckets, the women in the household began preparing fish and cooking, while also replenishing the clams with water and sprinkling some coarse salt to keep them alive. Normally, the village bustled with the aroma of daily life, with women weaving nets at their doors. Today, however, every household had secured their doors and windows, and the streets were deserted. Upon reaching Akaya's house, he found him shirtless, sharpening knives and preparing fish at the back door. Hearing someone call out, he emerged with a knife in hand. "What is up, Kai? I'm here to deliver goods, not to rob you. Is there a need to brandish a knife so aggressively?" "Oh, haha." Akai sheepishly glanced at the knife in his hand and explained, "I was just fish slicing. Why are you out here in the storm? Your father wouldn't dare venture out to sea in such weather, would he? That's reckless." No. I found these while foraging on the beach just as the tide receded." Smart thinking. You knew the storm would bring in treasures. Let me see what you've got." He tucked the knife behind his waistband and leaned over to peek into the bucket. "Not bad. You've got 5 or 6 crabs here, and are those eels at the bottom? What else do you have? Wow, what's this? Barramundi? Is it really barramundi?" Akai squatted down to get a closer look at the fish's markings, visibly surprised. Yi Yaodong felt a sense of pride. It was just a barramundi, and yet he was so astonished. If only he knew about the exquisite pearl he had secured, he would surely be left speechless. "Give me a price. How much will you buy it for?" He kicked the bucket, startling the barramundi, which splashed Akai with seawater. Akai merely wiped his face and smiled. "This fish is quite rare here. You might catch one occasionally at the fishing dock. Let us weigh it first." Yi Yaodong nodded and followed him inside. Weighing live fish can be tricky, but fortunately, he had a basket at home. After quickly weighing it, he returned it to the bucket. 8.5 pounds. "How about I give you $8? Not even $5 a pound. Come on, add a bit more. You sell to wealthy clients at double the price. We're from the same village. Is it fair to gouge me? Nonsense. Who's gouging you? Who would pay double? Do you think making money is that easy? We have plenty of discerning clients in our town. For the wealthy, dozens of dollars are just a meal's expense. They only want quality, and money is secondary. I've seen people at the Hongsheng Hotel in town spend hundreds on a bottle of wine, racking up a bill of over 1,000 in a single night. Don't try to fool me." Akai glared, expressing his displeasure. "Isn't it the hotel that profits from this? Isn't it normal for them to mark up the price several times? How much can a mere fishmonger like me earn? Let's skip the chatter. I'll sell it to you for 12. "What? You're asking too much. I'll be at a loss. Then I'll take it to Guay's place, at the dock's other procurement point." Hey. Wait. You young folks are so impulsive. You haven't even heard me out, and you're ready to leave. 10, at most 10. All right. Then it's 12. 12. Yi Yaodong rolled his eyes. After all that fuss, he ended up agreeing to the price. He knew well that Akai was cunning and had made quite a profit. This fish would be priced at several tens at the hotel. How could he possibly incur a loss? The remaining blue crab and fish were reasonably priced, settled at the usual procurement rates. This time, it was just over $20. And Akai did not suggest delaying the payment, promptly counting the cash for him. "All settled, then. Thank you. No need for thanks. Do bring more good stuff next time. This typhoon weather is quite troublesome. I still have to deliver to the little stall at the dock. After unbuttoning his raincoat and stowing the money, Yi Yaodong hurried home. The morning sun had been faint, but now a strong wind had picked up, and the raindrops stung his face, a truly dreadful weather. Upon returning home, the aroma of food wafted through the air. The family rarely gathered together like this. As soon as Ye's father saw him return, he quickly set down the tobacco he had been rolling. How much did that base sell for? 12. So high? Well, I threw out a random price, and to my surprise, he agreed. Ye's father was at a loss for words. Could it really work like that? Ye's mother, stirring the pot, chimed in with concern. How much did you sell in total? $25.80. Not bad, not bad. You made that much just from a little outing. That's equivalent to what others make in a whole day at sea. Ye's second sister-in-law couldn't help but comment. Yaodong has been quite lucky lately. Every time he goes out, he comes back with a windfall. You must have made several hundred by now. The sour note in her voice made him want to roll his eyes. Yes, luck has been on my side. I'm off to take a shower. Dongzi, wash with hot water. You've been caught in the rain. You can't wash with cold water, or you'll catch a cold. The elderly lady, sitting by the stove, smiled as she handed him a hot water bottle. All right. Although he preferred cold showers, he heeded her advice. With the rain pouring outside, he could only carry the water indoors to wash, and he intended to hand the money to his wife. However, as soon as he entered the room, he saw her sitting by the window, picking at her palm with a needle. What's wrong? Did San get in? Yes. Let me help you with that. You go wash first. Don't catch a cold. Oh, this is the money from selling the goods. Here, take it. I've kept 80 cents. Lin Xiaoqing took the money, counted it, and exclaimed in surprise, You sold that much? The grouper was expensive, and those blue crabs were plump. One weighed almost 2 pounds. The other fish were much cheaper. That's great. We were only out for half a morning and made this much. We hit the jackpot. By the way, did you take care of my Lizu? Don't worry, I've hidden it well. Chapter 60. Rain leaks and power outages. Extra update for 500 monthly tickets. After finishing his shower, Yi Yaodong sat by the window wearing only shorts. Is it all cleaned up? Let me see. He rarely showed such gentle patience while helping her remove the sand grains. Lin Xiaoqing watched him with a serious expression, feeling her usually calm heart stirred with emotion. Does it hurt a lot? I'll be gentler. As he spoke, he gently blew on her palm before continuing to pick out the sand. If not cleaned properly, the wound could fester after scabbing over. After a while, he inspected it and said, It should be clean now. Take it easy for the next couple of days. With the typhoon, there's not much to do anyway. Roll up your pants. Let me see your knee. Lin Xiaoqing complied, rolling up her pants and bending her knee in front of him. One was quiet, the other focused. The room was filled with a warm atmosphere. Suddenly, a loud bang of the door echoed. Mom and Dad, dinner's ready. The door was flung open with a crash, hitting the wall, startling both of them. Yi Yaodong's hand holding the needle trembled, nearly pricking himself. Just as he was about to scold, he heard the little one shout, Dad, you're embarrassing. You're not wearing any clothes and are hugging Mom's feet. Goodness. That little rascal. Yi Qinghu, what nonsense are you spouting? In a fit of embarrassment, Yi Yaodong rushed out and picked up his eldest son, spanking him lightly before being stopped by the elderly lady. What are you hitting him for? Kids just say whatever they see. What does he understand? The old lady's words made him sweat. With so many people around, he felt compelled to clarify. Otherwise, they might think he was overly eager. Qing fell outside and got sand in her knee and hand. I was just helping her remove it. This little brat has a big mouth. He shot a glare at his eldest son before returning to dress. Yi Qinghu, feeling wronged, rubbed his bottom, but I didn't say anything wrong. Lin Xiaoqing, feeling somewhat embarrassed, quickly stepped out and glared at her eldest son. Be quiet and go eat. Where did kids get so much to chatter about? He pouted and followed his grandmother to the table. The adults in the household, except for Yi Huimei, were all experienced. Who didn't understand the dynamics between couples? Regardless of whether Yi Qinghu's words were true or not, they all pretended not to know and continued eating calmly. Once seated, Yi Yaodong saw a bowl of stir-fried coconut snail meat, which opened his appetite. He took the first piece, delicious, spicy, crisp, and sweet. He deftly served a piece to his wife, and the couple exchanged knowing smiles. However, before they could finish their lunch, a loud rumble echoed outside, followed by a flash of lightning that lit the room momentarily before plunging it back into darkness. It seemed they were quite affected by the typhoon. Turn on the lights. It's too dark. Outside, the sky was hazy. One might think it was already evening. After finishing their meal, Everyone found themselves unable to go out and had to make do indoors. They could all hear the howling wind outside, leaving everyone anxious, uncertain of how long the typhoon would last. Initially, they thought it was merely a minor typhoon that wouldn't affect them much. Yet the storm's trajectory was heading straight for them. Thankfully, there were vegetables in the backyard, and they had preserved salted fish and dried fish at home. So even if they couldn't go out for a few days, they had no fear of going hungry. Yi Yaodong, feeling bored, lay on the bed, preparing for a short nap, when he suddenly felt water dripping on his stomach. He looked up at the mosquito net above. Small droplets were forming there. Is it leaking? The rain outside was intensifying, and the drops fell faster, plip-plop, prompting him to get up and fetch a basin from the main room to catch the water. Suddenly, the lights in the main room went out, and the children, unaware, cheered, "Ah, the power's out. Quiet down." Ye's mother took out candles she had prepared in advance and lit them, bringing a little light back into the room. She angled the candles to let the wax drip onto the table, securing them in place. They were accustomed to the frequent typhoons, and power outages were a common occurrence. Ye's mother lit several candles, instructing, "Each of you take one into the room to keep it from being too dark." Yi Yaodong then spoke up. "There's a leak in the room. The floor is wet. Everyone should check your rooms and take a basin to catch the water. Otherwise, it will be impossible to sleep tonight. If the bed is leaking and you can't sleep well, bring the kids over to sleep with us." He nodded. There was a basin on the bed, and it would indeed be uncomfortable for the four of them to sleep there. The rain did not merely leak from one spot on the bed. It dripped incessantly from the table and cabinets, creating a rhythmic sound of droplets. Yi Yaodong had no choice but to rise again to fetch a basin, only to find there was none available. With water leaking throughout the house, he resorted to using a soup bowl to catch the drips. The rain falling on the ground was of little concern, as it was merely dirt, and a little water wouldn't matter. This was the nature of old houses. Whenever there was heavy rain, every household would experience leaks. Lying back down, Yi Yaodong rested his hands behind his head, listening to the sound of raindrops filling the basin, but sleep eluded him. It was only afternoon, and enduring until dawn seemed a daunting task. Thus, he ventured into the main room to see what everyone was doing. Listening to the commotion, he noted that several children had run into their mother's room to play. He advised Lin Xiuqing, who was still weaving, "Stop weaving. The light is poor, and it may strain your eyes." Sister Yi teased, "Yaodong, you're becoming quite considerate. Helping you sift through sand is one thing, but now you're worried about her eyes while she weaves." Lin Xiuqing felt a bit embarrassed by the jest, chuckling softly, "It's not that dark. I can still see." Ignoring the comment, Yi Yaoping sat bored at the table, propping his chin on his hand. Accustomed to hard work, he found sitting idly uncomfortable and suggested, "It's rather dull just sitting here. How about we three brothers play cards? Let us light a few more candles." "Sure. Let us see if the second brother wants to join," replied one. "He's in the house. I'll go call him." They had only played 2 rounds when Yi father, feeling restless, requested to join in. The room was soon filled with Yi Yaodong's exasperated voice. "Come on, Dad. Do you even know how to play? We're partners. Why did you play a 6 for the eldest brother? I have 3, 4, 6 in hand. If I don't play the 6, what should I play?" He retorted. "What a terrible hand. You could at least play a pair and let me take the lead. How am I supposed to know what you have?" Yi Yaodong muttered, consistently berating his father for being a poor teammate. Yi father, equally frustrated, exclaimed, "Switch partners. I don't want to be with you anymore." Thus, throughout the afternoon, Yi father kept changing partners, alternating between the youngest and eldest, until he finally teamed up with the second brother, who didn't mind his poor cards. However, Sister Yi was anxious, as partnering with their father had led to continuous losses. After an entire afternoon of play, it was clear that Yi Yaodong and Yi Laoda had emerged victorious. Yi Yaodong tossed the crumpled bills in his hand to Lin Xiuqing, saying, "Here, take it. More money in." She accepted with a bright smile. Yi father grumbled, "Let us continue after dinner. Continue your head. When you have time, make more bamboo strips. We don't have enough to dry the fish," Yi mother scolded. And Yi father fell silent. Chapter 61. After the typhoon, as night fell, the winds roared, and torrential rain poured down, making the contrast between day and night stark. They had emptied the basins and bowls several times, as the rain poured in through the window, soaking the table. Lin Xiuqing had thoughtfully placed a footcloth on the floor. The 2 children, undeterred by the storm outside, were secretly playing with candles. Yi Qinghu carefully dipped his finger into the melted candle wax, pulling it out covered in a layer of white wax. After coating all 10 fingers, he began to crush the wax and repeat the process. Yi Qingyang had somehow procured a toothpick and was fiddling with the wick, stirring the wax. The candle flickered erratically as they played, prompting the couple to realize their mischief. Each received a playful smack on the backside and bounded around the bed, squealing before settling down to sleep. Yi Yaodong leaned against the edge of the bed. His eyes closed, seeking rest with nowhere to lie down, and the noise from outside keeping him awake. His elder brothers were also dealing with leaks in their rooms, and their 3 children had been sent to their grandmother and parents' rooms. That night, they would all have to squeeze together, enduring the night. Both are asleep. I'll lie here for a moment. It's fine, you sleep. I can't, and I'll catch up on sleep tomorrow. I'll go empty the water. Worried about disturbing their rest, he emptied the water and stayed in the main room, spotting a couple of long benches. He combined 2 to create a makeshift bed and rested his eyes for a while. It wasn't until late at night that the wind and rain began to subside. Yi Yaodong, now covered with a long sleeve as a makeshift blanket, found it difficult to sleep on the bench, waking at every sound. He felt a stirring beside him. What is up? Taking Yang Yang to the bathroom. Didn't he see you? So I came out to check. The typhoon should be over. Dawn is approaching. You should go back to sleep. Go back in and sleep. No need. You should go in and stay with the 2 children. If they wake up and don't see you, they'll cry. Lin Xiuqing gave him a deep look before returning inside. This was the first time during a typhoon that he hadn't selfishly slept like a log, but had instead accommodated the 3 of them. In previous years, she would have been the one resting at the head of the bed, feigning sleep for a night. As dawn broke, Yi Yaodong rose. At that moment, their grandmother entered through the back door, holding an umbrella. She lived in a small house in the backyard. Did you sleep on the bench last night? Oh dear. Look at your face and neck. You've been bitten by mosquitoes. Hurry, rub some saliva on it. He absent-mindedly scratched at the bites and replied, It's fine. It won't itch much longer. The ground is wet. Be sure to hold the wall when you come and go. Yes, yes. Would you like to lie down in my room for a bit? Ahai is still asleep. No, I'll go check the waves at the beach. Outside, a light rain continued to fall. He donned the raincoat hanging by the door and ventured out. The streets were bustling with villagers wearing raincoats, all curious to see if the typhoon had passed. They greeted one another, discussing the strength of the wind and the intensity of the rain from the previous night. Why are you up so early, Dongzi? I couldn't sleep, so I came out to look. Let us go to the beach. Everyone's heading that way. He nodded casually, not stopping his pace as he walked alongside a neighbor he barely knew. As he made his way, he observed the extent of the village's damage. A few small trees had fallen, many rooftops were stripped of tiles, and debris littered the ground, creating a chaotic scene. By the time he reached the shore, the sky had brightened slightly, and a crowd of villagers had gathered. He spotted the tumultuous waves crashing and retreating, the murky water rising to heights it usually didn't reach. Villagers discussed how the typhoon had passed and anticipated heading out to fish once the waters calmed. Yi father arrived shortly after, and as the sky brightened, more people gathered. Yi Yaopeng and Yi Yaohua also appeared, all eager to know when the waves would recede. Let us check the roof tiles today while we have the chance, Yi Laoda suggested, munching on breakfast. Yes, we should. The typhoon likely dislodged many tiles, causing the leaks inside. Yi father agreed. There are some tiles in the backyard. After breakfast, I'll set up a ladder and have a look. Will we be able to resume work on the house tomorrow? Perhaps the day after. Everything is still wet, and the mountains are muddy. The creek has risen, making it inconvenient to gather stones. We should wait another day. When can we go to sea? The 2 brothers inquired in turn. It won't be possible tonight. The dock is still rough, and the outer sea will be affected too. We'll have to see how the tide looks tomorrow, after the typhoon. There should be more to catch. Yi Yaohua had witnessed Yi Yaodong's fruitful catch yesterday. Since he had leisure time today, he was eager to head to the beach, itching to explore the shoreline once the tide receded, hoping to discover some substantial finds. Ye's mother was equally enticed by the idea, suggesting that they could all go together to gather seafood for their meals. We must go to the beach. They all echoed in excitement. No, we mean to gather seafood. You silly ones. We should say, we are going to gather seafood. Yi Chunghai looked at his younger siblings with a mix of exasperation and affection. Yes, yes, we are going to gather seafood. They were all overjoyed, but Ye's mother, with a serious demeanor, warned them not to approach the sea until the tide had fully receded, lest they be swept away by the waves. Do you hear me? She asked, to which they all replied in unison. Having been drilled since childhood about the dangers of the sea, especially when adults were not present. However, much to their disappointment, even after the typhoon had passed. The tide did not recede immediately, only lowering slightly. Though the children were not too disheartened as they could still play, the adults felt the weight of disappointment more acutely. The sun shone brightly all day, and it wasn't until midday the following day that the tide began to retreat. The Yi family, filled with enthusiasm, immediately set off for the beach. Chapter 62. The dusky thrush under the blazing midday sun. The remnants of the previous night's typhoon felt like a distant dream. Just walking from the house to the beach, Yi Yaodong was already drenched in sweat. He mused that the weather during the typhoon had been cooler. If only his house hadn't leaked, it would have been perfect. The glaring sun forced him to squint, and he noticed a considerable number of people on the beach. After the typhoon, the tide had receded, and everyone knew it was time to try their luck. Furthermore, word had spread through the village about Dongzi's catch during the storm, drawing many to the beach today. Are we going down? Yes, father asked, frowning. Since we're here, we might as well check it out. The beach was bustling with women and children carrying buckets, along with young people idly passing the time. They greeted acquaintances along the way, exchanging pleasantries about their catches. Without skipping a beat, Yi Yaodong took Lin Xiuqing by the hand and made a beeline for the rocky area where he had discovered a bountiful catch 2 days prior. Mom and Dad, don't run off. Wait for us. He called back, but he didn't bother to glance behind him. Why wait for them? The tide was still receding, and they would only have to follow it at a leisurely pace. As Yi Yaodong spotted a large base tumbling with the waves, he quickly released Lin Xiuqing's hand, took off his rain shoes, and dashed into the sea with his bucket. Lin Xiuqing, not understanding his sudden plunge into the water, shouted after him, "What are you doing? The waves are coming back soon. Just wait there, don't move." Yi Yaodong called back, stopping when the water reached his waist. He searched for the base amidst the rolling waves, which almost swept him off his feet. Just as the water surged, he caught sight of the fish a meter ahead. He hurried forward, aiming to scoop it up with his bucket, but it was too large and the water too turbulent, causing it to leap from his grasp. He chased after it, and as the water ebbed, it swam right into his bucket. Holding the bucket triumphantly over his shoulder, he made his way back to shore. Drenched from head to toe, but feeling exhilarated, Lin Xiuqing approached him, concerned. "Why did you dive into the sea? It's so dangerous." "It's fine. I can swim. I wasn't too far out, just to my chest. I won't drown," he reassured her, showing off the sizable base, weighing around 4 to 5 pounds. "It's worth a few bucks. Be careful," she cautioned. Oh, a large shell. The shifting tide had pushed a conch shell right to their feet, and Lin Xiuqing gleefully picked it up. To her surprise, it was not empty, but contained meat. "Is this a conch?" she asked. "Indeed. Should we open it to see?" Yi Yaodong laughed, thinking she might have found a treasure. "How big it is." She shot him a playful glare. "Let us sell it instead." "Fine. If it's not worth anything, then so be it." She wasn't disappointed. Finding a beautiful pearl was already a stroke of luck, and discovering a large conch was a bonus. As the couple moved with the tide, they didn't collect much else, but they quickly filled a bucket with clams. Yi Yaodong pulled out a sack from his pocket and shook it. "Let us put them in here." Lin Xiuqing chuckled. "Why do you always bring a sack?" "I anticipated this. Without a bag, how would you store your catch?" He had learned from their previous trip to the deserted island that it was wise to be prepared. With so many people on the beach, 2 buckets should suffice. "Not enough. I have base in this bucket, and you have clams in yours. If we find anything else, what will we use to store it?" "All right, you're the beach expert. I defer to your wisdom." The pair continued along the shoreline, collecting whatever they could find until they reached the rocky area where the tide had receded. It was then that Yi Yaodong noticed his second brother and sister-in-law had joined them. "What have you all caught? Why are you carrying a sack?" Yi Erseo inquired curiously, peering into their buckets and bag. "Wow, that is a big base." The clams in their sack were common, found everywhere on the beach, and they had gathered nearly a full bucket themselves. Lin Xiuqing beamed as she recounted, just before the tide fully receded. Dongzi spotted a base and dashed into the water to catch it. "Haha, Yaodong seems to have become quite industrious lately. Has the prodigal son returned?" Unfazed by her teasing, Yi Yaodong continued towards the rocky area, eager to explore. He noticed others approaching and decided to scout around. When he bent down to grab 2 blue crabs, their eyes widened in excitement. "Look, he caught 2. Yi Erseo exclaimed. "Ahu, let us hurry and find some too." Yi Yaohua, grinning, began searching as well, and within moments, he caught one, albeit smaller than Yi Yaodong's catch, which still brought a smile to his sister-in-law's face. "Dongzi, Dongzi, come quick," Lin Xiuqing suddenly shouted, filled with excitement. What fish is that? It's huge, and it's still moving. Upon hearing her thrill, Yi Yaodong rushed over, abandoning the stone crab he had just found. Is this the dusky thrush? He wondered aloud, uncertain as he examined the fish, given the vastness of the ocean and his limited knowledge of its inhabitants. However, it bore some resemblance to the dusky thrush he had seen before. Who would I ask? I have no idea. The fish's back was a blue-gray to olive hue, its belly silver to light brown, and it featured a yellow stripe along its side. It had to be the dusky thrush. This fish is quite common in the waters around the bay, but this one seems rather large. Ahu, come look at this. Yi Yaohua, having heard Lin Xiuqing's excitement, approached with curiosity. This fish looks like the dusky thrush. I think I saw one while unloading at the fishing port. This fish must be over a meter long, right? It appears to weigh over 100 pounds, doesn't it? Yi Erseo felt a mix of envy and jealousy, pondering why such good fortune had befallen them. This fish must fetch a considerable price, she mused aloud. However, one cannot ascertain the selling price until it has been caught. It is said that the waters around the bay are teeming with them, and the Japanese have a particular fondness for this fish, often preparing it as sashimi. In Japan, it is renowned alongside salmon. Chapter 63. Exceeding a meter and over 100 pounds, additional costs. To think that after the typhoon, one could find such a magnificent fish. What a fortunate turn of events this storm has brought. Yi Yaodong eagerly rolled up his sleeves, ready to assist. This fish may not be a rare or precious catch, yet its sheer size is impressive, appearing to weigh well over 100 pounds. With this catch, the day would not be wasted. Ah Ching helped to open the sack, and I pushed the fish inside. Be careful. I just saw it breathing through its gills, and its tail was still moving. Don't get bitten. It's fine. Yi Yaohua also rolled up his sleeves to lend a hand, for such a large fish could not be moved by one person alone. How astonishing that such a massive fish was washed ashore here. The waves must have been tremendous in the open sea these past few days. Erseo, why not look around a bit more? Perhaps you might discover another one? Lin Xiuqing suggested, tilting her head. Surely not, she replied, though she wasted no time and began searching earnestly. Alas, she only managed to find 2 smaller fish. As they maneuvered the sizable fish, onlookers approached, drawn by the commotion. And soon they too beheld the grand catch. What kind of fish is that? It must be over a meter long. My goodness, what a colossal fish. Ahua, you are quite lucky. Actually, this isn't my catch. It belongs to Dongzi and his group. He felt a twinge of regret, realizing that had they ventured further in, they might have spotted this magnificent fish by the rocks. Seeing the gathering crowd, the rest of the Yi family joined them. Yi father and Yi mother wore expressions of delight as they helped, murmuring in awe, for such a large fish to be stranded is remarkable. With many voices chiming in, the chatter grew lively. Adong has been particularly fortunate lately, hasn't he? I heard from Akai that you sold him a grouper just 2 days ago. Indeed. Your luck seems to be flourishing of late, another remarked. What a substantial fish. Why didn't he see it? Yet you did. Looks like the Yi family is on the brink of prosperity again. Has fortune favored your household recently? Amidst the bustling conversation, once they secured the fish in the sack, Yi Yaodong addressed the crowd. You all should hurry and search around. Perhaps there are more large fish caught among the rocks. Yes, yes. Everyone dispersed, eager to explore. Some even rushing into the tidal waters. Lin Xiuqing gazed excitedly at the wriggling fish in the sack. Shall we not search anymore? Let us drag the fish back first. Yi Yaodong smiled at her. Are you satisfied? She nodded vigorously. Not just satisfied, she was positively elated. Truly, that beautiful pearl was their lucky charm. Yi mother chimed in eagerly. How did such a large fish wash ashore? What kind of fish is this? Yi father replied, if I'm not mistaken. It appears to be a mature, dubious sea bass. With his father's affirmation, there was no doubt left. This fish must be worth at least $2 a pound. And given its size, it could sell for several dozen. Indeed, Dongzi's fortunes are quite promising lately. Yi Dajia's eyes glinted with envy. Father, since Yaodong has been so lucky, perhaps he should accompany you on the fishing trip. Who knows? He might bring in a bountiful catch. Yi Yaodong rolled his eyes, exasperated by their eagerness to profit from his good fortune. All right, I have no objections to going out to sea. Yi father pondered and nodded. Let us try it tomorrow. You won't suffer from seasickness, will you? That remains to be seen. I haven't ventured far out before, nor have I spent an entire day at sea. Then we shall see how it goes. Yi mother, her face aglow, said, let your father help you carry the fish to the dock while it is still fresh. And ask Akai how much he will pay. Lin Xiuqing quickly added, I'll go too. I have 2 crabs and a large base to sell as well. Hurry. A fish exceeding a meter in length and weighing over 100 pounds is akin to the weight of an adult woman, and it wasn't entirely lifeless. It still twitched occasionally. Without the sack, it would have been quite challenging to lift. The sack also contained a half bucket of clams they had previously collected, bringing the total weight to well over 100 pounds. Thankfully, I had the foresight to bring the sack along. Yi father shot him a piercing glare. Do you think just anyone can be your father? I meant, your son as father. Is your son even here? Father, don't be so literal. It's just a saying I've grown accustomed to. You call me father and expect me to accept that? Are you looking for a beating? He pressed his lips together, opting for silence. Lin Xiuqing stood nearby, suppressing her laughter. Akai sat at the purchasing point, munching on seeds. Upon seeing the father and son approach with the sack, he felt intrigued. What are you carrying there? Guess. You're not bringing a person, are you? Are you a human trafficker? Yi Yaodong replied, utterly speechless. Akai stood up, circling them, and noticed the movement within the sack. If it's not a person, could it be a fish? Such a large one. They tossed it into his purchasing area, and Yi father clapped his hands, declaring, it's a dubious sea bass. Take a look. Such a large dubious sea bass? He opened the sack and confirmed, indeed, quite rare. Let me measure it. He retrieved a tape measure from a drawer in a rickety wooden table, 1 meter 2. Truly impressive. Let us weigh it to see. It must exceed 100 pounds. My goodness, it weighs indeed 115 pounds and 8 ounces. What price do you intend to offer? The father and son gazed at Akai with keen anticipation. 22? 23, 25, 25 it is. I can't go higher. Under the intensified scrutiny of the father and son, Akai felt the pressure mount, leading him to frequently change his offer. Brother Kai, this isn't fair. You've always purchased goods from my family's fishing boat at a fixed price, yet you continue to undervalue me. Let us have a smoke first, and then discuss this properly. Yi Yaodong draped an arm around his shoulder, producing a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it for him. He couldn't help but grumble inwardly about his meager allowance. He had barely finished a pack in days. Akai, short and stout, appeared even smaller under Yi Yaodong's arm, and they resembled a pair of contrasting figures. Brother, it's not that I'm undervaluing. It's simply that this fish is worth that price. I've done my best to offer a fair price. Brother Kai, you're taking advantage of my rural upbringing. This dubious sea bass is also known as the red snapper, right? If it were merely 10 or 20 pounds, your offer would indeed be generous. But this one exceeds a meter in length and weighs over 100. It is certainly worth more. Chapter 64. Quick-witted Akai looked up at him. Oh, Dongzi, you're quite knowledgeable. You recognize that this fish exceeds a meter and weighs over 100 pounds, thus warranting a higher price. Yi Yaodong exhaled smoke nonchalantly. Well, being from the seaside, I've spent my fair share of time in town these past few years and have picked up a thing or two. Then let us be straightforward. How about we settle on 28? 28 sounds auspicious. Let us go with that. It has a nice ring to it. Oh, but the sound doesn't outweigh the value. We've done numerous transactions together. We're old friends now. You see how fortunate I have been lately. It must be due to the favorable feng shui of our new home, a true treasure of a location. In the future, we will surely catch even more splendid fish, and I will gladly share them with you. What a delightful win-win situation that would be, wouldn't you agree? Indeed. Asai felt that he spoke with reason, nodding profusely. You are well, I am well, everyone is well, so let us firmly agree on the price of 3 maos per jean, with no room for reneging. What? 3 maos per jean? I never agreed to that. Do not mislead me. His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Yi Yaodong, realizing that this price differed significantly from his initial offer. The difference was, it seemed to be over 2 yuan. Asai calculated in his mind that the discrepancy was not too great, but it was indeed a considerable deviation from the original price he had proposed. After all, he was a businessman. Such pricing cannot be whimsically decided upon. 3 maos per jean would leave me at a loss. Oh dear. Why are you being so indecisive? Just a moment ago, we were discussing matters amicably, and now you've suddenly turned hostile. I didn't haggle over the numerous mackerel previously, but after inquiring about the market, everyone is filled with regret. My friends nearly swooped in to buy from you, but I managed to dissuade them, do you know? Back then, I was young and timid, agreeing to whatever you said. Now, however, I have gained experience and wisdom. As fellow townsfolk, you must not deliberately undercut me. Yi Yaodong rambled on, though truthfully, he was merely motivated by the higher price he had whimsically suggested. hoping to test the waters for a better deal. Who wouldn't he wish to sell at a premium? Yet Asai's words did instill a tinge of guilt within him. Indeed, he had made a substantial profit from the over 7,000 jin of mackerel. All right. As fellow townsfolk, I am quite amenable. If you say 3 mouths, then 3 mouths it shall be. This time, I assure you, I am not profiting off you. I merely wish to share in your good fortune. Ye's father smiled broadly, never expecting that after Asai and his third son engaged in casual banter, the price would indeed be raised. In truth, Yi Yaodong was cursing under his breath, realizing that he had indeed sold the over 7,000 jin of mackerel at a loss. This cunning merchant truly lived up to his reputation. It is maddening. The first 50 years of my past life were spent in a daze, and now that I have returned, I am still unaware of the current fish prices, allowing Asai to take advantage of me. Since the onset of reform and opening up, many affluent business owners have emerged. Such fish, which were once only affordable to the wealthy and those in power, now seem to have lost their value. He could hardly believe this merchant could operate without profit. Lin Xiuqing was equally delighted. From Asai's initial casual offer of 2 mouths to now 3, a full 8 cents increase. Dong, your bargaining skills are truly sharp. She excitedly presented the water bucket to Asai, revealing a base and 2 large crabs. Wow, you've indeed had quite a haul. The tide has only just receded, and you've gathered so much treasure. Come on, Asai, let us calculate the price. Give me a favorable rate. We've known each other for ages. I sold my mackerel at a loss. All right, I understand. Just don't distract me while I'm calculating. Upon hearing Asai's words, Yi Yaodong felt overwhelmed. He had never realized how difficult this young man could be. For the 115 jin and 8 ounces of the amberjack, at 3 mouths per jin, he would only earn 74 yuan. Is that all? Yi Yaodong exclaimed. Asai was equally astonished. Whereas the shortfall? Just one fish nets you nearly a month's salary. Why not ask your wife to calculate it? Let me calculate. Money matters must not be taken lightly, and Lin Xiuqing awkwardly took the pen to do the math. That's right, Dong. All right, then add the base and the 2 crabs as well. Asai jotted down the figures on paper for a while, determining that the base weighed 5 jin at 6 yuan, and the 2 crabs weighed 6 jin, so let's say 6 yuan for simplicity. Adding the amberjack, the total comes to 94 yuan. Is that correct? Indeed, whatever you say is what it shall be. Can I not trust you? Now you speak sweetly, yet just a moment ago you questioned me. Asai rolled his eyes discreetly. As he prepared to write the receipt, Yi Yaodong interjected, What receipt? It's only a few dozen yuan. You're wealthy enough to settle it directly. Are you planning to settle monthly? Shouldn't it all be accounted together with your father's goods? Absolutely not. This fish was discovered by my wife, so the money belongs to her. Ye's father nodded in agreement. Yes, it should not be included in my accounts. Very well then. Bring the receipt to my house tonight for the payment. I didn't bring that much cash. All right, then just write 40 yuan flat. It doesn't hurt to omit the 6 cents. Asai's hand trembled as he wrote. This Yi Yaodong. He silently cursed but still complied, pinning down 40 yuan. Here you go. Bring me more good goods next time. I truly didn't profit off you. Understood. Yi Yaodong gleefully accepted the receipt, ensuring everything was in order before handing it to Lin Xiuqing, who also looked quite pleased, examining it closely. Yes, father, seeing that the goods had all been sold, finally spoke up. I've gathered all the clams. You 2 take them home first while I check the beach for your mother and the others. Oh, all right. The couple, brimming with excitement, carried the bucket home, knowing they would soon receive another influx of money, their fortunes appearing ever more promising. Yi Yaodong reveled in the joy of earning. Having someone to share the toil made the fruits of labor all the more enjoyable. Are you truly going out to sea with father tomorrow? Why? Do you not wish to see me? Lin Xiuqing replied playfully. You've only been home lately. Before, you were always out from dawn till dusk. I barely saw you even during meals. Yi Yaodong took her hand, squeezing it gently, and cheekily replied, If you miss me too much, I shall tell father I want to go. Stop being ridiculous. Who is shirking work, lingering at home all day? Let go. It would be improper for others to see us. What is wrong with holding hands? I am not holding anyone else's. Is it not acceptable to hold my wife's hand? When we walk on the main road, what if someone sees us? Let them see. What is there to fear? I am not your secret lover. Lin Xiuqing pulled her hand away sharply, pinching him fiercely. Can't you let me enjoy a moment of happiness? You even bring up secret lovers. Truly, you are incorrigible. Chapter 65. Emergency rescue from drowning. Along the way, Yi Yaodong continued to charm his wife, causing her cheeks to flush with warmth as she felt he was becoming increasingly audacious, even flirting in public, though it had been years since she had heard such endearments. Be quiet, we'll discuss it at home, Yi Yaodong exclaimed. You're being contradictory. Very well, I shall talk to you tonight, Lin Xiuqing retorted. It's truly absurd. I cannot be angry, nor can I scold you. After the couple returned home, they waited for a long while without seeing their sons return. Both were still at the beach. Concerned, they prepared to head out together to check on them and to fetch a bucket of seawater for the clams. Initially, Yi Yaodong intended to use fresh water with a pinch of salt to care for them, but Lin Xiuqing insisted he was being wasteful, as their family would return with seawater. He conceded to her wishes. Such frugality stemmed from their financial struggles. In haste, they made their way back to the beach. As they approached the shoreline, they noticed a crowd gathered near the water's edge, with heads bobbing in the sea. What could be happening? Had someone fallen into the water? The couple exchanged worried glances, their brows furrowed, and they instinctively began to run, praying it was not their children. As Yi Yaodong ran, he recalled that the village chief's eldest grandson had drowned. They had taken too long to reach the hospital, and the rescue had been too late, leading to a tragic outcome. This had occurred just 2 years prior. Since it hadn't directly involved him, he had merely absorbed the news without much thought. However, now that he reflected on it, the memory resurfaced vividly in his mind. Upon reflecting on the situation, a measure of anxiety dissipated within me. However, the absence of first-hand observation still left a lingering sense of unease. As he rushed ahead, gasping for breath, shouts erupted from the sea. We found him! We found him! Shortly thereafter, several young men from the village emerged, supporting a child as they swam ashore. The crowd gathered anxiously along the shoreline, and a cacophony of cries ensued. Abin, wake up! My son, please wake up! Is he gone? The atmosphere became chaotic. Calm down, calm down. Let's press on his abdomen first, to see if we can expel the water from his stomach and bring him back to consciousness. Or try turning him upside down. Villagers, filled with concern, offered a flurry of suggestions. While they were familiar with basic methods of rescuing someone from drowning, the child had already ceased breathing and his heart had stopped. At this juncture, the most crucial action was not to invert him, but to perform cardiopulmonary resuscitation, CPR, which emphasizes chest compressions and artificial respiration. The knowledge of CPR was not widespread in that era, especially among the rural folk who knew little of such practices. It was no wonder the child had succumbed before reaching the hospital in a previous life. Observing their frantic efforts, Yi Yaodong felt a surge of urgency, fearing that their actions might squander precious moments for rescue. After all, this was a young life, one that appeared to be the same age as his eldest son. He stepped forward and pushed through the crowd, asserting, "What you are doing is futile. He has no breath. Your actions will only delay the critical rescue. We must commence CPR immediately." What is CPR? Dongzi, do you know how to do it? Ye's father expressed concern. Although the villagers understood the severity of the situation, the parents of the child might lose their composure in their grief. Having learned CPR, Yi Yaodong also feared being blamed if he failed to revive the child. He turned to the child's family and asked, "Shall I give it a try? He has no breath left." Yes, please try," urged the village secretary, Chen Dahai, a middle-aged man with reddened eyes. He quickly instructed the child's father to run and call for an ambulance. As the village secretary, he was not ignorant. Understanding that the child had no pulse, he recognized the necessity of doing something, anything, to save the boy. At least Yi Yaodong's mention of CPR seemed credible. With newfound determination, Yi Yaodong placed his hands on the child's chest, checking for a pulse in the carotid artery and ensuring there were no obstructions in the mouth and nose. He began administering chest compressions, pressing down on the lower third of the sternum, applying firm pressure of about 5 centimeters. Maintaining a rhythm of 100 to 120 compressions per minute, with 2 breaths for every 30 compressions. This technique, learned during his time on a large vessel, was now being employed to save another life. The villagers watched in silence, respecting his efforts, murmuring amongst themselves. As Yi Yaodong continued the rhythmic compressions, beads of sweat formed on his brow, his heart racing with the fear of failure. He had once faced death himself and valued life greatly. Now, he hoped to restore this child's existence. Minutes passed, 7 or 8, without a response, and the cries from the onlookers intensified. Will he make it? Is my son truly gone? Is there no hope? There is still time. If he does not revive in another 20 minutes, then we may consider him gone, Yi Yaodong insisted, trying to quell the rising despair. Be quiet. Did I not say there is still time? Chen Hozhong admonished the grieving mothers, his voice thick with emotion. Suddenly, a villager shouted, he moved. He is alive. Hope ignited in the crowd's eyes, and Yi Yaodong felt a wave of relief wash over him. Yet he did not cease his efforts, for the child's breathing and heartbeat, once restored, could falter again. He continued until exhaustion overwhelmed him, at which point he called upon his elder brothers to take turns assisting him until the ambulance arrived. Finally, he released a breath of relief. What a strenuous ordeal, he exclaimed, his hands trembling from fatigue. The villagers, having witnessed the miraculous revival of the child, were filled with exhilaration. Dongzi, you are truly remarkable. You possess such life-saving knowledge. One exclaimed. Indeed, had you not been here today, we cannot fathom the fate of Ah Bin, another remarked. Yes, you mentioned this technique is called CPR. Where did you learn it? They continued, marveling at his skills. At last, Ah Bin had been given a second chance at life. The villagers speculated whether he would dare to venture into the water again. They engaged in animated conversation, while Yi Yaodong remained silent, drained from the experience. It is over now, the ambulance has left. Everyone should return home, Chen Hozhong said, patting Yi Yaodong's shoulder, his eyes still glistening with emotion. Of course, that is a simple request, Yi Yaodong replied. Once Ah Bin's parents return from the hospital, I will ensure they express their gratitude. Without your help, that child may very well have perished. Ye's father interjected with a smile, Secretary Chen, there is no need for such formalities among us village folk. Lending a hand is simply what we do. Gratitude is still warranted. They continued exchanging pleasantries as they departed, their hearts lighter. Chapter 66. Teasing the wife upon returning home. Yi Yaodong quickly freshened up before embarking on a lesson for his two children. Eldest, you cannot swim, can you? Would you like to learn? Yes, father. I can swim. I want to learn too. His eldest son replied eagerly. Meanwhile, little Yi Chengyang bounced on the bed, shouting, I want to learn too. Me too. Do you wish to eat dirt? If you break the bed, just wait until I discipline you, Yi Yaodong warned, glaring at the rambunctious child. Turning back to his eldest, he asked, Did you see that child drowning? Were you frightened? Yi Chenghu shrank back, recalling the scene from the beach, hesitating before saying, Father, if I learn to swim, will I not drown? Unless you fall into the deep sea and no one finds you, or you tire without anything to keep you afloat, you generally will not drown. I am afraid. What is there to fear? I will teach you. Nothing will happen to you. He was also concerned about his children playing by the sea unsupervised. Though both had learned to swim in his previous life, he was wary of the unpredictability of fate, especially after having saved a child today. Yes, your father will teach you to swim, but you must not go to the sea to learn with your siblings. Lin Xiuqing nodded vigorously from the side, recalling her own fears on the beach, worried that it might have been her child in danger. The villagers by the sea typically made their living from the ocean, so swimming was essential. Until you learn to swim, no one is allowed in the water without an adult present. If I find out otherwise, I shall break your legs. Yi Chenghu shrank his feet and meekly murmured, Understood, father. Let us see if we can go out to sea tomorrow. If not, I will take you to learn. Now, go and play. With newfound freedom, Yi Chenghu leaped from the bed in excitement, and Yi Chengyang imitated him, almost startling Lin Xiuqing, who rushed to catch him. You silly child. Why are you following your brother? Is this a jump you can make? Yi Chenghu, come here. As an elder brother, you should set a good example. Knowing well that your mother is scolding, only a fool would approach. Yi Chenghu simply slipped away without a backward glance, leaving Yi Chengyang behind, crying out for him to wait. Lin Xiuqing was furious and gave her younger son a couple of hard knocks before allowing him to leave. The boy, resilient as he was, neither cried nor protested. Being so small, he dashed away. She then turned her attention to Yi Yaodong. Teach me that set of actions you performed by the sea just now. You wish to learn? Just in case. Living by the sea, one can never be too cautious. Very well, lie down, and I shall demonstrate. At first, Yi Yaodong earnestly instructed her on how to perform first aid, explaining hand placements and compressions, and she listened attentively. However, it soon took a different turn. Where are your hands positioned? Am I not teaching you? Step aside, is this how you teach? Is it in this position? You're clearly just rubbing. Lin Xiuqing lowered her voice, fearful of being overheard. Stay still. First aid must be maintained for half an hour. You only give up when there is no sign of life, save your breath. Let me go. I have to help mother with dinner. She felt almost pinned beneath him, and he had the audacity to speak so seriously. There are my sisters-in-law. They have gone to the dock to sell goods. I earned you another $40 today. Shouldn't you show some gratitude? Lin Xiuqing pressed her hands against his shoulders, glaring at him. Wasn't it I who discovered it? Well, I contributed too. I caught the blue crabs and the bass. Infuriating. Yi Yaodong grinned at her indignant expression, then turned his head, leaning his profile closer to her, urging, hurry up, show your gratitude, and I'll let you go cook. Otherwise, when our two sons come in and see this, they will start shouting. Isn't it permissible to tease my own wife a little? He found joy in her animated demeanor. Lin Xiuqing was not one to let him have the upper hand. She firmly pressed her palm against his face, pushing it to the side, and then mounted him. He let out a muffled sound, grasping her small waist to prevent her escape, whispering, so, you enjoy this. Lin Xiuqing's cheeks flushed crimson. She spat at him and quickly rolled off, running out after raking her fingers through her hair haphazardly. Yi Yaodong reclined leisurely, propping his feet up, humming a tune. If he hadn't intentionally let go, could she have escaped? His father had gone to the harbor to work on the boat, and who knew if he would set sail tonight. He planned to rest his eyes for a bit. Just as he was drifting off, his wife called out, your friends are here to see you. Still half asleep, he grumbled, how could you bear to wake me? Weren't you just eager to say I wasn't home? Lin Xiuqing replied tersely, should I tell them you aren't here then? Had it not been for the fact that during this time, your friends have been doing some legitimate work and occasionally helping out at the house, I wouldn't have bothered to wake you. Yi Yaodong tugged at her, wait. I'm awake. Let me see if they have any lucrative business to discuss. Not likely. When you all gather, it's either playing cards or eating and drinking. How could there be any business? Who says there isn't? A few days ago, didn't we split nearly $400 and you forgot? There might be some good fortune again. That was merely luck. We went out to sea and happened upon it. Yet it was still a profit, wasn't it? Lin Xiuqing did not argue further. After all, it was nearly mealtime, and he had no money in his pocket, so it was better for him to return home for dinner. Fine. He hastily fastened his belt and rushed out, with his mother nagging behind. It's already 4 o'clock. If you don't settle down soon, we'll be late for dinner, and you still want to run out. At the entrance, Guang and Xiao Xiao were waiting, standing in a disheveled manner. What do you need me for? I was sleeping. Guang stroked his chin and circled around him, leaving him somewhat baffled. What is going on? We heard you showcased your prowess this afternoon by saving Secretary Chen's grandson, so we came to pay our respects. That LL cost you 2 cents for a glance. Bah, do you think you're a celebrity? Xiao Xiao laughed. Come on, it's already 4, don't waste any more time. Yi Yaodong was inexplicably pulled along. You haven't even told me where we're going. Are we going to fish for eels? Are you out of your mind? Just a few days ago, we had a torrential downpour from the typhoon. The water levels have risen in the fields and ditches. How can we fish when we can't even see the holes? Going would be a waste of time. It's better to sleep at home, you fools. Chapter 67. Fishing for eels. After Yi Yaodong spoke, he turned to head home. But Zheng stopped him. What's the rush? Do you think we don't know the water levels have risen and we can't see the holes? Xiao Xiao told us yesterday he inspected the drainage in the rice fields and saw many newly dug eel holes along the edges of the furrows. It seems that with the fields flooded, they've relocated to find new holes. He figured that after the typhoon, everyone must be busy cleaning up. So they waited until now when the sun isn't too harsh to call us. Now that makes sense. Did you bring hooks and earthworms? Of course. Did you think I wouldn't? Then wait for me a moment. I'll change into a pair of rain shoes and grab a bucket. It had been decades since he last fished for eels, and he was genuinely intrigued. It was one of the few country pastimes he enjoyed. After stepping out, he curiously asked Xiao Xiao, were there many fish in your rice fields yesterday? Not bad. There were crucian carp, and grass carp. The grass carp were quite large, but the others were all small. I don't know where they came from. Do you want some? If you do, come to my house and take some. They're terrible to eat. I don't know what my dad plans to do with them. Everyone shook their heads. At this time, the people by the sea didn't particularly enjoy freshwater fish, finding the earthy taste too strong. Only Yi Yaodong unabashedly said, if you don't want them, I will take them. I'll go to your house later to get the grass carp and crucian carp, but I'll skip the carp. He wasn't fond of carp. He preferred braised crucian carp and crucian carp tofu soup, and braised grass carp was also delightful. Yesterday, his older brothers had gone to inspect the fields and hadn't mentioned bringing back any fish, probably because they found them small and, having grown accustomed to sea fish, they considered freshwater fish unpalatable. The group strolled leisurely to the road, heading towards Dongxiao village, where their village's fields bordered Dongshan village. It was only early July, and they hadn't begun planting rice yet. The fields were empty, and late rice planting would not commence until mid to late July. As they walked through the muddy fields, Yi Yaodong looked at his mud-caked shoes, relieved he wore rain shoes. In fact, May was the best time to fish for eels. During that period, the climate warms, water temperatures rise, and eels emerge from their winter burrows to gather in fields, ponds, and shallow waters to forage and fatten up. Their appetite is strong, making it the ideal season for fishing. Xiao Xiao set down the bucket and said, "You all take the fishing rods and earthworms. There are empty bottles in the bucket, so pour some earthworms into each." Their fishing rods were quite rudimentary, just some sticks tied with line and hooks. Despite their simplicity, they were reusable. Yi Yaodong took a small stick from their bucket, grabbed the container of earthworms, and threaded an earthworm onto the hook without exposing the tip. The others followed suit, and they began to search for eels, each acting independently. As per tradition, we'll see who catches the most. The one who catches the least has to wash the dishes next time. Oh, I nearly forgot about that rule. Eels typically dwell in soft mud, either burrowing their own holes or residing in natural mud or stone cavities, so locating eel holes is essential for fishing them. However, not all eels have air holes because the mud is also home to earthworms and small insects, and their holes connect, allowing them to share ventilation. At night, they may not necessarily emerge from the same spot. At times, obstructed by a patch of grass or hindered by murky water filled with floating lilies. The elusive eel burrow can still be located along the muddy banks. In such moments, one must rely on their fingers, inserting either the index or middle finger at an angle of 30 to 45 degrees into the bank, approximately 5 to 10 centimeters above the water's edge. If a sudden void is felt within, withdrawing the fingers reveals water, indicating a spacious interior ripe for excavation, a clear sign of discovering the eel's lair. Occasionally, bubbles may surface, identifying the fabled nursery hole, which signifies a nesting eel. Additionally, visible holes above the waterline, within an 8-centimeter range, can also be discerned with careful observation. As Yi Yaodong ambled a few steps, he spotted several smooth, rounded holes at the muddy bank, roughly the diameter of his thumb. Just as he prepared to cast his line into one, he heard a small voice exclaim, "I caught one." To his surprise, it appeared quite sizable, weighing nearly half a pound. Away joyfully chimed in, "I caught one too, though it seems a bit smaller." "I also caught one." As everyone celebrated their catches, Yi Yaodong remained patient, teasing his bait at the hole's entrance, clearly observing the water's movements within and hearing splashes. Suddenly, he hooked a massive eel, an impressive specimen weighing around 7 taels, pulled from the depths, its girth astonishing. At that time, wild eels typically weighed only 2 to 3 taels, making it rare to encounter one as substantial as his catch. Decades later, due to environmental pollution and degradation caused by human activities, the once abundant wild eels in rural fields have dwindled significantly. Such large specimens are primarily farmed. Fortuitously, his first catch was so sizable, filling him with exuberance as he placed it in his bucket and continued baiting for another hole. The fields were teeming with eels, making the fishing effortless, with many freshly dug holes along the ditches, revealing traces of eels foraging, easy to identify. After catching just 2, Yi Yaodong discovered 2 nesting eel holes, identifiable by the bubbles at their entrances. He refrained from fishing in these, knowing that if the eels were removed, the eggs or recently hatched eels within would perish shortly thereafter. Sustainable practices were essential. Why deplete future generations? Wild eels would inevitably become scarcer. Gradually shifting his position, the bucket filled with eels of varying sizes, the largest being his initial catch, while the smaller ones weighed around 2 to 3 taels. After exhausting his supply of worms, he stretched his back, noticing the sun setting. He called out to a few friends nearby, "Hey, the sun is setting. It's time to wrap up and head home for dinner. Just 2 worms left. Let me finish." A guang exclaimed before continuing to squat by the water. Others, regardless of whether they had finished fishing, made their way out. "How many did you catch?" 15, 16, 13. "Oh, you're on dish duty. I got 18. Is that true? Let me see. Seems like you caught more than us. If I had known, I would have taken a couple more worms." A zheng sighed. "Don't rush. A guang hasn't finished yet." A zheng called out to a guang, who was just standing up. "A guang, how many did you catch?" "I think around 16. "All right, next time I'll do the dishes." "Fair's fair. Hurry, Let's get home. I'm starving. Perfect timing to cook these. Yi Yaodong silently counted heads as he estimated the bucket weighed around 56 pounds, just enough for the 17 people in his household, leaving one extra. Upon his return home, he found everyone already seated at the table, ready for dinner. Lin Xiuqing approached, delighted to see a bucket full of eels. Ah, so you went eel fishing? Earlier. You said you were unsure. This will be a treat for everyone, especially since we have work again tomorrow. Ye's father shot him a disapproving glance. You spend all day doing these things, yet when I ask you to help harvest rice, you try to avoid it. Aside from moments when money was involved, his father rarely looked upon him favorably. Yi Yaodong shrugged with a grin, but this can improve our meals. Eels are nutritious. Years from now, you'll wish you could fish, but you'll have to buy farmed ones instead. The elderly lady chuckled. Eels are wonderful. It's been ages since I had any. Working is as exhausting as going out to sea. I was planning to save a chicken for you all, but eel for dinner is just perfect. The chicken can wait until the Mid-Autumn Festival. Dongzi, go wash your hands and come to the table. I'll cook this. All right. Yi Yaodong turned to his father. You just returned from the harbor. Were the waves still rough? Can we go out tonight? Yes, it should be fine. Your second brother went a few days ago. We'll take you out tonight in order. Oh, he was already mentally prepared, eager to test his luck. After dinner, he brought along the receipt and accompanied Lin Xiuqing to a Kai's home to collect the day's fish sale earnings. Then stopped by Xiao Xiao's to fetch 2 3-pound grass carp and 3 crucian carp to keep in the bucket for the workers' meal the next day. It had been several days since they last went out to sea, and with so many family members, the previously stored salted fish had nearly run out. After bathing, Lin Xiuqing noticed him emerging shirtless, having obviously tanned considerably over the past few days. Unable to restrain herself, she said, I'll find some time tomorrow to buy you some fabric and make you a couple of outfits. Huh, why all of a sudden? You could just make yourself a couple. I'm not doing anything special. What do I need new clothes for? Haven't you been helping out with chores lately? You change clothes twice a day. 2 outfits just won't suffice. Let me make you another. Oh, do as you see fit. Indeed, 2 outfits were insufficient. A few days ago, during a storm, he had no dry clothes to change into and had to wear only shorts at home. Previously, when he was out early and back late, Lin Xiuqing hardly paid attention to whether he had clothes to wear. Now, however, with work at the house or going out to sea, he certainly needed a wardrobe. Yi Yaodong was indifferent about his attire, having always relied on her for such matters. Knowing he wouldn't be left without even 2 clean sets. You should make yourself a couple too. After all, you've earned a bit of money recently. What is the point of making new clothes out of season? It's a waste of money. I have 3 outfits that are enough. The old lady has finished cooking the eel. Come out and eat while it's hot. All right. The table was already set, each bowl filled with a piece of eel, except for his, which contained 2, one substantial and another smaller. The elderly lady kept urging him to eat. He nodded, taking the smaller piece, starting from the head, removing the belly, and extracting the entrails, pouring the blood into the old lady's bowl, and placing the meat into Lin Xiuqing's. Eat up. I still have a bigger one in my bowl. You eat. We have enough. I have one too, and it's larger than yours. Go on, eat. I'll fish again in a few days. They're plentiful in the fields. The elderly lady beamed as Lin Xiuqing promptly began serving their child, knowing eels were not a rare delicacy, thus avoiding any back and forth. The others at the table observed quietly, indulging in their meals. At this moment, the rural women were oblivious to the notion of concealing wealth. They gathered together, either gossiping or comparing their lives. Ye's mother, her face alight with joy, exclaimed, It's not much, just over 30 yuan. I sold some other goods alongside it. Adong has been doing well lately. First, he caught mackerel, then grouper. And now he has found one of those, what's it called? Oh yes, the Dusamir's mullet. It's the first time such a large fish has appeared on our beach. Adong is truly fortunate. Leaning back in his rocking chair, Yi Yaodong lazily remarked, It's not my luck, it's A Qing's. She discovered it, and I merely assisted in carrying it. The money goes into her pocket. I'm just a worker. Nearby, a neighbor laughed heartily. What a thing to say. As a couple, what's yours is hers, right? How can you call it working for A Qing? Sighing, Yi Yaodong stood up, pulled out a pack of friendship cigarettes from his pocket, and tossed it onto the chair. He then turned his pockets inside out, revealing only a 5-cent coin and a 2-cent coin. See, my pockets are empty, with just 7 cents. All the money from selling fish is hers. I'm simply her laborer. Lin Xiuqing blushed and smiled at him. How can you be so brazen? Yi's mother couldn't help but chide him. As long as you have cigarettes to smoke, what money do you need in your pockets? You'd only squander it. The household finances should be managed by your wife. A few cents for pocket money is sufficient. A pack of friendship cigarettes costs just 4 or 5 cents, enough to last you several days. Sighing again, Yi Yaodong reflected. As a child, it was my mother who managed things. After marriage, it's my wife. And in old age, I might have to depend on my son and daughter-in-law's goodwill. Such is life. He resumed rocking in his chair, and some nearby uncles nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in his words. We are indeed always being managed. Even enjoying a drink comes with incessant nagging. Exactly. And then there's the complaints. Whether it's about the smell of smoke or my snoring, it's utterly exhausting. You old smoker, coughing all the time, yet still smoking. Before long, the air was filled with the playful scolding of the ants. After successfully diverting the conversation, Yi Yaodong began to rock leisurely again, disinterested in inquiries about his financial standing. Just as he was comfortably swaying in his chair, an impudent young boy approached and yanked his chair back, causing him to tumble to the ground. Who did that? Laughter erupted from a group of boys nearby, some from his own family and others from the neighbors. It's San Shu, Yi Qinghu. He lost a bet with us. You little rascal, don't you dare run. Dad, it was them. They said you wouldn't get angry. Ahai also said you play like this with them all the time. Just a joke. You wouldn't really hit me. I was wrong. Mom, save me. Dad's going to kill me. Chapter 69. The first net after Yi Qinghu was rescued by Yi's mother, Yi Yaodong returned to his room to sleep. As he would be going out to sea that night, drowsily, he was suddenly jolted awake by a knock on the door. He had been restless, and upon hearing the noise, he immediately sat up and got out of bed. Lin Xiuqing also heard the knocking and turned to see her husband already up. As she sat up herself, catching snippets of conversation at the door. Good, you're awake. Wash up and let us go. Understood. As Yi Yaodong turned to dress, he was startled to see her out of bed. Why are you up? I woke up when I heard the noise. Be careful at sea. Listen to your father. I know, I'm not a 3-year-old. You should go back to sleep. It's only 2 o'clock. All right. Yi Yaodong hastily donned his clothes and rain boots, rushing out for a meal before heading to sea. Yi's mother had prepared 2 portions of food in containers and handed him 2 boiled eggs. Today is your first time out at sea. These eggs are for you. Your elder brothers received the same when they first went with your father. He acknowledged her and took what he needed, following his father closely with a headlamp, as the outside was shrouded in darkness. The village was eerily quiet, where even the sound of a falling needle could be heard. Upon reaching the pier, the atmosphere shifted to a lively buzz, with headlamps flickering and voices mingling in the air. Wait here while I start the boat. Did you buy the diesel? Yes. I got it earlier when I returned this afternoon. After the typhoon, it was likely the villagers' first outing at sea tonight. The pier was bustling with various boats. Several were already setting sail or bobbing on the water. Compared to the small wooden boats, their metal boat was considered substantial. Amid the cacophony of engines, the boat ventured into the vast ocean. Due to the darkness, Yi's father was reluctant to let Yi Yaodong steer the boat, fearing he might lose his way. Yi Yaodong understood that mere words wouldn't convince his father, so he contentedly lay down, preparing to catch a little more sleep. It wasn't until they reached the familiar fishing grounds that Yi's father called him awake. Yi arrived. Time to set the net. They employed a single boat trawling method, primarily operating at the seabed, using a bottom trawl. This type of net was designed with 2 water deflection boards on either side, which, when the boat towed the net, caused the water to push the boards outward, opening the mouth of the net. After rousing Yi Yaodong, Yi's father slowed the boat and released the gear from the rear slide. As the boat accelerated, they gradually let out the 2 towing lines. Once the lines reached the desired length, the boat proceeded at the predetermined speed of approximately 35 nautical miles per hour. Yi Yaodong had some experience from his past life, yet he attentively listened to his father explain the principles. When do we haul the net? It depends. Generally, we haul in every 2 to 3 hours. Working at sea could be quite dull, especially without a phone to scroll through videos. He could only rest his chin on his palm and gaze at the horizon, waiting. Moreover, being with his father lacked the amusement of being with friends. With friends, they could chat and play cards. Yi's father, noticing Yi Yaodong's idleness, shouted, "Come steer for a while. Are you sure? Just a few days ago, you said Aguang taught you. You can do it, right? Let us give it a try." "Sure. You take a nap, I'll handle this net, and we'll definitely have a good catch." As long as his father trusted him, he felt confident. Having returned to this moment, he was determined to prove himself. Yi's father eyed him skeptically. "Just make sure you don't crash into any reefs." Yi Yaodong, undeterred, focused on the distant sea, steering the boat diligently. Seeing his son's earnestness, Yi's father felt more at ease. As dawn approached, Yi's father deemed it time to haul in the first net. The fishing boat moved slowly as they began to reel in the towing lines. When the net board was reached, Yi's father secured it to the frame, detaching it from the towing line, and continued to reel in the gear, dragging it onto the deck. Yi Yaodong rushed to assist. "This is heavy. We must have caught something big." "Indeed, it's a stingray. So many. Though they're a bit cheaper, the quantity is impressive. This lot must weigh nearly 100 pounds. And there are several real treasures too. Stingrays might fetch only 2 mao per pound, but with nearly 100 pounds plus other catches, they could easily make 20 yuan, alongside some scattered shrimp and crabs." It was indeed a bountiful net, especially after the typhoon. Yi's father was very pleased. "Not bad. We've encountered a school of stingrays. It seems there's plenty to gather after the storm." The stingray, a member of the cartilaginous fish family, possesses a unique and elegant physique, characterized by its flattened, diamond-shaped body. Its expansive pectoral fins resemble a pair of grand wings, enabling it to glide through the water as if it were flying. Although it bears a striking resemblance to the manta ray, the stingray is distinguished by its presence of a tail fin or dorsal fin, while the manta ray solely features cephalic fins. Furthermore, there exists a notable size disparity. The manta ray is the largest species among the stingrays, with the latter typically reaching a maximum length of 2.5 meters, whereas the largest manta rays can exceed 7 meters. The manta ray is also renowned for its formidable aggression, capable of inflicting lethal harm, thus earning its moniker. In contrast, the stingray exhibits significantly less aggression. As Yi Yaodong sorted through the catch, he mused, "Isn't it just my stroke of luck?" His father shot him a sidelong glance, retorting that the next net was his to manage, directing him to set it wherever he pleased. "With me at the helm, today is bound to be a bountiful harvest." With a smirk, he added, "One must have experience to succeed." Now, he boasted, let us see how many nets he could fill. The first net had already yielded enough to break even, and his father was willing to allow him to try his hand at another. After sorting the stingrays and entrusting the other loose catch to his father, Yi Yaodong hurried away to set the net. As time passed, the sky brightened gradually, and a soft orange glow began to emerge on the horizon, intensifying as the clouds caught the light, capturing the attention of the fishermen at sea. Yi Yaodong glanced towards the horizon, noticing the sun rising. In the distance, a breathtaking display of colors heralded the sun's ascent from the tranquil sea, revealing glimmers of gold. Within moments, the sun leapt into view, radiating a dazzling brilliance. The vast expanse of clouds was bathed in a vivid red light, painting the eastern sky in a golden hue, while the water danced with countless reflections of gold. What a magnificent sunrise over the sea. It's truly exquisite. Alas, with communication technology lacking and no mobile phones, he lamented that he could not capture this moment to share with his wife, who had surely never witnessed a sunrise at sea. He contemplated bringing her along to experience it someday. While admiring the sunrise, Yi Yaodong remained focused on navigating the boat and dragging the net at a steady pace. Chapter 70. Bountiful nets. As the radiant sun ascended high into the sky, Ye's father, having noted that the time was ripe, proceeded to retrieve the second net. Upon reaching the slipway, he discovered that this net seemed to be heavier and more laborious to haul in. "Come help," he called out to Yi Yaodong. Together, they struggled to pull the net onto the boat. "My goodness, this is quite the effort. Are we stuck in a swarm of stingrays? Fortune smiles upon us. We have struck gold again. Today, this sea is teeming with stingrays," Ye's father declared with delight. "This school of fish is plentiful, yielding far greater returns than those scattered shrimps and crabs." Yi Yaodong beamed with joy, realizing that this haul was substantial. They were destined for a profitable day. Among the catch were 2 Chinese butterfly rays and a sizable blue shark that still thrashed about, weighing around 40 to 50 pounds. The blue shark is hailed as the most beautiful shark in the sea, boasting striking features and remaining abundant in the waters. Yet, in 40 years, it may be classified as an endangered species, with many nations, particularly RB, actively fishing for blue sharks. "Well, this will fetch a pretty penny," he mused. While shark meat is generally undervalued, the fins are the prized portion. However, for those in their current state of scarcity, it represented a substantial meal. Feeling a surge of pride, he remarked, "I must be quite fortunate. These 2 nets should bring in around $50. Wouldn't you agree?" The nature of luck is enigmatic. One who constantly exudes positivity may indeed attract good fortune, while persistent negativity might invite misfortune. These 2 nets have yielded a commendable catch, equivalent to a month's wage for a laborer. We can still attempt 3 more nets today. You take the boat to set the net while I handle this. Yes, father was content. These 2 nets surpassed their previous 2 outings combined. He couldn't help but reflect on how fortunate his third son had been lately. Perhaps due to his novice status, it was prudent to capitalize on his good fortune, allowing him to fish more, especially since he exhibited a natural aptitude for the craft, learning with remarkable ease. If he maintained such diligence post-separation, they would not have to worry about him starving. Yi Yaodong continued with the 3rd net, but the returns were not as bountiful as the first 2, and this net contained no stingrays. Perhaps they had fled or been depleted, as it was filled entirely with small pomfret fish. To their surprise, they weighed over 100 pounds. Yet, this fish is notoriously inexpensive. What a disappointment. Why are we hauling in pomfret? This fish barely earns 5 cents a pound. Yes, father was not particularly disheartened. Fishing relies heavily on luck, and it is unreasonable to expect every net to be filled to the brim. The value of this net was comparable to their usual catch, despite being low-priced. Pomfret is delicious when dried or salted, much to the family's liking. Yi Yaodong, whose palate is less discerning, found merit in the coarser texture of the pomfret. After prolonged cooking, it developed a firm consistency and rich flavor, making it quite enjoyable to chew, though its market price was disappointingly low. If purchased, he might have felt differently, perhaps perceiving it as an extraordinary bargain. Given their previous 2 fruitful nets, he decided to preserve this catch for drying or salting, ensuring it would not spoil, especially since they would need provisions for the months ahead. With the recent typhoon having left them with little food, it was wise to stock up in case of subsequent storms. Keeping some of this inexpensive fish for their own meals or for the workers was indeed a prudent choice. Don't be superstitious. Not every day brings a typhoon. Yes, father chided him. Let us see how the next few nets fare. They surely will not disappoint. After sorting through the catch, they would have their meal and then continue setting the nets. Yes, mother had prepared their meal in the early hours, which had long since cooled. Fortunately, in the heat of summer, warm food was not a necessity, and the absence of oil in their fare was also a blessing. Their meal was quite simple, a bowl of clams and a bowl of stir-fried greens. They hadn't been out to sea for several days, and their pantry was limited to greens and clams gathered the day before. They had consumed all the dried fish. The seafood they had collected yesterday had been sold for cash, leaving only enough for a single meal for their large family of 9 adults and 8 children, which consumed a considerable amount of food. Ye's mother was adept at budgeting, often preparing sweet potato shreds to make porridge, which stretched their grain supply. Naturally, the workers, who performed arduous labor, were provided with white rice, while the family subsisted on sweet potato shreds. They ate rice before departing for the sea, as they only had 1 meal while out at sea. After finishing their meal, Yi Yaodong eagerly returned to the boat to set the net again. Seeing his enthusiasm, Ye's father felt a sense of satisfaction. It seemed he was beginning to grasp the nuances of fishing. In truth, Yi Yaodong relished the experience of fishing. Each net retrieval felt akin to opening a mystery box, filled with the thrill of uncertainty about what fish awaited them, valuable catches or mere bycatch. If they were fortunate enough to haul in a large catch, the joy was immeasurable. While Ye's father observed that his son handled the first 2 nets with impressive skill and navigated the boat adeptly, he felt comfortable allowing him to manage the 4th net with minimal oversight, merely advising him to be cautious and avoid the rocks. Before closing his eyes for a brief rest, the day's haul was already ample, and he was content to let his 3rd son take the lead. Noticing that he appeared to learn faster than his older siblings, Yi Yaodong, serious in his duties, waited until the time was right to awaken his father to prepare for the next net. Father, this net seems promising as well. Together, they exerted effort to haul it in. Upon bringing the net aboard, they were astonished to find yet more stingrays. It seems we have stumbled upon a veritable stingray haven. 3 out of 4 nets have been filled with them. Stingrays are stingrays. As long as there is a catch, it is a cause for celebration, Ye's father exclaimed joyfully. This net yielded a greater quantity than the previous 2, marking yet another bountiful haul. Yi Yaodong had gathered quite a haul today, with numerous rays populating this particular stretch of sea, making it a lucrative outing. Today, there was a scarcity of crabs and mantis shrimp, prompting him to ponder whether they should venture further afield for a change of scenery. It seemed as though this area had been thoroughly fished for rays. Ye's father shot him a glance, urging him to focus on what could be sold rather than the variety of species caught. They decided to continue dragging the nets to see if they could secure more rays. Unexpectedly, the final haul yielded no rays but was filled instead with swimming crabs, mantis shrimp, and assorted fish, collectively weighing around 30 pounds. The father and son were not overly disappointed, as this was a typical catch from a dragnet. However, to their astonishment, upon untangling the net, they discovered a rare treasure, a large red grouper. Chapter 71. The red grouper. Ye's father was equally elated, astonished that a red grouper had ventured into their nets. Yi Yaodong carefully examined the fish, delighting in the unexpected find, believing it to be a perfect conclusion to their day. "Let me see that," his father urged impatiently. The grouper weighed over 2 pounds, nearing 3, and was likely to fetch a handsome price. He recalled that in his previous life, cultivated groupers sold for 200 to 300 a pound, while wild ones reached 800. "This one dwarfs the base you caught during the typhoon. I told you I was lucky," Yi Yaodong exclaimed, marveling at the grouper. "Handle it with care. If it gets damaged, its value will plummet." His father cautiously placed it in a small basket. Today's bounty was among the most fruitful they had experienced in days, aside from the large yellow croaker, potentially earning them over 100 yuan. Ye's father cast a sidelong glance at his jubilant son. "Indeed, your luck seems to have turned. From now on, your elder brothers need not join us. You can assist me in the house while I fish." Yi Yaodong's smile faltered momentarily, contemplating a protest, but then recalled that being out at sea entailed early mornings and discomforts, leading him to conclude that it was far less strenuous than physical labor, such as stone lifting. His smile returned. "All right then, don't get too comfortable. Let us get to work," his father replied, dismissing him. He sorted through the final catch, realizing that aside from the large grouper, the haul was decent. "You sort the catch, tie up the crab legs, and separate the smaller ones. I'll take the boat back. The sun is setting, and we need to return before the tide recedes." "Understood," Yi Yaodong agreed. After drifting at sea since 2 in the morning, he felt fatigued and welcomed the prospect of returning home early. He sorted the seafood into baskets and leisurely bound the crab legs. As he finished, they were close to the dock, spotting several familiar fishing boats returning home. "Hey, Yi-san, why did you bring Dongzi out today?" called Lin Jingye, a family friend of his father. "Don't the brothers take turns? If you don't let him work now, what will become of him? He won't be able to support a family in the future. Work? You'll get scolded. Not working? You'll still get scolded. That's just how it is with a father. Only a father would be so harsh," Yi Yaodong lamented. "Since my rebirth, I've been diligent in my work, haven't I?" "Indeed," Lin uncle chuckled. "Dongzi has been quite industrious lately. I hear he has caught a lot of big fish. We've fished our whole lives and never caught anything rare." That's just luck. Who can rely on luck all their life? For us villagers, hard work is essential. Who can guarantee a bountiful catch every day? The sea is unpredictable, and the risks are far greater than on land. "Precisely. That's why luck plays such a crucial role," Ye's father interjected. "Otherwise, why would some fishermen return with empty nets while others overflow?" "Absolutely," Yi Yaodong concurred. "Lin uncle is right. Luck is vital for those of us who fish." "So how much did you catch today?" Lin uncle asked, his curiosity piqued. This question delighted Ye's father, who smiled broadly. "We dragged in 3 nets of rays, 1 net of butterfish, and 1 of shrimp and crabs." Before he could finish, Lin uncle exclaimed in astonishment, "What a haul! 3 nets of rays. That must total over 100 pounds, right? And butterfish and crabs too? What a day you've had." "Not just that, we caught 300 to 400 pounds of rays, along with a sizable red grouper weighing nearly 3 pounds. Yi Yaodong added. "What? A red grouper?" "Yes, a red grouper. It's not a rare catch, is it? Why mention it?" "A red grouper? Weighing 3 pounds. Let us see it." Lin uncle's eyes widened with excitement. "You truly caught a red grouper? What luck your family has had lately." As Yi Yaodong retrieved the strikingly patterned fish from the cooler, Lin uncle's eyes bulged in disbelief. "Incredible. Your family is on a lucky streak. Perhaps it's the fortune of your new house?" "It's possible," Ye's father mused, recalling the conversation about their new home's auspicious location. "Today's haul is remarkable. 300 to 400 pounds of rays should sell for 60 to 70 yuan, and this grouper could fetch at least 10 yuan. Plus the other seafood." "What grouper?" As they approached the shore, their conversation drew the attention of nearby villagers. The noise of the boat's engine required them to raise their voices, igniting curiosity among the onlookers. Yi Yaodong decided against displaying the fish, preferring to keep the surprise until they offloaded the catch. As they reached the dock, a crowd had gathered, eager to witness the haul. Once they began unloading the rays, the crowd was initially indifferent, but their astonishment grew as multiple baskets were revealed. Yi-san, you truly hit the jackpot. Those rays are quite a catch. Hundreds of pounds. Indeed. And a nearly 3-pound grouper? Is it real? Yes, it's really a grouper. As they unveiled the basket containing the prized grouper, everyone gathered around, discussing its value. Let us weigh the catch first, then we'll know how much it's worth. Yi's mother beamed with joy, equally surprised by their abundant catch. Akai, upon seeing the grouper, was equally pleased. Recently, several rare fish had been caught, making them well known among local merchants. The proprietor's son from the largest hotel in town had even expressed interest in their goods. This grouper is a fine catch. Let us weigh it first. Yi Yaodong offered a cigarette. What is the price per pound? Akai? Chapter 72. Daily earnings nearing 100 yuan. Akai tucked the cigarette behind his ear. Too busy to smoke. Don't worry. We have an old friendship. You won T lose out. Just remember, brothers should be clear on their accounts. State a price so I can consider selling it, Yi Yaodong replied. It is not worthwhile, so I will take it myself to Hongsheng and inquire. The typhoon makes it inconvenient to go out. Otherwise, had I brought that base to Hongsheng myself, I might have fetched a better price. Akai's lips twitched. He had raised the price for that fish, yet he had not even earned 2 yuan from it. What a loss. Now, he has the audacity to bring it up. Brother, we hail from the same village, and your father's goods are all sourced from me. Can I not offer you a fair price? Rest assured, this red-spotted fish will be priced at 5 yuan per jin. What do you say? Isn't that the same price as the base? That fish weighs less than 2 jin and is priced at 12 yuan. Surely this red-spotted fish is worth slightly more than the bass, right? Don't think that just because we live in the countryside, we are ignorant about value. 8 yuan per jin. Let's weigh it. Akai winced, his face trembling with displeasure. Why is this fellow becoming increasingly difficult to negotiate with? He continually tests his limits. Brother, there is not much profit to be made. Just look at these seafood. Ask around in town, and you'll see that I barely earn a few cents per jin. For the dragonhead fish, I earn not a single cent, just a few fun. Yi Yaodong unabashedly patted his ample belly. Look at that belly of yours. You must have made quite a profit. Even if you earn only a few cents, the volume makes a difference. Moreover, how can the dragonhead fish compare to this fish? Are you serious in bringing up a few cents? The onlookers burst into laughter. Yes, just look at your belly. It's clearly filled with profit. Indeed, why not spare a little? Wealthy folks only care about quality and are not short of money. You can always sell it for a higher price later. Yes, father insisted. We have no objections to the other goods. Just increase the price a little for this fish. Uncle Lin chimed in. We are all as thin as bamboo poles. And Akai, how can you justify lowering the price? Quickly, catch a red-spotted fish. It's not easy. I've fished for decades and have never caught a red-spotted fish before. This one looks to be nearly 3 jin. It will surely sell well. Wow, such vibrant colors and quality. This is not the kind of catch we usually see in our coastal waters. Neighbor Ague joined in. Akai, do you want it? If not, I will take it. Go on, what is it to you? Fine, let it be 8 yuan. Akai furrowed his brow, wearing a pained expression. I truly haven't made any money off you, brother. This recent batch of fish you've brought me has only earned me a few dimes. Stop dawdling. We are all risking our lives out at sea for a living, while you simply wait here and grow your belly. Can you really say you've only earned me a few dimes? Is that not a bit lacking in conscience? Hurry, let's weigh it. Akai fell silent. If he had to earn less, so be it. He would treat it as a chance to become familiar with the bosses. He directly took to the scale. 2 jin 8. I'll note it down. A large red-spotted fish, 2 jin 8, 22 yuan 4 mao. And please help me weigh the rays too. Everyone's attention shifted to the rays as they were weighed, engaging in animated discussions. These rays typically dwell on the seabed and are difficult to catch. Yi Laosen was indeed fortunate. It was said that he caught 3 nets full of rays. How did you catch them, Yi Laosen? I see your haul is greater than others. Do you have any special techniques? Teach us. Yi's father chuckled at the curious villagers. There are no special techniques. Today, I entrusted the drag net work to Dongzi. He dragged the nets. Perhaps it was just his good fortune as a newcomer. Is that so? Really? Everyone pondered, contemplating whether they should give it a try. However, upon reflecting, they realized that aside from the women and children, there were no newcomers at home. Surely, they could not send the women and children out to sea, so they resigned themselves to envy others' fortunes. The rays weighed 386 jin, priced at 1.8 fan per jin. Totaling. Let me calculate. A total of 69 yuan 4 mao. Let us settle on 69. 5 yuan. Fearing Yi Yaodong would nag, he rounded it off. In truth, Yi Yaodong had intended to round it to 70, but he restrained himself. 5 mao was still a decent sum, and shouldn't he be considered as mere change. Now let us weigh those 3 baskets of base. Is this 3 fin per jean? Yi Yaodong asked uncertainly. Yes. Shouldn't we just keep these base, father? At such a low price, 100 jean would only fetch 3 yuan. It's better to preserve them for ourselves. Yi's mother added with a smile. We have plenty today. These base aren't worth much, and we all enjoy eating them. Let us keep them instead of selling them, half for drying and half for pickling. All right, we'll take them back later. Yi's father nodded. Today's earnings were substantial, and they weren't concerned about the 3 or 4 yuan from the base. Keeping them for drying would provide sustenance for months. For those living by the sea, the dining table must not lack fish. If there wasn't a bowl of fish, it meant there was nothing to accompany the meal. After weighing the shrimp and crabs, the total was 96 yuan 5 fun. This truly sparked envy among everyone. Had they sold the base, they would have easily exceeded 100 yuan in daily earnings. How tantalizing. After they weighed in, it was Lin Jingye's turn. He shook his head with a smile. In comparison to you, my haul is but trifling. Still, it looks like your catch should be worth around 30 yuan. If I hadn't seen your goods, I would still be quite pleased. After the typhoon, seafood indeed seems more abundant than before. Yi Yaodong patted his shoulder. Oh, Uncle Lin, you've brought in quite a bit too. It's better than not enough. Indeed, it seems you've improved quite a lot. Come help me with this basket of crabs. All right. They exchanged a few words as they borrowed a cart, loading the remaining bass and assorted fish onto it. Today, Yi's mother had even saved a few slimmer crabs, planning to prepare drunken crabs for dinner. When Yi's mother prepared the afternoon snack for the workers, she deliberately left 2 bowls of dough balls. Not long after, they returned, washed up, and immediately enjoyed the dough balls, filling their stomachs before taking a nap. It was not until dinner that they were awakened. Yi Yaodong looked dazedly at Lin Xiuqing, who was sitting on the bedside folding clothes, then moved over to embrace her waist and gently nuzzle her back. What time is it? Is work over? Lin Xiuqing shifted uncomfortably. It's 6 o'clock. I'm all sweaty. Don't stick to me. You go eat first. I need to take a shower. Having just woken up, and not long after finishing the snack, we'll eat later. You wash up. I want to look. Then go outside and keep an eye on the children. They've just bathed. Don't let them get dirty again. Essentially, she was just ensuring he wouldn't linger indoors. Fine. It's not like I've never seen it. Chapter 73. A visit of gratitude just as he stepped outside. Stretching his back, he was greeted by a visit from Secretary Chen's family. Oh, how is Secretary Chen free to visit? Come in, please. After inviting them to sit, Yi Yaodong called out, Dad, Secretary Chen is here. He didn't know if his father was in the room or out back, but he called out anyway. Yi's father heard the shout and hurriedly came in from the backyard, his belt still unfastened. Oh, Secretary Chen has come. Please sit. Just in time for a couple of drinks. We have some snacks prepared. He felt no embarrassment and naturally invited them to sit down for drinks. While Yi Yaodong felt a bit awkward, unsure if his father had washed his hands yet. Why was he rushing into the room? Secretary Chen chuckled. No. I've prepared dinner at home. I specifically came to thank Dongzi. If it weren't for his timely assistance, my grandson might have been in danger. As he spoke, he took the basket from his wife and lifted the cloth covering it, revealing 2 packs of cigarettes, 2 bottles of Mao Tai, 2 jars of canned goods, and 2 red paper packets of the famous local rice cake. This is indeed the most extravagant gift they can present at this moment. A bottle of Mao Tai costs over 10 yuan. The members of the Yi family in the main hall were utterly astonished. Yi's father widened his eyes and exclaimed, What? What are you doing? This is merely a casual favor. Please take it back. Such generosity is unnecessary, and it costs a considerable sum. You should return it. Yi Yaodong was equally taken aback, not expecting Secretary Chen to be so magnanimous. He initially intended to see if he could save a life. After all, it's just a life, isn't it? It's only right, old Yi. Please don't refuse. My son and daughter-in-law have returned today, and I've learned how perilous the situation was for my eldest grandson. He nearly lost his life. Yet, there is no need for such a grand gesture. We are all from the same village. Isn't it customary to lend a helping hand? Dongzi hasn't done much. It's merely a matter of fortune that your child survived. No, the doctor stated that if it weren't for Dongzi's first aid, Abin wouldn't have made it to the hospital. He was already without breath at that time. You must accept these gifts. It is a small token of our appreciation. Absolutely not. Such a lavish gift. How can we accept it? Please take it back. Helping one another is expected in our community. There's no need for such an extravagant offering. Ye's father was adamant, not because he wasn't tempted, but because he felt that assistance ought to be given freely, without the expectation of receiving costly gifts in return. Oh dear, nothing can compare to a child's life. Please, accept it. Indeed, accept it. There's no need to be so stubborn. This is merely a token of our gratitude. We truly cannot accept such a gift. Please, take it back. The two families engaged in a polite tug-of-war, and had it not been for their beaming smiles, an onlooker might have mistaken their exchange for a quarrel. Yi Yaodong observed their banter with a touch of helplessness. This is how people in their country exchange gifts. There's always a ritualistic back and forth, accompanied by feigned modesty, as if accepting things outright would be deemed impolite. Leaning against the wall in the corner, he watched their playful argument, indifferent as it was merely a casual act on his part. Whether they accepted or declined was for his parents to decide. Eventually, Ye's father and mother could not resist any further and, with smiles on their faces, accepted the gifts. Is that child all right? He inquired during a lull in the exchange. He is fine. He was brought home today and will recover in a few days, came the response. Ye's mother added, the child must have been frightened. We should buy some pearl powder for him to help calm his nerves. Yes, we gave him some as soon as he returned. He will have more before bed, replied Secretary Chen's wife. Ye's mother wiped her hands on her apron. Feeling a bit shy, suggested, why don't we all sit down and share a meal? The dishes are ready, though we don't have much to offer, as we weren't aware of your visit and didn't prepare extra. No, we came to express our gratitude, not to impose on your meal. Food is scarce for everyone. I couldn't possibly bring my whole family to dine here. You all eat, please. Upon entering, Secretary Chen immediately noticed a large pot of sweet potato rice simmering over the earthen stove. They were busy building their home and couldn't bear to indulge in white rice. He wouldn't allow his family to sit down for a meal. It's fine. We have enough rice at home. We can cook another pot later. No need. We'll eat at home. We had intended to come earlier, but we noticed you were either busy building or out at sea, so we waited until mealtime to visit. Otherwise, who visits at mealtime? That would be quite presumptuous. Wouldn't it? Everyone cherishes their food. I can hardly feed my own family. At this moment, Lin, the secretary, thought it prudent to remind them. Also, I must inform you that this afternoon, Lin Jishang approached the commune, claiming a relative wishes to purchase your plot of land. I managed to dissuade him, but you should be vigilant. What? There are so many vacant plots in the village. Why would they choose ours? Ye's father was astonished. Ye's mother suddenly realized. No wonder I saw Lin Jishang with a few people wandering around our plot this morning. People have been saying your new house has good feng shui, which is why you've had such good fortune lately. What? Everyone was astonished. Is it really just because of that unfounded feng shui? Yi Yaodong felt speechless. He merely mentioned it in passing. If that land had good feng shui, how come I struggled my entire life? It's all about fate. Isn't it? How can mere rumors lead someone to wish to buy our land? The Yi family found it hard to believe. Ye's mother added, I even saw an old man among them mumbling. Was he the feng shui master? Your family has indeed been quite fortunate lately. Who is that relative of Lin Jishang's? Where are they from? Yi Yaodong inquired. Lin Jishang's family was quite wealthy in the past. I've heard they own properties in the city and province. He didn't mention wanting to buy your land. He just flapped his wings, so to speak. That's unclear. He didn't say? He wanted to know if I had provided proof of ownership. If not, he intended to transfer the land to him. I informed him that I had already issued proof of foundation ownership, and the village committee received the payment and registered it. He should seek a different plot. That's good. We've already laid the foundation stones, and construction has commenced. We certainly cannot sell to him. Ye's father frowned, concerned that construction had already begun. Yet someone still emerged to claim the land. I wonder if he has given up, and what relation he is. It hasn't been long since this matter occurred in our village, yet the news spread so quickly. Just keep an eye on it. You've paid the fees. And the proof has been issued, so that land is yours. No one can forcefully take it. Very well. Thank you for the heads up. Secretary Chen chimed in now. Please enjoy your meal. We won't intrude any longer. Stay for a drink. We have some rice wine at home. No. We must return home for dinner. Chapter 74. A visit no matter how Ye's father and mother urged them to stay. Secretary Chen and his family insisted on returning home for dinner. They felt no need to press the matter. After all, with the recent construction, their food supplies were already dwindling, so saving a bit was wise. Once Secretary Chen's family departed, the atmosphere in the house became lively as the children, oblivious to the adults' conversation, craned their necks to gaze at the basket filled with sweet rice cakes and canned oranges. They had tasted sweet rice cakes before, sweet and melting in the mouth, but had never had the chance to enjoy canned oranges, as their family was impoverished and their parents never afforded such luxuries. Yi Yaodong patted the heads of his two eldest nephews and said, "Hold your drool. It's time for dinner." Yi Chenghai tilted his head and asked, "Uncle, can we eat the sweet rice cakes and canned oranges after dinner? After a hearty meal? Do you think you can still eat?" A chorus of enthusiastic nods followed. "Of course we can." "Then eat." He saw nothing extraordinary about it. Since they wanted to indulge, they could share after the meal. However, Ye's mother disagreed, shooting him a disapproving glance. "Canned goods are expensive. Don't let the children waste them. We'll save them for the Mid-Autumn Festival. It will make for a better gift." Had she not been concerned about them spoiling by the new year, she would have preferred to save them for a more auspicious occasion. Yi Chenghu looked up with pleading eyes and said softly, "Dad, I want to eat canned oranges. Your grandmother won't allow it." He shrugged. The decision rested with his mother, though he did wish to share with the children. Ye's mother poked Yi Chenghu's forehead with her finger. "Eat, eat, eat. Everyone wants to eat. Dinner is almost ready. No one is allowed to touch anything. This is for gifting." She locked away the canned goods and cigarettes, leaving only the sweet rice cakes on the table. "After dinner, you can have some sweet rice cakes. I'll check later to see if we can exchange the cigarettes and wine for money. Such expensive items are beyond our means." Everyone had no objections, and both Sister Yi and second sister Yi felt relieved upon hearing this. They had thought that Mother Yi would directly give these gifts to the third branch. After all, it was Yi Yaodong who had saved them. However, what they did not anticipate was that Mother Yi, after exchanging the goods for money in town, took advantage of the darkness when everyone had returned to their rooms to secretly visit Yi Yaodong's place and hand over the money from the sales to Lin Xiuqing. Concerned that she might not have time to do this during the day, she hurried to the large store in town after dinner, taking 2 hours for the round trip. Returning just as night fell, Lin Xiuqing was astonished as she looked at the money in Mother Ye's hands. "Why did you give this to me?" Mother Yi whispered. "Shoo. They came to thank Dongzi. The items should be handed over to you. I thought since the whole family is here, if I gave everything to you, someone might feel uncomfortable later. But we haven't divided the family yet. Though we haven't divided, isn't each family's money still kept separately? They are here to thank Dongzi, not us old folks. This is all for him. Take it. Your father and I have worked hard all our lives for you. What use do we have for your money? It should belong to whoever it is meant for." Yi Yaodong, with pursed lips, watched from the side, thinking how clever his mother was. Rural women are not devoid of wisdom. They understand how to maintain balance at home. "Take it. Once the house is completed, you'll have plenty of places to spend money." After placing the money in Lin Xiuqing's hands, she turned to Yi Yaodong and could not help but say, "From now on, be more diligent. Stop wandering around with your friends so much." "Hey, why do you say I'm wandering? Who doesn't have a few friends? You have a whole group of friends who call you to go beachcombing every day. You say that, but you still retort, 'My friends encourage me to do serious work, while yours just want you to play and drink.' But I did go catch eels yesterday afternoon, and you even ate some. Wasn't there a recent trip to the beach? You just made a few hundred, and you've forgotten already? And they also helped us with work at our house, right? We aren't just playing and drinking all the time." Mother Yi was at a loss for words. When the rogue gets serious, what can she say? She shot him a glare. "Get up early to work tomorrow." "Understood." After Mother Yi left, Lin Xiuqing took a moment to count the money in her hands. Mother said the Matai sells for 12 yuan a bottle, and the Zhonghua cigarettes for 1 yuan a pack. She mentioned that the buyback price is slightly lower than the selling price. That's normal. They need to make a profit. Otherwise, why would they buy back? "Well, I'll put it away then." She felt quite pleased with this unexpected income. Recently, she had been collecting money more frequently. "It's getting late. We need to wake up early to work tomorrow. You seem quite attentive." "Why wouldn't I be? It's not just my house." Under the scorching summer sun, construction on the house was laborious, with sweat pouring down like rain, soaking clothes to the point of nearly wringing out water. After completing a load of stones, Yi Yaodong sat down to drink some tea and rubbed his sore shoulders. He decided to take off his damp shirt, only to discover that his shoulders were marked red from the burden of the yoke. He couldn't help but shed a few sympathetic tears for himself, thinking that perhaps heaven had thrown him back to the age of 25 to make him endure the hardships he had missed in his youth. Just then, Lin Xiuqing pushed the wheelbarrow over and said softly, "I'll bring you some tea oil to rub on it tonight. It will be fine." He raised an eyebrow, about to respond, when he noticed two unfamiliar middle-aged men swaggering toward the house they were working on. Is Lin Jizhong here? Is this not Lin Jizhong's house? Yesterday, Secretary Chen had just reminded him about this. He didn't expect them to arrive so quickly. Yi Yaodong furrowed his brow, standing up and tossing his shirt over his shoulder as he approached them. Lin Jizhong? What do you want? The three men instinctively took a step back, thinking to themselves, are they deliberately trying to intimidate us? Just because he's tall? We wish to speak to Lin Senshu regarding a matter. What matter? You can tell me just the same. At this moment, Yi Yawa had also noticed the commotion and approached. What is going on, Adong? Lin Jizhong? He immediately recalled what Secretary Chen had mentioned the previous evening. They wanted to buy this plot of land? They were looking for their father. Afterward, Yi Yaodong turned to the three men. The house being built here is for my brothers and me. If you have something to say, speak quickly. Don't delay us from working. It's like this. My uncle wants to buy this piece of land and wishes to negotiate with you. Yi Yaodong rolled his eyes. Did you not see that our foundation is already laid? We have hired so many workers and transported so many stones and earth. You expect us to just sell it to you? All our hard work would be in vain. Each load of stones he carried had cost him sweat and toil. Without any benefits, just empty words about buying. There was no way. Chapter 75. Changing the homestead. Lin Jizhong chuckled. Everything is negotiable. As long as you are willing to sell. This was a small fishing village where most of the villagers were relatives. The rest were all connected in one way or another. They wanted to buy the land, so they needed to talk pleasantly. Are you prepared to pay a high price? You should know, this is land for 3 houses. Why not come to your home and discuss? It's inconvenient to talk under this sun. No time. We are very busy. We need to get this new house built as soon as possible to move into our new home. This land is a treasure. We just bought the foundation, and our family has been prospering since. The daily catch is better than others. Such a good place. We must build it quickly and move in. Yi Yaohua felt a bit awkward, stealing a glance at Yi Yaodong. How did our land become a treasure? Recently, hasn't he only Adong been catching the big haul? It seems like we aren't particularly prosperous. The three men exchanged glances, sensing that things might not go smoothly. Is Lin Senshu at sea? Let us wait until evening when he returns to discuss. They come swiftly and leave just as quickly. The brothers Yi stood watching their hurried retreat. Once they were far away, Lin Xiuqing asked, do they really believe in the idea of good feng shui? It seems so mystical to me. Who knows if he has been fooled by some charlatan? Who cares? We can just say this is a treasure land. Are we really going to sell? We've already transported so many materials from the mountains and rivers. It's fine. If he truly wants to buy, he must offer a high price. Otherwise, we won't sell. We can't afford to lose money. This is definitely a treasure land. Our recent prosperity is evident. And some businessmen believe in these mystical things. Yi Yaodong casually strolled over to sit under the shade of a tree, no longer inclined to work, pondering that perhaps he could indeed make a profit from this deal. If he could sell at a high price, then he would certainly do so. After all, why should he be at odds with money? Building a house is just a matter of location. There are plenty of vacant spaces in the village to choose from. Lin Xiuqing's words had begun to convince him that this land might indeed be a treasure. Yi Yaohua felt the same. This truly is a treasure land? Then we can't sell it. With such good feng shui, our family can only continue to thrive. Yi Yaodong looked at his elder brother in disbelief. Do you believe everything I say? Didn't you have someone check the feng shui yesterday morning? Didn't a fortune teller once say your son would top the exams? Do you believe that? I don't believe it. His second nephew will be growing seaweed. That has settled then. Just listen to what these charlatans say. It's fine to treat this land as a treasure. When the time comes, we'll make a handsome profit. Due to the family's financial constraints, they decided to sell their property at a high price, thus making a profit. They planned to acquire a new plot of land for construction, which would also provide some financial relief. He gazed longingly at a particular piece of land facing the beach, envisioning a splendid view of the sea, the warmth of spring, and favorable feng shui. In a previous life, the village had developed its tourism industry, filling a large area of beach with residential land, resulting in numerous villas, many of which were subsequently converted into guest houses, thriving with business. Currently, although the beach remained untouched, there was ample vacant land nearby. Securing a plot in advance could lead to substantial compensation during future relocations. Initially, his father had expressed intentions to build a house to divide the family property, but in his rebirth, he had not fully contemplated this. Now, this idea seemed fortuitous. He called out to Lin Xiuqing, who was pushing a wheelbarrow up the hill to work. urging her to take a break and suggesting that they discuss this with his mother when she brought their meal later. However, they could not afford to delay their work. "What do you think about building a house by the beach?" he proposed. "Imagine opening the window to the sea, basking in the beauty of spring." Lin Xiuqing responded sharply. "You're out of your mind. It's not as if we've never seen the sea. On stormy days, a wave could easily flood the house. Let's south avoid building too close to the shoreline. There's a vast expanse of empty land further back where the waves 1T reach. We could easily observe the tides from our doorstep, allowing us to enjoy the beach before anyone else." After contemplating, she found merit in his reasoning. Being home would enable them to gauge the tides, and they could visit the beach at opportune moments. But if those three men come this evening, are we truly considering selling the foundation? They had only just begun construction, having spent 300 yuan on the foundation. With considerable labor costs and expenses for food and drink, they would have to see what her father decided. After all, he held the purse strings. Upon realizing someone was interested in their property, Yi Yaodong's enthusiasm waned. Who knew if his father would actually sell? He dawdled until quitting time, only to discover that the day's catch was mediocre, fetching merely 28 yuan, which, after deducting fuel costs, left them with a meager sum. In contrast, Lin Xiuqing and the other women immediately resumed cutting fish upon their return, as their family's boat had enabled them to catch more fish in a day than many would in a lifetime. Ye's father had learned that someone had openly expressed interest in purchasing their land, and as he smoked his pipe, he contemplated the offer. "What do you think?" he asked. Yi Yaodong, lounging with one foot perched on a chair, replied nonchalantly, "There is plenty of vacant land in the village. Why not build elsewhere? We needn't put all our eggs in one basket, especially since we've only laid the foundation." Yi Yaoping chimed in. "Let us see how much they're willing to pay first. We can't let our hard work go to waste." Yi Yaohua rubbed his hands and grinned. "Our land is prime real estate. They should be willing to pay a fair price. Perhaps we should spread the word that it's feng shui land to attract wealthier buyers." Yi's father shot Yi's mother a disapproving glance. "That's a terrible idea. What if they accuse us of deceit? It's not like they sought us out. They approached us in the market." He then added, "Let us get cleaned up first. We're starving after a long day of work." After their meal, they noticed the three men arriving as dusk approached. "Have you eaten?" "Uncle Yi-san." Lin Xiuqing greeted them with a smile. "Yes, I heard you were looking for me today," Yi's father replied, remaining seated in the doorway, indifferent to their presence. "Yes, my cousin wanted to speak with you, but my father isn't home, so I brought him myself. Can we talk inside?" "Very well. Let us go in," Yi's father said, and the men entered while the women and children lingered outside, curious about the visitors' intentions. After about an hour, the three men departed, and the women hurried inside. "What did they say? Are they really interested in buying our foundation?" Yi's father, having just finished smoking, nodded, revealing that the visitors had mentioned the land as favorable feng shui, claiming it would bring them luck. They were not from the village, so it was unclear why they wanted to purchase land here. "They intend to build a small house," he continued, "so they can dock their boat here and rest after returning from sea." "Is he wealthy?" someone inquired. "I hear he owns a large ship, but I'm not sure of the details." Yi Yaodong, leaning against the wall, remarked lazily, "He doesn't seem honest. I suspect he's involved in smuggling. He wouldn't dare dock at a big port. Our village's small harbor is perfect for discreetly unloading goods at night. They would need somewhere to rest afterward." The location of their land, not far from the beach and with few neighboring houses, made it an ideal spot, perhaps even appealing to those who believed in feng shui. The room fell silent as the realization sank in. Smuggling was illegal. Yi's father was taken aback, asking, "How did you know?" "It was just a guess," Yi Yaodong replied. His demeanor suggested he was hiding something. "But it doesn't matter. We haven't lost anything, and we've gained a boat. Just don't go spreading rumors." "What is this about gaining a boat?" Yi's mother asked, curiosity piqued. The others leaned in, eager to know more. Yi's father smiled and explained, "We agreed to let our current foundation go to Lin Xiuqing's cousin, Zhou Yeqi, and in return, he will cover the labor and food costs. We'll find new land in the village, and he will also compensate us with a 6-meter wooden boat." Everyone's eyes lit up. This was akin to acquiring a boat for free. What is the catch? Why would he offer us this? Yi Yaodong wondered. "Well, since we're selling the land, we must calculate the labor costs too," Yi's sister-in-law interjected. "Yes, you all deserve compensation for your hard work. We'll tally up the days worked and the expenses tonight and visit Secretary Lin at the commune tomorrow." Yi Yaoping reminded, "Father, let us inspect the boat first. It must be in good condition. Of course, we'll test it in the water, Yi's sister-in-law said gleefully. But where shall we choose our new land? Yi's father turned to his sons, asking for their preferences. Let us pick the land in front of the beach. It's close to the water, allowing us to know the tides first. It's convenient for beachcombing, Yi Yaodong suggested. He refrained from mentioning the poetic notion of facing the sea and basking in spring's warmth, knowing it would earn him a reprimand from his father, who was more concerned with daily survival than lofty dreams. Yu's father frowned. Let South not build too close to the shore. As long as the waves don't reach us, we'll be fine. This spot is still near the beach, making trips to the harbor shorter. Yi Yaoping and Yi Yaohua had no objections, and the women agreed, recognizing the practicality of being able to quickly gauge the tides and access the beach. As long as they built in a safe location. If everyone is in agreement, then let us settle on that area and measure it tomorrow. Upon noticing the absence of dissenting voices, Father Yi decisively made a judgment. Due to the imperative tasks awaiting him the following day, he refrained from venturing out to sea that night and promptly informed the workers to temporarily halt construction until a new plot of land was confirmed. The small wooden boat measured 6 meters in length and had a carrying capacity of approximately 5 tons. It was not excessively dilapidated and would cost around 200 yuan if purchased secondhand. Father Yi rode around the sea to check for any issues and for added assurance. He sought the assistance of a skilled boat builder from their village to conduct a thorough inspection. Once confirmed to be seaworthy, he felt content to visit Secretary Chen at the commune for a witness and to delineate the new homestead. The Yi family was filled with joy. Exchanging a plot of land for a boat seemed like an extraordinary stroke of fortune. After the transaction proceeded smoothly, Secretary Lin repeatedly confirmed with Father Yi that they were acting of their own volition before promptly issuing a new certificate and approving the coastal land, with the funds being provided by Uncle Zhou Yechi from the Lin Collective. Once the labor costs were meticulously calculated, the Yi family decided to disregard the land, planning to inform the workers to commence digging at the new foundation the following day. Upon returning home, Yi Yaodong could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, Father, what are your plans for that small boat? What do you mean by plans? Father Yi responded, you have a large boat now. You can't possibly bring that small one along. Father Yi frowned. What are you getting at? Sell it to me, Yi Yaodong insisted. A 6-meter boat was not insignificant. He was unable to afford a larger one, and purchasing a new vessel was out of the question. Securing a second-hand wooden boat for temporary use seemed quite reasonable. It was far better than taking turns with his 2 older brothers to accompany their father at sea, which meant he only went out every 3 days. And the earnings from the trawl nets were pooled for building the house, leaving nothing to share. He yearned to earn money but lacked business acumen, capital, and trust from others. As a coastal dweller, acquiring a small wooden boat to set traps would be a wise choice. It is well known that fishing boats are essential tools for those living by the sea. Few would sell a perfectly good vessel unless upgrading to a larger one. And any discarded smaller boats would typically be sold to relatives first. Second-hand boats are difficult to procure, and this particular vessel presented an opportunity. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, collectively asking, you want to buy it? Is that not acceptable? Father Yi frowned, insisting that within their family, discussing the purchase of their own boat was unnecessary. They could simply use it as needed. But, Father, you have 3 sons. Who do you intend to take out on the boat? This question momentarily left Father Yi speechless. It was Mother Yi who, possessing a better grasp of family dynamics, shifted the conversation, asking, Dongzi, why do you want to buy that wooden boat? Isn't it to have my own vessel? I cannot afford a new one, and second-hand options are scarce. With an extra boat at home, it would be difficult for 3 brothers to share, so I wish to buy it. Yi Yaodong's brothers, Yi Yaopeng and Yi Yaohua, felt a surge of desire upon hearing him express his wish for a personal boat. They too wanted one. Father Yi regarded him with skepticism. You intend to go fishing on your own? His doubt was palpable. Had the eldest or second son expressed such a desire, he would have believed them without hesitation. But the youngest had a checkered past. Even if he had recently shown diligence, Father Yi doubted how long that would last. Then what else would I do with a boat? Why would I buy it otherwise? Just to have it sit idle? Yi Yaodong retorted, somewhat irritated by the lack of faith in his intentions. The elderly matriarch, who had remained silent until now, smiled and took his hand, saying, Dongzi has matured. He intends to buy a boat to go fishing. You must be cautious when you venture out on your own. I know. Yi Father shot a glare at the old lady. He had yet to consult the opinions of his older sons. He turned to the other 2. What do you think about the third wanting to buy that boat? Yi Yaohua, blushing, glanced at his brothers and timidly said, Father, I I also want. He rubbed his arm while glaring at his brother Yi Seo, who had pinched him. Yet, Yi Seo merely smiled at Father Yi and said, Father, let us discuss this in our room later. Dongzi shouldn't be in a hurry over a matter that can wait. Father Yi frowned, casting a wary glance at her without responding. The second son was somewhat pliable. He turned to the eldest son. What do you think? How much does Dongzi intend to pay to buy it? Yi Yaodong shrugged. That depends on how much father intends to sell it for. Eldest brother, do you have any thoughts? I need to think it over. I will give you an answer after dinner. Very well, then consider it carefully. Third son, you should also discuss it with your wife. Do not make hasty decisions. Ultimately, Father Yi remained unconvinced of his son's sincerity. The behavior of the second son's wife led him to believe that the second son was easily swayed, which displeased him. He hoped that the second son's wife would keep a close watch on the third son, guiding this wayward child, desiring that the third would heed his wife's counsel. Such is the paradox of fatherhood. When sons heed their wives, he feels frustration, yet when they disregard their wives, he wishes for them to listen to their partner's advice. Mother Yi interjected cheerfully, why don't you all retreat to discuss this? I will start preparing lunch. It's well past noon, and there's still no meal ready. Without work, the meal would be quite simple, and Mother Yi did not require assistance. After Lin Xiuqing followed Yi Yaodong into their room, she pulled him aside and asked, what made you decide to buy that small wooden boat? Wouldn't it be better to keep it in the commune for anyone in need? It was a struggle for her to contain her curiosity. Since he first mentioned his desire to buy the boat, she had been eager to inquire. But it was difficult to interject. Who would claim the profits if it were kept in the commune? Lin Xiuqing was at a loss. Currently, working alongside their father, any earnings would go towards the communal building fund. After the family division, when fishing with their father, they might receive a share of the profits or be compensated for their labor, but with 3 taking turns, one could fish for at most 10 days a month. Should machinery require repairs or if the weather turned foul, they might not get out at all. Having a small boat would allow us to set some traps and collect the catch every other day. Wouldn't that be more stable? Plus, we wouldn't need to go out at midnight. Lin Xiuqing gazed intently at Yi Yaodong. Are you serious? Of course. No one believes in me, but you must. On what basis should I trust you? Well, Yi Yaodong scratched his head. I've been doing well recently. Haven't you noticed? Who knows how long you can maintain that? Could you refrain from undermining my enthusiasm? Shouldn't you be encouraging me? Don't you wish for me to work hard and earn money? She replied earnestly. It's precisely because I've observed your recent efforts that I believe you might still redeem yourself. That is why I asked if you were serious. In the past, I wouldn't even bother to ask. Don't think you can get money from me. If you truly intend to work diligently, I will certainly support you. However, if you're merely dabbling, it would be a waste of money. Yi Yaodong sighed in resignation, pulling her into an embrace, stroking her short hair, and sincerely saying for the first time, trust me once. Even a wayward son can return to the right path. Hearing this, Lin Xiuqing felt a lump in her throat, her eyes reddening. After a moment, she replied, you mean it? Yes, I do. He noticed her emotional response and gently patted her back, led us by the boat. Such an opportunity is rare. Once we start earning, we can upgrade to a larger vessel, and we can always sell the small one without incurring a loss. All right, she returned the embrace. Observing his recent behavior, she was willing to give him a chance, and if he were to deceive her, she could sell the boat, incurring minimal risk. After the couple reached an agreement, they began discussing how much Father Yi would sell it for, certain it wouldn't be far from the market price. Especially with the elder and second brothers keeping an eye on things. Yi Yaodong, however, was unconcerned. He knew his parents were not overly fixated on money. He wanted to see how his older brother and Dahua felt about it. From his earlier demeanor, it seemed Dahua was somewhat tempted. Wasn't the second sister-in-law the one who had intervened? It is exceedingly challenging to persuade my second sister-in-law to part with her money. He pouted, likening her to a paisho that only takes in but never gives out. It is no wonder that she has amassed a considerable fortune in her previous life. Soon enough, it became apparent that they might prefer to follow Father's lead, as it requires no investment and offers a sense of security. There is truly no necessity for us to operate independently. Perhaps the 3 brothers could take turns? A few days a month would suffice. While I continue to indulge in life's pleasures during the rest of the time, Lin Xiuqing pressed her lips together, contemplating that perhaps it would be wiser to work independently, ensuring that tasks are executed efficiently, lest we squander opportunities in our revelries. Then let us proceed as you suggest. We shall purchase it first. However, you must not selfishly cast your nets alone while the elder brothers toil at home. We must assist with the household chores as well. I understand. The household is busy now, and I cannot venture out every day. I will find time to help at the new house when I can. Furthermore, he needed to learn how to row. Operating a boat is trivial for him, yet rowing, that was somewhat antiquated. He had never learned it in his youth. He would have to spend a few days around the shore trying it out. After the couple reached an agreement, they set out, just in time for a meal. During dinner, Yi Yaoping directly addressed his father. Father, the third brother wants that small wooden boat. Let us sell it to him at a lower price. It is rare for him to express such earnestness in his work. I shall not take it. Well, what of the second brother? Yi Yaohua cast a guilty glance at Yi Yaodong. If the third brother desires it, then let him have it. A second-hand wooden boat is hardly worth much. Money. He grimaced, furrowing his brows. It was evident that the second sister-in-law had likely pinched him again. Anyone with keen eyes could see you mother glaring at her. Men are speaking. What are you doing? I haven't done anything, mother. Yi father glanced at them, weary of addressing the second brother as wife. As a father-in-law, he felt it inappropriate. He set down his chopsticks and said firmly, among brothers, one must be clear about accounts. It cannot be given freely. Moreover, that small wooden boat is not insignificant by market value. It is worth about 200 yuan. Since you all have no objections, let us give it to Dongzi for 150 yuan. After all, we are family. This money can be used to contribute towards building the house. You all have no objections, correct? Both Yi Yaoping and Yi Yaohua agreed. While the second sister-in-law was warned and dared not protest, Yi Dajie has always been adept at maintaining her own interests. Thus, the matter of the small wooden boat was settled. After dinner, Lin Xiuqing presented 15 large yuan notes to Yi mother in front of the two sisters-in-law. Yi mother said nothing, merely smiled as she accepted them. However, after nightfall, she secretly went to Yi Yaodong's room, fortunate that the couple had not yet retired. Mother? She'll come in and speak. Lin Xiuqing closed the door quietly, lowering her voice to inquire. What is it? Yi mother produced a square handkerchief from her pocket. Unfurling its four corners to reveal the 10 large yuan notes Lin Xiuqing had given her that afternoon. The couple exchanged astonished glances. Mother, what is this for? I have discussed it with your father. It is rare for Dongzi to show such earnestness in working. Consider the small wooden boat as a means for you to start from scratch. You need not pay for it. We are still young enough to work ourselves. Lin Xiuqing and Yi Yaodong exchanged a glance and said, but that seems inappropriate. The small wooden boat belongs to the communal pool. If we take it, the elder and second sisters-in-law will surely cause a stir. Why not simply keep it to yourselves? They will not lose out. We are fully aware of their little schemes. They are simply hoping to follow your father to sea, eliminating their own cost while hoping to profit. It is only fair that you have the small wooden boat to be self-sufficient while they fish alongside your father and share the earnings. If you were to buy the small wooden boat to operate independently while they follow your father with no investment, that would be a loss for you. Accept it. Your father and I are well aware of our intentions and will ensure you do not suffer any loss. Given that the third brother's financial standing was notably weaker compared to the first and second, you father and you mother were not concerned about their son's money. After all, they were the ones financing the house, so what difference did 150 yuan make? With matters laid out clearly, Lin Xiuqing reluctantly accepted the money, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, mother. All right, keep the money safe and rest early, you mother said quietly as she slipped out. She truly appreciated her in-laws, recognizing their unwavering support, and felt fortunate to have them. If only her husband were equally understanding and ambitious. Why do you gaze at me so? Yi Yaodong felt a bit awkward under her hopeful gaze. Your parents care deeply for you. You must work diligently and earnestly to repay their kindness. He shifted uncomfortably, saying softly, I know, why are we discussing this so late? Let us get some rest. We have work to do tomorrow. Lin Xiuqing shot him a glance before placing the money back in the drawer and locking it. Then, she went to soothe their two rambunctious children, instructing them to keep the matter of their grandmother giving money to their parents a secret to avoid unnecessary trouble. The following morning, as they headed to the new plot by the beach, they passed by Lin Ji's family, who were discussing how to build their house at the old site. Debating its dimensions, they exchanged smiles and greetings before moving on, focusing on their own plans. Last night, your father had already visited each family and arranged with the workers to resume work today. The foundation had already been laid once, and repeating the process would be much simpler, adhering to the previous plans. After lunch, during a break, Yi Yaodong seized the opportunity to visit the dock and inspect his small wooden boat. He had asked his father about rowing the day before. Now, he took the chance to try it out and soon paddled out. After a while of rowing along the shore, he found it not difficult at all. It felt quite natural, perhaps because those by the sea possess an innate affinity for boats. By evening, he discussed with Lin Xiaoqing that purchasing ready-made fish traps was costly. Instead, he suggested buying the materials to make them himself, inviting his mother to assist, knowing she would likely be eager to help. Lin Xiaoqing nodded in agreement. With the boat secured, it was imperative to plan its utilization wisely. Their neighbors, upon learning that their family had received a small wooden boat due to the land swap, were filled with envy. Li Xiang, your family has truly been fortunate recently. Fortune seems to fall from the sky. Indeed, that small wooden boat is worth quite a bit. Why haven't we encountered such good fortune? Is the buyer of the land foolish? There are so many vacant plots in the village. Why choose yours? Didn't you hear? It's because that plot has good feng shui. They specifically consulted someone before agreeing to offer a boat as compensation. Otherwise, who would willingly trade when the foundation is already laid? That is true. You certainly have an eye for location. As for us country folk, we can only lend our labor. A few days of free work is insignificant compared to the value of that boat. Ye mother chuckled. We haven't worked in vain these past few days. Like the workers, we have accounted for our wages. Ah, that truly is a gain. Were it me, I would gladly accept it 1,000 times over. Just as you mother was engrossed in conversation with the neighbors, Lin Xiaoqing called her back inside. Upon learning of the third brother's plans, she was more than willing to assist. As long as her son was progressing, she would not mind lending a hand. For what was a bit of labor? Then you shall go buy the materials tomorrow. I will teach your wife to make them. The two of you can work faster together. Very well. The fish trap was constructed with an 8-gauge wire frame, encased in mesh with a 15mm aperture, forming a square, collapsible net. The entire fish trap measured 2 meters in length, divided into 10 interconnected 20 centimeters square compartments by 11 square wire frames. Each small compartment featured tapered fish entry holes, allowing fish and shrimp to enter but not exit. The ends of the fish trap were conical net bags designed to capture fish as they were misled into congregating at the ends after entering through the holes. Making a fish trap net is significantly more laborious than weaving a net. They usually work on it after dinner, and Yi Yaodong has also joined in to help. Even when his friends invited him to play, he declined. His family members felt a sense of pride seeing his dedication. As the 15th approached, Xiao Xiao and the others, having previously tasted success, came back to ask Yi Yaodong if he wanted to go to the deserted island. Yi Yaodong readily agreed. I have a small wooden boat, though I lack a fishing net. However, rowing to the island for clams should not pose a problem. This way, we can save on renting a boat. Such good fortune cannot be relied upon every time. Is it the boat your family acquired recently? Does your father permit you to take it out? Guang inquired curiously. Yes, tomorrow. Those of you who wish to go should come to my house, and we will set off together. Zhang pondered for a moment and said, I believe I have a cast net lying and used at home. I'll bring it along tomorrow, just in case we encounter a large catch. It would be regrettable to have no net. Indeed, as long as it is usable, any fishing net will do. He had initially thought of asking his wife to weave a cast net, but then he considered that such a net requires continuous operation at sea, unlike the trap nets that can be checked every few days. He could not neglect his homestead while solely focusing on earning money at sea, for his sisters-in-law would surely have something to say about it. Thus, the trap nets were more convenient. Chapter 79. Encouragement to buy a boat. While conversing with his friends, his family overheard, and there were no objections from anyone. The island is rich in resources. They had witnessed it once before. Yi Yaodong could return with several bags of shellfish, and aside from what could be sold, there would still be plenty left for the family, enough to provide for the workers. Before setting off, Ye's mother specifically instructed him to take several extra bags for storage, as any surplus could be dried like muscle meat, which keeps well and is delicious in soups or noodles. Yi Yaodong lifted the bucket he was carrying to show her, revealing that he had folded several bags inside. Is 5 enough? That has plenty. And bring 2 extra buckets as well. Who would complain about free items? All right then. Once the family had gone to work at the homestead, the others arrived one after another. It was still just the 4 of them. Fatty felt it was too sunny and stayed behind, while Ah Wei was called by his father to help carry watermelons up the mountain. The industrious Housie had gone early to the town dock to help with the transportation. Oh, let us go then. Fewer people is better. If they hadn't come to invite me to clam dig, I would have considered going alone to claim the entire island for myself. Rowing may be slow, but once the technique is mastered, it becomes quite simple and serves as good physical exercise, particularly for the arms. Xiao Xiao teased. Who would have thought our brother Dong could do everything, even row a boat? Just a small skill, Guang remarked, somewhat wistfully. Having your own little boat is quite advantageous. You won't need to go out doing odd jobs anymore. Just go to sea each day and cast a few nets. Isn't that better than hauling goods at the dock for just a few coins? Zhang nodded in agreement. Indeed, the ocean is bountiful. And we all know how to swim. As long as we don't get tangled in the lines when casting nets, there shouldn't be any major issues near the shore. Dongzi, why don't you ask your father to buy this little boat? It would save trouble when your family divides assets later. It would be awkward if your father had to decide who gets it. Xiao Xiao looked at Yi Yaodong earnestly. Yi Yaodong smiled. Do you think I needed your suggestion? I asked my father to buy it as soon as I got it. Now it is my private property. That is splendid. My friend, we will rely on you to prosper in the future. To be honest, the three of you could also co-own a little boat. Whether it's a cast net, trap net, or a Korean net, it would be better than working sporadically and hauling goods at the dock for meager earnings. Yi Yaodong was sincere. Continuing to lead a carefree life would lead to regret when they grew older. His friends had spent their previous lives doing odd jobs, with only Guang faring slightly better after changing his name, thanks to his father's foresight in saving enough to buy a boat. Especially since he was the only son. Upon hearing this, Guang stroked his chin. I have no issues. It's just a matter of lacking a bit of money. Who doesn't lack a bit of money? Xiao Xiao rolled her eyes. It's not just a bit. It's quite a lot. For this 6-meter boat. Even a new one costs several $100s, and second-hand ones aren't easy to find. Guang, keep your money to yourself. How can you claim to be short on cash? Your recent days are better than anyone else's. Hey, I need to save for my wife, don't I? I'm not young anymore. Dongzi is already a father of 2, and Xiao Xiao has a daughter too. I should work hard to have a son to pursue his daughter. Xiao Xiao kicked him. You rascal. You don't even have a wife. And you're already thinking about my daughter. As the conversation strayed further, Yi Yaodong quickly redirected. You should spend less, save a bit. Or perhaps borrow some from your parents or siblings. Buying a boat is essential, and they will surely support you. Zhang sighed, resting his chin on his hand. Easier said than done. They wouldn't believe it. Accustomed to idleness, if you go to borrow money, they might think you have ulterior motives. It's not that simple. Then you should demonstrate more diligence. Like me, also charm your wives and mothers. If you don't show earnestness in your actions, how can you expect them to believe your words? Saving up a bit of money is more reliable. Had I known, I wouldn't have handed over that nearly $400 from the mackerel catch. We could have pulled together to buy a boat. Xiao Xiao slapped her thigh in regret. It's easy to give money to your wife, but getting it back is difficult. I exchanged it for a few days of her smiling face. And now she is back to glaring at me and scolding me. Damn, women. Yi Yaodong shook his head. Everyone knows how much the goods sold for. How could you not turn it in? They'd tear the roof off if you tried to keep it. She is not a reliable person. So how could you expect her to let you keep that much money? Then you all should save your private funds well. You need to have a plan. Don't you? Donggo, we're counting on you and your little boat to help us prosper. Let me hug your thigh first. Yi Yaodong kicked Zhang away. I also need to earn money to support my family. At most, I'll take you with me to the deserted island to clam dig. Whether we catch anything good depends on your own efforts. What kind of nets do you plan to use? A cast net? Unfortunately, it's a small wooden boat. Otherwise, we could go sea fishing. Just wait. When I get rich, I'll upgrade to a larger boat. In his previous life, he lacked the means. Otherwise, he too would have liked to experience sea fishing. You haven't mentioned what nets you plan to use? Trap nets. There's no space at home for construction. And I can't be idle. Trap nets are quite suitable. I can spend a few hours every few days checking them. The less valuable catch can be brought back for food, and nobody can say anything about it. That is fine. Just set out a few more rows. When there's a good catch, it's not much worse than trawling. Even with a small catch, there'll still be a few dollars to earn. Enough for a meal. Yi Yaodong nodded. That's the way of it. So you all should save up well to buy the boat together. Guang has enough money. It's just up to you two. Zhang hesitated. What if we pool our money to buy the boat together? Will others feel uncomfortable? Yi Yaodong rolled his eyes. What does it matter to them? If they have any opinions, they can also pool together to buy one. You're not their father. Can you control whether they eat or not? Exactly. If they have their thoughts, they can also co-own a boat, Guang chimed in. People often follow the crowd. If their friends are idle, they won't mind much. Once everyone else has their boats, they will surely have their thoughts and consider getting one too. All right. Then let us save up diligently. Sigh. I was initially planning to go to the deserted island for fun, but now it seems impossible. Damn, I brought too few barrels. I only brought 2 bags. Wow, Dongzi, you brought 5 bags. Aren't you worried it'll sink your little boat? Despite the modest size of my vessel, it possesses the capacity to bear 5 tons. Should it prove insufficient, you may take turns swimming back to shore. Chapter 80. Sea Turtle Eggs Amidst Playful Banter. The small boat gradually made its way toward the island. Surrounding them were numerous uninhabited islets, likely due to geographic reasons. During certain lunar phases, the tide recedes to reveal rocky outcrops, while in other instances, the water merely lowers slightly without exposing any beach. Yi Yaodong circled the nearby coastline and specifically sought a relatively elevated island to dock at. As the tide began to ebb, a vast expanse of beach emerged, which possibly had not been entirely submerged during high tide. Such islands typically yield treasures both on the rocks and along the shore. After securing the boat, Yi Yaodong disembarked with his tools, relishing the extended time afforded by the receding tide. This island appeared smaller than the previous one, but size was inconsequential. The presence of treasure was paramount. If luck were to evade them, he could always suggest they move to another island. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "What is this?" After just a few steps, he spotted a grayish-white egg partially buried in the sand, its shell barely visible. He crouched down to excavate and soon uncovered its entirety. Others hurried over to investigate. "Is this a sea turtle egg?" they inquired eagerly. Yi continued digging. If it is indeed a sea turtle's, there could be a whole nest beneath. Without needing further encouragement, he resumed digging. The sand was loose, and after only a brief excavation of about 10 centimeters, he unearthed another egg, revealing a multitude below. "Incredible! I've stumbled upon a turtle nest," Yi Yaodong exclaimed in delight. Sea turtle eggs are immensely nutritious. One egg equates to 5 chicken eggs, beneficial for skin nourishment in women and a prize tonic for men. They also boast properties that combat arteriosclerosis, hypertension, and diabetes, while offering antibacterial, anti-cancer, and anti-aging benefits. "Yi, what a splendid start. Count how many there are." Yi Yaodong gleefully collected the eggs into a bucket, tallying them as he went. 78 eggs. Upon fully extracting them, he noted that the nest was approximately 40 centimeters deep and 20 centimeters in diameter, with the eggs stacked closely together. "Quite a substantial find. This turtle must be sizable," remarked Guang, enviously. "Shall we search the surrounding area? Perhaps there are more nests hidden nearby." Indeed, turtles often come ashore in droves to lay their eggs. Since Yi discovered one nest here, there could be more along the beach. Yi Yaodong observed their fervent chatter with exasperation. "Have you all forgotten our true purpose here? Sea turtle eggs aren't particularly valuable. Why expend so much effort searching for them? Value aside, it's about the health benefits." Guang persisted, continuing his search. "Why would a single man like you need such tonics? Aren't you worried about overindulgence?" "That's none of your concern," came the retort. "While they may not hold much monetary value, they are rare. I've never tried sea turtle eggs. Yi, if you don't find more, share a few with me so I can experience the benefits." Small chimed in with laughter. "Perhaps you're too small to be satisfied with yourself. Hence your desire for turtle eggs to restore your vitality?" A joked, only to receive a playful kick from Small, leading to a light-hearted chase. "Watch it. You're the little one. Your whole family is small. I have children. How dare you question me? Whether one can bear children seems unrelated to size. Hey, don't run. Let us see if I can catch you." Guang rolled his eyes at their antics, muttering in frustration. Initially intending to abandon the search for turtle eggs in favor of harvesting shellfish from the rocks, he had noticed an abundance of various shellfish upon disembarking. However, as he turned away, he caught a glimpse of what appeared to be signs of animal movement nearby. Approaching quickly, he confirmed his suspicion, albeit interrupted by the footprints of the two fools. After muttering under his breath, he marked a spot along the trail and began to dig, soon unearthing a sea turtle egg himself. "Huh, I found a nest too." The chasing duo returned, envious of Guang's luck. "When did you acquire such fortune? Perhaps distancing yourself from these two dimwits improved your luck?" "Shut it. You lot are the foolish ones," Yi Yaodong thought, refusing to join their antics. Carrying an empty bucket and a pair of tongs, he decided to search the rocky areas instead. The treasures atop the rocks would not escape him. There was no rush, especially since they were the only ones present and the tide had receded early, allowing ample time for leisurely exploration. After successfully catching 3 large crabs and 5 rock crabs, he noticed the trio was still preoccupied with their hunt for turtle eggs. "Stop searching for turtle eggs. Have you forgotten our goal? We need to earn money for a boat. I've already caught 3 large crabs. Stop dawdling." "Already?" Guang exclaimed, rushing over. Given that he had discovered a nest of 82 eggs, it was indeed time to focus. The other two reluctantly abandoned their search, agreeing to revisit it later when time allowed. Do you think if we cast a net around the island on our way back, we might catch a sea turtle? This island seems to have frequent turtle visits, and I happen to have a frisbee net with me, Zheng pondered, not entirely giving up hope. Though sea turtles are now a protected species, they are not yet classified as such, Yi Yaodong remarked. In the year 82, there were no restrictions. And turtle soup is a nourishing delicacy. Before we head back, why not take a chance? Originally intending to use the net for potential finds, he now contemplated its use in capturing a turtle. Let us focus on gathering shellfish. Time spent fretting is wasted. I've just caught 3 rock crabs and 2 small white octopuses. You sure is quick. I found 2 rock crabs and a stranded black eagle ray. A guang chimed in. Unless you've found something worthwhile, spare us the details, Small retorted, extracting 2 hefty crabs from the crevices of the rocks with tongs. This one looks to weigh more than 2 pounds. Elated, he raised the tongs triumphantly, his excitement palpable. Chapter 81. Sea wolf fish. Ugh, what rotten luck. A guang sulked. Yi, where do you think we might find something? Point me in the right direction. Yi Yaodong stared at him incredulously. Do you believe I possess some mystical foresight? If I did, would I be sharing it with you? I have my own nest to tend to. Just use your so-called golden finger to guide me. Your luck surpasses mine. Stop bothering me. I'm here to make money. Find your own path. Come on, just point somewhere. Must you be so persistent? Fine, over there, now go. Irritated by his incessant nagging, Yi Yaodong randomly gestured towards a distant spot and urged him to leave. To his surprise, a guang sprinted off in that direction, soon discovering a stranded large fish. Well, Yi, your intuition is spot on. What kind of fish is this? Yi Yaodong heard a loud exclamation and felt a jolt in his heart. He hurried over, unable to suppress the thought that he might have inadvertently pointed him to a treasure spot. The other two, alerted by the noise, rushed over as well. What fish is it? Is it a big catch? Upon getting closer, Yi Yaodong's eyes widened in surprise. It was a wolffish. Its body was elongated and cylindrical, with a sharp mouth, broad jaw, and a head shaped like a shuttle. Its canine-like teeth were prominent, and the area around its eyes was a reddish-yellow hue, unmistakably identifying it as the wolffish. Is this really a wolffish? So large. Wow, you actually found one for a guang. This specimen was over a meter long. And aside from Yi Yaodong, the other 3 had only heard of it, but never seen one in person. This was truly an eye-opener. A guang rubbed his hands together with delight, estimating it to be around a meter and a bit longer. Too bad it's slender. It should weigh only about 30 kilograms. I heard these fish can grow up to 1.8 meters. So, this one is rather small. But let's be content, at 50 cents a pound. It's worth at least $12. This catch alone covers our expenses for today. Yi Yaodong regretted his impulsive decision to point out this spot, cursing himself internally, thinking that he should have kept this treasure for himself. Xiao Xiao nudged him with her elbow, asking him to point out another spot for her to check. I want to find some too. Get lost. Do you really think I'm a fortune teller? I want to find it myself. A guang, brimming with excitement, shook the sack containing the still-moving wolf fish and suggested, I heard wolf fish are social creatures and can trigger wolf fish storms. Should we go out and cast a net now while the tide hasn't fully receded? Otherwise, if we wait for the tide to go down, the boat might run aground, and we'll have to wait for the tide to come back in. Xiao Xiao and Zheng's eyes lit up at the prospect. Great idea, Dongzi. Let us cast a net and see if we can catch some sea turtles or more wolf fish. They all agreed to proceed, immediately untying the ropes and pushing the small boat, noting that the tide was somewhat shallow now. Once aboard, Yi Yaodong began to row, steering the boat away from the shore towards the sea. After reaching a position he deemed appropriate, he halted and looked at Zheng. This should do. It's your turn to cast the net. All right, watch me. Zheng had been waiting for this moment. Upon hearing Yi Yaodong say it was time to cast, he folded the rope and held it in his left hand, with his right hand grasping the net's base, allowing it to hang down. Keeping his hand with the rope steady, he shortened the net, placing it in the hand holding the rope, then leaned back, positioning his arm holding the net behind him, his body sideways with one leg forward for balance. With a sudden forceful thrust of his rear arm, he propelled the net forward while still gripping the rope, the net sailing through the air in a wide arc. He was adept at using his own net, and this was the simplest method of casting. Once cast, retrieving it was easy. He just needed to pull the rope back. Ah, so many white pomfrets. Quick, help pull them in. After a moment of surprise, the 4 of them worked together to haul in the entire net filled with pomfrets, unexpectedly catching a bounty. They had initially aimed for wolf fish and sea turtles, but ended up with a net full of pomfrets, each weighing over 5 taels, totaling several dozen kilograms. This is fantastic. Quickly, let us dump them out and cast again. These fish travel in schools, so there might be more. Right away, the four were elated. So many fish meant more money to share. Even though they were many, every bit counted as they quickly transferred the pomfrets from the net onto the boat. Stand back. I'll cast this net over here to catch even more. Hurry up, don't dawdle, or the fish will swim away. Just as Zheng was about to cast again, Yi Yaodong interrupted. Wait, I think it's better to move the boat a bit. What is the matter? I'm not casting in the same spot. Trust Dongzi. He has been lucky lately. Yi Yaodong rolled his eyes, muttering to himself that it was just good luck. Fine, let us stick with this. Are you sure? I'm about to cast. Guang impatiently urged. Hurry, or I'll toss you overboard as bait. Zheng felt a bit wronged, thinking how everyone found it annoying when Yi Yaodong spoke, yet they relied on him to cast the net. Do you think anyone can't throw a net? After a moment of hesitation, Zheng cast the net, and shortly afterward, he began to haul it back. Ah, come help. It's so heavy, there is more catch. Dongzi is incredible. Was it me who cast it? Save your breath. Just pull it in with all your might. Yi Yaodong's head was spinning from the chatter. With so many people, the noise was incessant. Ah, this net is filled with wolf fish. No wonder it's so heavy. There are some other fish too, pull them up. The four of them struggled to haul in the net filled with wolf fish, feeling it weighed more than 200 kilograms. Their arms were sore, and they worried they wouldn't be able to pull in much more. If only we had a Guang's boat with a winch, one of them lamented. Quickly dump it out and continue. No time to waste. Keep going. We need to haul it in with all our strength. They all seemed invigorated, their spirits high. Just as Zheng prepared to cast again, they noticed in the distance near a solitary island, wolf fish leaping out of the water, performing continuous jumps. They're over there. Yi Yaodong spotted them and rowed over, instructing Zheng to be ready and to cast at the opportune moment. Without a doubt, this net would hit the mark and not go empty. Everyone was thrilled. This was a fortune. However, Zheng was concerned they might catch too many to haul back. So he slightly reduced the area for casting. After casting 5 nets, they were nearly overwhelmed with wolf fish, leaving little room to stand on the boat. And they all laughed broadly. Yi Yaodong smiled, knowing their little boat was now filled to the brim with wolf fish and a substantial amount of pomfrets to sell. Oh, I want to invest in your boat, Dongzi. What should I do? Guang squatted on the boat, looking at Yi Yaodong with hopeful eyes. Not a chance. It's privately owned. How did you get a boat before us? We all wanted to partner up. If I didn't have this little wooden boat. How would you catch wolf fish and pomfrets today? Xiao Xiao sighed a bit wistfully. We caught wolf fish, but it's a shame we didn't find any sea turtles. Their numbers are scarce, and it's perhaps fate that we didn't catch any. Let us not push our luck. If we want to eat turtle, let Zheng take his hand net tomorrow to the Yangping village reservoir for a few casts. Yi Yaodong suggested. Zheng's eyes lit up. That sounds good. It's good for the kidneys. How desperate are you for that? He teased. You don't even have a wife. What's wrong with preparing in advance? Maybe I'll get married in a couple of months. What is this about? Guang exclaimed. Wait, if you're getting married, what will I do? What is your problem? Yi Yaodong and Xiao Xiao were equally astonished. Shut up. How do you talk? Making it sound like I'm your secret lover. What will you do? I don't care. The matter of my marriage is of no concern to you. Just be prepared to bring a red envelope and enjoy the festivities, perhaps even assist in setting off firecrackers. Zheng was left speechless. What I meant was, among our group, you are the youngest, and now you are getting married. Does that not leave me as the only single one? If you remain single, then so be it. Do I need to conform to your state? I have my father's expectations of me to carry on the family line. Sigh, when will someone introduce me to a suitable girl? My mother's relatives should prioritize me. Seeing the conversation drift further away, Yi Yaodong quickly interjected, enough about girls. There's no place to dock this boat. I'll row back directly and sell the fish while they're still fresh, lest the scorching sun spoil them. Xiao Xiao patted his empty sack in his pocket, wondering if they would still visit the lonely island. It was a rare occasion to have brought the sack, and he hadn't even put it to use. Guang chimed in. I still have a bucket of turtle eggs left on the island that I haven't brought aboard. Are you foolish? Who would have known we would catch so many fish at once? We're not returning to the island now. Yi Yaodong asserted confidently. Of course we are going. It's still early, barely past mid-morning, and today is the 15th. We must not squander the opportunity to fish. Then row swiftly, came the retort. It's easy to talk when you're standing. Rowing is tiring, you know? I'll give you a massage later, he teased, winking at him. Feeling a shiver run down his spine, He thought that after being single for so long, he must have become a bit peculiar. He turned away, preferring not to see. It was still morning, and the sun was glaring, reflecting off the sea's surface and creating a shimmering spectacle. Yi Yaodong felt invigorated. Today was the first day his small boat would officially test the waters, and he had made a fortunate start. Even if it were to be divided among 4, they would still earn a considerable sum. At that moment, the tide was receding, and there were no other boats along the shore. Their small vessel was the only one able to dock nearby, although they would need to wait a bit to reach the shore. Otherwise, if they got too close, the boat would run aground when the tide ebbed, and visiting the lonely island would be out of the question. After securing the boat, Yi Yaodong observed while the others retrieved baskets to load the fish. He estimated that their haul of sea wolves weighed no less than 800 pounds. And there were pomfret fish too, though they were completely covered by the sea wolves, rendering them invisible. At the dock, besides the people combing the beach for fish, there seemed to be no one else around. As they carried the sea wolves down in baskets, not many noticed the quantity. Akai's eyes sparkled with delight. Where on earth did you catch so many sea wolves? I haven't seen these fish in ages. What a surprise today. Hurry and help carry them. We've got pomfret too, some weighing over several dozen pounds. Well, you lot seem to have gone on quite an adventure today, bringing back so much cargo. You never return empty-handed from the sea? Indeed. Hurry and help. Let us get everything unloaded first. Akai, with his round belly, scampered over to assist. The sea wolves were quite sizable, each over a meter long and weighing around 20 pounds. Akai was beaming with joy. As per our usual arrangement, let us agree on a price per pound. Hey, with so many of you, do you think I dare to cheat you? Let us set a fixed price. Sea wolves at 4 yuan and 5 jiao per pound, pomfret over 6 jiao at 4 yuan, and under 6 jiao at 2 yuan and 5 jiao. Yi Yaodong nodded in satisfaction. This time, he was being sensible and did not attempt to haggle. All right then, let us help each other weigh them. Guang poured out the sea wolf he had in a sack to weigh it together. It wouldn't hurt to add it. Yi Yaodong patted his shoulder. Good brother. Well, isn't it also thanks to your fortune? Let us weigh them together. Let us see. This basket weighs 101 pounds, this one 96 pounds. I'll tally it up. The total weight of the sea wolves is 1,010 pounds and 6 jiao. The large pomfret is 40 pounds and 3 jiao. The smaller one's 28 pounds and 6 jiao, and we'll leave the mixed fish and crabs here for you to sort and weigh later. The sea wolves exceeded their expectations in weight, while the pomfret was less than anticipated. They decided not to sell the mixed fish and crabs and would return for them later. You're going out to sea again? Yes, today is a special occasion. The 15th. You tally the money and prepare the receipt. Guang reminded him. Tomorrow we'll come to your house for the payment. Make sure you're ready. The money must be safely in their pockets. Understood. The sea wolves total 454 yuan and 7 jiao. The pomfret 232 yuan and 7 jiao, making a grand total of 687 yuan and 4 jiao. Let us round it to 687 yuan and 5 jiao. See how generous I am, rounding it off for you. The 4 of them were left in a daze from his calculations, exchanging uncertain glances. Yi Yaodong thought for a moment and concluded it should be correct. He would take the receipt home for his wife to tally. It is inconvenient without a calculator. How can a person who has even completed 2nd grade manage the math? He would even know how to use an abacus. He could barely write his own name. Akai patted his chest in assurance. Rest easy, there won't be any mistakes. With so many of you around. I'm not worried about you flipping my table. That's good then. Yi Yaodong raised his hand, bidding farewell. Thank you. Wait. Don't mention to anyone that we caught so many sea wolves. Why not? Let us keep a low profile. We just acquired a new foundation and a boat. We ought to be discreet. All right, I understand. On the occasion of publication, I've heard that many authors write a note upon publication, but what should I say? It feels like writing a self-critique. Each day spent pondering the plot is enough to drain my brain cells, so I'll just write casually. I want to indulge in self-pity or sentimentality. I'll speak whatever comes to mind. This book was actually conceived in a moment of inspiration, written on a whim, and I never expected it to perform so well. I am sincerely grateful to all the readers, both brothers and sisters, who have supported this book thus far, especially those who voted and offered rewards. Your encouragement has helped me through the most challenging times. Every day, seeing the collection and voting data fills me with motivation. The editor has announced that the book will be published tomorrow at noon. Initially, I updated chapters daily at midnight, but there will be no update at midnight tomorrow. Instead, a significant update will occur after noon. Once published, I will release a substantial amount of content, aiming for 5 consecutive days. Following that, I will update based on my availability, ensuring a minimum of 6,000 words daily. If there are rewards, I will certainly feel more motivated, haha. Some readers have inquired about how to obtain additional chapters. I'm unsure how other authors manage that. For now, I'll offer 1 extra chapter for supporters, and 3 for the Alliance leader. If there are no rewards, haha, then I'll stick to my baseline of 6,000 words. In truth, I write rather slowly, producing about 1,000 words per hour, as I also need to research. Moreover, I am not a full-time writer, so the time I can dedicate to writing daily is quite uncertain. However, I will strive to write a bit more each day, especially since so many readers are urging me to do so. Additionally, many circumstances regarding prices and conditions from that era can only be learned from the older generation. Sometimes, even my father is unsure about the prices of certain fish, as small-scale businesses often dealt with rare goods that my grandparents couldn't handle. And my father is familiar only with common prices. Readers should not take the prices mentioned in the book too seriously, as many details are simply unknown. We are not from wealthy families, and the older generations could not afford fine goods. I'll just say whatever comes to mind. Lastly, let me emphasize, the book will be published tomorrow at noon. Tomorrow at noon. Tomorrow at noon. I request your initial subscription. An initial subscription is essential. This book currently has over 3,000 active paying readers daily. I hope to achieve 3,000 initial subscriptions within 24 hours of publication. I'm not sure if that is achievable. After over a month of writing, there hasn't been a full attendance of 1,500 on the 14th. I kindly ask attentive readers to contribute an initial subscription to help achieve this goal. The primary site for publication is Qidian Chinese Network. Only subscriptions from Qidian count towards the initial subscription. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the friends who have contributed by subscribing. Should we exceed our target, for every additional 100 subscriptions, I shall add another chapter. However, if we fail to reach 3,000, well, there is little I can do about it. I cannot simply refrain from updating. The initial subscription data holds significant importance, as I have heard it influences subsequent recommendations. Some friends have suggested that when I release the work, I engage in some form of anti-piracy by initially posting a few garbled chapters, only to replace them later. However, I believe such measures are unnecessary. Those who wish to pirate will find a way, and this approach would detrimentally affect the reading experience for paying readers. In truth, subscribing to a chapter costs mere pennies. To subscribe to a 1,000,000-word novel amounts to only 4 or 5 dozen yuan. Even less for high-vocal readers, just the price of a few cups of tea. I sincerely hope everyone can support genuine reading, or I might truly face dire straits. To prevent those who wish to take advantage while complaining, I have implemented a minor fan value requirement for commenting to avoid discomfort. I initially intended to share an Easter egg chapter avatar, but the new author backend lacks the feature to post such chapters. So I must forego that and update the author avatar instead. Well, that is all. I believe I have conveyed everything necessary. I shall strive to update diligently and craft captivating content, and I hope for your continued support. Chapter 83. Seafood from Hell. The 4 of them joyfully boarded the small boat once more, brimming with enthusiasm. Indeed, financial reward serves as the finest motivation. Dongzi, let me see the receipt. A Guang chuckled, rubbing his hands together. How much can we each pocket from the 478 yuan? I'm not certain, but it should be over 100. I'll have my wife calculate it when we return. Little Xiao giggled. Those who didn't come will surely regret it. It's just as well. Why bring so many people? We can divide it among ourselves. Fewer people means a larger share. Exactly, Yi Yaodong remarked, rowing as he spoke. When we return, you can pool this money to get a boat together. A Guang grinned as he neatly folded the receipt and returned it to Yi Yaodong's pocket, saying, All right, seeing how much you've earned on your first outing in this little boat makes me quite envious. I have little to do lying around at home. Let's the 3 of us try our hand at acquiring a boat. A Zheng seemed to envision his mother praising him for his accomplishments, nodding happily. Little Xiao had no objections. Having something to do was preferable. The small boat slowly made its way toward the deserted island. After all their toil, it was barely noon. Upon disembarking, they did not hastily rush to the sea, but instead gathered a heap of dry twigs, intending to roast a few sea turtle eggs to tide them over. Yi Yaodong went to fetch a mound of mud, planning to encase the turtle eggs in it before tossing them into the fire. This activity evoked fond childhood memories. Recalling how they would often sneak eggs from home to roast outside, a delightful treat. Let us make a few for ourselves. Oh, it's been years since I've had them this way. Today is the perfect opportunity for a nostalgic trip down memory lane. I wonder if roasted turtle eggs taste better than chicken eggs? They are sea turtle eggs. Let us wrap them in mud and find out. After each encased 4 or 5 turtle eggs in mud and tossed them into the fire, they took to poking the fire with sticks, turning the eggs over. Thankfully, all of them smoked, and they had brought matches along. Sitting on the sandy beach, they enjoyed the salty sea breeze, wishing the sun wasn't so scorching. The 4 lounged on the shore, chatting as they awaited the eggs to roast, creating a sense of contentment. The fire blazed brighter, and after about 15 minutes, the mud had completely dried, and the turtle eggs were nearly done. They delicately extracted the turtle eggs and fetched a bucket of seawater from the beach to extinguish the fire. The aroma was enticing. None of them had ever tasted sea turtle eggs before. Great for vitality, you should indulge. Little Xiao rolled his eyes. You're about to become a bridegroom. You should eat more. I'm not lacking. As they bantered, Yi Yaodong began to remove the dried mud from the turtle eggs, gingerly weighing them in his hands to avoid burns before cracking one open slightly to sip. It had been many years since he had enjoyed a roasted egg. Why isn't it solidified? Is it undercooked? Little Xiao looked in surprise at the milky egg white, quickly taking a sip to avoid waste. No way. It's been roasting for so long, and the mud is dry. How can it still be raw? Zheng, skeptical, hurriedly peeled his eggshell, and when liquid spilled forth, he quickly leaned in to sip, astonished that it remained uncoagulated. Guang glanced at the sea turtle egg in his hand, then at the damp fire pit, recalling how they had just extinguished it and now faced the hassle of reigniting it. Let us just drink it. Even if it's a bit undercooked, it's still edible. Yi Yaodong, having taken a sip of the egg white, scornfully regarded his companions. Sea turtle eggs never solidify. Even when cooked, they remain liquid. Only the yolk will solidify. Let me show you. He extended the egg he had been sipping to them, and their disbelief turned to understanding. Wow, the yolk is solidified, but the egg white remains liquid. We thought it was tea cooked. What a revelation. How did you know that, Dongzi? Isn't it simply because I have more experience than you? After a collective scoff, they dug in heartily. It was midday, and they were all starving. As they feasted, Yi Yaodong remarked, I've heard that sea turtle eggs are considered a delicacy among the 8 treasures of mountain and sea. Really? Just this? So, our sea turtle eggs aren't rarer than turtle eggs? They belong to the same category, don't they? Can you really compare those from the sea to those from the land? Another debate ensued. After devouring 5 sea turtle eggs, Yi Yaodong stood up, dusting off his pants and grabbing his bucket to get back to work, indifferent to his bewildered friends. Hey, Dongzi, so soon? Hurry up, you lot. Seeing him finish so quickly, they eagerly began gobbling down their eggs, grabbing buckets and tools to follow suit. Don't follow me. Scatter and find your own. If we follow you, there is something to pick up. If you follow me, you'll just get scraps. Anything I find is mine. Good point. Then lead the way. Scram. With Yi Yaodong uncooperative, they could only disperse and seek their own fortunes. Without any hangers-on, Yi Yaodong felt at ease, specifically searching in the shallow waters. Before long, his bucket was half full. Although not particularly valuable, he was content, having already gathered a substantial haul. After wandering around, just as he intended to change locations, he spotted a writhing snake in the water. His pupils dilated, and he instinctively took a few steps back, whispering urgently, Guang, come quick. What is up? Have you found something good again? Upon hearing his call, Guang hurried over, excitement radiating from him, followed by the others, who were curious. Upon arrival, they discovered it was a sea snake. You coward, are you afraid to catch it? You do it. I'm no good at handling snakes. Watch and learn. We'll have a feast tonight. The snake measured over 1 meter long. Exercise caution. The sea snake is highly venomous. It's nothing. What do you think the tongs are for? I won't be using my hands directly. No sooner had he spoken than he clamped the tongs around the sea snake's head, its body thrashing violently in response. Bring a sack to store it. It looks quite ghastly. Why not just smash its head and kill it? We don't have many sacks to spare, and there's no need to waste them on the snake. Fair enough. We can stew it when we get back. After dispatching the sea snake, Guang swiftly dealt with it and placed it in the small boat, covering it with a banana leaf he had plucked from the many banana trees on the small island. Are there any bananas here? Yi Yaodong looked up, but realized he wouldn't be able to see them from where he stood. Yes, quite a few, but they're too high to reach and not ripe enough. We'll come back next month. Guang shrugged nonchalantly. It's just bananas. I have plenty on my back hill. We'll pick some at our leisure next month. Next month it is. We'll bring some back for the kids. They all have a sweet tooth. And my wife especially loves bananas. Yi Yaodong, still preoccupied with thoughts of the sea snake, opted to change positions. To his surprise, he discovered a large blue crab hidden in a small pool beneath a rock. Wow, this one must weigh at least 3 pounds. He was overjoyed. This was undoubtedly a king among blue crabs. What 3 pounds? What treasure have you found now? Yi Yaodong held the crab aloft, showcasing its massive shell, which was larger than his face. This is a proper king crab. Wow, the three of them exclaimed in unison, having never encountered such a large blue crab before. Yi Yaodong gleefully attempted to place the crab into the bucket, only for its claws to latch onto the rim, refusing to fit inside. Afraid of breaking its claws, he carefully pried it loose and placed it in the bucket, only to find it too small, forcing the crab to stand awkwardly on its side, its legs incessantly trying to escape. He rummaged in his pocket for the sack and decided to put it in there for now, planning to make room later if necessary. It turned out that the reason he hadn't found anything of worth earlier was that this treasure awaited him. Following the blue crab, Yi Yaodong found 3 more flower crabs, each weighing over half a pound, filling him with delight. This haul was far superior to the stone crabs. The shallow waters around the rocks were abundant with various crabs and stone crabs. After collecting a good number, he decided to carry 2 buckets, one for the stone crabs and miscellaneous items, and the other for the various crabs. Maintaining a low posture had left his neck sore, so he occasionally looked up to stretch. When he did, he noticed clusters of gooseneck barnacles nestled in the crevices of the steep slope. Oh, are there gooseneck barnacles here? He was astonished and quickly set down his bucket, determined not to waste time on the beach any longer. He pulled out the sack, intending to gather the barnacles first. The scientific name for gooseneck barnacles is Polycypes polycypes, known for its exquisite flavor and high trace element content, having once captivated European markets. They are found in the intertidal zone, thriving in environments battered by waves, which contributes to their sweet taste. In this area, he had only seen Buddha's hand and pen racks, which bore a resemblance, but were not the same species. Upon closer inspection, he noted that gooseneck barnacles have a long, slender stalk resembling a swan's neck, while Buddha's hand has a shorter, green stalk. It was rare to find them here, and he couldn't afford to miss this opportunity. Though challenging to extract from the rocky crevices, he was determined to pry them loose. After clearing a small section, Yi Yaodong took his time searching for the gooseneck barnacles, which were worth about 200 euros per pound, equivalent to roughly 1,500 yuan. Higher quality specimens could fetch 4,000 to 5,000 yuan. Now, let us see if they aren't valuable. At least I can enjoy them myself. I must taste the seafood that comes from the depths of the sea. Spotting clusters of Buddha's hand, he differentiated them from the barnacles. To avoid confusion, he planned to separate them later. Otherwise, it would take ages to sort through them. If the gooseneck barnacles were scarce, he could toss them into the bucket designated for turtle eggs. After some time searching the surrounding rocks, he managed to gather about 5 or 6 pounds. Drawing curious glances from his companions, Guang inquired, "Are you looking for Buddha's hand? Aren't there plenty around? Who told you these are Buddha's hands? Go on. Dig for your own. What's in your sack if not Buddha's hand? Gooseneck barnacles, have you heard of them? What nonsense is this? I told you, you wouldn't understand. I've already filled almost a sack." Guang proudly shook his sack, feeling accomplished that he had collected more than Yi Yaodong today. "Keep at it. I have 5 sacks. Once you fill yours, help me fill mine." Guang shot him an incredulous look. "What? You expect me to help you dig? Not just you. All 3 of you need to fill your sacks to help me. You all expect me to row the boat back." Xiao Xiao and Zheng turned to glare at Yi Yaodong, realizing his intentions. No wonder he had been so leisurely, meandering about. "You've gone too far. We each only brought 2 sacks, and yet you brought 5 and still dawdle around, trying to recruit us as labor." Frustrated, Yi Yaodong chuckled mischievously. "What's wrong? I want you to be my laborers. So, are you in or not? Count me in. I'll work you to the bone." He leisurely pulled out the receipt from his earlier sale, dusting it off. "Over 400 yuan. Xiao Zhao's face lit up with a smile. "Oh, it's just 5 sacks. There are 4 of us. If we all pitch in, we can fill them in no time. How hard can it be?" Zheng confidently patted his chest. 5 sacks? We'll fill them before the tide comes in. Guang cast a wistful glance at the receipt in Guang's hand. "Ah, when you're under someone else's roof, you must bow your head. Ha. Now you understand. I had to pull out the big guns." Yi Yaodong triumphantly tucked the receipt away and hurried back to work, realizing that if he delayed any longer, the rising tide would prevent them from filling the sacks. Chapter 84. A bounty fulfilled. The 4 of them worked together, filling a total of 5 sacks. 2 with clams, 1 large sack with sea vegetables, 2 bags mixed with clams, Buddha's hand, snails, and cow eyes. A full bucket of bamboo clams and small abalone, and another bucket for gooseneck barnacles and turtle eggs. The crabs and fish were placed in a bamboo basket, as there was not enough room otherwise. As for the king crab, its legs were bound, and it was tossed directly onto the boat since there was no more room for it. The boat was filled to the brim with their haul. Stacks of sacks piled high. Luckily, the tide had come in, nearly covering the outermost rock walls. They had waited until the tide fully rose before preparing to leave. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to move the boat. Yeezy, don't you think this is excessive? Why go through the trouble of bringing back so much? If you can't finish it, aren't you just making a fuss? Guang helped lift the last bag of shellfish onto the boat, wiping the sweat from his brow. This bag is heavy. Shellfish are naturally weighty. I think 2 sacks are plenty. Xiao Xiao chimed in. I agree. Even 1 sack of clams weighs over 10 pounds. With so many people at home, we'll be eating for 2 or 3 days. The task at hand involves gathering and preparing seafood. My mother urged me to collect more, as she intends to extract the meat and sun-dry it for storage, given the numerous mouths to feed in our household, including workers, which significantly increases consumption. Zhang remarked on my mother's meticulous budgeting and her relentless efforts, questioning how long it would take to gather such a large quantity. With 3 daughters-in-law and a daughter capable of work, it hardly seems taxing for her. Indeed, having many sons proves advantageous, as it ensures a greater workforce. Yi Yaodong cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Xiao, recognizing that he would come to appreciate having daughters in his old age. Sons, alas, tend to drift away to their in-laws when they are needed. Is everything loaded onto the boat? Don't forget anything, or I want to make a special trip back. He warned. Should be fine. We've already loaded everything. If something is left behind, it's yours, came the reply, followed by a chuckle. Yi Yaodong then shot a glance at Zhang, questioning if he felt he was missing something. What? I don't think so, Zhang replied, uncertain, scanning the boat. I've got just 1 bucket and 2 sacks. Then I'll set sail. Don't call me back for the fire tongs. Your mother will have a fit with you, Yi Yaodong teased. Ah, the fire tongs. Where are they? He exclaimed, promptly leaping off the boat to search the beach. He had inadvertently left them on a rocky outcrop while helping Dongzi carry shells, blending into the gray-black stones, hence unnoticed. Aha, found it. Let us head back. Guang, lounging on the boat, smirked. Didn't he that slap you in the face? Humph, Zhang grunted in response, falling silent. Yi Yaodong performed a final check to ensure nothing was forgotten before steering the boat homeward. The sun was nearing its descent, and he felt an urgency to return after a long day of labor. By now, his father should have arrived home, as the tide had been rising for some time. The hefty ocean wolf fish caught at noon had filled everyone's bellies, and on the return journey, all were eager to reach home without further delay. Avoiding the hassle of casting nets again, gathering seafood was hardly easier than dragging nets out to sea, particularly when scaling steep rocky cliffs. Fortunately, the tide had retreated, exposing the rocks and eliminating the risk of slipping into the waves. If they had come at any other time, the danger would have been significantly greater. As he approached the dock, he noticed it crowded with boats of various sizes, realizing he had arrived later than most, uncertain if others were still coming ashore. Once the boat was secured, they unloaded the goods, lifting bag after bag of young clams onto the beach. Since they had packed them in burlap sacks, passers-by could not discern their contents, prompting inquisitive inquiries from curious onlookers, to which they merely replied that there was nothing of interest. It was not their business to divulge details. The onlookers, intrigued, exchanged whispers before returning to their own affairs, as no one had the luxury of time. After borrowing a cart from Akai, they loaded the sacks and brought several buckets down from the boat. Considering the valuable items among the clams, Yi Yaodong decided against rushing to deliver the prized blue crab king to Akai, opting instead to take everything home first and sort through it thoroughly. A cheerful group made their way home, one by one, with Yi Yaodong being the third to arrive, as Guang lived further away in the back mountains. Upon reaching the Yi residence, he found the family anxiously awaiting his return, as dusk had fallen and concern arose over his solo venture at sea. Lin Xiuqing, filled with worry, sat at the entrance, peering into the distance until she spotted him and Guang, rushing inside to announce their arrival. Why are you so late? Next time, let us know if you'll be delayed. The whole family was worried sick, she scolded. We went together, so why worry? We just took a bit longer today since we gathered more clams than usual, he explained. It's not about the numbers, it's about the unforeseen, she insisted. When Yi mother emerged, Her eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the cart piled high with burlap sacks and a gigantic blue crab. How on earth did you manage to bring back such a large crab? It must weigh over 3 pounds. Why didn't you take it to Akai? There's no rush. We have other things in the sacks. We'll sort them out before taking everything over. For now, let us get these inside. Oh, all right. Eldest and second, please help carry these sacks to the backyard. Got it. Yi Yaopeng and Yi Yaohua exchanged envious glances, marveling at how Dongzi always returned with bountiful catches. Yi Erseo chimed in with a hint of jealousy. You certainly made a wise investment in that little wooden boat. Yi Yaodong merely glanced at her without a response. Directing his attention to his brothers, there are 2 sacks that belong to Guang. Don't mix them up. Understood. As it was mealtime, the streets were quiet, with only fishing nets lying about. After unloading, Yi Mother cheerfully invited Guang to join them for dinner. No need for that. I'll eat at home, he declined. Don't be shy, just eat here. It's not a big deal, and you've worked hard all day. You should fill your stomach first, Yi Yaodong insisted, pulling him into the house. But I eat a lot. Are you worried you'll bankrupt us with your appetite? Yi Mother chuckled, adding, indeed. With just 2 younger sisters at home, they've probably already eaten by now. You might as well stay. Unable to refuse, Guang accepted the invitation, contemplating how he could help more at their new home tomorrow. Chapter 85. Sea Chicken Feet. Yi Mother had recently softened her attitude towards Yi Yaodong's friends due to their hard work during the house construction. Today, they had all diligently gathered seafood instead of idling about, returning with an impressive haul, prompting her warm invitation. There is so much bounty on the island. You brought back several sacks this time. Next time, you must take me along. Yi Huimei asked eagerly while eating. Why would you want to go under the blazing sun? You might get too tan to find a husband. As if working at the house wouldn't expose you to the sun. Look at my arms and face. My complexion is distinctly darker, Yi Huimei retorted, rolling up her sleeves to serve herself, revealing her fair arms in stark contrast to her sun-kissed face. Guang glanced at her strikingly white arms, momentarily taken aback, before murmuring, it's not that dark. Perhaps the noise of the children around drowned out his words. For no one paid him any mind. Instead, they heard Yi Yaodong's voice. If you're worried about sunburn, why would you still want to come with me? At home, it's manageable, but on the island, you'd be exposed all day without any shade. Look at my face. She pouted. You just don't want to take me. Indeed, I don't. We're all men here. What would you need to come for? It's inconvenient, Yi Mother added. What is the point of going? There is plenty of work to do at home. Yi Huimei shot her brother a scornful glance, falling silent, knowing he would always have excuses. If he were willing, their parents would never object. Guang couldn't help but steal glances at her. Captivated by the sparkle in her eyes and the graceful movements of her fair arms, his ears reddening slightly. After the family finished their meal, they headed to the backyard to organize their catch. The women busied themselves with opening oysters while the men sorted through the haul, identifying what could be sold. Yi Yaodong deliberately brought a bucket of sea chicken feet, placed alongside turtle eggs, to his father. Father, do you know what this is? What? Isn't this just Buddha's hand? What else could it be? Have you ever heard of sea chicken feet? What is that? Clearly, it's Buddha's hand. Why call it sea chicken feet? Alas, his father didn't recognize it, and perhaps Akai would mistake it for Buddha's hand as well, which would devalue it. He picked up a Buddha's hand from the ground to compare it with his father's. Do you think they are still the same? He asked. The feet are identical. The stem is slightly longer. Is there really a difference? Of course. This sea chicken foot is worth much more than the Buddha's hand. I just wonder if it's still in demand. Others, upon hearing this, stretched their necks to take a look, but after examining it from all angles, they felt the difference was minimal. If shown, they would likely mistake it for a Buddha's hand. How much is it worth? Yi Yaodong shrugged. I have no idea. Just know it's expensive. His father also questioned his own judgment, realizing the vastness of the ocean held many unfamiliar species. He hesitated. Why not ask Akai about it later? All right then, I'll ask him. If he doesn't recognize it, I'll have to take it to Hongxing Hotel in town tomorrow. They needed to see how many there were. Ah, you can't pour it out. He quickly stopped his father's action. There are still sea turtle eggs inside. Sea turtle eggs? You found some? How many? He replied playfully, there were originally 78. But I thought 68 sounded better, so Guang and I took 10 each to roast. Everyone's lips twitched at his irreverent words. If you ate 10. Just say you ate 10. Why insist that 78 is an ugly number? It's a lucky number. Yes, father retorted. I'll cook some tea eggs with these turtle eggs for your mother. They would taste great. Go ahead. Once they sorted out the valuable items, Yi Yaodong took everything, including the sea chicken feet, to Akai. Unsurprisingly, he mistook the sea chicken feet for a Buddha's hand, as everything looked similar except for the stem. Yi Yaodong found it hard to explain and couldn't demand a high price based solely on his word, especially since he didn't know the current market value. He decided not to sell it for now and brought everything back home after settling the other goods. When Ye's father saw him return with the items, he promptly asked, "What did he say?" He didn't recognize it. "Could you be mistaken? Perhaps they are the same?" "Definitely not. I'll take it to Hongsheng tomorrow to inquire." "Stop wasting time. There's plenty of work to do at home. Don't go causing trouble at Hongsheng." Yi Yaodong shot his father a glance and decided to take it back inside, thinking he wouldn't give up until he tried. Lin Xiuqing noticed him entering the house and quickly asked, "Did Akai also say it was a Buddha's hand?" "Yes." "Then perhaps you should let it go? You might have misidentified it." "I'll ask at Hongsheng tomorrow." Seeing him frown, Lin Xiuqing didn't dare to say more. As Yi Yaodong undressed, he asked, "Have the oysters been opened?" "Not yet. There are still many left. Mother said to keep them for tomorrow when they're fresher." "Can you handle it all?" "We need to help at the house, and there are so many shellfish to open, cook, and dry." "Yes. That's why Mother asked my sister to handle it at home tomorrow, to prevent spoilage from the rush." "Oh." He stripped off his clothes and rummaged through his pockets, handing her the receipt. "This is from selling those shellfish, a total of 2 yuan. You can take it to Akai in a few days to exchange for money." "So much?" Lin Xiuqing accepted it joyfully, locking it away after confirming the amount. "Wait. There's another one." He reached under the pillow and retrieved the receipt for the sea wolf he sold that day, having placed it there to prevent his wife from washing it unknowingly. "What is this? Another one?" Lin Xiuqing looked at him in surprise, wondering what else he had sold. Upon seeing the figures on the receipt, her astonishment grew. "So much money. Today wasn't just a few bags of shellfish and crabs. I also caught several nets of sea wolves, over 1,000 jin, along with 68 jin of white pomfret. Zheng even brought his hand net. And it really was effective." She scrutinized the receipt, noting the scrawl confirmed the sea wolves and pomfrets. "So much money, for 178. For yuan, how many people will share? If only it were all ours." Yi Yaodong chuckled, her thoughts evident on her face. He too wished the money were solely his, but since he lacked a fishing net, they would have to share, divided among 4 people. "Please make the crab pot net as soon as you can so I can use it for fishing. Then we won't need to share the catch. There has been too much going on lately. The back door is still piled with shellfish. And making the crab pot net takes time." "It's fine, take your time. Today's earnings were substantial. Just calculate how much each person gets." "All right." She was delighted at the prospect of counting money. It would be even better if they were counting larger sums. "Each person gets 119.51 yuan. So much?" Yi Yaodong's eyes lit up. Today had indeed been profitable. "Yes." Lin Xiuqing nodded enthusiastically. Chapter 86. The drunken man's intent is not on the wine. In the past half-month, Yi Yaodong had earned nearly 400 yuan, and this time over 100 more. Even the small amounts added up frequently, surpassing what she had earned from making fishing nets over the years. She hadn't even realized how her demeanor had changed. She now greeted her husband with smiles, her previous indifference replaced by warmth. She never demanded he bring back a specific amount of money. She was simply content to see him working hard. Yi Yaodong, filled with joy, embraced her from behind and whispered in her ear, "Aren't I impressive? Calculate how much I've earned for you these past few weeks. It must be 700 or 800. Not so much, maybe over 600. This 100 hasn't even been received yet. Still, that's not insignificant." Just as he was about to seize the moment and seek praise, their eldest son, who had previously been playfully pretending to be a hero with a bamboo stick on the bed, jumped onto his back unexpectedly. Caught off guard, he nearly toppled over with the 3 of them. He quickly reached back to catch the little one, scolding him while snatching the bamboo stick from his hand and giving him a light whack on the backside. "Rascal, do you think you can just jump on me like that? What if you fell? Ouch, that hurts." Yicheng squealed, darting around the bed to evade, while retorting, "You can hold Mom. Why can't I hold you? That's not the same as holding me. You're crushing me. I'm the one carrying you. Besides, your mother is my wife, whom I paid to marry. You haven't contributed a dime, so why should I carry you? Then I won't hold you anymore. I'll hold my mom." "You little brat." He had expected the boy to say he would give him money when he grew up. What an ungrateful child. Yicheng, after receiving a few swats, angrily ran to his brother Yicheng, who was cheering him on, and shouted, "You traitor. Whose side are you on? Huh? All right, enough mischief. Time for bed." If you keep jumping, the bed will collapse. Lin Shouqing took the bamboo stick from Yi Yaodong and set it on the table. Then untangled the blanket from Yi Qinghu, scolding him again. Stop playing around with the blanket. If you tear it, I'll make you pay for it. Yi Qinghu stood still, grinning as she helped him. After a long day, Yi Yaodong felt the atmosphere had shifted, and he lost interest in flirting. He simply flopped onto the bed, letting out a sigh of relief. Lying down was indeed comfortable. I'll head to the town tomorrow morning. Do you need anything? No. Oh yes, you might as well grab a piece of cloth for yourself. You've been saying you'd make 2 more outfits for me. Yet you never find the time, huh? How would I know about that? Shall we go together tomorrow? There's a mountain of chores at home, and the backyard is piled high with shells. I hardly have the time to accompany you. Just go to the fabric store in town and tell the owner you need dark cotton cloth, picking 2 colors and getting 2 meters of each. Oh, he vaguely agreed, only to realize later that he could have gone to any store. If you don't mind the trouble, ask a few more shops and bargain a bit. Buy from the cheapest one. Yi Yaodong's lips twitched. Had he known, he wouldn't have asked. After all, he was a grown man, too embarrassed to haggle with women over a few cents, let alone be told to inquire at several shops. Just remember to bring me the money tomorrow. I don't have a dime to my name. Got it. I'll unplug the wires and go to bed. If the lights are left on, those 2 won't sleep. Glancing over at his 2 sons, wide-eyed and still playing, Yi Yaodong felt for the power cord by the bed, pulling it. Once the room plunged into darkness, the boys gradually quieted down. The next day, at the slightest sound, he awoke, yet he was reluctant to move. The restaurant wouldn't open that early. Up. He rolled over, 1 foot resting on his eldest son, mumbling sleepily, put the money on the table. I'll head to town once I get up. All right. Once the 2 kids wake up, you can take them to the house. Perhaps it was the recent early rising that set his biological clock. Although he felt exceedingly sleepy and longed to sleep a while longer, he found himself wide awake after she turned to leave. Deciding to rise, he dressed in the neatly folded clothes on the table, thinking that since he couldn't sleep, he might as well head to town early. He truly believed that at this hour, no one would recognize him as the sea chicken foot seller. With that thought, he didn't wait for the boys to awaken and promptly went out the back door to inform Yi Huimei, who was shucking oysters, to listen for any sounds. If the boys woke up, she could keep an eye on them, helping out with washing and sorting. If not, she could send his nephew over to the homestead. Yi Huimei pouted. Staying home was hardly helping but merely causing trouble. Yi Yaodong hastily stepped out with his bucket, only to unexpectedly bump into a guang at the door. What are you doing here? I brought you some watermelons. Really? You shouldn't have bothered coming to my house. Take them to the homestead instead. My sister and a few groggy kids are there, and they're working, so it's perfect to quench their thirst. Huh? A guang's eyes flickered, smiling. No worries. I have plenty of watermelons. Since I brought these, I'll just leave them here and later carry a basket to the homestead. That works. Hand them over then. No need. I'll take them inside. Such attentive service? Of course. I'm counting on you to prosper and share a bit with your brothers. Spare me. Hurry up and book a small boat for yourself. Yi Yaodong waited at the door, intending to ask a guang if he wanted to accompany him to town for a stroll. However, once a guang took the 2 watermelons inside, he didn't come out again. Curious, Yi Yaodong entered, only to hear laughter and chatter at the back door. A guang, what are you up to? I've been waiting for you. Huh? A guang turned in surprise, looking at him sheepishly. You're still here? Of course. I've been waiting at the door for you. Why are you dawdling? He hesitated. No, I just came in to greet you. I'm heading to town. Do you want to come along? Not going. It's too hot, and I have no reason to go. Just for company. No need. I have to deliver a basket of watermelons to your homestead soon. I'll also lend a hand and see if there's anything I can help with. All right. Good brother. Yi Yaodong, trusting him, said, then I'll be on my way. Chapter 87. Delightful sails under the blazing sun, lugging a bucket of sea chicken feet. Yi Yaodong trudged along begrudgingly. It took only 10 minutes by car from their village to the town, yet walking would take an hour. By the time he reached the roadside, he was already drenched in sweat. Unfortunately, it was hard to catch a passing vehicle, and he had to walk and look around. Luckily, he had plucked a taro leaf on his way out to shield the bucket. Otherwise, the sea chicken feet would spoil in the heat. As he walked, he unexpectedly found himself in town without seeing a single car. His legs weary, he sat down in the shade of a tree to rest, but just then, a tractor rattled past him. Why did it come now? Why not earlier or later, only when I've walked this far? He was fuming. After taking a few sips of water, he sat for just 2 minutes before getting up to head directly to the Hongsheng Hotel. It was only around 8:30. He wondered if they were open yet. 40 years later, the Hongsheng Hotel stood in the same spot, newly renovated to suit modern tastes, more resplendent than ever. To him, it seemed a bit retro, yet it remained the finest hotel in the nearby counties. Hotels in the county looked less grand than Hongsheng, which offered many diversions, especially given that their town was a port city frequented by Taiwanese merchants. Dressed in drab attire and carrying a bucket, Yi Yaodong felt no shame as he strode confidently towards the entrance, only to be halted by the security upon pushing the door open. After explaining his purpose, the guard asked him to wait outside while he fetched the manager. To his surprise, a sharply dressed man soon appeared. Glancing at the bucket, he questioned, "Buddha's hand?" and turned to leave. "Wait, that is not Buddha's hand. That is sea chicken feet." "What sea chicken feet? You mean sea duck feet? Don't cause trouble." Yi Yaodong glared at the man's retreating figure, sighing inwardly. It seemed he had wasted a trip. Selling it as Buddha's hand would be less favorable than taking it back to enjoy himself, allowing him to savor what was known as seafood from hell. The ham of the ocean. Just as he was about to leave with the bucket, the main door swung open, and a young man emerged. "Wait, comrade. Are you selling sea chicken feet?" Yi Yaodong turned, his eyes lighting up. Wasn't he this Hongsheng's young heir, Hong Wenla? Noticing two foreigners following closely behind him, he felt a surge of excitement. Finally, someone who knew their worth. "Yes, I risked life and limb to dig up a bucket of sea chicken feet yesterday, and yet no one in such a grand hotel recognized its value." The two foreigners drew near, examining the contents of his bucket, chattering excitedly in a language he couldn't comprehend. He glanced left and right, deciphering from their expressions that they were delighted, while Hong Wenla grinned as he engaged with them. The previously dismissive man stood behind them, nodding and bowing. Yi Yaodong patiently waited, inwardly grumbling. "Couldn't you start by speaking in Chinese? Let us discuss the price first. It's quite sunny out here." Wiping the sweat that trickled down his forehead, he moved under the eaves. "Wait, don't walk away. I want this." "How much?" "If the price is too low, I want to sell." "Money isn't the issue. I just didn't expect that in our little place, someone would know about sea chicken feet, and you seem quite knowledgeable." "Not too bad. How much do you think it's worth?" Yi Yaodong replied casually. He didn't expect any favors and merely wished to sell the bucket of goods. This delicacy thrived on the rocky shores of Spain, France, and Portugal, with the northwest coast of Spain being the prime harvesting ground for sea chicken feet. Uncertain of the quality of the local sea chicken feet, Yi Yaodong furrowed his brow as he listened to a lengthy discourse, yet the price remained undisclosed. Much to his frustration, "You'll know if it's good once you taste it. If you don't want it, I'll take it home for myself," the seller remarked. "Ah, no. I do want it. What price do you have in mind? How many do you have?" "There are 5 Jin and 2 Liang here. I'll give you a discount at 20 yuan a Jin. Just take all for 100. It would surely cost more abroad." He casually quoted a price, noting that the current 20 yuan was equivalent to 2,000 later on. He was unsure of the present value, only aware that in a few decades, high-quality ones could fetch hundreds of euros per Jin. Given that these had been left overnight, he could afford to call out a high price. Knowing that the market wouldn't have them available, he pondered whether the young masters from wealthy families would haggle over the cost. For affluent families, 100 yuan was but a trifling sum, and he sensed that these two foreigners were his acquaintances, valuing face over money. "Very well, I shall take them all." Hong Wenla promptly produced money, handing over 10 large bills, instructing a companion to carry them to the kitchen. Yi Yaodong accepted the payment with a smile, grateful for his discerning eye. "Please return the bucket washed. While it may not be worth much, I still need it for storage." "Sure. Bring more sea chicken feet next time. If you have any other rare items, do let me know." Agreed. A swift transaction makes everything easier. With the hefty sum in hand, Yi Yaodong strolled joyfully down the street, feeling elated under the sun. Spotting a fried oil cake stall, he purchased one, having long consumed the bowl of porridge from the morning. With a bite, the cake was both fragrant and crispy, delightfully greasy. "Give me another one." And slice it in half. He desired to savor it more thoroughly. "Fry me a few more, let us say 16. At 10 cents each, that's just $1.60. Having just made a fortune, it's only fair to treat my family, each getting one. Since we haven't divided the household yet, it wouldn't be right for just my family to indulge while the others watch." A bite-sized treat isn't expensive. He wrapped the cakes in newspaper and placed them in the clean bucket. His gaze shifted to a nearby stall selling pastries. Recalling that the rice cakes from a few days prior had been devoured by the children, leaving none for his wife, who he remembered enjoyed them. He felt a sense of joy as he discreetly purchased one to take home, intending to wait until the children were asleep before revealing it. He continued his stroll, seeking a fabric shop, but instead found an array of food stalls. Upon seeing a large pot stirring Min Nan Lake delicacies, he paused, remembering that his elderly mother enjoyed it. "One bowl of Min Nan Lake, please. Do you have a takeaway box?" "Oh, I forgot to bring one. Never mind. I'll get it next time." After scanning the street and finding no fabric shops, he inquired with a passerby and learned they were located in an alley. Following his wife's advice, he chose 2 pieces each of deep blue and dark gray thin cotton fabric, each measuring 2 meters. Men's clothing fabric lacked variety, while women seemed abundant. He surveyed the colorful materials, noting that vibrant fabrics were currently in vogue. Realizing his wife frequently wore black, gray, or blue, he braved the risk of potential scolding and requested 2 meters of a yellow floral fabric. "Good choice. This is a new type of quality fabric, durable and comfortable, with vibrant colors." He considered it passable, noting the drabness of the streets. The floral fabric indeed appeared attractive. He joyfully cradled the freshly cut fabric, deciding against further browsing to avoid additional expenses, aware that even these purchases might earn him a reprimand. He was relieved to finally relieve himself of the burden of walking under the scorching sun. Once aboard the minibus, vendors hawked peanuts, sunflower seeds, pastries, and fried cakes, with scattered customers making purchases. The bus was filled with baskets and goods, the air thick with the mingling scents of food, sweat, and fish from the seafood. Thankfully, he had secured a window seat, allowing a gentle breeze to ease the discomfort. After 10 minutes of stops, he called out, "This is my stop." And the bus came to a halt. Carrying the bucket, he headed home, catching a glimpse of his mother disappearing around a corner with dinner. Entering the house, he found a crowd of children gathered at the table, eating. Only Yi Qingyang sat on his younger sister's lap, being fed, while their grandmother served food. "Is their brother back?" "Uncle is back." "Dad, is dinner ready?" Perfect timing for a treat. Yi Yaodong tucked the fabric under his arm and pulled out the oil cakes, placing them on the table. The children's eyes lit up, clamoring as they rushed over. "Oil cakes. They smell so good. Third uncle is amazing." Yi Huimei, eyeing the bounty, exclaimed, "Third brother, did you strike it rich? Buying so much. Aren't you afraid of third sister-in-law's wrath? Mother will surely scold you." "Not at all. I sold the sea chicken feet at a great price. They'll be thrilled." Yi Yaodong also handed one to his grandmother, who, upon seeing the quantity, frowned. Just as she was about to scold him, he quickly interjected, "Please don't scold me. I managed to sell the sea chicken feet for a handsome price," which prompted me to consider bringing one for each of you. Yi Mu, momentarily diverted, gazed at him in astonishment. "Is it truly a treasure? What else could it be? How much did you sell it for?" "I shan't tell you. You let your wife keep it. With just a bit of money in your pocket, you squander it indiscriminately. Even buying so many oil cakes. You should take some back for the children to share." "They've all had their fill," he replied, slipping away to a Guang's place to avoid hearing his mother's nagging. Lin Xiuqing was also curious about how much he had sold it for, but restrained herself, deciding to inquire later that evening. Little did she know, there would be a delightful surprise awaiting her when she returned. As she watched him present a piece of yellow floral fabric to her with pride, she felt an urge to scold him. Yet the 90-plus coins he had just given her kept her silent. After a moment of reflection, she calculated that it was roughly the right amount. He couldn't have hidden away much, and she wouldn't press him on every single expense. She accepted the purchase, but warned him not to waste money so recklessly again. "I work every day. It doesn't matter what I wear, as long as I have something to put on. What good is this fabric if I have no occasion to wear the clothes made from it?" In truth, she was somewhat pleased. This was the latest trend in fabric, and anyone who possessed a piece would walk with pride. Her only concern was the expenditure, especially since she toiled daily without much chance to wear anything new. It would be wiser to save the money for winter clothing, which would be more useful for visiting relatives during the new year. Yi Yaodong chuckled. "You can wear it any time. This fabric is quite durable and won't wear out easily." Lin Xiuqing shot him a reproachful glance. Who works in such fine clothing? Clothes are meant to be worn. If they are left untouched, they will age regardless. "All right, no more purchases next time," she conceded. "A new outfit for the Mid-Autumn Festival to visit my parents would suffice. It would ease their worries about my well-being." Chapter 89. A Guang schemes with thoughts of wearing the new fabric for mid-autumn. A smile graced her face as she grabbed one end of the material and pulled it to check its length, discovering it was a bit too long. "How many meters did you buy?" 2 meters. "Didn't you tell me to get 2 meters? You, being so tall, might need that much, but I certainly do not." "No worries. You can make a pair of pants. It will match perfectly. But I can't make long pants. At most, It could only be a pair of shorts. Lin Xiaoqing muttered to herself for a while before putting the fabric away. Having purchased it, there was nothing more to be done but to make it work. Once everything was tidied up, she turned her thoughts back to the sea chicken feet. Can't you dig up more sea chicken feet? They're incredibly valuable. Yi Yaodong lay on the bed, shaking his feet. I'm not sure if there are any on other islands. Without the tides, it's risky. They grow in the intertidal zone, where they are constantly battered by waves. If you go during low tide, it's dangerous, as the waves can sweep you away. Then let us wait for the full moon. If we find some, we can dig a few. Earning this much is already quite good, and thankfully, someone recognizes their worth. Indeed, how do you suppose foreigners end up in our little corner of the world? Isn't it normal? Perhaps the heir of Hongxing met someone while studying abroad and decided to visit us. What do they care about that? They should come and manage my affairs. He flashed a mischievous grin. Lin Xiaoqing instantly understood his implication, casting a shy glance at the two children playing nearby. Don't you ever tire? Working so hard during the day. Tired? That's a different matter. I devoured 5 sea turtle eggs yesterday and another 2 today. I'm just checking the results. Hurry and put those 2 to sleep. The effectiveness of the sea turtle eggs became evident the following day when he woke up feeling refreshed. Remembering that he had about 5 or 6 left, he hurried to the kitchen, only to find only soup remaining. Where have the sea turtle eggs gone? You woke up late. I consumed the last 2, Yi Yaoping chuckled. You realized their benefits, didn't you? You didn't save one for me. The other 4 were likely taken out to sea by your father for a late-night snack. It was his turn to go out yesterday, but he called for his elder brother instead, leaving Ahua to take his place that night. Yi Yaoping awkwardly refrained from responding. Yi Mu urged, hurry up and eat breakfast. Once done, get to work. It's just a few eggs. These sea turtle eggs are quite fishy. What is so great about them? Understood. I'll fetch a few more from a Guang S tonight. He is a bachelor. And it wouldn't do him any good to overindulge. However, before he could search for them, a Guang unexpectedly came bouncing over to help. Have you taken leave of your senses? Coming to work so early? Haven't you ever seen the sun or done any labor before? What else with this diligence without pay? I came to lend a hand, and you speak such words? Fine. Looks like you're ready to work hard now. Do your best, and later, I'll tell my mother to calculate your wages. Uffed. A Guang scoffed. Do I really need your meager wages? Aren't you saving up for a bride? Every little bit counts. You'd be better off taking me out to sea a few more times. That would be quicker. I don't have time myself. There's a mountain of chores awaiting me, and it's unsafe to travel to the deserted island daily. You all wish to buy a boat, right? Let us check with the Kai tonight to see if we can get the money. The sooner we have it, the sooner we can purchase a boat. That was indeed true. They should all go together to collect the money tonight. As it had been a day since they last did so, and they weren't on a fixed schedule for receiving goods from him. A Guang's diligent work over the past 2 days bore fruit, as Yi Mu's impression of him had notably transformed. By evening, she cheerfully invited him to dinner. Yi Yaodong, without allowing him to refuse, draped an arm around his shoulder and led him home. In fact, a Guang had no intention of refusing. He happily followed them to enjoy a meal. After dinner, he even helped with cleaning the dried vegetables and sea clams until Yi Yaodong called him to fetch the money, at which point he followed along. Thus, acting as a free laborer, he continued to show up for several days. Even when Yi Yaodong was out at sea with his father, he would still come by, occasionally bringing watermelons, which made Yi Mu feel a tad guilty, prompting her to insist on calculating his wages. A Guang repeatedly declined, explaining that he hadn't come for the money, but Yi Mu insisted on giving it to him. Not wanting to argue, he accepted it with a thick skin, planning to return it to the table later. Yi Mu finally expressed her satisfaction. Now that's more like it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to let you come to work. I didn't know before, but these past few days, you've proven to be quite a good young man. He awkwardly scratched the back of his head, grinning foolishly. You're not exactly a child anymore. You should have your aunt help you find a partner. It's not proper for a household to lack a woman. Marrying a wife would bring order to the home. Especially with your 2 sisters growing up. In a couple of years, they'll need someone to look after them. If your aunt has a suitable match, she can introduce me. As he spoke, his gaze began to wander. I'm swamped with building a house. How can I find time to play matchmaker? If you're not in a hurry, once the house is built, I'll keep an eye out for you. All right, I'm not in a rush. I'm still a year younger than Dongzi. Yi Yaodong rolled his eyes nearby. What are you comparing with me? I have a son already. While you don't even have a hint of a wife. Indeed, you should hasten to have your aunt find a match, if it's suitable. Let us arrange the wedding this year. All right. He thought along those lines but felt it was somewhat awkward to say it outright. needing to approach the topic gradually to avoid rejection or embarrassment. He shifted the conversation. Dongzi, how many fish traps have you made? Not many. I've been busy with the house during the day, and I can only work on them a bit after dinner. I've only managed to make 5 so far. Hire someone to help. The sooner you finish, the sooner you can cast them into the sea and start seeing returns. There is no rush. There are plenty of chores at home to attend to, so it's best to complete them diligently. Once 10 traps are prepared, he can set them out in the sea. Tossing just 5 or 6 into the water necessitates an inconvenient boat trip to collect them, which is a significant waste of time. 10 may not seem like many, but at least it allows for a row to be set. Those traps lying idle at home could be better utilized by placing them in the pond at night to see if they might yield a catch of loaches for a stew. This also presents an opportunity to test the waters. Upon hearing this, Yi Yaodong's eyes gleamed with excitement. This was indeed a splendid idea. Chapter 90. Setting traps in the ditch. There is a saying that a man remains a boy at heart until death, and it rings true. The playful nature of men persists from childhood into adulthood, and even into old age. It is a habit hard to shed. This perfectly describes the group of friends. Let us go, while it's still light outside, and gather everyone. Ye's mother and Lin Xiuqing paid him no mind. After all, he was diligently attending to his household responsibilities. Once the essential tasks were complete, if he had the energy for such escapades, who could blame him? Catching loaches and eels was certainly a more worthwhile pursuit than drinking and gambling. Just don't lose the traps, he cautioned. Don't worry, I won tea, he assured. These traps were his means of sustenance for the near future, and he couldn't afford to misplace them. Yi Yaodong and Aguang each took a trap and headed out without bothering to shower, as they would need to clean up upon their return. They visited several friends, calling them out one by one. Such an endeavor was far more enjoyable with company. Upon hearing about the plan to lay traps in the pond, everyone eagerly rushed out. Some barely finishing their meals, shoving bites into their mouths as they dashed off, heedless of choking, while family members shouted after them in exasperation. Why the sudden urge to set traps in the ditch? Who came up with this bright idea? A Zheng asked as they walked. It was Aguang's suggestion. He saw me making a few traps and thought to take them to the ditch to see if we could catch any fish, shrimp, or loaches, while also checking the water quality. If we could catch some crayfish, that would be even better. Summer is the season for them. Fatty chimed in excitedly. Why set so many? Who knows what we'll actually catch? Let's just try with 2 first and see how it goes, suggested a Zheng. Shall we go to Donxiao village or head down to Xishan village? There's a river there too. Let's go to Donxiao village. The river there is wider, and surely there will be a good catch. If we keep going to Donxiao village, we'll deplete the resources in that area. Deplete? We're merely controlling the population. An overabundance can disrupt the ecosystem. Yi Yaodong listened to their banter, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Let us move quickly, stop rambling, or it will be too dark to see. No worries, I brought a flashlight. Awei pulled a flashlight from his pocket and waved it. I brought one too, Xiao added. A Zheng grinned, pleased with their preparations for a night of adventure. Let us set the traps before discussing anything else. The group, filled with laughter and chatter, made their way to Donxiao village, and soon enough, darkness enveloped them, largely due to the time spent gathering everyone. Passers-by enjoying the cool evening air glanced curiously at the group of young men, though the darkness made it difficult to discern what they were carrying. Typically, those with traps would own boats to set them for sea catches, who would be foolish enough to place traps in the river, where the catch would be less valuable. Indeed, it seemed that only they had overindulged. They arrived at the village's widest river, flanked by rice paddies, with few homes in sight. I'll turn on the flashlight. You guys set the traps. This river was wide and lengthy. It would be wise to bring more traps. Why so many? It would be wasteful if we can't consume them all. We're close enough to come back anytime, came the reply. Later on, Dongzi will set traps in the sea. Who will bother bringing them here? True, they all chimed in. As Yi Yaodong placed the traps, he instructed, you all go grab a large rock to tie the rope. We need something sturdy to secure them. If they intended to pursue this venture, they might as well bring a few more traps next time. When shall we return to collect them? Tomorrow? If we leave them too long, someone might find them while working the fields and take them. Dongzi would be distraught. Yi Yaodong feared losing the traps, so he suggested an early morning collection the next day, around 6:30. Isn't that too early? Fatty frowned. If you can't manage to rise early, don't worry. You can just come to my house to pick them up later. Fine. But what if we check back in 2 hours? Aguang incredulously looked at a Zheng. Are we going to stand here for 2 hours, feeding mosquitoes? No way. I'm not doing that. Yi Yaodong replied dismissively. Neither am I. Fatty echoed. If we're just going to wait 2 hours, We might as well use a cast net. That would be much more convenient than coming back at night. A Zheng scratched his head, realizing the truth in that statement. Good point. Guang rolled his eyes. What a ridiculous suggestion. We'd end up infamous for our mischief during the day. How about we catch cicadas instead? Since we have flashlights, we can grab a few and then check the traps on our way back, one suggested. That sounds feasible. We might as well keep busy. So it's settled. We're going to feed the mosquitoes tonight, huh? Let us go catch some to take home and fry. The group enthusiastically agreed, exchanging ideas as they set off. As Yi Yaodong followed along, the night was still young, and tomorrow he would not be heading out to sea, or else he would not dare venture out at all. On the road from Baisha village to Dongxiao village, a mountain loomed on one side, thick with trees. Ideally, they sought a grove that echoed with the calls of cicadas during the day, indicating the presence of larvae underground. As they walked a short distance along the main road, they spotted a path leading up the mountain and decided to ascend. Upon reaching the slope, Xiao Xiao suddenly halted. Wait, we don't have anything to carry them in. Right. We need something to collect them in. Let us take off our shirts, tie the hems and sleeves, and use them as bags. What? You fool, Yi Yaodong scolded. Then pulled out a sack from his pocket, shaking it out. Wow, you brought a sack? Everyone was taken aback. Who knew when we would need a way to carry our catch? I just happened to grab one when I made the traps. One never knows when it might come in handy. That's a good habit. Indeed, it's something I've cultivated since my rebirth. Now, let us go. Chapter 91. The playful nature of men. 7 individuals, armed with 2 flashlights, decided to split into 2 teams. Cicadas are particularly easy to catch at night. A beam from a flashlight reveals them clinging to tree trunks, and they tend to be positioned low, close to the ground. With the night still young, they were able to catch them effortlessly, quickly changing positions. Darn it, I just squashed another mosquito. Regrettably, I should have donned long sleeves and trousers before venturing out. Listening to their complaints, Yi Yaodong and Guang were thankful they had not yet bathed and were still clad in their work attire. After enduring the discomfort of sitting until their legs grew numb and being mercilessly bitten by mosquitoes, they finally conceded to abandon their efforts. Unable to bear the onslaught of mosquitoes any longer, they decided to leave, proclaiming that they had gathered enough for a drink. Let us go. I'm nearly covered in welts. Next time, I must come better prepared. Having already bathed and donned a tank top, Yi Yaodong found himself inexplicably joining them in their antics, attributing it to having eaten too much. He lifted the bag, estimating its weight to be around 45 pounds, and mused that upon returning, they could each take a portion home. A Guang could take a bit more to set aside for tomorrow's drinks. It would also be fortuitous if they could net some river goods, which would spare them the need to purchase seafood at the dock. Occasionally indulging in local river delicacies was also quite delightful. Indeed, I have grown weary of the shellfish. I've dug up so many that I could vomit. I must refrain from over-excavating next time. They decided to descend the mountain before continuing their discourse. Each of them was scratching at their bites, truly tormented by the mosquitoes, while Yi Yaodong merely felt an itch on his neck. He suggested they check the fish trap in the river to see if it had gathered much, and then they could head back, as they had nothing to carry anyway. He planned to return in the morning to collect it. They need not exert themselves further. Dongzi had matured considerably after a few days of labor. Recently, he had been preoccupied and had not seen Yi Yaodong for a while. Tonight, however, he sensed a change in him. He appeared more composed and mature than before, having previously been quite carefree and disorganized. Everyone eventually grows up, don't they? Work. Sigh, it truly is a character builder. Just look at how I've tanned. Indeed. I too realized how challenging it was when my father took me to the dock to carry goods for several days. I began to appreciate how hard my parents work. Yi Yaodong patted his shoulder, remarking that as long as one is committed to working diligently and earning a living, it is never too late. Life is merely a third of the way through. What if one were to meet an untimely end? Cursed be the thought. Are you tired of living? I intend to live to 80. Did you hear that noise? Isn't it just our chatter? Don't scare me like that at this hour. My hair is standing on end. Let us move. You coward. It's not even 8 yet. Just wait until midnight. Yi Yaodong found himself admiring the peculiar logic of his companions, who had yet to speak a word of seriousness and were already spiraling into absurdity, their minds racing from one thought to another. The group descended the mountain in a jovial commotion, heading towards the riverbank. After years of avoiding such endeavors, they found the mosquitoes unbearable, reminiscing about the days when they were blissfully unbothered by bites. Ah, you're just getting old. It was unfortunate that the surrounding pomelos had yet to ripen. Otherwise, they could have pilfered a few. Perhaps we shall return in a couple of months. as if this were our own backyard, like you've never taken any. As the summer twilight enveloped the fields, the gentle breeze carried the earthy fragrance, and the chorus of frogs filled the air, devoid of the urban clamor. Only the sound of their laughter and banter echoed along the narrow path. Upon reaching the riverbank, they untied the rope secured to a large rock and began to raise the trap. With 2 flashlights illuminating the netting, they slowly retrieved the trap, revealing several small crayfish crawling within. Yi Yaodong felt a surge of joy, confident that the river would yield its bounty. By the time he hoisted the entire net, the catch bag was already filled with numerous crayfish, loaches, and small fish. Delighted by the unexpected abundance, they realized they hadn't come empty-handed. We didn't bring anything to carry them in. Let us place them back for the night. Tomorrow, we'll surely have more. They won't perish overnight. He took the sack he had used for catching cicadas, knowing it would remain until morning for cooking. A guang eagerly pulled up another trap, exclaiming, "I'll join you early tomorrow to collect these. There are quite a few, and they're not small. Come if you can. I've been rising early every day." Let us head back then. After returning the traps, they made their way back in high spirits. At least they were not returning empty-handed. A guang south home was close to the village entrance, and they decided to visit his place first, knowing there were no adults around. They could share their catch, distributing a portion to take home. Yaodong waited until they had all taken their share before pouring some into a guang's sack. He shook out the remaining contents, deeming it sufficient. "Let us put in a bit more. I'll leave some for tomorrow's drinks. My household is small. My 2 sisters don't eat this. And your family is larger." "Very well. My family is indeed numerous." He didn't hesitate to accept. Upon returning home in the dark, he quietly secured the door, tied up the sack, and placed it beside the woodpile for tomorrow's preparation. To avoid waking his wife and children, he didn't enter the house for clothes, but went directly to the backyard, stripped down to his shorts, and took a quick shower before entering to grab a towel. Lin Xiaoqing was still awake. Upon hearing the door latch, she sat up, waiting for him to enter. "Didn't you say you were just going to set a trap by the river? Why are you back so late?" "I also caught some cicadas and brought a few back for tomorrow's frying." "Will the trap still be there after a night in the river?" "It should be fine. I'll check first thing in the morning." "Were you worried about that, which kept you from sleeping?" "No. I had just lulled the children to sleep and was about to rest." After changing into clean shorts, Yi Yaodong approached the bedside, resting his forehead against hers. "Were you unable to sleep because I was home?" "Don't flatter yourself. It's better when you're absent. There is more space on the bed. And I want to be cramped." She shifted back, preparing to lie down, but he stole a quick kiss. "Hypocrite. If I hadn't returned, you would have been in tears." Lin Xiaoqing shot him a glance before lying down. Yi Yaodong felt content after a long day of labor. An evening with friends and teasing his wife brought him a deep sense of relaxation.